Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Reincarnation, 1. Chapter 1, Reincarnation, 1. There are two areas in the entire plane of existence where life exists. The prime and the cube omniverse are the two omniverse that coexist via each other. The cube omniverse is called such because it is shaped like a cube, floating in the centermost part of the prime omniverse. The cube is the personification of dreams and desires, the imagination that originates from the people living in the prime omniverse, which over time created an omniverse that exists within this cube. Usually, people can't leave and enter their own respective omniverse. But that's not always the case, such as with Strange Subject 799 here. Sitting in a place called the neutral zone, which exists in between the gate of prime and cube, in a room with walls painted with moving cosmos, Soul 799 stared at the only other person present here beside him. I died, she says. Thought 799 as he looked at the fiery red-haired woman in front of him. A goddess. She's reading a book though. Can't she just consume the contents just by wishing to if she really is a goddess? He couldn't help but think, despite the more important fact that he had, apparently, died. But it couldn't be helped, after all, 799 lacked most of his common sense right now because of the instability his soul experienced when he died, along with the fact that he went inside something called the Wheel of Purification, which erased most of his memories. All this seemed like a dream to his current shaken brain, that had his senses distorted. Though he could feel his senses return with every passing second. Are you done contemplating? The self-proclaimed goddess said in a smooth but unsettled voice, raising her head to look at him with her eyes annoyed. Look, I don't mind you taking the time of your life, I have been locked in this place too long to care, but I would still prefer if I am left alone while reading. It doesn't feel good being gawked like that, you see. I see. 799, his current shape that of a small floating blue ball, supposedly a soul, nodded. If you don't mind talking for a bit. How did I die exactly? The goddess tilted her head, nodding. I don't mind conversing as long as you're not being annoying. Her words were harsh, but 799 couldn't find himself disliking her. She had a certain charm to her, maybe because of her otherworldly beautiful look. Coupled with red hair and golden eyes, she had an unamused face as she talked. You were killed by being eaten whole by a shark. You were on a yacht, I won't reveal why, but at one point of your journey, you fell into the water right on the mouth of a shark. Oh, you may or may not have been pushed down, how amusing. The goddess said, squinting at her book as if all this was written in it. Oh, this is kind of interesting and sad. Soul 799 was confused, fidgeting around. So I died being eaten by a shark. Must have been painful. I guess I am quite unlucky, huh? Sharks rarely ever attack humans and would much rather feed on fish and marine mammals, after all. The goddess frowned at his words. What? How do you know that? You're not supposed to have any memories regarding anything of your life, not even this. The goddess' golden irises shone brightly as she looked at 799's soul before pausing and blinking. Oh, your memories weren't entirely cleaned even after you came out of the Wheel of Purification. Maybe the machine is broken. Whatever, I will erase that bit of memory after we're done here. She yawned, as 799's blue ball body paled, if that was even possible. About that. Isn't this the type of situation where I am ice-guyed into some kind of fictional world? Do you really have to erase my memory? He asked, trying to be respectful even though all this seemed like a dream to him. I can't remember much anyway, just this and that. Things that weren't related to my identity. He could remember many animes, novels, and movies only, along with some random knowledge. Was it necessary to remove them? Yes, it is necessary. Don't question my judgment. The goddesses said in a no-nonsense tone, the scara of her eyes turning black for a moment before they returned to normal white. She explained, do you know why I called you Strange Subject 799? That's because you're the 799th soul in all of eternity to have entered the cube from the prime. I don't expect you to know what those are but in short, reincarnators of your background are such a pain that they cause trouble everywhere. That's why a few hundred millennia ago, it was made into a rule that souls from the prime should have all their memories eradicated. The ones who reincarnated before this rule were annihilated later on, so don't try to be smart, mortal man. The goddess finished with a threatening chuckle, flipping her page and starting to read again. Anyway, I will remove your memory after we're done choosing a power and world for you. And no, you can't just choose any you wish, you'd simply roll a fate roulette which will give you a power. It depends on your luck honestly on what you get, but I would suggest you hope you're not too lucky. Later on, you'd roll a world wheel to choose your world. She snapped her fingers just as a part of the wall painted by the galaxy shattered, revealing a huge roulette that 799 couldn't fathom the size of. Now go on, it will take a while for the roll to end. Let me enjoy myself in the meantime. She said, waving her hand off as she started to concentrate on her book again. 799 was pretty anxious about the memory erasure procedure. To him, a memory made a person, and even though he already lost all his valuable memories, he didn't want to lose the other parts. Still, floating over, he stood under the enormous roulette as it started to spin by itself the moment he thought of spinning it. He was familiar with this procedure, his memory told him he had read about this in things called fanfictions. In these tropes, the reincarnator gained a special power from this roulette and later on, was sent to a fictional world. That made 799's worries all the more excessive. Without his memories, things won't be as fun living a second life. He didn't know why, but a deep part of him wanted a decent life in his next turn as if his first life was just too bad. He wondered why. More so, living in any of those fictional worlds without memories, the chance of his death was absurdly high. The roulette was taking a long time, as the goddess said. Even after 5 minutes, it was still gaining speed. But 799 didn't have anywhere else to go, so he simply waited before the roulette reached its peak speed and started to slow down. At one point, names started to become visible in the roulette. Names such as Madara Uchiha Powers, Grand Mist Body, Origin Magic, a God King's Transformation were caught in 799's eye. There were more, but he had never seen most of those names. A part of him felt anxious to hope for any of the big powers because... Well, the goddess said, don't hope to be too lucky, and that can't be a good sign. For some reason, she or her higher-ups wouldn't like it if he were to gain a strong power. 799 just couldn't understand why they were holding this reincarnation procedure at all if they didn't want the reincarnators to get strong powers. What was their plan? As the roulette kept slowing down, he noticed some truly interesting names. Quirk, New Order. Aura of Absolute Domination. God Emperor Ashura's Descendant. Reality Manipulation. Author's Authority. The Gamer System. All were interesting, but among them, the author's authority seemed to be the strongest. If 799 could remember correctly, that was the narrative version of omnipotence. You say something or even write something down, and it becomes reality. Though that might just work in the world that is created by that person, thus the name author. So 799 wouldn't bet his money on that. He simply hoped for the gamer system. Frankly, the gamer system was strong, but it wasn't on the level that it'd be considered too lucky by these gods, would it? Of course not. Probably. 799 waited silently, feeling a strange sense of adrenaline rush that shouldn't happen in this bodiless soul of his. There was a sign to indicate what power would be chosen once the wheel stopped, and luckily all his target powers were very close to it, as the wheel started to really slow down. A minute later. 799 was honestly surprised as he watched the name, the gamer system, stop directly under the arrow mark, not moving an inch anymore. Holy shit. 799 couldn't help but laugh out loud as he saw a blue light flash from within the wheel and then enter his soul. A new host has been selected. Initiating the game. Though 799 was happy, he realized something was wrong. Father. It was a yell coming from behind him, making him turn as he found the goddess from before, sweating as she looked at him with weary eyes, a fucking cell phone in her ears. This is bad. The subject 799, why yes, the new guy. He received that darn gamer system from the wheel. Come here, no, we must annihilate him before history repeats itself. Oh. Soul 799 couldn't help but step back as the goddess' beautiful face started to distort into that of a demon. Looks like I got a bit too lucky, haha. Without any second thought, 799 turned and jumped out of the broken wall, hoping to run away from wherever this place was. Chapter 2, Reincarnation, 2. Chapter 2, Reincarnation, 2. The neutral zone is a place where even gods are suppressed of their powers. In that place, using powers at all was harmful to a god's sheer existence. Because of that, gods can't even communicate via telepathy or such with other gods while staying in that place. The interdimensional cell phone existed exactly because of that, to let gods who are on within the neutral zone contact the gods outside. Currently, only one god was in the neutral zone, the daughter of the primordial god himself. So when the primordial received a call from his daughter's number, he knew something must have gone wrong. But for the problem to be the gamer system. Not again. It was an unforeseen crisis. Primordial killed the last gamer with his own hands, but that had cost him a lot. The gamer system might not give the user an instant power boost, but the growth speed it had. It was unmatched in all of existence. A simple mortal could reach the peak of divinity in a matter of centuries, if not decades, with that power. That's why the last gamer was so arrogant, thinking he could take over the omniverse by force, that fool. Having experienced the wrath of that power already and knowing too well how bad it was on the hands of someone who hadn't lost his memories, more so someone with a past that should have earned him a spot in hell, Primordial decided to step inside the neutral zone himself. It would take a while for his status to enter that place, so he will send some other gods to help his daughter in the meantime, but once he reaches that place, everything will be calm again. Foolish mortals let power get into their heads faster than anyone, so any problem should be eradicated before it can rise. He just wished he would someday be able to stop this inter-omniverse reincarnation bullshit for real. 799 couldn't understand the situation, but he could at least infer that this wasn't favorable for him in any way. The good thing was, his ball-shaped soul was changing to form the shape of a human body, even as he ran from the room where the goddess was in. Initiating the game. The gamer's body has been added. The reconstruction of the soul has started. That was good, but the next message was better. Initiating the game. The gamer's mind has been added. The reconstruction of the host's mental condition has started. Missing memory components detected. Memories can be reconstructed. Would you like to regain your old memories? Y/N. That wasn't a question he expected, but it was a question he appreciated. He quickly clicked yes and felt an otherworldly power start to return his memories. As his memories returned, he realized why the goddess called his death interesting yet sad. He was pushed onto the water by someone. Pushed by his own mother, with the intention of killing him. What did I expect? As his memories returned, a part of him regretted clicking yes. This life, that life was too much for him to continue living in. He was glad he was dead, though not as glad to be killed by his own mother. By now his body was fully formed and he was running on 2 legs. He thanked his healthy and admittedly fit body that he had to maintain because of his work. Exactly then, he heard a yell from behind. Stay right there. He turned to find the goddess from before flying towards him, a fiery sword in her hand. 799 froze in his spot, unable to run as an outside force held him on his spot. The goddess closed distance in a matter of seconds and her sword descended over 799's head. Initiating the game. The game has been initiated. Due to the host restarting his life, a short time invincibility will start. A thin golden aura jumped out of his body and blocked the sword, stopping it dead in its tracks. The goddess immediately coughed as if she was hurt internally and fell to the ground. 799 was surprised, but he was relieved. It seemed this place was restricting the use of her power somehow. Phew. 9:57 minutes remaining. 10 minutes. That was when invincibility would run out, and 799 honestly wanted to escape before that. The goddess slowly got up from the ground, glaring at the golden aura around his body. Tisk, didn't think I would see that darn thing again. She said, as her beautiful face distorted, the white sclera of her eyes became black while her red lips became black too, her teeth sharpening as the inside of her mouth also went black. The next words she spoke were rippling. But this time it won't end like last time. This time, I will eradicate you fucking gamer before you can ever rise. She looks like a monster. I am starting to doubt if she's really a goddess or not. 799 thought, frowning before he shook his head. It didn't matter what she was, the only thing that mattered was that she wanted him dead and he wanted to escape. The goddess ran, trying to drive her sword through his chest, but it couldn't penetrate the golden aura around his body. 799 shook it off and looked around to find anything that could help him escape. That's when he noticed it, at the place of the fate roulette, a new much smaller wheel was there. He couldn't have deferred them if not for the much smaller size. 799 kicked the ground and was disappointed that he didn't get any type of power boost. The invincibility was just a sort of defense and immortality. It was kind of like what happens when a player dies in an FPS game and then respawns. Nevertheless, he ran towards the roulette while the goddess followed him, trying her best to attack. He soon reached close enough to see that this roulette indeed had the names of different fictional works, as he expected. Dragon Ball Z. Marvel Cinematic Universe. That time I got reincarnated as a sperm. Now certain that it indeed was the wheel that would decide his world, he imagined it rolling as it started to really spin. You. Huffed the goddess from beside him. I didn't want to do this, but more sacrifice is needed if I want to kill you. Turning back at her, 799 paled as her body shone brightly, her skin going hot red, looking like the surface of a sun as steam started to come out, while her hair rose in the air like fire. I am going to kill you. She swung her sword again, divine wrath of the fire goddess. This time, despite protecting him all the other times, the golden aura couldn't prevent the attack from phasing through as it cut 799 from his head to his crotch. He cried aloud, feeling a great pain as he fell to his knees, his eyes bloodshot while his body shook. But his body didn't divide into two. The weapon indeed passed through his body, cutting him like butter, but he was still whole. Fuck, that hurt. It hurt more than anything he should be able to endure, but he guessed it was Gamer's mind at work that kept him sane. 799 got up, trying to dodge an attack from the incredibly fast woman but failed. He felt pain again, but he was alive. He then noticed people, other gods, raining down from the sky via a hole in the cosmos-themed ceiling as dozens and then hundreds of gods started to gather in this place. The wheel of the world was spinning, still gaining speed, and only 745 minutes remained till the invincibility would last, yet 799 couldn't bear the pain. The pain naturally increased when the other gods joined, their attacks at first unable to pass through the golden aura before they used a technique similar to the goddess, allowing them to pass through the golden aura. But still, he didn't die, nor did he lose any limbs. It was painful, he was chained up and was being attacked from all sides, but he didn't die. But that only made it worse as he started to wish he was dead. Why was he going through this pain? Wasn't this just supposed to be a fun day at the yacht? He first died, killed by his own mother, then met a bitch goddess who had some kind of trauma with the gamer system so much so that she wants him dead. Fuck. Due to certain circumstances, the invincibility buff was bypassed. The system is ashamed and it apologizes. The problem has been fixed. 2 messages popped up in his retina and in the next second, all the pain disappeared. The chains holding him shattered and the weapons couldn't penetrate him anymore. No. Fuck no. The fire goddess yelled. It's getting more powerful. Why is father so late? This isn't playtime. As if being called by her, even as 799 got up and started running, the ceiling of this place broke to create a massive hole, revealing a huge red-skinned titan with horns as he glared down at the gods, searching for 799 before he finally found him. 799 heard some relieved gasps from the side, calling out the name, Primordial God, as he paled. Unfortunate gamer. The Primordial God said. Die. 799 was confused and scared as the Primordial God opened his mouth and fired a breath of red and black fire, which engulfed a few gods, along with 799, killing the gods instantly but 799 was fine. It felt painful, but it wasn't as painful as before. He was fine. Ha ha ha. He laughed, grinning as he ran. It worked. Whatever the system did, it worked. There was smoke and mist everywhere, released by the death of the gods from that beam, so 799 couldn't see the wheel of the world anymore. But before the attack, he noticed the wheel had slowed down a lot, and he could tell it could choose a world anytime. I see, the Primordial's voice came from above the smoke. Annoying, but I have no choice, the wheel is just about to end spinning, it will disappear once it's done too, so learning which world you ended up in will be hard. I have to finish you before that. Hearing the initial part of his words, 799 gained a bit of hope. But the latter part scared him. The Primordial clasped his hands in front of him, which were huge enough for 799 to see through the smoke, as the god spoke. Sacrificing part of my soul isn't my style, so be grateful to receive this attack that cost the soul of a Primordial. He said, but 799 wasn't that worried. Because he had invincibility. 10 minutes have passed. Invincibility has run out. 799 could only watch as the golden aura left his body and the Primordial God finished casting whatever he was doing. Q. The Primordial coughed blood like some cheap villain, as red light condensed on his clasped palm and then the light leapt towards 799's direction, coming and entering his body. That was painful, more painful than all the previous attacks combined, if that was even possible, but before the pain could escalate, a blue light shone from under where he was standing. The wheel of the world has chosen a world for you. Please have a good time in there. A loud monotone voice, not belonging to the system, spoke as everything started to go dark for 799 from the excruciating pain he was feeling. The last thing he saw was a few system messages, following. Ding. The Primordial God has sacrificed a part of his soul to cast the Primordial Curse. Ding. You have escaped from the wrath of gods and Primordial, an unimaginable feat. This action has attracted the attention of the Will of the Omniverse. You have received the buff, Will of the Omniverse blessing. Hope you have a good game. That was it before 799 lost himself. Chapter 3, Reincarnation, 3. Chapter 3. Title, Reincarnation, 3. 799 tried opening his eyes but ultimately failed. His eyelids were stuck as if they were glued shut. His world was now dark, so dark that 799 could not even see the silhouette of anything. 799 regained his consciousness a minute ago. Now, other than his sight, his other senses were fuzzy too. Without any way to open his eyes, he let his mind do its thinking. So, was that all a dream? Am I still asleep, or is this a coma? A dream. As this thought crossed his mind, he instantly got a flashback of pain. The pain of being cut, the pain of being stabbed, the pain of being hit by a thorny club, the pain of being burned by a fiery fist, and finally, the pain of being kicked in the balls. He recalled everything that happened in that outer space-like place as his imaginary body paled. That was not, no, it can't be a dream. A dream can never be that real. While expressing his grief, he also recalled that system message at last, just before he lost consciousness. That's right, the gamer system. There was indeed a way to prove that he wasn't dreaming. Although I am not sure if I can see the panel with closed eyes, let's try it. Status. Instantly, even with his eyes closed, words appeared in his retina like a hologram. 1/2. Status. Name, Strange Subject 799. Age, 0, 15. Class, the gamer. Title, not applicable. Level, 1. Race, human. HP, 5/5. MP, #/ STR, 2. End, 2. Dex, 2. Int, 15. Wis, 15. Cha, 1. Luke, 1. Health Regen, ENDX5, per min. Stat points, 0. So all of that was real. Phew, I survived. 799 thought with an increase in heartbeat rate. My luck is divine, huh? To think one day he will get his hands on the gamer system. It also looks like it registered my name as 799, since I got the system when I didn't have the entirety of my memories. But there was one problem. What's up with the mana stat? He stared at the mana stat for a few seconds before sighing internally. He decided to think about it later. Perhaps the second page has answers to that, however the first priority was his current state. Anyway, where is this place? I can feel my body, slightly. I can't move freely since this place is too narrow. I also can't see anything. I guess this feeling will gradually subside. He was right. After a while, his senses got clearer. Good to know I am not crippled permanently. But now. I feel some kind of liquid is surrounding me. It's warm here too. Dark, narrow, warm, and liquid surrounding the body. It could mean only one thing. Instantly, 799 yelped internally as he understood what was happening. Ah, I must be inside my mother's womb, right? And the body he was feeling was his new body. Phew. 799 sighed in relief. Not only did I somehow manage to escape from that hell. Now I am going to be reincarnated. As the thought of a new life invaded his mind, memories of his previous life passed by his mind like a movie. That push. He recalled that push on his back that threw him into the sea. Are they happy now that I am dead? He just sighed after spending a few minutes thinking. I wonder what this life's family is going to be like. I hope they are better than those bastards. Though truth be told, unless I spend a few decades with them, I don't think I can see anyone else as my parents. He chuckled internally. Even though I hate my family, even though they killed me, I can't swap them, well, not that easily at least. This was a second chance. The gamer system is just a bonus, the main perk is his rebirth. Let's take it easy in this life. It's partially my fault that led me to this ending, so let's be a little cautious for now. He decided, but another thought passed by his mind. Those gods. Of course, being cautious doesn't mean I won't kill those gods if I get the chance, even if it's a chance in which my life is at risk. The pain they gave me was too much. I am sure only Gamer's mind stopped me from going insane. Not only that, Gamer's mind was helping his mind to think rationally even in this unknown scenario, and when his brain wasn't entirely functional just yet. 799 continued thinking. I will enjoy this second life, unlike my first, I will actually try to live this time. Hiya, I am getting sentimental. 799 went silent for a few seconds to resolve his spirit. He wasn't a battle maniac, he wasn't a genius, nor was he a prodigy, but he will make sure to not waste the gamer system's potential. Speaking of worlds. I still don't know what world I am in. Well, I guess I need to wait until I am out of here. After another short silence, 799 tried to move his fingers and succeeded. This is pretty boring in here. Another few minutes passed as 799 didn't have anything left to think about. Let's just check the status again. Thinking this, he chanted status in his mind as the panel again formed in his retina. Nodding to himself, 799 thought, okay, so the base stat of a fetus is 1. So the extra stat point in STR, DEX, and END must be from the time I got stat from hearing God's voice and used my legs too much. Though it's strange why I didn't get any more stats even though I withstood so many of the God's attacks, is it because invulnerability got updated? Thinking that must be it, 799 then decided, let's see what's on the second page of the panel. After trying to figure out for a minute how to click that right arrow key in the 1/2 of buttons, 799 just commanded from his mind as the page changed on its own with an animation. 2 halves. Skills, 04, Bell Degree. Gamer's Body. Gamer's Mind. Curse of the Primordial. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing. The blessing, no, that's not where I should look. A frown appeared on his face as he looked at the curse. He was more interested in this than the other stuff. Thinking about what the curse was about, without wasting any time, 799 clicked on the curse skill as the panel instantly expanded. Curse of the Primordial. A curse planted by a primordial god by sacrificing a part of his divine soul. The victim of his curse will lose access to mana, divinity, and ether. He will also lose everything and die instantly. Effect, makes you a shackled being, only to die the next second. What the? 799 looked at the details when an internal frown. Is this bullshit? Then why am I not dead yet? Perhaps. His eyes fell on the blessing again. If my eyes are not lying, this should be an OP buff. Deciding to ask the system for an explanation, 799 clicked the name of the skill to expand the panel. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing. You, a mortal soul, have survived the fight against gods and primordial gods, even managing to escape from them at last. Surely, this feat is enough for the will of the Omniverse to take an interest in you. The Great Omniverse has taken an interest in you because of your luck and courage, and she has blessed you with a skill. Effect, you are immune to all the debuff and all kinds of negative effects. Ah, I see. 799 released a relieved sigh. All that work, only to gain nothing. Poor god. He laughed to himself, but after a while, another worry hit him. Then again, what's up with the mana stat? Coincidentally, he noticed the bell icon, bell degree, which was obviously the notification panel of the system, sitting on the right corner of the system panel. Perhaps this holds the answer to my question. Leisurely, he imagined clicking the notification bell as the panel changed, and millions and zillions of notifications filled his retina. Ding. Curse of the Primordial has used its take everything property. It is trying to damage the host's soul. Ding. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing has blocked the debuff. Ding. Curse of the Primordial has used its take everything property. It is trying to damage the host's soul. Ding. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing has blocked all the debuff. Ding. Curse of the Primordial has used its take everything property. It is trying to damage the host's soul. Ding. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing has blocked all the debuff. These messages were being spammed every second. With an imaginary sweat falling from his head, 799 sighed. The system must have considered them spam messages, so I was not seeing them. He was suddenly relieved and happy. This is good. I don't have to worry about the curse at all. Wait. What's that? Between the thousands of same messages, the contents of some messages caused 799 to freak out. He wasn't sure, so he mentally commanded for those particular messages to stay still in his retina. Ding. Curse of the Primordial has used its no mana property. Ding. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing is busy blocking the take everything property. Ding. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing has blocked 95% of the Curse of the Primordial, but failed to block the other 5%. Ding. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing has failed to block the no mana property. The host would now be affected by the curse. This was when 799's throat dried up. Ding. You are now unable to use mana, ether, and divinity. Huh. 799 exclaimed in pure shock and surprise. I can't use mana. Not at all. No, no. This is not how it should be. All the skills from the gamer system need even a tiny bit of MP. I didn't sign up for this. While being freaked out, he suddenly felt a push force pushing him towards a slimy hole. He realized what was happening. Maybe it's already time to be born, even though it hasn't even been 10 minutes. He sighed lightly. Phew, let's calm down first. I will think about it after I'm born. I don't want to injure myself while getting out. 10 minutes, he said. In reality, it's already been 9 months since he was inside his mother's womb. It's just that his brain was in its developing phase, thus messing up his sense of time. Soon light entered his eyes, making his body flinch as he was pushed outside through a tiny and slimy gap. Chapter 4, New Life, 1. Chapter 4. Title, New Life, 1. Suddenly, I felt a force pushing me towards a narrow gap. It was finally time to leave this womb. It's ironic how I died by a push and am getting reborn with a push too. Anyways, light finally invaded my new eyes as I finally felt air touch my wet skin. With a flash of light, I felt the world becoming broader as the image of the ever-so-familiar hospital O.T. entered my eyes. This room is familiar because I was, unfortunate enough to lay in this room 3 times in my previous life. Newborn babies aren't supposed to have this clear of a vision, must be a perk of gamer's body. It was easily believable. The heart rate monitor's beeping sound was not annoying to hear in my new ears as I felt 2 large hands lifting me. From the size of the hands, I was certain, all this isn't a hallucination. I am a baby now, born in a new world from a new mother. The two large hands raised me in the air as I faced the face of a man wearing an operation mask, and naturally, I assumed it was the doctor. The doctor's eyes were looking at me worryingly as I understood what I needed to do. Without thinking twice, I tried to use my vocals as a strange cry left my mouth. Why, This unfamiliar voice of a baby made me certain of my situation yet again as I barely managed to avoid a slap in the butt. Hearing my cry, the doctor who was holding me pulled down his mask and released a radiant smile. That's more like it. The language he spoke made me surprised and a little relieved. Japanese, huh? Luckily I know the basics because of a course I took. Though I don't understand complex words. Just then, I noticed the bed below me where a blue-haired woman was laying down while sweating heavily. The doctor leaned towards the bed and handed me to the woman. He said, "It's a healthy boy, Gara. He got his father's special silver hair." Gara. Seeing that he was calling her by the name, I can assume he is pretty close with her. Ah, is that so? Thank you, Kishimoto, the woman answered in a soft voice and raised her hand to take me from the doctor. I didn't feel pain at all thanks to your quirk, pain cancellation. The doctor chuckled hearing her. No need for thanks between friends, Gara. However, what piqued my interest was his talk about my hair. And most importantly, Quirk. This was proof that this was, well, that childish superhero world. What special silver hair? As I thought this, I also noticed the woman, my mother of this life, smiling blissfully as she accepted me in her hands. For a split second, she looked familiar. Blue hair and an oval face filled with curiosity. The woman had barely opened eyes, but she still managed a smile. She said, "My beautiful boy, what will your name be?" I ignored her attempts to talk to me since I was feeling tired and thought, according to the doctor, her name is Gara. I know a few fictional characters named Gara, but their appearance doesn't match with hers. A blue-haired woman named Gara. Doesn't ring a bell. Still, the woman said something about an ability, and based on the Japanese, I can assume this is an anime world. I ignored the thoughts for now and focused on my mother. She smiled softly and rubbed my nose with hers. Let's wait for you, father, your name should be a precious one after all. She continued. Maybe we should discuss it with your sister too. No, maybe that's not a good idea. My mother giggled saying this. While I was suddenly interested in this father and sister of mine, I felt the doctor's hands lifting me again. Gara, sorry but we need to clean him. I will take care of it, rest assured. The doctor said in a professional tone. You should also take a rest, you lost a lot of blood. My new mother just nodded lightly and closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep. General POV. After the nurses cleaned 799 nicely, they wrapped a towel around him. Now, the doctor from before was walking through the hallway with 799 in his arms, taking him to the chamber where his mother was moved. In the chamber, the woman named Gara had already regained her consciousness. Currently, she was chatting with a man with dark silver hair that was lightly reflecting light, as if made of real silver. Dear, are you feeling fine? The silver-haired man asked Gara as she nodded lightly. Aiko, I am fine. You should be worried about our baby instead, it's been a while since they took him. Gara answered in a weak voice. She was fine after taking some medicines, but her body was still weak. Don't worry, Kishimoto is there. He will take care of him. Aiko said as he grabbed Gara's hands. Gara smiled softly. You are right. As if waiting for this moment, someone opened the door and walked inside. It was the doctor. Oh, Aiko, you are already here. He said with a surprised voice while the baby in his hand stared at the mother with slightly wide eyes. Aiko got up and walked closer. Sorry about that, the company kept me busy so I was late. Thank you, Kishimoto. You spared your busy time to help us. He said with a grateful smile. I can't repay you with money only. So, can I take my baby? Aiko asked in a hurried tone. Kishimoto, the doctor, nodded. Of course. Hearing this, Aiko lifted his hands towards the baby, 799, with a smile on his face. Now come to Papa, my little beast. The doctor handed him the baby with a light chuckle. Aiko's smile widened as he stroked the few hairs in 799's head. Wow, you have my hair. Hair that is actually made out of silver. 799 finally understood what the doctor meant. As expected from a world with superpowers. I only hope such mutations don't have any backlash. Aiko went closer to Gara and sat on the bed. Gara, did you name him yet? Gara shook her head. I have been waiting for you. Aiko made a thinking pose. Then let me choose a beautiful name for him. How does Neji sound? Hearing him, Gara smiled. You are naming him after Neji? Of course, I am sure she will be happy. Nodding, Aiko then looked at the child in his arms who was staring at his face. Then your name will be Neji Hado. Neji, 799, POV. Neji isn't a bad name. But that doesn't interest me. What interests me is the last name. Hado. He also said the name Nejire. As I thought, I was right. Looking at the strangely familiar face of my mother, I released an internal sigh. My mother's name must be Gara Hado. She is a fair-skinned woman with wide, curious eyes. Her upper eyelashes are long and thick, and her eyes are a royal blue. Her blue hair is periwinkle, resting on the back of the bed. She looked like a carbon copy of one of U's big three, Nejire Hado, just a lot more mature. So she is most likely Nejire's biological mother, Gara Hado. So this is my Hero Academia world. A sigh escaped my lips. I was more concerned about my current world than my new family. I have mixed feelings about this. Still, since my gamer system has been nerfed, it's better to be in such a weak world. As I was thinking, my new parents hugged me tightly with tears in their eyes. "Aw, Nejire will be so happy to see you, Neji," my new mother said as I felt my eyelids going heavy. A new family, huh? I wonder how this will turn out. Chapter 5, New Life, 2. Chapter 5. Title, New Life, 2. The next time I woke up, it was dark. Luckily, it was not as dark as when I was in my mother's womb. I was laying inside a baby crib, or so I assumed from my viewpoint of the room I was in. I slightly turned my head to look around the room. Around me, there was a wardrobe, a huge bed, and a bedside table with a lamp on top of it. There were also shelves and planters close to the window. I could even locate some wall paintings. All this gave me a general idea of what my family state was in this world. I again tried looking around, searching for my parents, but I couldn't find anyone. So, I am alone here. The window of the room was blocked by a curtain so I couldn't tell if it was day or night. If it's night, then there is a possibility that they are sleeping. My sight can't reach the top of the bed, so maybe my parents really are sleeping. Anyway, this only means that I have some free time on my hands, that I don't want to waste crying and waking up my parents. I'd rather check the system and the curse. While ignoring the fact that I was having a hard time breathing in this baby's body, I chanted in my mind, status. Immediately, a blue half-transparent hologram appeared in my point of view. 1/2. Status. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 0, 15 years. Class, the gamer. Title, not applicable. Level, 1. Race, human. HP, 20/20ths. MP, #/ STR, 2. End, 2. Dex, 2. Int, 15. Wis, 15. Cha, 1. Luke, 1. Health regen equals ENDX5. Stat points, 0. I double-checked my status and nodded to myself. The only change I see is my name and my HP that was 5/5 before. It must have increased since I graduated from being a fetus. Guess that's that. There was also another thing, although I didn't give it much thought before, my luck stat is really low, huh? I was a bit confused. After all, I did survive the wrath of gods. I didn't give it much attention for now about that skill page. I then used my mind to command the page to turn. 2 halves. Skills, 04, Bell Degree. Gamer's Body, passive. Gamer's Mind, passive. Curse of the Primordial, passive. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing, passive. Everything is the same here too. I didn't get any gift or something in my sleep either. Without thinking twice, I clicked on The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing. Immediately, the page expanded as the information on the skill appeared in my retina. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing. You, a mortal soul, have survived the fight against gods and primordial gods, even managing to escape from them at last. Surely, this feat is enough for the will of the Omniverse to take an interest in you. The great Omniverse has taken an interest in you because of your luck and courage. She has blessed you with a skill. Effect, you are immune to all debuffs and all kinds of negative effects. It is also the same as before. And like I thought, it says something good about my luck. So, I can only assume I used all my life's luck to escape from there. Haha, fuck. An annoyed sigh escaped my baby lips. I just ignored this and checked the Curse of the Primordial. Didn't find any change there either. Then the final step, I clicked on the Bell Degree icon. Again, my vision was filled with zillions of spam alerts. It was pretty hard to distinguish any message, so I decided to try a command. System, hide all the spam messages. Immediately, all the messages that were considered spam disappeared, and I was introduced with a clean interface. I released a relieved breath. I guess this works. I again commanded, show me the message chain with the word, mana. Show only one of the chains if there are spams. Immediately, 4 messages appeared in my retina. Ding. Curse of the Primordial has used its no mana property. Ding. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing is busy blocking the take everything property. Ding. The Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing has blocked 95% of the Curse of the Primordial, but failed to block the other 5%. Ding. More specifically, the Great Will of the Omniverse Blessing has failed to block the no mana property. The host would now be affected by the curse. Ding. The host is now unable to use mana. So it's true. Fuck you, red bastard. Fuck you too, red-haired demon bitch. What's a gamer with mana? Fucking hell. No, this is not even about gamer anymore. As a teenager, who didn't want magical powers. This is personal. Unable to control my baby hormones, I almost cried, emphasis on almost, I don't cry. I am strong, okay, I might have cried a bit, but that's not important. Moving on. Wooah. Let's not cry over spilt milk anymore. Instead, let's see my other options first. To become strong fast, I need skills. Especially the ID creation skill. That's the easiest way to farm, yet, I don't think I can even activate the skill without mana. As far as I recall, most active skills needed mana to work. Without mana, my gamer system has lost 90% of its charm. Ugh, back to square one huh? Look, I am happy I got the system, a second chance, to begin with. But the fact that I lost something that I shouldn't have lost is what pisses me off, more so when that something is fucking magic that is every kid's fantasy. But in the end, the only thing a mere mortal like me could do was biting my lips. Alright, the good point. The gamer system is good even without mana. At least, it's still better than a system which only job is to increase your dick size. The bad point. I am well aware that I can build myself physically with stats and passive skills. But what can I do with physical strength alone in the long run? Let me explain. I recall reading a KR novel where the main character was manaless. Even without mana, he was physically the strongest. He won every fight, including the first half of the boss fight, but he couldn't completely beat the boss after the final boss used his astral form. Since normal punches couldn't hit ghosts, the MC was rendered useless and died in the end. Just like that, in the end, I am an ant in front of those intimidating pieces of shits with divinity. Yes, I believe I would need to fight the gods again. If I was concerned about surviving in the MHA world, I would be a fucking dumbass. All this is to blame the first gamer. He pissed the gods, now the gods are eradicating everyone who gets the gamer system. Considering that, I believe they would try to find me. It's surprising how they haven't found me yet, but I am sure they will find me eventually, maybe even this right day. When that happens, even becoming the strongest being physically possible in the whole damn multiverse wouldn't help me, or would it? Wait a second dash. Realization hit me. My memory was hazy, so I couldn't recall before, but isn't there some guy called Saitama? The protagonist of One Thrust, wait no, it was One Punch Man. Yeah, Saitama, I remember. That KR dude couldn't kill the final boss because he wasn't strong enough. Yeah, let's believe that. Could Saitama beat primordial gods? Since I am desperate, I will believe he could. Now, if there is even the tiniest chance that the gods won't find me in the next decade or two, which might even be wishful thinking, I think I could get strong. I giggled softly, accidentally biting my tongue. I can survive, most likely. If I get as strong as Saitama, I will survive. Though the chance of reaching that level in 2 decades sounds impossible. Alright, let's not cry over no mana anymore. Instead, while feeling a little salty in my tongue, I then decided to check the other things granted by the system. Let's gamble everything on the gamer system. After a while, as I calmed down I had this thought. Normally, I would have freaked out more badly, but it seems the gamer's mind helped me stay as calm as possible. I then looked at the status screen, while another thought surfaced in my mind. Does inventory still work with the curse on? Only one word to find out, inventory. Instantly, a half-transparent screen with many small squares appeared in my retina. What's that? What caught me by surprise was a small box, wrapped in a gift package. Could it be? I didn't think much and clicked on the gift package, only to come regretting it. What if it's the primordial god's scheme? What if this is a trap? But it was too late. I had already clicked the box with my mind's command. Ding. You have received the gift box of Unknown Gamer 69. Would you like to open it? Yes/no. Unknown Gamer 69. I didn't know who it was, but I had a guess. I took the risk and clicked yes. Soon, more notifications appeared in my retina. You have received Unknown Gamer 69's digital letter. A letter. Who is this fucker who put a letter inside a gift box? First, fuck you. Second, let's see. Ignoring the notification, I looked at the inventory, and now the gift box was gone and a letter in one of the squares. I clicked the box as it zoomed. Would you like to open the digital letter? Yes/no. I clicked yes as the letter opened itself with an animation. Soon, a blank letter appeared in front of me. Blank. Before I could decide on that, letters found themselves on the page. Yo, cursed man. Alright, I don't know who he is, but I hate him already. Yo, chill down, no hate between fellow gamers, that's an unwritten rule. More texts appears. It's like he is reading my mind, rather than me reading his letter. But fellow gamer, heh. You're that fucker. Fucking cunt. Yep, I'm the dude that red-skinned bastard killed before, the first gamer. And yeah, I have, more like had, a skill named Future Sight. I am talking with you using that. Any more questions? Yes. What do you want? Why is your letter in my inventory? Well, that inventory is yours now, but it was mine a long time ago. I just put that letter there before my death, to let you know something. The gods are after you, they are looking for you and they will find you, killing your beloved and ruining your life. Okay. That much was clear from the start, but hearing it so bluntly still hurts a little. Yeah, I am a straightforward person. Somehow I don't buy that. Hey, come on, I am letting you know about such important news, at least be grateful. I mean, I already knew about this, I don't see a point in being grateful for that. More texts appear on the page. Phew, you are a hard one, kid. But anyway, what if I rather give you the exact date of when they attack you and fuck you bad? When? Haha, funny kid. Fuck, just say it. Yes, I know. Exactly 30 years from now, they will attack your current world. Prepare for it, you may or may not survive. Well. I can work with that. 30 years, not that long to prepare for gods, but if they are as weakened as they were in the neutral zone, then I think I might find a way against them. 30 years is a good enough time. Okay, now the final question, what's the catch? Why are you helping me? Ah, you're no fun. Okay, don't give me that look, I will go straight to it. So basically, it's a long story dash, just say it, cunt. I want you to kill that red-skinned bastard, and our *PE that red-haired bitch. And why would I do that? Rape. Blackmail is another thing, I have experience with that, but our *PE. Nah, man. I am a fellow gamer, someone who gave you a heads up of your upcoming doom and you can't do this much. Well, that god guy is strong, if I must, I would rather flee from world to world than fight him, truth be told. Sigh, alright, I am gonna be honest, I have no way to negotiate other than using the excuse that they treated you like shit too, I just hate those pair of father and daughter so much, fucking pigs. Don't tell me you don't feel the same. Are you fucking Deku who would forgive them even though they hurt you, super rough? Even though, 30 years later, they would come knocking on your doors again with the intention to kill you and your loved ones. I don't want that. I don't know what you mean by loved ones since I don't even think I would come to love many people in this life, but the few I do, I would surely get attached. There are some people I really want to get close to in My Hero Academia. But if I have to have death battles with gods along with them, I don't see a future where they don't die. You have a point, basically you are saying since they would come looking for me, to kill me, I should kill them too. It's convincing, I am up for a fight. But I still won't rape. Never. Call me a snowflake. I don't care. Seriously. You are hesitating if you should rape the bitch who tried to kill you or not. Well, a gamer with morals isn't really the best thing, but you do you, meh. I am not hesitating, I am just saying what is on my mind. I hate that woman too, she is the one to call those gods on me, after all. And her fiery slashes hurt a lot. But I have promised a person special to me that I would never rape, not even if my life is on the line. Interesting, who was it that you, oh, oops. Almost got personal, haha. The text stopped appearing for a second before continuing. Well, that's a bummer. Anyway, now, even though I just said I have nothing to give you, here is something. I had a few unused stat points, and since I can't give you my other stats, trust me, I would if I could, just take these. Ding. You have acquired 10 stat points from Unknown Gamer 69, the Demon King of Light and Darkness. Okay. A nice title, and the chunny part makes it better. You're cool, thanks for the gift, and I change what I said, I like you. Ah, so cute. Since I like you too, here is another piece of information. Your luck stat might buy you more time against them if you have enough points in luck, like decades of time, don't underestimate it. Oh, and your quirk, that's something dash. The text stopped appearing suddenly. Cough, this red bastard. The text stopped again. Is he messaging from the time he was fighting that god? Ahem, sorry about that, looks like time is up. Make sure to kill that bitch even if you don't or *PE her. Bye, Neji. And with that, the hologram letter got shredded to pieces. What a guy. Fucker first fucked up bad, then tied me to this fuckfest, then even asked me to rape people, but at the end he showed me a path towards freedom. Let's get strong. And just like that, 3 years passed by. Chapter 6, Quirk, 1. Chapter 6. Title, Quirk, 1. 3 years later. Inside a grand room filled with toys, a silver-haired cute boy wearing pajamas was sleeping on the bed while hugging a body-sized teddy bear. With sunlight shining on his face, his eyelids trembled while his body twisted as he released a yawn. It's morning already. The boy spoke in a weird Japanese tone, as he released the teddy bear from his hug and rubbed his eyelids. Of course, it was 799, or now known as Neji Hado. Neji then looked at the digital clock on the wall, which showed the time, 7:09. I'm up early today. He mumbled, as he sat up while scratching his stomach. He wasted 2 minutes sitting on the edge of the bed, as his sleepiness faded away gradually. After that, he got up and walked towards the bathroom. As he grabbed the bathroom door's handle, the door opened from the other side, making him step back in surprise. Creak. The door opened as a little girl wearing ash-colored sleepwear pajamas came out of it. She had periwinkle hair reaching her waist along with an oval face. Her eyes shone while the silver-haired boy looked at her weirdly. Oh, Neji, you are up too. She grabbed Neji's shoulders and shook him lightly. Did you have a good night's sleep? Are you still sleepy? She asked in a voice filled with curiosity as the little boy stared at her face silently. Why are you silent, Neji? Are you feeling sick? Neji Hado, Tier 1, Human. This message was floating above her head, something exclusive to Neji himself. Observe, passive, LVL 7. Effect, provides information on the target. When the level is high enough, more options will be unlocked. Something that surprised him, a passive observe skill. This made Neji realize that his gamer system wasn't the OG one, it was rather inspired by different fanfictions too. He did remember quite some fics that used a passive observe skill. Anyway, this is the cheerful Neji Hado. My big sister. The first time I met her, I was completely convinced which world this was. Neji sighed. He then said, what are you doing in my bathroom, Wani-chan? Neji was still not used to the Japanese culture of using honorifics after names, so he felt cringed out. Though it mattered little in the long run. Neji shrugged as she let go of his shoulders. So you can talk. I just like it here, though. She then gasped the next second. Could it be, you want to cast your Nachan out? In her response Neji shook his head and just walked past her while mumbling, isn't your school supposed to begin in less than an hour? Get out and prepare quickly. While suppressing her giggle, Neji hummed. Okay, but I will be back soon, and then we will play all day. Bye, Neji. She then walked away in quick steps. Meanwhile, Neji stared at her back. My existence didn't change much of her personality, that's a good thing, I guess. Neji thought and walked inside the bathroom and started brushing his teeth while still thinking about Neji. She is 5 years old now, but she still hasn't unlocked her quirk yet. Makes me wonder if is this an AU. If that was the case, things might be fucked up. The good thing is, she doesn't seem to worry much about this. Neji worried little about this. Both his parents are rich, with his mom being a famous fashion designer because of her quirk and his father being a rich corporate owner. His mother, Gara's quirk is called Turn, she can make any object spin in a corkscrew or wave motion. Because of this, she took up sewing as her career. She can control up to 10 needles at a time, allowing her to create designs that shouldn't be possible by a normal human. With this, she naturally became one of the top fashion designers in Japan and even the entire world. Neji even guessed Gara also made Canon Neji's hero costume. And his father, Aiko Hado's quirk is called Energy. Whenever he is connected to an electrical source, he can create power surges and even release them from his body. He can control the amount of energy, he just has to be touching something like a light or a computer for it to work. Using this, he became a famous engineer, and he even owns a big tech company with branches all over the world. So in the end, even if this is an A.U, and Neji doesn't get her quirk, she could live a peaceful life. My new parents are also good enough to not push their preferences on me or Neji. It was truly a blessing, at least to Neji, who didn't have good luck with his previous life's parents. Anyway, enough with these useless thoughts. Neji said internally as he washed his face with water. He walked closer to the towel hanging and wiped his face. Let's talk about my progress. Status. Mumbling under his breath, he watched as a half-transparent page appeared in front of his retina. 1/2. Status. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 3. Class, the gamer. Title, not applicable. Level, 6. Race, human. HP, 150/150. MP, #/#. STR, 10. End, 15. Dex, 10. Int, 20. Wis, 20. Cha, 11. Luke, 16. Health regen equals ENDX5. Stat points, 11. These 3 years, after crawling hard and doing other stuff, Neji was able to gain 3 points in all street, DEX, and END. He also got to level up 5 times. This might seem pathetic for 3 years, but leveling up is a lot harder in this system than the one in the manhwa. There are some differences between these two systems, it seems. Anyway, the 5 levels granted him 5 points in all stats and 25 free stat points. He spent 10 points in luck and 14 in STR plus DEX plus END and kept 11 points for emergency use. 10 points from Unknown Gamer 69's gift. Luck is the most important stat for me. It doesn't matter if I reach 1000 points in street, if the gods find me, I am dead. Unknown Gamer 69 said it can buy me time, thanks dude. So I would rather put most in luck and hope for a miracle. That's the plan. However, he also has to worry about the dangers in this world, so he was also spending points where he should. Being rich, there were guards with strong quirks guarding this mansion he's living in, but nobody knew when a disaster might strike. So Neji was being as cautious as he could. Other than that, I got 3 more active skills. Fast crawl, level, % faster. Fast walk, level, % faster. Fast run, level, % faster. Now, the OG gamer didn't have these skills, so I assume I got these skills since I had to relearn these things. But the thing is, I can't use any of these skills without mana. Yes, his life has been easy, but his mental health has been worsening because of this shit. He couldn't use any active skills without mana. Neji looked at his reflection, he could see his face, contorted in a deep frown. It's crazy. I assumed physical skills would be consuming my stamina and let me use the skills, but who knew it also needs mana? Phew. He sighed suddenly. No good in getting heated up. Anyway, I also have a new passive skill. Neji thought as he mumbled, skill page, physical resistance. Immediately another hologram appeared in his retina. Physical endurance, level 3. The body's durability increases, allowing for less damage taken. Effect, 3% less damage is taken from physical sufferings. It's quite good, to be honest. I gained this when I was trying to learn to walk and kept falling on my face. Neji thought, standing in front of the mirror inside the bathroom. This skill doesn't need any mana since it's passive. And that's my plan, to build myself passively. That way, he can surely surpass even All Might, and ensure his own safety. His current motto was this, survive at all cost, and until he gets a substitute for mana, he will keep building himself passively. After that, Neji changed his clothes and wore a white t-shirt with SpongeBob printed on the front and khaki sweatpants. He then went to the drawing room of the mansion, where his family was gathered at the dining table. Oh, Neji is finally here. The voice of a mature woman entered his ears as he looked forward. Gara Hado, Tier 2, Human. Neji stared at the message above her head for a second before shifting his gaze to meet her eyes. The other something different about this observe a skill was the tier system, something it used instead of levels. While Neji was Tier 1, his mom was Tier 2, his dad was Tier 3 even. This was enough proof that his father's quirk was decently powerful when he is close to a source of electricity. Now, that's a pretty good thing. Neji felt safe around him. The only problem with the tier system was, Neji couldn't compare himself with others. His power system was levels while everyone around him had the tier power system. It was annoying, to say the least. His mother, Gara, got up from her seat and walked closer, hugged him and rubbed her cheeks with his chibi ones. Neji enjoyed this type of treatment, mostly because he didn't get them in his past life. Baby, did you have a good night's sleep? Gara asked as she withdrew her face and stared at his eyes. Neji's face immediately gained a childlike smile on it as he burst out, I did, I also had a fun dream. In that dream, Wani-chan, you, Daddy and me went to the beach. It was very fun. Neji replied in joy. Of course, only to make it seem he was still a child. Not only did he not have such a dream, but it also seemed he was incapable of dreaming because of the gamer's mind. Gara then stood up with him in her arms. Oh, you like the beach? We will go there once you grow up, all right. She kissed Neji on the forehead and went to an empty chair. She placed him on that chair as she also went and sat on another. Meanwhile, Neji looked at the food in front of him. It's been a while since he stopped eating baby food, so he was looking forward to his meal every day. It was then that Aiko clasped his hands together and said, "Okay, since Neji is here too, let's start eating everyone." Hearing him, Neji cheered, "Yes, yes. Let's eat. Hey Neji, have some meat." Neji accepted her offer as Neji then went back to eating. However, just as Neji took a bite of the meat from her chopsticks, something happened. Whoosh! A golden aura jumped out of Neji's body as a golden light shone from her palm, which was directed towards her face. Wait! Neji immediately shot up in his chair and jumped up at the table. He grabbed her palm and pointed it towards the ceiling. Immediately, a golden spiral wave left Neji's palm and rushed towards the ceiling. Boom! The wave hit the enormous chandelier above them as the mansion shook slightly. Immediately, Aiko jumped from his seat and pulled both siblings closer to him. Then the big light chandelier trembled in the ceiling and dropped where the two siblings were standing. Zhhng boom. It dropped, and the shattered glass spread throughout the room, making Gara gasp in fright. Neji stared at the chair that was riddled with shattered glass while he noticed the tremble from his side. He looked and found Neji's eyes watery. Weya. With a shout, Neji then started crying. Neji sighed. Phew, that's her. Quirk, alright. So strong even though she just awakened it. The next second, midway in her cry, Neji's eyelids dropped as she lost her consciousness, seemingly exhausted. Trying to keep his baby facade, Neji also broke out crying. Neji POV. Title, Fearless. Effect, 10% attack boost when being brave. I got a title out of my recklessness. So not a complete loss. My body moved on its own when I saw her hand shine. It was clear she was about to use her quirk subconsciously, and it would have surely seriously injured her if her face was hit by it directly. But seriously, I shouldn't have done that. If not for Aiko, I would have lost many HP and might have even died. Anyway. After that incident, Aiko called Neji's school and let them know that she won't be there today. After that, he brought us to a hospital and currently, we were inside her cabin, waiting for Neji to wake up. My head was on my mother's chest, hugging her tightly while my body was trembling. Of course, I wasn't scared or anything since I have gamer's mind. But since I am a child, after surviving such an incident, I should be too scared to separate from my mother. So I chose the best option and kept hugging Gara while burying my face in her soft chest. Neji was sleeping peacefully on the bed, and my parents were standing on the side, talking with a female doctor. Aiko, it's nothing to worry about. It seems she unlocked her quirk. She is just a late bloomer. The female doctor said to my father, who was worrying excessively. The doctor had red hair tied to a ponytail, with two bangs hanging from both sides of her forehead. She had a slim body with a nicely developed chest and sweet cherry lips. She is the wife of the doctor who was there at my birth. Her name is Jasmine, I think. I have met her before when I visited their house once. The doc continued, though it seems her quirk is not like any of you two, it's a mutation. We can only see what it is about after she wakes up with my quirk. Oh yes, she also has an interesting quirk. I mumbled internally. While the doc finished talking with her arm crossed in front of her chest, I heard a yawn coming from Neji's side as I looked back. Mom, Dad, Neji. Her call caused everyone to turn her way as my father was the first one to run toward her. He went close and hugged her tightly. Oh, my Neji. Aiko said as he hugged her tighter. Meanwhile, hey, Dad, you are strangling me, Neji said in a weak voice, causing Aiko to jump back and smile awkwardly. This guy. I guess it's true that mothers love their sons more and fathers love their daughters more. Good for me, I guess. I don't want a dude hugging me at each meeting. The female doctor then walked closer to Neji and patted Aiko's back, causing him to back off. She then sat on the bed beside Neji and rubbed her cheeks. Neji, baby, are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? Neji slowly shook her head. She looked cute like that. The female doc then smiled. Alright, then look at Auntie's eyes. I will see if there is anything wrong with you, yeah. Neji nodded as she stared at the doc's blood-red eyes with her blue pupils. Slowly, the doc's red eyes shined golden for a second but they returned to normal immediately. She then stood up from her seat and looked at Aiko, Gara, and me, her gaze becoming soft looking at my scared complexion. She's fine. It really is a quirk awakening, and as I said earlier, it's a mutation. She said, piquing my interest. I knew Neji's quirk, in canon, it was called wave motion or surge, but I don't know its details. The doctor continued. Her quirk lets her turn her stamina into energy and release it from her hands and feet in the form of spiral shock waves. The reason she lost her consciousness is that she used all her stamina in her awakening. It just so happened that the food she took had enough energy to make her burst out. She explained as I recalled the name of the doctor's quirk, quirk analysis. But that didn't interest me at all. What interested me was a quirk that turns stamina into energy. Energy. Energy can be anything: electricity, plasma, nuclear energy, and mana, divinity, chakra, chi, anything. What was this? A chance given by fate itself. If I unlock the same quirk, then I can surely produce energy that can be used for a substitution of mana and let me bypass this curse. Yes, there was a chance that it won't allow such a thing as it is now, but with the gamer system, every skill can evolve, so shouldn't quirk be evolvable too? In that case, after awakening and evolving my quirk, I should surely be able to replicate mana. My excitement reached its peak end. I assumed only gamer's mind stopped me from forming an ear-to-ear grin. I just need to wait for a year or two and see if I get this quirk or not. But even if I don't, I would study hard to become a scientist to experiment on someone with a similar quirk. Many quirks have similar properties, and since I don't want to experiment on my sister, I just have to find someone else entirely. Yes, this might not be the most heroic thing to do, but a few sacrifices aren't worth remembering if it helps me. So, it's only a matter of time. Chapter 7, Quirk 2. Chapter 7. Title, Quirk 2. Luck plays a role. You've encountered something lucky. System has been updated. Waking up in the morning, the strange system message wasn't the first thing I thought I would see. It's been more than a year since Neji had unlocked her quirk, and I have become 4 years old for a few months now. I was expecting my quirk to awaken soon too, well, if I even had one. Other than that, I have leveled up only once, again proving how hard it is to level up in this system. As a reward, I got a free point in all my stats and 5 stat points for use. Anyway, I should see what this update is about. As the thought crossed my mind, I chanted, status. Soon a blue hologram window appeared in my retina. 1/3. Status. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 4. Class, the gamer. Title, fearless. Level, 7. Race, human. HP, 160/160. SP, 110/110. MP, #/ Dex, 11. STR, 11. End, 16. Int, 21. Wis, 21. Cha, 13. Luke, 21. Health regen equals ENDX5. Stamina regen equals DEXX5. Stat points, 12. Question mark. I was confused, surprised, even hopeful all of a sudden. Other than the luck stat where I dumped 4 more points after leveling up, the most visible change is the new SP stat and the appearance of a third page. Could it be? I could already imagine what happened, so I was a bit excited and nervous. I didn't waste my time anymore and clicked 2 times on the greater than sign button as the pages changed themselves and I found myself on a page completely new to me. 3/3. Quirks. In this world, quirks are genetic changes in a living being's body. They grant abilities that are unattainable by any normal means. This page shows each quirk the host possesses. Unnamed, LVL1, this quirk grants host the ability to convert their own vitality into energy and release it in the form of exceptionally powerful spiral shockwaves. So this is all about, as I suspected, system updated because of the appearance of my fucking quirk. A quirk. I wasn't quirkless. I don't need to study science, fuck science, yay. Anyway, an unnamed quirk. Of course, nobody named it. But from the description, it's not hard to identify, it's the same quirk as Neji. In this hero society, siblings having the same quirks aren't that rare, but they aren't common either. Another notification appeared in front of me. Would you like to name your quirk? Y/N. Of course, I can change it. What kind of broken game would it be if I couldn't? I clicked yes, then a rename pad appeared in front of my face. Please enter your desired name, ________. Seeing this I was lost for a bit. Neji's quirk is called Surge in this world, so should I have mine as wave motion? Or should I keep it the same as her, like a match? Keeping it as a match seems interesting. I didn't have a sibling in my past life, and if I am being frank, I quite enjoy her presence. From the time I jumped forward to protect her, it's pretty clear I like her as a sibling too. And even though her personality is a tad bit annoying, I do see her as my sister, more than I see my new parents as my parents. Anyway, then it's decided. I would keep the quirk's name as Surge, matching it to my cute sister. It would be interesting to see her reaction to it. Neji was childishly happy. He might have lived 19, 15 plus 4 years mentally, but he is still a 15-year-old teenager in his mind. Until he lived past that age in this life, his mentality won't change. Or maybe it's a feature of the gamer's mind. Neji didn't have any way to know. Being just a teenager, his wariness up until now is admirable, while to some it may be scoffable. It depends on the perspective. Neji liked his new family not only because they treated him nicely, but also because he could treat them the same way without faking it. After naming the quirk as Surge, the first thing Neji did was to find and run towards his mother and jump in her embrace. "Mommy, I just unlocked my quirk," he said excitedly. The older woman didn't seem to catch on to it instantly, and even assumed he might have mistaken something. But as Neji pointed his hands, his palms, towards the open window, 2 spiral waves left his hands, rushing towards the sky. The older woman finally understood, he wasn't bluffing. More so, it was the same as his sister's quirk. How interesting is that? Neji Hado felt a blissful feeling surging through her body at that moment. She crouched down and hugged her son tightly. Tears of happiness forming in the corner of her royal blue eyes. "My HP is 10x my END, while my SP is 10x my DEX. It was a little different from the original gamer, Han Ji-han, but Neji cared little about it. Now, I wonder, since I have an SP stat, will my physical skills use SP instead of MP? Standing in the front yard of the Hado mansion, the Hado family's little prince, Neji, was staring at the status screen in the air. Meanwhile, young master, you are staring at the air again. Naya. A feminine voice caused Neji to frown as he looked back. It was a maid, his maid, looking at him with worry-filled eyes. Light brown hair, an attractive face that would put any model to shame, with 2 whisker-like tattoos on both sides, and a body that was easily identified as well-built even with the maid attire on. But the most luring part about her was her fluffy, soft, and spiky, cat-like ears. She was a mutant type. A real cat girl. Image here. She's the always gloomy maid, Kimi Sugihara, Kimi being her first name. The first and last names have stopped being confusing to Neji already. He was also getting used to the use of honorifics, so his days were fun. He then turned towards Kimi and asked, "Hey, Kimi Nei-san, you are strong, right?" The maid flinched hearing the childish question of the little boy. She just scratched the back of her head, giving an awkward vibe. "Well, I worked as a hero, so I am fairly strong. I think." Her tone was filled with hesitation, her words were gibberish. It didn't take Neji to be smart to know, she was not believing her own words. Neji looked at her, as she lowered her head, he could tell he wasn't the reason for such a reaction. Apparently, she was a hero who failed to protect her own sidekick along with a schoolgirl, against a villain. She barely survived, and quit heroism after that. She now has hemophobia, fear of blood, but my family still hired her as my and Neji's personal maid, or bodyguard, in reality, since she was one of the rare people with a strong quirk, but still willing to work on jobs other than being a pro-hero. Initially, Neji wondered, what would she do in a serious situation? Won't she just crumble down in front of blood? So isn't she basically useless then? Well, when Neji once asked her the exact question, she had a deep scowl on her face, looking as if her pride was hurt. She showed him why that message was floating above her head. Kimi Sugihara, Tier 4, Cat Human. Tier 4, the first Tier 4 he met. From what he knew, Kimi was ranked 13th hero before retiring at the age of 20, now she is 22. So Neji assumed most heroes around the top 10 were Tier 4. Of course, he might be wrong, as Kimi has a physical type quirk, Super Cat, which might have boosted her above others. After all, against a guy who shoots out grapes from his head, a person with a physical type quirk would stand out more, even if they share a similar rank. Using her quirk, Kimi can move very fast. So fast that a single drop of blood won't be splattered before she finishes her job, or so she claims. Neji looked at her with his eyes, focusing on the passive observe. As a new page appeared in front of him. Kimi Sugihara, Tier 4, Cat Human. Quirk, Super Cat. Her quirk grants her the ability to do what a cat can do. She can fall from a sky-high building but still land on her legs. Besides that, she also has super hearing, super reflexes, super speed, and many more. During her transformation, all these base stats get boosted. This is the only information the observer showed, despite being level 13. Whenever Neji commanded the system to show someone stats, it replied with, only the host can live his life like a game character, others' bodies aren't the same, so they can't be graded with stats, the main reason why everyone else other than the host has tier system. It was an annoying restriction, but it made sense. He was the only gamer while others were normal people, so it's no wonder they couldn't be divided into stats like a game character. Nei-san, Neji suddenly called out innocently. As Kimi raised her head, Neji continued while feigning ignorance. Did I say something wrong? Kimi, with a panicked expression, shook her head excessively. No, of course not. I was just thinking of the past. Neji then continued with his act. Hey, then can I hit you? Yeah. Neji, why do you want to hit me? She asked back, somewhat confused. Training purposes. Kimmy was baffled, but she felt she should listen to remove this awkward silence. He probably won't even notice, he is a kid after all. Kimmy then thought of his offer. Unlike Neji's spiral wave is pretty weak, it won't hurt her. I won't use my quirk, rather, I want to test my strength. Neji interrupted her thoughts, as Kimmy scratched her head. Alright, but go easy. You might hurt yourself, I might get hurt. Kimmy corrected herself, to keep the young master maintain his dignity. Neji just sighed and shook his head internally. This woman tried too much. He then walked closer to her and balled up his fist, he was trying to use something. He then suddenly punched forward. Whoosh. Thud. His hands moved as he punched Kimmy's stomach. To add spice, Kimmy fell on her butt and curled up her body. So much pain. She was trying her hardest to satisfy the kid, to make him laugh, but what he did next irritated her. He just sighed and again looked at the air. Sigh. It didn't work. Just now, Neji had tried using a skill he got recently from constantly punching his toys and the wall to get some stats, strong punch. Although he didn't get the stats, he did get this new skill. Unfortunately, it was an active skill, meaning he needed mana so he could have never used it. Well, not until he got his quirk at least. Or so he presumed. He reckoned his quirk would allow him to use the energy he makes to replace mana, but it didn't work, yet. He then suspected, his new SP bar would allow him to use the active skills that required mana before, since physical skills equals stamina cost. But no. It didn't work. The SP bar was only consumed when he used his quirk, and also when he exhausted himself. Why the dash? In the end, he just sighed. What was the meaning of getting agitated, wouldn't it just rather suck his SP dry? He then looked back at Kimmy with a slightly frustrated expression. Nei-san, it's time to bring Neji from school, isn't it? Why don't you go? I am eager to show her my quirk. As Neji said this, the maid with bad acting got up and walked away after a curtsy once. She is both of their personal bodyguards, so she needs to go there to pick Neji up. Neji then sighed again, looking at the sky where the sun was shining brightly. My homeschooling starts from next week, fuck. His parents proposed he should attend a normal preschool, but he refused. He could bear Neji's childishness because he liked her, but if he is with other kids, he doesn't know how long his good boy act will last, as he will most likely snap. Other than that, Neji felt irritated with the thought of studying again, but considering his future occupation most likely being heroism, he should prepare himself, so he would rather choose homeschool. Chapter 8, 3 Years Later, 1. Chapter 8. Title, 3 Years Later, 1. The periwinkle-haired mature woman, Gara, was sipping tea, a drink she liked more than coffee, unlike her soulmate. With a book on her lap, she was smiling and looking at the floor where her 2 children were playing. Neji and Neji. Her 6-year-old daughter and 4-year-old son, who unlocked his quirk this morning, the reason she didn't go to her work today. Such an achievement was too important for her to care about her work, and besides, it didn't matter much with her subordinates working on the projects already. She stared ahead as Neji pointed her finger towards the outside, Neji's gaze following soon after. Neji, where is your quirk? Come on, show me. Her energetic daughter asked excitedly, as her son nodded and pointed his hands towards the open window in the distance. Normally, other parents would stop their children from using their quirks inside their house, but Gara didn't mind as long as her children were happy, not that a little damage even mattered. Looking as 2 golden spiral waves left Neji's hands, going forward and out of the window, she whistled in awe, impressed. She didn't expect her son to have such accuracy. Oh. It really is my quirk. Neji blurted out, bringing the little boy in a hug. I heard you named it Surge, just like mine. Did you deliberately match it with your sister? Oh Neji, you are so cute. A soft giggle left Gara's lips seeing her daughter rub her cheeks against Neji, as she waited for Neji's reaction. This little guy is cute, just like Neji said, and all his reactions were cute too. Of course, Neji said, hugging her back. The world's cutest sister deserves the most love, so I wanted to show my love by doing this. Do you like it? While Gara listened to her son's words amusingly, Neji pulled her face backwards, looking at his face with glittering eyes. I like it very much, Otudo. Neji then leaned forward to his face before surprising Gara by starting to kiss him on his left cheek, then going for his right. But just as she brought her face closer to his lips, a finger came in between their 2 lips. Aha, nope, Gara said, her finger stopping their lips from touching. No kissing on the lips, kids. It's bad. Immediately, Neji released the hug and looked at Gara, confused, her head tilting. But you and Daddy do that all the time. Gara flinched hearing this. She then somehow managed to release a fake cough. Ahem, it's normal for couples to kiss on the lips. You 2 are siblings, so you can't do that. A few seconds later, while Neji nodded reluctantly, Neji shrugged. Of course, incest is bad. Who would have thought? Neji sighed under his breath as he recalled an incident from his past life. Not me, since losing my virginity to my 16-year-old cousin at the age of 9 apparently messed with my mind. If not for the internet, he might have always believed it's normal to have such relationships with family members. Luckily he didn't have any trauma, at least not one he was aware of. Either way, Mom is right. I am not desperate for Neji to share a romantic relationship with me, I am fine as things are. Though, if she really wants, I won't refuse. She is cute after all. Anyway, Mommy, I am sleepy. With his stamina bar resting at 10 out of 110, Neji could only yawn as Gara got up from her seat and picked him up in her embrace, kissing him on the forehead. Of course baby, your Quirk should have the same weakness as Neji, the stamina exhaustion. In fact, I am surprised you haven't gone unconscious after using the shockwave for more than 10 times already. Neji nodded. It takes 10 SP each time he releases a wave, and the power can be boosted by pouring more stamina into it. Neji went unconscious because her childish mind couldn't control the output. By Neji, wake up early, we will play. Neji waved her hands as Gara left through the door. Gara then brought Neji to his room, placing him in the bed and closing the door. After she left, Neji stared at the ceiling, thinking, theoretically, I should be able to replicate mana, or at least something similar, chi maybe. After leveling up and evolving my Quirk. So my main focus would be to boost my DEX for SP boost. STR and END should also be my worry, but for now, let's focus on LUC and DEX. He decided what is needed to do. Most importantly though, I should get strong enough to survive inside a dungeon so that I can use the dungeon traversal skill already. His current leveling up speed was too slow, but it's a given considering he didn't do many special things to level up, just doing certain workouts and completing small quests like. Hey, Neji, don't sleep yet, I brought milk. Gara's voice interrupted Neji from his thoughts as she walked inside the room and handed him a glass of fresh milk. Like this quest. Ding. A new quest has been generated. Quest, drink milk. Details, your mother wants you to drink milk. Drink it and be a good boy. Reward, 20 EXP. Penalty, none. Y/N. This is a daily quest, so he gets more or less 100 EXP every day from doing whatever quest is thrown at him, one of his only way to level up these days. Neji nodded and poured the milk down his throat immediately, making Gara smile. Gara patted his head. Good boy, now go to sleep. With an internal shake of the head, Neji nodded and jumped on the bed. And as Gara left the room, turning off the lights, finally, Neji yawned as sleep slowly took over him. A few days later. Apparently, the update wasn't only about my Quirk alone, because I am sure something like this wasn't here before. Looking at the giant tree split at two while an ominous purple light was coming out of it, I realized my life wasn't supposed to end at the hands of gods. Dungeon number 699, Skeleton Dungeon. It was a fucking dungeon. A place to grind. Most importantly, a real dungeon in the middle of the school park. No, wait, why is everyone acting like they can't see it? It's exclusive to me, huh? I quickly opened my map and noticed something unusual. Those weren't there before, or were they? I actually have no idea, I don't check my map every now and then, I only check the minimap in the corner of my eyes, only rarely opening it fully. Wait. I remember, there wasn't something like this before. On the map, there were thousands of key symbols, skeleton key, spread throughout Japan. Outside Japan, the area is grayed out, I most likely need to visit those countries to unlock those areas, so I don't know if there are key symbols there too. As for what those symbols were, it's pretty easy to guess those were dungeons. I don't have mana, so I have no way to unlock ID creation skill, so I assumed I would have to level up by normal means all my life. But this is good, I can work with it. I remember reading some fix on FF.net that uses this worldwide dungeon system, it seems my system is inspired by that. Thank God, no, wait. Fuck God. System, Game Master, Gaia, thank you. And, no response. Fuck. My system isn't dead. It responds to my questions every now and then, but it's mostly silent. Must be busy blocking the curse, poor guy. I exchanged looks with my mom who smiled at me. She forcefully brought me here to make friends and I am grateful for that. I am sure, without her bringing me, it would have taken a few more years for me to find out about the dungeons. I mean, why would I even check the map when I spend all my time in my house? That's dumb. Alright, since it's pretty clear that's my grindhouse, I need to check it out, later. I am too weak right now, no need to get myself killed. Let's wait, 3 more years. Yeah, that sounds about right. I would probably have stats more than a normal human adult anyway, so I should be safe. Thanks to whoever updated the game, let's see how strong I can get. 3 years later. Phew. While he was floating in the air, spiraling energy leaving out of his feet, Neji released a relieved breath looking below. A typical park for children, slides and toys, but they all looked old and the rides were broken, old. There were some rusty cars in the far and even the skyscrapers in the far were old and breaking slowly. The most distinguishable thing was the living bones walking around with weapons in their hands. It was the same park from 3 years ago, and no, it's not an apocalypse. It's inside the dungeon. Minutes ago, Neji had walked into the purple light, the dungeon, and after everything went bright, he noticed the terrain change. Everything now looked broken and old, with no people around and skeletons roaming everywhere. His mom must be freaking out right now, looking for him as he disappeared, but it's her fault that she doesn't let him move an inch away from her. Too overprotective, but Neji liked it most of the time. Anyway, focus. Neji slapped his cheeks and looked down again, as he realized the skeletons can't notice him from up here. Skeleton Soldier, LVL 15. It seemed the normal skeletons were only 5 levels above him, with him being level 10. That level would soon increase, yay. Silently cheering for himself, he made a plan. In the minimap on the left corner of his eye, he could see dozens of red dots, showing the locations of the skeletons. After counting, it seemed there were 40 skeletons around the park and the neighborhood. Okay, I can't hunt them all down with my quirk alone. And although my stats might be high enough to take them down with the hammer I bought, I would rather put hand-to-hand combat in the worst-case scenario. Neji contemplated, scratching his head. The best thing I can do is lure as many skeletons as possible to an alley, and as they ambush me through the tunnel, I surge my wave and kill them. And although it would take his best shot to take them all down, meaning pouring his all SP out, he would most likely level up, and from what he knew, leveling up makes his HP and SP meter go full automatically. Nodding to himself, Neji then chose a route as he slowly started to fly down. Flying is something he learned pretty badly, but it was easy after trying few times, like learning how to ride a bike. And most importantly, although he had fallen from meters above, and his bones broke, he healed after sleeping for a few hours. Apparently because of Gamer's body. Alright, let's start. Thud. Dropping on the ground with a thud sound, the skeletons turned their heads towards him. Frighteningly, the skeletons weren't unarmed, they had shields and swords equipped on them. Krach. One of the skeletons yelled on top of its lungs, and dashed forward, swinging its sword around. Getting closer to the small Neji, its left arm whipped, blurring as its sword went to thrash into Neji's head. However, having a small stature, Neji easily dodged the blow by ducking. Then grabbing the hand hammer out of his inventory, he swung it at the skeleton's neck, breaking it. Ding! You have killed an LVL 15 skeleton soldier. 1300 EXP gained. You have defeated an enemy higher than your level. All EXP gained would be increased by 1.5 times. Even though I wanted to avoid fighting hand-to-hand. A soft chuckle left Neji's lips, he realized not everything goes according to the plan. Then initiating his plan, he dodged a few skeletons by ducking and went past them, running out of the park. Dodging more enemies, and jumping up a few trash cans, Neji dashed towards the alleyway he targeted previously. As the skeletons creached, running behind him, Neji avoided a few enemies on his way. After reaching a dead end, he jumped on a wall and changed his path, then climbing a pillar to reveal his location to the skeletons, Neji jumped from there, gliding them to the alley. Being cornered at the alley wasn't a good feeling. Even though he did plan this on his own, he was a little scared knowing what would happen if he fails, though he was fairly confident that he would not fail. Roar. A voice deeper than the other skeletons resounded as the sound of metal clashing with each other can be heard. He soon saw the owner of the voice, a giant skeleton, walking within the crowd, towards him while wearing heavy armor. Skeleton General, level 20. It was an opponent 10 levels higher than him. Neji chuckled nervously. Half of the skeleton present in the dungeon had surrounded him, and even the boss monster was here. Still, he wasn't that worried. Taking a deep breath and pointing his hands forward, as the skeleton general raised its axe in the air, Neji's hands shined with golden light. He didn't know why, but he felt like yelling his move's name right now. Output level 100, Grain Flood. FZZZ. His charged golden energy left his hands in a spiral motion and caught the skeleton general off guard, slamming into its chest and throwing it flying in the air, crashing onto the skeletons behind it and crushing them under its giant body. Ding! You have defeated the skeleton general. 3000 EXP gained. You have leveled up. You have defeated a skeleton soldier. 1300 EXP gained. You have defeated a skeleton soldier. 1300 EXP gained. You have defeated a skeleton soldier. 1300 EXP gained. You have defeated enemies higher than your level. All EXP gained would be increased by 1.5 times. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Your quirk, Surge, has leveled up. Neji looked at the destruction in front of him with a soft laugh. Chapter 9, Family, 1. Chapter 9. Title, Family, 1. Wow. Crouching down, Neji checked the loot that dropped from the boss and the other monsters that he gathered in one place. There were things like skeleton's head, skeleton's bones, some rusty swords, shields, and bows. But what stood out most from these items were the potions and armor. Stamina Potion X5. Mana Potion X2. Armor of Dignity. Stamina Potion restores 20% of stamina each bottle. Mana Potion restores 20% of mana each bottle. Armor of Dignity, 30 plus END upon wearing it. Nice, nice. A soft laugh left his lips. With the stamina potions, his Quirk's main weakness would be covered. Although the percentage of the heal is pretty low, it would be fine after he gets his hands in a moderate number of them. But the mana potions are useless, for now. He rapidly shook his head. Either way, it's strange that I didn't get any health potion. Is it perhaps rare? Meh, I would find out after raiding some more dungeons. He then shot a glance at the huge armor. A person needs to be at least 15 feet tall to wear that thing. How am I supposed to wear this? At that moment, a monotonous child's voice, almost his voice, but feminine, sounded in his head as a message appeared in front of him. Ding. Master can equip the armor from the character page. The size wouldn't matter that way. Neji blinked. Master. Looks like the system had adapted to a more suitable way to call him. The term host didn't really blend properly for him. He grinned. Ah, thanks, system. That helps a lot. I am glad. He nodded and noted to himself for the umpteenth time, rule number 1, if you have a system, always maintain a good relationship with the A.I/Game Master. He had read about tens of protagonists antagonizing the system without any particular reason. In his not-so-humble opinion, they were stupid. From what he realized, the system isn't mindless, but it's also unknown if it is sentient or not, as it never spoke of its own opinions yet. Up until now, it had just acted like Siri, or Google Assistant, or Samsung Assistant. Then, he looked at the armor in front of him and dragged his hands forward, touching the armor. Equip. At his command, the armor vanished from sight and appeared on his torso, hugging him tightly. He frowned. It's pretty uncomfortable. With a shake of his head, he chanted, unequip. As the armor vanished from his torso. He then put the armor in inventory for emergency use. Welp, time to get out. Saying such, he jumped in the air and released shockwaves from his feet to stay floating. He looked around and located the park where the gate of the dungeon rested. He flew towards the park at a moderate pace as he realized something. It seems all the other monsters vanished after I killed the boss. Like a typical game, huh? Unfortunately, they don't seem to have dropped any loot. Like that, he reached the park and approached the large tree split in two, releasing the ominous purple light. Taking a deep breath in front of the gate, he prepared himself for the nauseous feeling that would soon hit him and slowly stepped into the gate as his body was pulled forward, vanishing from the dungeon world. Dash. She ran, and ran. She asked everyone she saw on sight, but she couldn't find him anywhere. Ah, I saw him on the slides. She ran to the slides. Oh, Neji. I saw him at the swings. She ran to the swing. Oh, that silver-haired kid. He was in the sandbox the last time I saw him. She ran to the sandbox. But he wasn't anywhere. Where was he? Where did he go? Neji was fairly smart for his age. He never got lost. This was his first time. And it's been 2 hours since he disappeared, so even if he was lost, he is supposed to return by now. So. D. Did one of her enemies catch hold of him? B. But there are guards all around. Gara's body was shaking. What will she say to her husband? What will she say to Neji? Her brother was playing and he suddenly disappeared. No, what will she say to herself? That she failed to watch over her own son and now he is nowhere to be seen. Possibly kidnapped and experiencing something horrible. Her legs quivered as she fell on her butt. No. Neji. Tears found a place in her face as she started to sob while everyone around her looked at her worryingly. Guards are looking for him, but he is clearly not in the park. She hasn't let her husband know about this yet, because he would freak out, rush to this place and interrogate everyone. Or perhaps that was the best possible action in this situation. To be completely honest, she didn't know what to do. Gara became famous at a young age, made quite a few famous friends, but she also made some infamous enemies too. She was unfortunate enough to have experienced being kidnapped once, she was tortured and left to starve for days. Fortunately, before things could have turned for the worst, before her mind could have been broken completely, she was saved by her husband, by chance. Yes. It's better to call him here. He can surely find a way through this. He would surely. Mom. The sudden voice of her angel caused her eyes to spring open as she turned around. The confused boy was staring at her with a slight fear in his eyes. Why was he scared? Was he scared that she would scold him for vanishing? No, it's her fault, why would he be scared? Gara jumped and brought the boy to a hug, crying over his shoulders with her body slowly calming down, the trembling slowly toning down. Neji, oh, Neji, Mom is sorry, terribly sorry. Gara hugged him softly, yet tightly. Gara could hear the people around her sigh in relief, but that didn't matter. She needed to apologize to her son, her little angel. At the heated moment, she missed her son's words. Fuck. She didn't even realize her son had just cursed, and frankly, she wouldn't have cared even if she heard it. Neji, forgive Mommy, I would never leave your side. She hugged his small body as she felt his arms wrap around her too. A warm sensation ran throughout her body as she stopped shaking entirely, a sharp sigh escaping her lips. Her son was back. Neji POV. Ah. I didn't mean to make her cry. Fuck me. I knew she would be worried seeing me vanish, but it was the only way for me to enter the dungeon since she rarely leaves me on my own. Luckily Neji didn't come with us today, or it would have been worse. I hugged her while resting my head on her shoulder. We are back in the limo, going back to our mansion. She hasn't stopped hugging me and I haven't either. I feel kinda bad, no, very bad. She's a nice woman, a nice mother. I recall, my previous mom wasn't really this nice, who am I kidding, she was a bitch. Sigh. I should have been a little more careful with this. Mom. Yes, baby. Is there anything? She replied with her usual calm, motherly tone. Am I suffocating you? I smiled. No, that's not it. My smile dried up as soon as it came. I just wanted to say. I am sorry. After a short silence, she raised her head. She looked me in the eyes. Her dried-up tears and uneven hair made her look like a person who lost everything in her life. Fuck, what have I done? Neji, she called, her look stern. It's Mommy's fault. You don't have to say sorry, okay? Huh. You have done nothing wrong, am I clear? I stared at her smile for a while before resting my head on her shoulder. I was tired, mentally, not physically. Soon sleep took over me as I felt the limo move silently. After a while, we reached our mansion and I was woken by the sound of the engine stopping. Mom took me towards the mansion while I rested in her embrace. The moment the huge mansion door was opened, Neji and Father ran forward. Both hugging me tightly. Neji, Father's sorry. We should have been more careful. Neji, did anyone hurt you? Are you feeling okay? Do you want Wani-chan to hug you to sleep tonight? Neji asked, looking at my eyes with her eyes red and teary. This is a good family. Chapter 10, Family, 2. Chapter 10. Title, Family, 2. Welp. That happened. I now know that my current family loves me a lot. At first, I thought it would take decades for me to accept whatever family I would be thrown into, but I was wrong. This family is perfect, tailored for me. I don't want to ruin it by doing something bad. Nor do I want to endanger their lives. But I have to let my mom down and keep entering the dungeons. Gods would invade this world in more or less 25 years, but that's not the only problem I have, there is that guy all for one too. To keep me and my family safe, I need to be stronger than him at the very least. I need to think of a way where my mom doesn't worry about me but I still get to enter dungeons. Ugh, this is so annoying. ***. A month has passed. But things are going slightly different than usual. After my parents asked me many questions and did some research around the park, they finally believed I was just lost in a corner of the park, not attempting to be kidnapped. Now, I am not allowed to go to the park anymore until I become 10 years old. Fuck. My family is the best. But this is not really the best development. The first time I entered a dungeon, got some loot and EXP, and now I am banned from accessing the dungeon. How am I supposed to become strong then? Some would say I shouldn't get angry at my parents as they are just worried about me. I know, and I accept that fact. I am not angry at them at all, but that doesn't mean this is not stunting my growth. Sigh, I need to quickly figure out a way. Either way, now I am training both my quirk and body. Apparently, stamina bar snacks work kind of like stamina potions, though they don't heal in percentage, and rather heals 20 stamina points per bar. I am training my quirk by releasing the shockwaves towards the sky for as long as my stamina can hold off, and when my stamina runs out, I eat some stamina bars, IG Snickers, and then start shooting my quirk again. The cycle goes on. Quirk, Surge, LVL3, This quirk grants the user the ability to convert their own vitality into energy and release it in the form of exceptionally powerful spiral shockwaves. I worked for 3 years with this quirk. But I was only able to level it up once, yet after one dungeon, I got what took me 3 years, another level. Now, seeing the leveling being so slow, I don't believe the awakening of my quirk would be at level 100, it should rather be level 10. Well, I am not sure, but from the looks of it, that seems to be the case. Anyway, other than my quirk, I have been training my body as well. I started taking martial arts classes from an old Chinese dude. He is supposed to be a grandmaster of something, I don't know. Neji, are you even paying attention? The sudden voice of the exact old man brought me back from my fantasy as I looked at his face. A long snow-white beard reaching his chest, a golden robe and clear, wise eyes. Even though he was old, he had a straight posture and had one of his arms behind him. He ran his fingers through his beard and looked at me with an indifferent gaze. Did I not tell you to pay attention to your sister's match? You are lost in thoughts, your eyes are cloudy. Oh yeah. I looked at the ground where Neji was lying on her back and panting hard, sweats covering all of her lowly body. Huh. So she was defeated. My parents never really forced us to work out. They just wanted us to do whatever we find fun in. But after my small incident a month ago, both Neji and I are supposed to learn self-defense techniques from this old guy. Well, not that I mind. When game skills can't be used by me, I can learn skills manually and then use them. I am sure I can get a passive martial arts proficiency after a while. Seeing my absent mind, the old man sighed. Little Neji, you are aware that if not for your grandmother, I wouldn't have agreed on teaching you and the little girl. Although you have the talent of a dragon, you should still pay attention to the matches. Talent of a dragon. I thought only Chinese people talked like that in Xianxia novels. Damn, this is real. Now. He took a deep breath in. It's your turn. Oh, yeah. He hits hard. I got 3 points in defense from training with him for 1 month. Nice. Yes, Master Shifu. Well. I did start sparring with him with a smile on my face, but after a while, as he literally bullied me, and I was left with 1 or 2 cracked bones here and there. But, the beating was worth it. Martial art proficiency, lowest you are a martial art prodigy, you learn all types of martial arts faster and quicker. 5% boost in attack when attacking someone using a martial art technique. It's only the lowest level, so 5% attack damage is still a lot. The main perk is learning all types of martial arts faster. This way, I should be able to master many techniques in a short time. Yay. Brrr. I frowned as I looked at Neji, who had half of her face submerged underwater which she was using to blowing bubbles. Shaking my head at her, I said, you know, that sounds annoying. Can't you stay still for a second? No, you. That was her response. Kids. I shook my head and also decided to jump in the pool. We are done training, so it's time to clean ourselves. What's better than an indoor pool? Nothing. Taking a deep breath, I jumped in the water and swam deep down. I have a swimming skill that lets me swim level % faster, but that needs mana, so no use for the current me. But luckily, I also have a swimming proficiency too, which lets me stay underwater for around 10 minutes without taking a breath. Maybe when maxed, I would be able to breathe underwater. Would be cool. So yeah, even without mana, the gamer system is still the best system around. Smiley face thank you, master. Oh. I blinked. That was sudden. Anyway, you're welcome. Moving on. From under the water, I looked at Neji who was swimming slowly above the water. Everything is clear from here, so I decided to prank her a little. I swam up, slowly, feeling the water caress my hair, and went closer to her legs. As she swam unhurriedly, enjoying the water, I drew my hand closer to her leg and grabbed it. Then hearing a small squeal coming from above the water, I gripped the leg hard and pulled her down. Kia. I heard a muffled yell before I found Neji in front of me, looking at me with wide eyes and a horrified face. Unsurprisingly, my little prank didn't end well. Not that I minded the light punches in my chest. She is kind of cute. General POV. 2 days later. The Hado family was gathered around the drawing room of their mansion. Mommy Hado and Daddy Hado were sitting next to each other on the couch, and the kids were sitting on the couch opposite to them. Well, Neji was sitting on the couch and Neji was on the floor, between his legs as Neji kept combing her hair. Neji and Neji stared at them both as Gara took a deep breath, smiling brightly. So basically. Gara mused. Today is our 10th marriage anniversary. Woohoo. Neji paused for a brief second before continuing to comb his sister's hair. He gets experience points from doing this too. And since he is banned from going to the park, aka not being able to enter the dungeon, any EXP is welcome. Congrats. Neji simply answered. Unlike before, he doesn't show much enthusiasm anymore. Acting excited wasn't his cup of tea. He only acted like that before since he wasn't confident enough to not make people suspicious without trying his best to act like a kid. So he first acted cheerfully and then decided to tone down the cheerfulness slowly. He started toning it down after getting his quirk since it's largely believed that quirk awakening changes people. So that was the best moment to change himself. But Neji's answer wasn't so dry. She stood up from the floor and walked closer to her parents, looking at them with glittering eyes. Really? Really? It was the 9th anniversary just a few days ago, it's already the 10th. Wow, time passes so fast. Gaara giggled and cupped Neji's cheeks. Oh yes, my princess. Since last time we invited some close friends and relatives, this time we decided not to do that. Today, in the evening, we have decided to go out and eat at a fancy restaurant. The shine in Neji's eyes intensified. Oh. Hee, we will eat whatever we want. Aiko commented as Neji smiled at it. His parents' 10th anniversary. He almost forgot about it. Well, he can only hope nothing wrong happens on their little trip. What can possibly go wrong? Chapter 11, oh no. Chapter 11, oh no. What should I do? Gaara mumbled to herself with an absent-minded look on her face. Should I really bring her with us? Gaara was changing her clothes with a deep frown on her face, deciding on something she found rather important. With a towel hanging from her shoulders that she had just used to tie her hair up, Gaara stared at the air blankly. Decisions. Image here. Well, let's go with okay for today. I guess she can come, then. She mumbled something that only she could understand and shrugged again. I should get dressed now. //. Is it really alright for me to come with you guys? Kimmy asked with a frustrated look on her face. I mean, it's a family thingy where you have dinner together, is it okay for me to tag along? She looked at Gaara, her eyes sometimes wandering on her body as she hid her blush. Gaara was wearing a fragrant perfume that gave Kimmy a sense of comfort. Her midnight blue décolleté clung to her figure. A leather strap was tied under her bosom. Glimpses of her cleavage could be seen through the transparent veil stitched to her otherwise revealing dress, while the side of her chest was completely open. And lastly, her beautiful long, pale, and creamy legs reflected the light of the room. Gaara laughed hearing Kimmy and brought her into a hug. Kimmy, you know the rules, don't you? Your elder sister and I were best friends, so you're like my own younger sister. Now that your older sister is no longer here, it's only fair that I treat you like family. Kimmy blinked twice as she felt a warm feeling overrunning her heart. Meanwhile, Neji kept staring at the scene with an interested look on his face. Her elder sister is dead. Damn, she really has a tragic past, huh? Neji thought but immediately realized it was none of his business. Anyway, I would have liked it if she didn't come with us, to be honest. But I guess she would be a good bodyguard. He liked Kimmy, she was nice company. But this was a family gathering, as she had said, there was no need for her to come along. Though he could also guess why his mother was bringing her. As much as he knew how nice Gaara was, he also knew she was the type to enjoy these things with family only, so the only reason she is bringing her should be to use her as a bodyguard, or so Neji assumed. While what Neji thought was partially right, it wasn't completely the case. If Gaara really needed bodyguards, she would have just ordered a bunch of them to be in another car and protect them from outside the restaurant she plans to eat in. The actual reason she wanted to bring Kimmy is that she really viewed her as her little sister. She has known Kimmy for more than 15 years now, even before the latter had become a hero, she really was like a little sister to Gaara, so she wanted to bring Kimmy with them. This way, not only can she do her job as their bodyguard, she would also be able to enjoy her time and deepen her bonds with them. Neji, for a few seconds, observed Gaara's expression and blinked. Her smile seemed genuine. No, it didn't seem genuine, it is genuine. Neji smiled seeing this. Maybe I should stop assuming my mother is as selfish as me. She really is nice. After that, Kimmy changed into a better-made dress and came out with an optimistic smile on her face. Aiko then guided us to the car as we followed behind. // Haha, honey. This night is going to be a hard one, isn't it? Oh my, I am sure it won't be hard for too long with me here. It's 7 p.m., so the sky was barely lit. We were inside the car. Dad was driving the car with Mom sitting on the seat beside him. They were mostly talking to each other. In the back, me, Neji, and Kimmy were sitting. Neji kept playing with Kimmy's tail though Kimmy didn't look too uncomfortable. Cats don't like their tails being touched, same with Kimmy. But she is used to it by now since Neji is kind of an insensitive girl who doesn't care about blurting out people's insecurities. I once thought, should I fix her? Maybe make her a less curious and more sensitive type. But I had quickly put that thought out of my mind. I liked her as she is. I won't deliberately try to change her, not unless something extreme happens. Mom and Dad were gossiping about what was hard and what was not. They also talked about what we would eat tonight. I also noticed their lust-filled gazes directed towards each other every now and then. I guess married couples get super active at night on their anniversary. I don't know, maybe my parents are just horny today. I tried to ignore their antics and acted like the kid I was. Neji didn't even know what was happening, but I could see the small blush finding itself onto Kimmy's face. MHM. Did she just moan? Did she just moan from Neji's touch? Is this normal for cats, or is this because of the situation we are in? Any cat experts here? Neji-chan, that tickles. Oh. Anyway. On the other hand, I have actually thought of something that might let me enter dungeons without my parents even realizing. Though I think I need to wait a few years before that becomes a possibility, I plan to start annoying my parents by requesting to let me go outside of our residence early. And just like that, while I and Kimmy ignored my mom and dad's slight touching here and there as they threw words with double meanings at each other, we finally reached the fancy restaurant. I walked out of the car with my eyes fixed at the gate of the restaurant. As bad as my previous parents were, I still got to experience the rich life every now and then. Yet if I were to say, wow, this place is fancy, it would be an understatement. Le Quatrième, a huge board saying exactly that was hung at the top of the huge door. I only observed the elegantly decorated building for a few seconds before turning my head back to the car. Neji and Kimmy came out of the back of the car while my father came out of the front door on the opposite side of where I was standing. He then came towards us and opened the door for my mother. He kneeled on one of his knees and raised his hand up for Mom. My mother giggled softly and accepted the hand as Dad kissed it softly and stood up. Now let's go, Mom said as Dad smiled and gestured us to follow. Soon we were inside the restaurant and went to the pre-booked table. It was a table close to the corner of the whole compartment hidden from sight. There were candles lit nicely around us, and chandeliers hung from the roof and thus lighting the whole place up nicely. A waiter came and Mom ordered food after exchanging words back and forth with Dad. It took 10 minutes for the couple to decide on the food while the waiter maintained his professional smile. Oh! This is so good! Neji exclaimed while eating food without any sense of dignity. Food was stuck around her lips as she licked her finger with sparkling eyes. Her messy way of eating was drawing some irritated eyes from other tables nearby. Why? Why is she eating like that? Where is her dignity as an Ojusama? And why are my parents fine with this? Wait, what am I even talking about? They are too busy flirting with each other to reprimand Neji. I think Kimmy is the one feeling the most awkward in this place. She must be regretting ever coming to work in our household. Damn, what the fuck? Believe me, when I say seeing your parents double talk and flirt with barely hidden lustful intent is awkward as fuck. Luckily I am a kid. I silently ate my food while realizing it was so well made. After that, the Hado family enjoyed the dinner with smiles on their faces. I soon got used to my parents' antics and just ignored it all, guessing they must be planning something special tonight for them to be so excited. Next up, we were done eating. But we hadn't left yet. It seems my father had the great idea of confessing in front of a crowd, so he gathered the attention of everyone by standing up and tapping his glass of wine with a spoon. Everyone had their eyes on him from their respective tables. Show what you're made of, champ. An old man cheered with a small laugh at the end. At the side of our table, my dad was on one of his knees in front of my mom. He had a blue rose in his hand, matching my mom's hair and dress. He held the rose up for her while my mom was covering her mouth with her hands. Gara. My dad started. Remember, 11 years ago, this exact day when I first met you? I realized, oh no, this woman is my soulmate. I knew at that moment, I want to live out the rest of my life with you. He declared. That day, I declared my love for you for the first time. 10 years have passed, and I wanted to say, till this day, even now, my love for you hasn't dwindled. It has only increased. My mom gasped out loud. Dad took a deep breath in. I love you. I love you too. Next up. After that, for the final play, the family had decided to go watch a movie. It was a kid-friendly movie, surprisingly. We watched, ate popcorn, cracked some jokes here and there, laughed and got sleepy. I noticed Kimmy was now much more free around us and seemed to have overcome her previous awkwardness. We were back in the car and Dad was playing some light romantic music on the radio. Neji had fallen asleep and had her head resting on my shoulder. Kimmy was also dozing off and I was starting to get comfortable too. Where are we going, Dad? I suddenly asked. This is not the way home, is it? I knew that because I had tried to memorize the road that we came from in case of something cliché happening. Dad smiled and said, we are going to one of our beach houses. Your mom wanted to go back there since we had our honeymoon there. It should take around 3 hours as the beach isn't that far. I know you guys are tired, but bear with us a little, alright? I nodded while looking at his face through the rear view. My dad looks like Shanks. Yes, the guy from One Piece. He even has the claw mark on his left eye, though he refuses to say how he got that injury. He has shining silver hair and blue eyes, though when he activates his quirk, his hair changes into jet black in color, kind of like a reverse Super Saiyan transformation. Image here, Ico when using his quirk. He is a nice dad. Nicer than other people, at least. Though he likes Neji more than me, for some reason. In my previous life, my father had died when I was 6 years old. He was, also a nice dad. I don't hate that man, well, more like I don't even remember him enough to hate him properly. Though the one thing I do remember is the fact that when he was alive, my life was truly rainbows and sunshine. But his death was a changing point in my life. Mom became a hooker, fucked new guys every week. Got together with abusive boyfriends who would beat her up along with me. At least she used to hook up with rich guys every now and then. That's why I was used to rich people culture. Now that I think about it, that's also the reason I was able to get on the yacht and she was able to push me into the water, huh? What a bitch. Though she is also the reason why I knew things like how to get in a girl's panties without seeming like a douchebag. At least, because of her, I had a body count of double digits. I guess she wasn't all that bad, huh? Sigh. Anyway, enough depressing thoughts. Tonight is my new and best parents' marriage anniversary. I should fall asleep to not disturb their special plans. I decided and closed my eyes. I was already tired enough so it wasn't that hard for sleep to win over me. Feels nice. Thirsty. My eyes sprung open as I breathed out loud. My throat was dry and I felt like I had a bad dream. Though I had already forgotten what the dream was about. I looked around and realized I was laying on a bed. The room was made of wood and was quite dark. Though not dark enough for me to not see anything. It seems tonight is a full moon, so the room that is seemingly close to the sea, since I could hear the sound of the waves, was bright enough for me to see. Anne. What? Honey, you're too rough. I blinked as I realized the moaning sound belongs to my mother. The sound is coming from not that far away, so most likely another room close by. This is awkward, hearing your parents having sex is super awkward. I might not have realized this in my previous life since, well, as I said, my mom was a hooker, but in this life because of my new parents' proper teachings, I am aware of how awkward this is. NGHNN. Trying my best to ignore her moans, I looked at the bed. Neji was sleeping beside me. She was a deep sleeper, so this sound won't bother her. I hope. Where is Kimmy? I sat up on the bed and frowned. Is she in another room? Highly likely. Well, anyway, I am thirsty. I looked at the small table on the side and grabbed the water jug kept there. It was empty. As expected. Dad said this is our beach house, so of course, there wasn't anyone to fill up the water jug. Should I go and grab some water? Or do I try to sleep? Decisions. Realizing that even if I scream right now, the lovebirds wouldn't realize it, I decided to go out and grab some water. I grabbed the jug and got down onto the floor. I noticed the door was already open slightly. I stretched my limbs and then walked towards the door. I don't know where the water source is here, time to search I guess. Thinking such, I stepped outside the door and froze. A strange scene was going on in front of him. MMPH. Kim Sujihara, the maid, was outside the door of my parents' room, sitting on her ass while doing what I could only assume is masturbation. I kept standing there for exactly 7 seconds before turning around. I guess no water for me tonight. Chapter 12, Can I? Chapter 12, Can I? A/N, early chapter because I felt I should answer some of the comments real quick. Check out the author's note at the end of the chapter for it. In the drawing room of the Hado mansion, Neji was sitting on a couch while Gaara's head was between his legs, sitting on the floor. You're good. Gaara mumbled as she felt a pair of small hands rubbing her shoulders. You seriously learned this from Mr. Sherfu? She asked, slight awe in her voice. The person behind her, Neji, who was massaging her shoulders with his small hands nodded. Yup. He said. Or maybe I have natural talent. Who knows, haha. Kid, now you're hiding things from mama. Gaara turned her face around and narrowed her eyes at Neji. Neji stuck out his tongue and chuckled. No, really. I asked Master Sherfu to teach me some lethal techniques. He taught me something called Chinese acupuncture. He rubbed his finger on a precise point of her neck. This is one of your pressure points. Like, if I apply some force here, you'd lose your consciousness immediately. Gara's body stiffened hearing him, but she soon relaxed as Neji again massaged her shoulders. Gara asked, "So, how does that connect with you learning how to massage?" Neji tilted his head. "Oh, pressure points aren't only used to do lethal attacks. If you are good enough, you can cause pleasure instead of pain. I am just mixing in some acupuncture techniques while massaging you, so you feel as if a professional is doing the job." Gara smiled and brought Neji down from the couch and laid him on her thighs. She ran her hands through his stomach, tickling Neji. "So my boy is talented in everything. Let me tell you, I have experienced what professional massages feel like before. Although you're lacking in some aspects, it's not far-fetched to say you're close to the real deal." She leaned down and smudged her face on his stomach, tickling him further, getting a giggle from his end. As she stopped, Neji gasped for breath. After taking some breaths in, he looked at her. "Anyway, Mom, is your shoulder still stiff? I can keep going." Gara smiled reassuringly. "It's fine, your hands did their job." Gara has had a long day at work today. When she returned home, her little boy somehow noticed her swollen back and decided to massage her. Of course, she was only mildly amused. She felt nice just hearing him wanting to help. She let him try his hand at massaging her to not hurt his feelings, but to think he was this good. She was relieved from her shoulder pain in less than 10 minutes, but even if she wasn't, she can't possibly ask her little strawberry to keep massaging her until he tires himself out. What type of mother would do that? She hugged Neji and placed his head on her chest. "It's noon, time for your nap. Rest for a little." She heard a muffled and kept patting his hair. "I woke up in my bed and looked outside the window. It was evening, the sky was red. I was kind of tired, so this small nap fully energized me. As for why a normal massage session was so tiring, it's because of this. LVL2, acupuncture massage, active your hands are skilled in making people feel relaxed. Effect, can cause DEX plus ATK% more pain or pleasure than normal. The higher the level is, the lower the stamina consumption. While massaging Mom, I had gained this skill. It's an active skill, but I can use it. Yes, I didn't stutter. I can use it. I can use an active skill. Yay. But, how? No idea. I do have some theories though. Up until now, the skills I learned were new. Like, strong punch. It's a technique that lets me punch at a strength that I don't have, that's the reason it needs magical power, mana, for the skill to work. But with massage, it's different. Mana is needed when I want to punch, level, % harder, because the lack of power needs to be filled with something, in this case, mana. But the massage skill just mixes two of my existing stats and uses them to operate, there is no gap to be filled, so there is a need for something like mana. As for why the skill's requirements are different from the other skills, I have no idea, actually, I might have an idea. Am I a genius who learned how to massage like a professional? I can use the excuse of my skill, but it's only level 2. If that's enough to reach a professional level, then this is a broken game. The reason I am good at massaging is again a tale from my past life. When my previous mother used to come back from her work, I had to massage her tired and abused body. Sometimes do the same with her boyfriends. Ugh, I wanted to bash their heads so many times. Anyway, massaging was something I could do without mana before, there is no reason the same skill would need me to use mana now. I mean Master Shifu doesn't have any mana, I think, but he can use the skill perfectly. If he can do it, why can't I? Ding. +1 INT for reaching the conclusion of a medium difficulty mystery. Ah, so that answers it. I guess that makes sense. I have never walked, level, % faster, but I have given my everything into massaging before, so, if I could do it without mana before, there is no reason I couldn't do it again. Also, I wonder how mixing my quirk with my massage would feel like. Like if I cause small shockwaves on the skin of my target, would the pleasure increase? I didn't use it on Mom since I didn't want to accidentally kill her, but I think I should be able to do something like that after I gain more control over my quirk. Yawn. Anyway, I am hungry. I got up from my bed and walked outside the door. While eating dinner with my family, I decided to bring my proposal out in the light. Mom, Dad, I called as they turned to me from their seats. Can I go out? Dad sighed but Mom frowned. Go out? Are you out of your mind? Did you forget what happened a few months ago? I don't want that to happen again. What would dash? I interrupted her, yeah, but you can't just lock me in here. I rarely talk back, so Mom was caught off guard. Mom winced, we aren't locking you in here. Do you think we want to do this dash? Dad placed a hand on her shoulder as she froze and took a deep breath. Her eyes went soft as a conflicting look appeared on her face. We are keeping you safe, Neji. I know that, but ask yourself if this is not confiscating my freedom. After another few seconds of silence, she sighed. Fine, I will take you to another park tomorrow. All right. She looked at me carefully. I can see how hard she is trying to keep me pleased. Damn, this woman is really nice. But I guess it's time to crack the nut. Mom, I don't mean going to parks when I say, can I go out? I said as a confused look appeared on her face. I want to travel the whole of Japan. That day when we went to the beach, I was really captivated by the scenery. If a single beach is so beautiful, how gorgeous are the other places in Japan? Or even, the whole world. All three of them stopped eating. I just took a deep breath. So, I want to travel the country. Can I? I examined their faces and I immediately sighed internally. After their initial shock subsided, my mom's face went cold as she ate her food without looking at me. You can't. That's the only word she said. Why dash? You're too young. Well, perfect. I didn't want to travel yet anyway, I was waiting for her to say this. Then can I travel when I grow up? Gara froze and looked at me. Her eyes shined with conflict while Aiko shook his head. She took a breath in and blurted out, yes. I smiled. All right, then it's decided. I love you, Mom. She flinched briefly before sighing. This isn't really good development, but it's not bad either. I plan to start traveling before I turn 10 years old. I am 7.5 right now. I can guarantee Mom won't agree even then. She would say I should wait for a few years, but I can't possibly start my journey after becoming a teenager. That would be a huge waste. I quickly ate my food as more time passed by slowly. At night, I was studying some books based on old stories. The subtle mentions of All for One were present everywhere, though I am sure normal people won't realize it. Firstly, the world calendar had reset after the appearance of Quirks. The day the luminescent baby was born is considered the first day of year 1. This is year 193, close to 200 years have passed since the appearance of Quirks. 2 world wars have happened since the appearance of Quirks, both dealing mankind a heavy blow. Japan is relatively a neutral country with no enemies, something I wasn't surprised to hear since the author of MHA is Japanese. Other than that, I was answered a question of mine. I always wondered, in what sense is All Might the #1 hero? Is he the #1 of Japan? Or the whole world? It seems the former is the case. There is an international hero ranking though, but it doesn't follow the number ranking, it follows class ranking. Like Endeavor is an S-class hero, while All Might is SSS class. Kind of strange, considering Endeavor solved more cases than All Might. I think something like this was explained once. I forgot. Coming forward, have you ever wondered why All for One didn't just leave Japan and take over other countries? It seems there are some people stronger than him in this world. In the past, there was a villain who could control fucking atoms. Theoretically, he could have blown the whole Earth up on a whim. All for One must have made some enemies of that caliber, so he never went out of Japan. Still, All for One is the boogeyman of Japan. Sayings such as, go to sleep, or the one would come, is quite common for parents to say to their children. I myself have heard this quite a lot from Mom. But truth be told, All for One is the last guy I should worry about. Currently, in India, there is a Nawab who is ruling almost all of southern Asia. Heck, he even declared he would take over the world. I don't know much about him since he is pretty mysterious. Though I did hear a rumor about him, when India was nuked once, he had grabbed the nuke and threw it into the sun. The authenticity of this? I have no idea. But if that's really the truth, can even Prime All Might defeat him? Probably not. Fuck. My Hero Academia power scaling wasn't supposed to be this much bullshit. I shook my head and stretched my body a little. Yawn. I guess enough reading for now. I would have liked to read some more, but sleep is important. Creak. The door cracked open as I looked behind and saw a pair of blue eyes looking inside the room. I waved my hand. Yo, Nijire. Anything you need? I spoke as Nijire walked inside the room and crawled up onto the bed. Oi, Neji. She crawled on top of my stomach and pinned me down. You want to travel the world? Oh, is this what it's about? Yup. Why? You can't always explain people's dreams and wishes with normal logic, I said. Like how you like to chew on your toys even though Mom tells you not to. Nijire frowned and pouted. I thought pouting in real life would look unpleasant, but I guess Japanese girls are cute enough for that. Mom's not gonna agree. I know. I smiled. What are you gonna do then? Are you gonna keep asking? Maybe ask for Daddy's help too. She blinked as if she had just had an epiphany. Oh, I know. Maybe you can run away from home. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. She kept blurting out with curiosity filling her eyes. Aren't you afraid of running away from home though? Can I come with you? Oh, I want to come with you. Did she just assume I would run away from home? That's right, she has always been like this, even canon too. Sigh, I don't want to waste my time talking to her this late at night. I parted my lips, I am sleepy. Can you not disturb me, please? Neji puffed her cheeks and glared at me. Wow, whoa. Now you're shooing away your Neji-chan. I was surprised you talked back to mom, and now me too. I stuck my tongue out. What you gonna do? Bite me. Damn, acting like a kid feels nice, no need to worry about dignity and shame. Unlike how I believed her to react, she just smirked. What will I do? I will tell mom that you've been sleeping late recently. Reading those history books of yours. I wonder how she would react if she finds out that her little strawberry sleeps at 3 a.m. I furrowed my brows. Wow, now you're blackmailing me. She showed me her tongue with a mocking smile on her face. What you gonna do? Bite me. When she said this, I couldn't stop myself from chuckling. She is cute. It didn't take long for another 2 years to pass by. I was doing my morning Quirk exercise when something big happened. Ding. Your Quirk, Surge, has leveled up. Surge has reached level 5. New abilities have been unlocked. I wonder how this will turn out. Chapter 13, Boom. 1. Chapter 13, Boom. 1. Ding. Your Quirk, Surge, has leveled up. Surge has reached level 5. New abilities have been unlocked. Standing in the backyard of the Hado mansion with his hands pointing upwards at the sky, Neji kept staring at the air while blinking profusely. It's been 9.5 years since Neji was born in this world. Life has been peaceful other than some small awkward moments of arguments now and then. His current goal was to upgrade his Quirk's level and evolve it to a state where it can replicate energy similar to mana so that he can reach his full potential as the gamer. But for that, he assumed the Quirk needs to upgrade to at least level 10. He clearly wasn't expecting this type of message to show up right now. His Quirk evolved. That was quick, but not a bad thing. Wait, what path did the awakening take? My Quirk lets me release a wave of shock, so my Quirk can go both ways. Either complete shockwave manipulation or wave manipulation. It's not an evolution, master. The sudden voice of the system brought him out of his daze. The best way to describe it would be to call it a pseudo-awakening. I understand. Can you show me the changes? Gladly, the system simply replied as a screen appeared in front of Neji's vision. 3/3. Quirks. Surge, LVL5. This quirk grants the user the ability to convert their own vitality into energy and release it in the form of exceptionally powerful spiral shockwaves. New abilities. 1. The user can control the density of the energy released. 2. The shockwave energy isn't bound to a spiral form anymore. I remember seeing Neji create shockwaves that don't move in corkscrew motion in canon. In that school festival thing where she danced in the sky while golden energy danced around her that she used to create a sketch of a flower. I also remember that in My Hero Academia, Heroes Rising, game, Neji could release rings made out of shockwaves. So this upgrade is good, I assume. And about the density control, it's interesting. To make things clear, my Quirk lets me release energy in the form of shockwaves. In essence, it's still energy I am releasing, it just shares some of the properties of shockwaves, such as the energy, when released, isn't calm, it is constantly vibrating. So, calling my Quirk shockwave manipulation would be slightly wrong, I'd rather call it shockwave energy manipulation. Now that aside, where does the ability to control the density of the energy come to play? Well, currently, the shockwave energy that I release is very dense, it's so dense that I can touch it and feel it. It kind of feels like jelly, well, until it disappears into the air at least. Now, a blast of shockwave would usually phase through things and damage them from inside, but since my wave is too dense, it just clashes with the skin of anything it comes into contact with, for example, the two giants Neji one-shot in the anime. But now that I can control the density of my waves, I can make them pass through human bodies and they would be destroyed from the inside due to the vibration that would pass through them and shake, rupture and tear their organs. So from a good heavy hitter, my Quirk just evolved into a murder weapon, damn. It's a matter of time before I do Whitebeard level shit. I wanted to laugh out loud right now. Power is gushing through my body. I glanced at the mansion behind me. Am I strong enough to destroy it? Should I try? No, let's stop there. No need to get too excited. Instead, I raised my hand outwards in front of my face then slowly released my energy. This time, instead of it coming out, spinning like a drill, it came out as shining golden rings. Then the dense golden form of it became almost transparent, then fully invisible to the naked eye. I created a very dense golden ring and tapped it. It didn't disperse, my finger didn't go past it either. I could grab it as if it was solid. So I did and flexed it around. After 5 seconds, the thing became less solid and dispersed into the air. Now, did my speed increase too? While I can make my waves move slow, actual shock waves move faster than the local speed of sound. So by releasing my fastest shock waves from under my feet, I should be able to move somewhat around that speed, right? Previously, I couldn't do it since in Canon Neji's waves move slowly because they travel in a corkscrew motion. What about now? Now that I can release rings out of shockwave energy? Well, guess it's time to find out. I took a stance and jumped up and down a few times. I took a deep breath in as a sharp concentrated look appeared in my eyes. Alright, don't release spinning waves, release ring waves. I flexed my leg muscles as I checked my stamina bar before going all out. Stamina, 200/300. I have enough. So let's do this. Energy rushed to my legs as I felt a subtle tingle under my feet. Something hit the ground under me hard as immediately, my vision changed as I was flung in the air. I moved, fast. I was almost about to fall down before I released another burst of the shockwave that flung me into the air. I soon realized something. While I can casually fly without using my hands while I use spiral shockwaves, using ring shockwaves is different. Because of the sheer speeds without using all my limbs I can't maintain my balance. So I did what any sane person would do. I used my hands to release more pressure waves that flung me so high in the sky that could practically see the whole area under me. At that point, I stopped releasing bursts of strong waves and instead released tranquil waves that didn't fling me higher anymore and only helped me maintain my position on that spot. Wow. I focused below where I could see our mansion looking like a toy. I have never flown this high before. I should come here more frequently. I checked my stamina again, which seems to have depleted only by 10 points. I then smiled lightly. I haven't used my full speed yet. I am curious at finding out how fast I can really go. I flexed my legs a little while my body was still, floating in the air like Iron Man. Let's go, boom. Boom. Intense shockwaves left my feet and hand as I was immediately plunged above the clouds. I wasn't scared though, I instead moved my body to fly forward towards the city while maintaining my distance from the street to not alert any heroes. Damn, this is fire. Woohoo. // Today All Might had decided to pay a visit to Chiba City. Crime rates are low in this area, but it's never zero. So he has to come here every now and then. And he was right, the crime rate wasn't zero. The moment he arrived he had stopped a bank robbery, a sexual assault, a kidnapping and a murder attempt, all under 10 minutes. He was in casual clothes, a white t-shirt and black pants. These days he wears these most of the time since if he wears his hero costume reporters make it hard for him to even take a breath. Currently, he was casually running above rooftops when his ears perked up. His hearing was very sensitive, so he could clearly determine that the thing that is moving just a few times slower than the speed of sound is not an airjet, it's clearly a human. I don't recall a hero who can fly this fast around this area, so, a villain. All Might decided, let's pay him a visit. He stopped above a building and crouched down, his muscles bulging out as he kicked the ground and vanished from the naked eye. He was still in his prime, so people faster than him could be counted with a single hand. Boom. Chapter 14, Boom. 2. Chapter 14, Boom. 2. Woohoo. Neji shrieked at the top of his lungs while the wind swept up his hair. It was so awesome right now. The first time he learned to fly, he almost didn't want to come back down to the ground. But in the end, his previous flying was just running on top of the air. But this was something beyond, it was on a whole other level. Flying this fast felt so amazing that it was almost as pleasurable as sex, the pull he felt in his stomach and the adrenaline rushing through his veins was only amplifying it. Boom, boom, boom. Constant bursts of shockwaves were at first deafening to him, but he had already gotten used to it. Gamer's body maybe? He asked himself, but he wasn't sure himself. Neji was wearing a pair of goggles that he took out mid-flight from his inventory where he puts any kind of daily necessities the moment he gets the chance. Nobody knows when an emergency might occur. Man. While he was about to circle the city under him for the third time, he heard the noise of something other than that of constant sonic booms. Young man. He couldn't hear it properly because of the wind, but it was clearly someone calling for him. Young man, slow down. Neji slowed down, which took a bit since he was yet to get used to stopping at high speeds, and turned around. The moment he stopped though, a yellow flash slid past him because the other party clearly didn't have any type of brake system like that of Neji himself. Neji turned to the side where the flash had gone and was surprised to find the other man kicking the air and coming back at him. A frown emerged on Neji's face as he noticed the man's attempt to grab him. He wanted to dodge, but he was too slow and, surprised. Surprised to see the face of the muscular and blonde man. All Might. Before he could have gotten an answer, All Might kicked the air again and dived down towards a forest below. He fell at an intense speed, but his arms were wrapped around Neji to stop the air force from hitting his skin. Unlike how All Might had assumed, the object moving so fast wasn't a villain. As surprising as it was, the cause was a child who looked no more than 10. This is not the first time All Might has caught a civilian using their quirk in public, and while it's illegal to do so, All Might never did anything extreme against them. He just gave them a simple warning to not do so ever again. After all, someone who follows the law too tightly isn't a true hero, someone who follows his moral code is the true hero. So in this situation, when the said civilian is a child, he would surely not be harsh with the child. From what he saw, the boy has a strong quirk. He needs to be taught to not use it in the public, and All Might will do just that in his humblest voice. Boom. All Might landed on the grassy ground as a crater was formed, all the while making sure the little boy wouldn't feel any impact. Young man, are you fine? He unwrapped his arms and placed the little guy on the ground. Sorry, I couldn't stop in midair like you, so I had to grab you like this. He reasoned and crouched down to meet the boy eye to eye with a smile on his face. The boy, Neji, didn't reply. Neji POV-. If it was any other person, I would have snapped. Grabbing me midair like that was dangerous. I was almost about to release intense shockwaves when he was hugging me, instinctively, of course. That would have not only killed any normal human, but I would have also lost my balance. But I didn't do that after his face and voice were recognized by my brain. I knew this man wasn't any normal man, quite far from that. He knew what he was doing. He is, after all, one of the strongest and most reliable men alive. Tier 7, High Human, Toshinori Yagi. I looked at the living legend, Japan's strongest, Yagi Toshinori. Better known as All Fucking Might, who wore a large grin on his face. I was amazed at him. Tier 7. That's 3 tiers above Kimi, and there is a huge gap between every tier. And what's up with that high human thing? Young man. All Might's voice caused me to come out of my head and ponder on my answer. Ugh, why am I being so calculating? Let's just roll with it. I am fine, mostly, I said. I was just having a hard time deciding what to say since it's not every day you meet the number 1 hero, after all. But you know, this time I frowned. That was very dangerous. I almost released my powers on you, it would have hurt you a lot. Haha. Sorry, again. All Might laughed, though there was no sign of guilt in his voice. On the contrary, you have a powerful quirk, young man. Is it something along the lines of Sonic Boom Generation? Close. It's called Surge. It's basically a type of shockwave manipulation. I answered his question. All Might smiled again. Seemingly amused at me not reacting like a fanboy even after recognizing him. Oh, very interesting. You're correct, if you had released your power on me, it would have surely hurt a lot, ha ha ha. He lied to my face. You're such a brave and thoughtful young man. Can I know how old you are? He is good. He acts goofy in the anime, but in reality, he is still a pro hero who is excellent at handling these types of situations. I assume if I was an older person, I wouldn't have received the same treatment after breaking the law, or maybe I am just overthinking it. I turned 9 years old 3 months ago. I held up 9 fingers to amplify my childish charm. Oh, fantastic. You have a lot to learn and a lot to achieve. With such an amazing quirk, it shouldn't be that hard. Ah, speaking of quirks, did you know it's illegal to use your quirk in public without a hero license? Ah, that's where he's going. I shrugged. Well, I knew, but I didn't use it in public, technically. I was just flying in the sky. I continued, all to All Might's clear amusement. I recall, according to the quirk law, paragraph 3 section C4, utilizing quirks in public areas was banned only because it might hurt civilians. And I can guarantee there were no civilians in the sky, at least not above the clouds from where you grabbed me. All Might stood up, placed his left palm on his head and took a pose before laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. You are quite knowledgeable for such a young boy, are you not? I assume you want to be a hero. Oh thank you, and yes, I do. Young man, I hate to break it to you but. All Might couched down again and placed a hand on my shoulder, his grin ever present. While your use of loopholes in this system is logically right, saying the same lines in the court, as a civilian, wouldn't have worked. In reality, these loopholes were made for heroes to take advantage of them and get out of tight situations or help others get out of there. But All Might paused before continuing. Since you want to be a hero, let me give you a piece of advice. He said. As a hero, you are going to find a lot more loopholes in this system. But a true hero isn't supposed to take advantage of them, a true hero is supposed to stop others from taking advantage, instead. He placed a hand on my head and rubbed my hair. Because if a hero doesn't do it, who else will? I blinked. That's an interesting way to put it. Not gonna lie, this man is charismatic. He chuckled. Anyway, I should probably drop you off at your residence. People are in need all over the city, I need to go. Ha ha ha. All Might raised his hand in front of me, asking me to grab on, and so I did. After that. Well, we reached my home and All Might left, thankfully. I was nervous that he would want to talk to my parents and mess things up for me. I have to admit. He has a way with his words. If I was a normal child, my mindset would have been molded to become the so-called true hero he talked about. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately for some people, I am not a hero. As All Might flew by, his ears perked up listening to the possible calls for help. He couldn't stop his mind from wandering around. That boy has potential to become a great hero. I hope he took my words to heart. He mumbled to himself. He recalled a saying his teacher, Nana Shimura, used to say a lot. Toshinori, the society isn't as bright as we think. There is filthy dirt hidden under the facade of our clean society. If you really want to be the symbol of peace, you need to not only accept our bright side but the dark side too. Because that's what heroes do. And in his way to become number one, he has realized that too. The Hero Association's dirty deeds aren't something that can go past his sharp eyes. All Might hoped, a child who has such a strong quirk and had enough talent to control it at that level at this age wouldn't lose himself in the darkness of our society. A child who has already found the loopholes of this society, that child wouldn't be corrupted. Unfortunately for him, Neji was no hero. While he wasn't evil and selfish enough to become a villain, he wasn't noble like All Might either. He wasn't a person who wouldn't take advantage of the system's loopholes. He respected people like All Might, their noble goals were truly respectable, but Neji, unlike how he has acted until now, was anything but noble. Chapter 15, Finally Free, 1. Chapter 15, Finally Free, 1. Well, I faced some problems after flying away. Some guards who secretly watch me all day noticed me flying away into the sky. Even though I returned pretty soon, Mom got mad. I tried explaining to her that I was just testing my quirk, but that didn't help much. Anyway, I managed to change the subject by telling her the changes in my quirk, causing her to consult Kishimoto's wife, the doctor who revealed Neji's quirk, and she confirmed nothing was wrong with me and it's quite normal for quirks to evolve and earn more abilities once the user gets older. Apparently, it's called quirk growth. My parents were a little surprised after hearing that this growth mostly occurs to hero course students after they start going to a hero school. They again assumed I was a natural-born talent and hugged me tightly. Though a certain someone was overly excited seeing the growth of my quirk. Neji, aren't you so cute? I was laying on my back with Neji sitting on top of me, her hands on my cheeks as she rubbed them with a cheeky smile on her face. She really likes this position, huh? To think your quirk would start growing before mine, to think my Otuda was such a genius. I know. I am a man of sheer talent. You don't need to remind me about it every day. I added with a smug look on my face. Though this caused her expression to change. Instead of rubbing my cheeks softly, she pinched them hard, you know, she said with her eyes narrowed as she gave me a death stare. I was being sarcastic. Ah yes. Of course, I knew that. In what universe would your older sibling not be jealous when you outshine them? Not this one. Though I can proudly say the reason of my sister's jealousy is kinda cute and wholesome. You should have waited until I grew my quirk too. Now we aren't a match anymore. She puffed out her cheeks. You have betrayed your Wani-chan's trust. How can you be so selfish? Heh. I laughed softly. I love her so much. She is extremely light-hearted. Her jealousy is cute too since she barely cares about it. Your quirk will grow too, Wani-sama. Just keep training. I could see my words affecting her as she hid a smile. Seeing that I put my hands on the side of her stomach and tickled her. She maintained an indifferent face before bursting in a fit of giggling and laughter. You cheat, she fell beside me as we rolled in the bed. Stop. I can't breathe. Ha ha ha. Anyway, I didn't lie about her experiencing the quirk growth soon. I have said it before, in the game Heroes Rising, Neji could release ring-like shockwaves too, and while the game isn't canon, I also remember she made a flower out of the energy she releases in the school festival in the 4th season. So she clearly experienced this growth in the original timeline. Though if I recall right, it was stated that the big three weren't always the strongest, and they even ranked averagely in the second-year sports festival. So I can only assume she grew her quirk after the school festival. Welp, I wouldn't mind helping her grow her quirk before that. I just hope the timeline doesn't become too fucked up. I looked at the clock. It was evening, Mom would be back soon and watch her usual K-dramas. Then, time for a small family talk. Neji. I stopped tickling her and locked eyes with her. Help me convince Mom today, okay? She tilted her head at first before smiling and saying in English, "Leave it to your big sis." In the drawing room of the Hado mansion, Gara was on the couch watching a K-drama on the slim TV attached to the wall. She had an empty bag of popcorn in her hand that her hand went in and out of sometimes, not realizing that it was already empty. Aiko was on the same couch, a moldable blue half-transparent screen resting on his hand as he was scrolling through the front page of a newspaper on it. On the ground, Neji and Neji were playing with Legos. Neji built a dinosaur while Neji built a huge mecha robot. They were making the toys fight with each other. Time passed as finally the show on the TV ended. Gara released a breath. Phew, that was so intense. As she laid back on the couch, she looked down on the floor where her kids were playing. It's already night, kids. You don't have much time to play. She noticed Neji ignored her words completely while Neji looked at her and said, "Okay." He didn't say much after that, but instead of continuing to play, he instead stared at her face silently. "Is there anything on my face?" she asked, putting her hand on her cheeks, worried that there might be a pimple on her face. She waited for an answer as Neji's crystal blue eyes didn't move for multiple seconds, making her nervous. Finally, he smiled. "No, there isn't anything. I was just admiring how beautiful you looked when immersed in something," Neji said naturally, making Gara blink continuously. While she was speechless, Aiko glanced at her shocked face and chuckled in amusement. Gara's lips parted repeatedly before she smiled ear to ear. She went to the floor and hugged Neji. She drove her face closer to him and rubbed her cheeks with him. "My baby boy, is there any new toy you want? Or do you want to go eat out tonight? Want mama to recite you a few bedtime stories before sleep, maybe?" She was insanely happy hearing her cute son compliment her so suddenly. She didn't think of it much, but seriously she couldn't hold back from hugging him. "Ah." Neji blinked. "Well, if you really want to give me something, then give me the permission to travel all of Japan like I asked last time." Gara froze in her spot, her smile stiffened as she watched Neji look at her expectantly. "So? Ah, well." Gara unwrapped her arms and avoided eye contact. I have said it before, baby, I would let you travel the whole world if you wanted to, but you would have to have grown up first." "I have grown up. You're not even 10. Neji frowned. "Some kids my age are becoming doctors and scientists. Traveling is nothing close to that." Neji dash. "Hey, come on mom." This time Neji interrupted her. "He wants to travel the world so bad, why not just let him? You shouldn't hold down a person's dream." Neji gave her a thumbs up hidden from Gara's gaze. Meanwhile, Gara's lips quivered as she almost broke out crying. But, I can't live without seeing him every day, even if it's just one day." She brought Neji into a hug, his head going deep within her chest. "How can I sleep at night if he isn't in the mansion? My boy is so naive, would he even be able to eat at the right time without me? And, the drama is back." Neji shrugged while his face was resting on his mother's chest. "She is too overprotective. I love her so much, but I mustn't get sidetracked. I need to stay away from her for a while so that I can focus on getting stronger." Neji firmly decided. Well, he does have a plan. He looked at his dad who was sitting on the couch, reading the newspaper as if nothing was happening. He exchanged gazes with him and nodded his head. Gara." His dad called as Gara turned to him with a frown on her face. She glared at him with teary red eyes. "What do you want? Can't you see I am talking with my son?" Aiko smiled awkwardly and coughed. "Ahem, since he keeps talking about going out and you keep refusing, why don't we reach a middle point?" Gara blinked, the frown still present. "Say, what idea do you have?" Aiko smiled. "He was supposed to be homeschooled until high school, right?" Gara nodded. "Let's say we let him go on his journey." Gara frowned. Aiko continued. "But in exchange, he would instead be homeschooled until middle school. After that, at the appropriate age, he would attend the same middle school as Neji. This way, while he would be able to travel for a while, he has to come back to us before attending middle school, which is around 2 years from now on." All the while as Gara listened, she was frowning. Her genius hubby didn't seem so smart right now. "I don't want my son to travel alone." "Then go with him, since you're so overprotective." Her frown depended. "You know how busy I am. You can't give up your job for your precious son." Gara bit her lips. Aiko hit her at the sore spot. He knew how much she loved Neji, but he also knew how much she loved her job. She didn't just do it for money, after all. "That's why I have another idea," Aiko said. "Instead of sending him alone, which even I wouldn't allow, I would set up an escort for him." Gara frowned. "I would not trust any bodyguard with him. I know how incompetent they are from the time in the park." "I know. I am not talking about them." Aiko smiled. "Let's send Kimi with him. She is both strong enough and has a good relationship with Neji. She would be able to make him travel around as if Neji is with family. Gaara blinked. That's a good idea. Genius. I know. Aiko chuckled. So, do you agree on letting him go? Gaara went silent. She cancelled her hug with Neji and put her hands on his shoulder, looking him in the eyes. She asked, are you fine with these conditions? You need to attend middle school, and Kimmy would go with you. You'd also need to call me every night before sleep. Every night. Do you accept these conditions? Neji didn't answer. Neji POV-. Do I accept? I asked myself. The middle school part is not the problem. In fact, the reason why Dad is helping me is that I have already agreed to attend middle school while I made the deal with him. But the other part is the problem. We never had the deal of sending Kimmy along with me. But I guess, this was to be expected. Who would let their 9.5-year-old son out in the world without a guardian? It was dumb of me to assume that I can be alone and do whatever I want at this age. But this is not really that big of a problem. They won't let me be without a guardian, so I guess Kimmy is a better choice than them refusing me outright. It's fine. I don't mind accepting those conditions of yours, Mom. I emphasized the word Mom as she pressed her lower lip with the top one, looking at me with teary eyes yet again. So you don't care that Mom would be sad? She said, then fine, I will let you be. Do whatever you want. I didn't want to make her sad, but I didn't have any choice. Sigh. But. She interrupted me. You can only go after your 10th birthday. I want us to celebrate that together as a family, understood? After a short pause, I smiled. I love you too. Chapter 16, Finally Free, 2. Chapter 16, Finally Free, 2. Disclaimer, I was horny. A few months later. Along with his family and Kimmy, Neji walked towards the parking lot located in the Hado courtyard. Gaara had red eyes and was being supported by Kimmy, helping her walk. Neji was walking by Neji's side while Aiko walked a step forward in front of the group. They reached the parking lot where dozens of cars were resting, most of them bought by Aiko, who was a gigantic car nerd with his grand collection. The group walked in front of a brand new black-colored car with red lining on the tires. The car was reflecting the sunlight gorgeously. Lo and behold, this is the latest Mercedes G-Class. She is painted with the color Black 3.0, the darkest black in the world. This baby's true beauty comes to life at night. Aiko grabbed a key out of his pocket and clicked a button. The car beeped as the front lights lit up. This was completely unnecessary, Neji said, shaking his head. How much did it cost? Aiko shrugged. Just a few million yen, don't worry about the price, kiddo. You're gonna travel for 2 years, it's only fair that your father gives you something that would help you do what you want with just but a few problems. Neji didn't reply and simply observed the car. To say the car was gorgeous would be an understatement. It was fucking divine. The question about the price was simply a formality. He knew there weren't any cars his parents couldn't afford, they are pillars of their respective fields after all. He has seen many kids drive luxurious cars in his previous life, and today here he was going to experience the same. Meanwhile, Neji tilted her head with a finger in her lips. Hey, Daddy. She called with her eyes locked on the car. The car is cool and all, but shouldn't white be better for Neji? She turned and locked eyes with Aiko. Yeah, it would have been better. It matches his hair. Not really, sweetie. Gaara, who was busy wiping her tears, talked for the first time. I, Sniff, specifically chose the color since it would look better in contrast with his hair. Black and white color matches with each other better than anything. Neji glanced at Gaara and nodded her head. Okay then, this is good too. Though stop crying. Even I'm not crying. She stuck her tongue out as Gaara giggled whilst wiping away her tears. Alright, I will stop. She sighed and moved Kimmy's hands away from her shoulder. She walked closer to Neji and crouched down, putting her hands on his shoulder. Baby, I have listened to what you said, haven't I? Neji nodded. Then listen to me too, okay? Don't cause any trouble for Kimmy. She may be a maid, but treat her like your big sister. She said while glancing at the smiling Kimmy. Do whatever she says, and always stick close to her. Neji nodded again. And the previous condition still stands. You need to call me every night before going to bed. Or, I won't be able to sleep at night. Neji nodded again. And then, there is the... Gaara, it's getting late. Aiko interrupted her only for Gaara to glare at him with fiery eyes. You can always talk to him on the phone, She hissed at him and mouthed at him, which Aiko clearly understood as, no sex this week, making him sigh. Fine. She hugged Neji for the last time. It's already noon, so it really is getting late. I don't want you to reach your destination at midnight. She kissed him on the cheek for the last time. Be careful, my baby boy. Neji only smiled. I will. It was already 8 p.m., the sky was dark and the road in front of them was empty. It was a forest roadside, trees were towering at either side of the road. The only light at this place was the moonlight and the headlight of the car. Kimmy was driving the car that was making a lovely sound while Neji was in the back seat, laying on his back on the wide seats while reading a book. Kimmy was quite surprised when Gara asked her to be Neji's escort. She was surprised by the trust she received from the other party. She really felt this was like being with her own family and not just a job. She felt as if she was an elder sister now. From a young age, she was a lone girl in this world. She only had a single person beside her. But even she, her only family, her older sister, had died a few years ago. So now that a group of people treated her like this, she naturally took a liking to them. She wanted to believe that they really loved her like family. So she didn't want to ruin this family of hers. She would give her all into keeping Neji safe and sound these 2 years. The only thing she hoped was that she would still be the same dignified maid who Neji can see as an older sister. However, she didn't know if that would be possible or not. She hoped he wouldn't have to see her dark side. Her quirk, Super Cat, has a huge side effect. She enters the state of heat as soon as she gets horny. She becomes aggressive and can barely think straight in that state. Mainly, she wants to relieve herself with any possible method as soon as possible. That's what happened in the beach house a few years ago. She was aroused hearing the sound Gara was making. Her quirk acted up, and she was forced to relieve herself right there. People might ask, why not just control your horniness? That should fix the problem. Unfortunately. Being a closet pervert, getting horny is a matter of seeing a couple holding hands. Mixed with her enhanced senses, her skin's enhanced sensitivity, she can't resist the touch of a man, not at all. It's a wonder how she maintained her virginity up until now. It really is a wonder. Maybe it's the promise she made with her older sister. Her first time should go to a person she loves, not a person who made her feel horny. That's what her sister had asked her to promise her. That was most likely the case. So, Sugihara Kimi, who has reluctantly agreed to be Neji's escort, only hoped her heated side wouldn't come out to light in front of this child. Or she doesn't know what she would do if Gara learns about it. Yawn. She heard a yawn from the back of the seat. She looked back using the front mirror and smiled. Neji had fallen asleep. She instinctively relaxed her body and heaved a sigh. A few more hours, and we will be there. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I woke up with the sound of birds chirping. I wasn't in the car seat, the thing under me was too soft to be won. Then light invaded my eyes while I covered them with my hand. Young master, get up. I heard as I barely peeked under the radiant light. Kimmy. I rubbed my eyes and looked in front of me. A cat girl wearing a maid dress was opening the windows, the reason as to why the room is filled with light. Young master, it's already 8 a.m. Mistress Gara asked me to wake you up early, or it would be bad for your health. Kimmy looked at me and sternly said as I yawned and sat on the soft bed. We reached Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji was our destination. It's a great tourist spot. I watched a few videos on YouTube in my previous life, and I can still vividly remember how nice this place looked. But that's not why I chose this to be my first destination. Mainly, this place has 3 dungeons close by, according to the map. Yes, we have. She said as she turned around to move the widow's veil. We are in a hotel in the town located under the mountain. We stay here for 10 days and then move out for Imperial Tokyo. So I have 10 days, huh? Neji thought. 3 dungeons. 10 days. A fair amount of time. First of all, let's move around the town and memorize the layout a little. While the locations of the dungeons are present in his minimap, it's still better to know about the locations first before going in. Hey, Kimmy, Neji called. I am hungry. Let's go out after eating breakfast. Kimmy smiled reassuringly. Of course. Wait, I will bring you breakfast. Neji POV. It's been 2 days. We have seen most of the town and I have confirmed the locations of the dungeons secretly. There is one dungeon in a shady alleyway near the west of the town. It's a goblin dungeon. That would be easy to access. There is one at the school field of a middle school around here. The school is built above a graveyard, from what I have heard. So it's no wonder that the dungeon is a zombie dungeon. Finally, the third one is at the top of Mount Fuji. I didn't get to see it, obviously. I am not allowed to climb the mountain, so I had to confirm from the minimap. Now that I have observed my targets, it's time to start the hunt. Power, I would get power from these 3 dungeons. Just a matter of time before I catch up to the monsters like All Might. So, Here I am, eliminating the only hurdle I have in my path to strength. Kimi Sugihara. General POV. Are you sure? Kimi asked, fidgeting with a hidden blush. She clearly wasn't expecting Neji to propose this. Duh. I usually massage Mom, but since she is not here, I need another target to sustain the level of my skill. Adding to that point, you have worked hard showing me around. I wouldn't mind helping you relieve your muscles. Neji said, sitting on the edge of the bed. So, he patted the bed. Come, lay here face down. I will show you a whole different world, Kimi. Kimi was very reluctant. With the issue of her sensitive skin, it would be very bad if she gets touched all over by Neji. Neji tilted his head seeing her hesitating expression. He decided to push her a little. What's wrong? You won't let me. Kimi blinked seeing his cute pleading expression. Come on, Kimi. He will just touch your back. You'll be fine. She took a deep breath. All right. She slowly walked forward, crawled on the bed, and laid on her chest. She felt her breast pressing against the bed while Neji climbed on top of her. Feeling Neji sitting on her back, her heartbeat started rising. Calm down, Kimi, you're a pervert, but you're not a pedophile. Take a deep breath, he is just a child. His touch can't arouse you. Calm down. Calm down. Kimi breathed out and relaxed her body. But the next second, eep. She flinched and turned her head backwards. What are you doing, young master? Oh, Neji, who was undoing the chain of her dress on the back, tilted his head. It's better to do it bare-skinned. In fact, with clothes on not only would you feel much less pleasure, but you might also even feel pain. Oh, wait, is it a problem to show your naked back to me? Kimi bit her lips. That's not what I meant. Fine if it will help with the massage. It's fine. Seeing her turn her head forward again, Neji continued to undo the chain of her cloth. Soon, her bare back was in his view. It was creamy, almost milky. Neji slowly placed his palms on her slightly muscular back. Why was Neji doing this? People might ask. It's to simply make her go unconscious. With his acupuncture techniques, it should be a piece of cake. But he is being cautious. If Kimi goes unconscious suddenly, the next day she would be more cautious and knocking her out via this method would be nigh impossible. So, first, he needs to make her body relax, so relaxed that she will assume she fell asleep naturally because of her relaxed state of mind. Not only that, Neji is confident enough to make her addicted to his hands. So he would be able to ask her for a massage session and she would agree without a question. Acupuncture massage, LVL 30. This is the MVP, of course. Neji channeled the skill in his palm as he started to rub his hands on her back, slowly. Ah. Surprising him, the cat girl released a muffled moan. Meanwhile, Kimi, who was feeling her soul being touched by two small hands, was barely holding herself from screaming out a moan. What's this? What's this? Why does she feel so good? Is this magic? Or is she dreaming? Kimi was baffled. What the hell is this situation? She felt as if Neji wasn't touching her back, but her inner thighs instead. If she is feeling this much from just her back, what would happen if he actually touched her inner thighs? No. Stop these thoughts. Kimi bit her lip down as she clutched the bedsheets. She felt a wetness spread between her legs and bit her lips harder. This is bad. This is bad, he is a child, he is 10. I should stop him. But why does this feel so good? NHGH. Kimi bit down the bedsheet. Meanwhile, Neji could see all her reactions. He was mildly amused by her reactions and kept massaging her back. He didn't know her thoughts, of course. Or he would have stopped right now. Though he did know that Kimi was a pervert from that incident a few years ago, he assumed with that as a fact it would only help him make her fall asleep faster. Luckily, he was still a kid with fewer horny hormones than usual. Or he might have even taken advantage of this situation. For extra effects, he coated his hands with light shock waves. He groped her back, rubbed it, and pressed the pleasure points deliberately. How are you feeling? He asked. But of course, the woman was clutching the bed and moaning in her mouth. She couldn't hear him. She is kinda cute, puffed. Neji chuckled as he felt a bulge in his pants. Luckily I am not the same guy from my previous life. Or by now she would have been on her back instead. He shook his head dismissively and focused on massaging her with his growing erection. Yes, 10-year-olds can get erections. He kept massaging her as minutes passed. Around 5 minutes later, under her muffled moan, Neji felt Kimi clutching her thighs together as the sound of her squirting entered his ears. NGHN. Oops. I made her come. He shrugged and then slowly removed his hands from her back and drove it close to her neck instead. Either way, one tap, and she would be out. His finger touched her neck as he was about to press her pressure point, but just then, Kimmy turned around, causing Neji to fall off her back. But before he could fall on the bed, Kimmy grabbed him by his collar and pushed her tongue inside his mouth. What the fuck? Neji tried to push her back, but he couldn't outpower a physical-type Quirk and was forced to stay still as she kissed him passionately with her amateur tongue. After a minute-long kiss, she parted her lips, but Neji didn't get the chance to take a breath as she pushed him down on his back. "I am sorry," she said. "Please forgive me," she mumbled. She didn't stop her hands, though. It went inside Neji's t-shirt and ran through his small chest. Her lips were kissing his nape while she was rubbing his crotch with her knee. Neji couldn't even struggle. His two hands were grabbed by Kimmy's larger hand as she molested him while chanting sorry like a mantra. "Kimmy. Stop. I am 10. I am fucking 10. Neji pleaded with a shocked expression. Remember when he once talked about losing his virginity to his 16-year-old cousin at the age of 9? Yeah, she raped him. Fuck. I don't want to be raped again. Neji struggled restlessly, but no matter how much strength he used, she was unmovable. He has said it before, in his previous life, being raped at the age of 9 didn't leave trauma, but it didn't make him a masochist either. He doesn't want to be raped again. It stung his pride as a man who bedded tens of girls. He turned his palms a little towards her head and prepared to blast her away, but before he could do so, Kimmy locked her lips with him again with her other hand gripping his palms tighter. Ugh. He didn't care though. He streamed energy in his palms and tried blowing her away. But. Ding. Stamina too low after using the skill, acupuncture massage. Master would lose consciousness if he proceeds to try using his quirk again. Proceed. Neji sighed. He stopped struggling and laid limp. Hiya, it's happening again. I am getting raped. Staring at her face, he went silent. Kimmy. I will get back for this. Looking at her blushing face, he shook his head. Guess the only thing I can do is enjoy, like last time. As his body lost strength, he just moved his tongue against her while using his massage skill, receiving a moan from her. Luck plays a role. You have gotten an opportunity for an easier life. What the fuck are you on about? Chapter 17, damn it, 1, ***. Chapter 17, damn it, 1. Chic. Kimmy tore open Neji's white t-shirt and threw it away. She was still wearing her clothes and couldn't care enough to take them off since that might give Neji a chance to escape. Next, she grabbed his pants then swiftly took them off, not wanting to hurt his precious jewels. Meanwhile, Neji silently stared at her lust-filled eyes while laying down under her. He didn't care anymore. He would tell his parents the moment he got out of this. But there was something concerning. Why did the system say that this is a lucky opportunity? Surely, it didn't count me losing my virginity by being our **** as a lucky incident. If it did, this is bullshit. Neji thought. Next morning. Her eyes twitched because of the light falling on her eyelids. She covered her eyes with her hand feeling the need. Slowly opening her eyes, Kimmy yawned. Next, her sleepy eyes wandered around the room. She sat up on the bed as the bed sheet fell from her chest, revealing her breasts. She mumbled, confused. What's going on? Wait, no way. Reality sunk in her head. Her fuzzy memories unfolded. Her eyes widened while her lips parted. It wasn't a dream. Her face sunk, a horrified expression rewrote her relaxed face. She immediately turned to the side and looked at the bed. It was covered by a blanket, so she immediately threw it away. Oh no. He wasn't here. He wasn't in the bed. Damn it. Did he run away? Maybe he already called Gara and Aiko too. Kimmy's back slouched down. She, actually raped her benefactor's son. Someone who trusted her like family, she broke that trust with the worst possible action imaginable. How would she show her face to Gara? If that's not enough, she raped the person she has been raising like a little brother for 8 years. For almost his whole lifetime. What would that child think of her, the person he saw as his other older sister after she had raped him? How would she look into Neji's eyes? Hopefully, the police would catch her before meeting them. Hopefully, she would instead be sent to jail faster than they could reach her. So, she wouldn't have to show her disgraceful face to her benefactor. Kimmy stared outside the window with dazed eyes. Wait, the windows are open. She recalled closing the windows last night. She noticed the veil was also neatly moved to the side. The first thing she thought was that Neji had jumped from the window and flew away from here. But upon further observation, it clearly seemed someone had opened the windows with a calm mind. What in the world? She didn't have to wait much as the doorknob twisted, someone twisted it from the outside. Oh, a white-haired little boy walked in with a food plate in his hand. You're already up, Kimi-ne-chan. What? Kimi stared at Neji's figure dazedly. What was he doing here? Why didn't he run away? Maybe, he didn't realize that happened last night. No, highly improbable. She recalled him screaming, I am 10. I am 10, stop, so it clearly meant he knew what he was going through. Then, did he forget about last night? There is a low chance, maybe he was so traumatized that his brain locked those memories away. That wasn't something impossible, traumatized people do that a lot unconsciously. Kimi gulped. There seemed to be a chance for her. She just needs to make sure her hypothesis is right. For now, she breathed out silently. She grabbed the bedsheet and raised it towards her chest to hide her bare breasts. Did my young master bring food for me? She smiled. Neji walked towards the bed and sat down on the edge. Yeah, I figured you'd be hungry because of last night. Kimi froze. I brought some grilled fish from the first floor, the old lady working there was nice. Here, say, Neji grabbed a piece of grilled fish with chopsticks and raised it up to Kimi's mouth. But Kimi didn't open her mouth. What's wrong? He asked. You're not hungry. Kimi reluctantly shook her head and took the piece of fish into her mouth. She chewed it slowly as Neji observed her. She gulped the piece and looked at Neji's eyes submissively. Young master, about last night. Neji shrugged. Don't worry about it. Kimi's eyes regained some light. I am sure Mom would forgive you. What? Kimi stuttered. Did you tell Mistress Gara already? Neji put the tray of food down on the stool beside the bed. No. I didn't, not yet. Kimi heaved a sigh. But I plan to do it soon. Kimi thinned her lips. Young master, can you not do that? Neji's expression changed, causing Kimi to stop breathing. His face distorted as he looked at her disappointedly. Why though? Did you not rape me? Why do you not want me to tell others that? Are you a coward? A pushover who would hide what she did with such excitement. Kimi didn't answer. I heard what Mom said, she treats you like her little sister. Now that you're alone in this world, she accepted you like family. But you. What did you do? You raped her favorite child. He glared at her. Do you know how much mental damage that could have caused me? If I was any other kid, I would have been severely traumatized. Kimi unconsciously lowered her head. I am sorry. Don't say sorry. Neji growled. You kept saying that word while molesting me, again and again. I don't want to hear that from your mouth anymore. He crawled up to the bed and pushed her down, sitting on her stomach like she did last night. You're a whore, a perverted whore who wouldn't mind raping a fucking child. He said, looking at her shocked face. Fine. You asked me to not tell my parents, right? Kimi gulped and nodded. I won't tell them, at least not today. Her eyes widened. But surprising, no, shocking her, Neji grabbed the bed sheet from above her chest and pulled it down. Revealing her round snowy breasts as he grabbed one with his hands, his fingers sinking into the soft flesh. A cold look appeared on his face, as long as you stay like a submissive cat and keep doing as I say. Kimi stared at him with her eyes widened, filled with disbelief. She was being blackmailed by the innocent little boy she has raised from the age of 2. No, it's all her fault. All her fault. He wasn't like this, something changed inside him. And that change was made by her reckless behavior. But, did she have any choice other than agreeing to him? She really didn't want Gara to look at her with disgusted eyes. She didn't want Aiko to think of the girl his wife trusted to be a whore. Her eyes lost all light as she closed them. Opening them again, she first looked at his hand touching her bare breast before locking gazes with him. Do you promise to not tell anybody about last night if I do everything you say? Her voice was hollow. Neji maintained his cold look. Yes. But to be clear, that everything includes sex too. Of course, it won't go your way next time. She gulped under his gaze. Why was she feeling afraid? She has known him for years, why does he seem different now? In the end, she bit her lips. I understand. I will do whatever you say, just don't tell your parents about last night. Kimi pleaded, her eyes wet and no longer focused. Really, what has she done? After that, Neji changed into a blue t-shirt with Loki's helmet printed on the front and a pair of jagged short pants. He wore a hand watch while looking at Kimi, who was sitting on the bed with her back slouching. Oi, eat the food. I don't want you to die out of starvation. Kimi raised her head and looked at him. You're going somewhere? Order number 1, don't ask me stupid questions, mainly about where I am going. He said and walked closer to the window. But dash. He glanced back at her threateningly. Order number 2, don't make me repeat myself or else. Kimmy thinned her lips. He seemed different. He was such a sweet child before last night. Has he been acting all his life? No, that's impossible, so the reason must be her actions. She wanted to say, I am sorry, again, but she remembered his words from a few minutes ago. Kimmy, you idiot. She blamed herself for everything. Also, don't follow me, at all. If I find a sign of you near me, it will be bad. And don't tell my parents either. That's the last thing you would do. Neji then turned his face outside as he stepped on the railing of the window. By dash. Young master, Kimmy called. Neji turned around with a frown. Be careful. He turned around and blasted shockwaves from his hands and feet, vanishing with the horizon. Chapter 18, Damn it, 2. Chapter 18, Damn it, 2. Truth be told, I am kind of disappointed in her. She was almost like a big sister to me, yet, what did she do? Sigh. It's sad. If I was raped by a stranger, I would have laughed it off. But I didn't expect this from her. Though then again, this is nothing new to me. This disappointment won't last that long. She seems like a good woman, so I can train her to be better. The blackmailing part isn't related to this either. I didn't do it because I was disappointed, I just did it because it was necessary. I need her under my control, I need her to listen to me without any question. I need her to listen to all my commands with her head down. This situation gave me that opportunity. Now I can enter dungeons without the need of sneaking out. Oh, the sex part was a bluff. In this situation, that's basically our asterisk ping, which I am not a fan of. Previously the plan was to make her fall asleep by massaging her every time and go out. Not only was it risky, but it was also kind of a pain in the ass to do too. But after this development, she is now under my control. She wouldn't dare question where I am going. That's all I needed. Honestly, this is a lucky incident. Luck did play a role. It's still a little sad that I can't have the normal life I wished for, but it's just that. A bit sad. Something I have felt for all my life. Anyway, what did I lose? My first kiss, my second virginity, and my dream of a near-perfect life. What did I gain? A clear path toward power. A lot of it. The power makes up for all of it, and the new pet is just the icing on top. Now, this doesn't mean I am entirely fine after being raped by my older sister figure. But even then, what she did is disappointing at best, something that I would forget as time passes. It's not worth it to hate on her. She did look super guilty too. More so, not like the first time this happened to me anyways. People can redeem themselves, and she will do it by serving me. Anyway, time to be a dick for now. I want to make her feel truly guilty, as that's needed to subjugate a woman properly. Makes me remember that stupid cousin of mine. That bitch. She probably did not even bat an eye knowing that I died, fucking slut. She was kinda fun. She taught me most things about sex. It's kinda a bummer she raped me, I would have liked our first time to be more beautiful. Either way, I am disappointed, but I am fine. Some things would change, but I can manage with that. This is mostly a lucky situation, now that I got a cat girl to do as I wish. Finally, next time, I would be at the top. Boom boom boom. I kept flying by releasing almost silent but fast shockwaves. If I make strong shockwaves, they would produce a lot of sounds, but if I make thin shockwaves, they make very light sounds. I mostly use the thin one since I don't like grand sounds always. But I have my moments. While lost in my thoughts, I finally reached the shady alleyway. 2 tall buildings were standing by each other, leaving a small alley in the middle. At the end of the alley, where a dead end was supposed to be, a small but round wooden door stood that had a golden glow around it. Just from the door alone, any fantasy iSky-loving weeb would be able to tell what was on the other side. A goblin camp. I flew down to the ground and observed the area around me. No people around. Good. Before I enter, let's look at my current stats. 1/3. Status. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 10. Class, the gamer. Title, Fearless. Level, 17. Race, human. HP, 370/370. SP, 310/310. MP, #/#. STR, 21. End, 37. Dex, 31. Int, 31. Wis, 31. Cha, 17. Luke, 64. Health regen equals ENDX5. Stamina regen equals DEXX5. Stat points, 0. Nodding my head, making sure not even a cat was around, I then walked through the alley and pushed the door lightly. A golden light blinded me, causing me to cover my eyes with one of my hands. The next moment. A forest this time. The world around me changed. 2 dungeons are done, all right. Standing on the open school field, I dusted off my hands. That was tiring. Without the stamina potions, I wouldn't have made it. I looked around a little. It's evening already. So it took around 7 hours for me to finish both dungeons. Also, it seems I can't just re-enter the dungeons and do them again and again. No, it's not a one-time use thing, but there is a respawn time of 30 days for each dungeon. Fucking hell. Anyway, from both the zombie and goblin dungeon, I got some pieces of armor, a few useful items, mana potions, and stamina potions. Still not a single health potion, sadly. So my previous assumption was right. Anyway, the things that stood out most among the loot are these. Ring of Invisibility, undead only. Description: you are invisible to the eyes of all undead as long as you're wearing the ring. The effect lasts for 30 minutes before it needs to recharge itself for 24h. Bracelet of Intimidation. Description: while wearing this bracelet, weaker-willed beings would feel some sort of intimidation automatically. The Ring of Invisibility is great. The first dungeon I went to was an undead one, and this one is undead too. I have no doubt I'd come across more dungeons like that. So if I can't be seen for 30 minutes, I can easily take most of them down. The bracelet is even better. In most cases in daily life, it's good for other people to feel intimidated by you. Even if they don't have bad intentions, just from feeling intimidated, they'd have double thoughts about thinking any bad things about me. That's always a good thing. I was wearing the bracelet right now. Well, that's all the only items worth mentioning. And even they are, sigh. Well, I am not saying they are bad, but they are surely not something that would help me kill gods. Ding. The system suddenly rang inside my head. Master, as your level goes up, the difficulties of the dungeons would increase. You'd get more EXP and more rare loot as well. Such as a god killer sword. The previous gamer had killed one of the prime gods with a sword like that before. So no need to worry too much. Ha. That's good, very good. This makes me want to level up even faster. Nicey. I crackled up. This is motivating. Alright, one more dungeon to go. I stretched up my arms while looking at the red sky. Hey kid dash, at that moment, what are you doing in the school? It's Sunday. A school guard's voice flew here from far. I looked far and waved my hand. Sorry. I will leave. Then pointing my hands at the ground, released intense deafening shockwaves and got flung to the sky. Time for the last one. Above Mount Fuji. I didn't know what the last one was. Just hope I can return before late at night. I was up at Mount Fuji. Fucking hell. I stuttered. It's cold. Mount Fuji is 3,776 meters tall. At the top, it's snowing. So no wonder it's so fucking cold. With one of my trembling hands, I reached out my inventory and took out a jacket made out of bear fur. The cold wasn't bearable even after wearing it, but it was better than nothing. But Ice Elf Dungeon, number 14. Can I fight in this environment? The dungeon is of ice elves, so it's no wonder the environment inside the dungeon would be icy too. In that case, fighting would be hard. Also, it's the number 14 dungeon. I don't know what the numbers indicate, but if it's the difficulty then I am fucked. The skeleton dungeon back in the park was number 699, the zombie one was number 967 and the goblin was number 136. And I can say the goblin one was much harder than the skeleton and zombie one. So, the numbers are basically some kind of ranking. Interesting. Let's enter, hee hee. I walked towards the cave with a grand door with golden shining linings on it and pushed it strongly. Creak. Just like last time, golden light covered me entirely and the next moment I found myself in. Wait, the fuck? You have entered the dungeon. Unlike how the system message would suggest, I was still in my previous spot. HM. My eyes locked on the door again. The previous lines of golden light had changed. It's red now. So this is an open-world dungeon like the one in the park, huh? There weren't many changes in the surroundings. But to make sure, I flew up and looked far. My eyes gazed at the horizon where the town was supposed to be located. Unsurprisingly, there was no town. Only a forest made of dead, covered in snow, trees instead. Seriously. I don't want to fight in this cold dash. Chip dash. With a thin sharp sound, I found an arrow in my thigh. Ha dash. Enemy attack. I immediately burst shockwaves and moved my spot. Immediately as I moved, another arrow went past the spot where I was standing a moment ago. Shit. I grabbed the arrow on my thigh and pulled it out with sharp pain. I barely stopped screaming with a groan. At that moment, I felt another arrow towards me, but I managed to dodge it by ear's length. I could feel my heartbeat getting faster, my hands shaking a little, and my frown deepening. Where is the attacker? Ding. The user is anxious. The effect of the title, Fearless, would be undone now. Damn it. On the contrary, the ice elves have snowy skin. So finding them in this snow would be the hardest part of this hunt. Chip dash. Chip dash. Chip dash. Another 3 arrows. I evaded one, but the other 2 hit me. One hit my right arm and one on my other thigh. More than one attacker. My breathing became uneven as I started moving around randomly every second. I am pretty far from the mountain, but the arrows are still hitting me. Proof that the attackers are good with their bows, and for most fantasy world settings, the long-range units aren't that good at short range. While taking out the arrows from my wounds, I kept thinking. So I need to find them and close the gap quickly. Think, think, think. Chip dash. Another arrow flew and hit me in the kidney. Arg. I have been constantly on the move. Why are they so precise? But this gave away the attacker. I moved my eyes following the trajectory of the arrow and spotted something I can barely make out. My observation skill only shows the name above the targets when they are close to 20 meters from me. I guess it's the game's rules to not make my brain go numb in a crowd and also for me to not get an upper hand in these types of situations. I blasted forward and at a range which I can only guess was 20 meters close to the attacker, I could clearly see the name floating above him. Burko, level 25, Ice Elf. This was his name, but I didn't care that much. Boom boom boom. I blasted shockwaves at my top output and blurred towards him, going past an arrow he shot by bending my waist as I went close to his head, kicked it, and painted the snow in red. Ding. You have killed an Ice Elf. You have killed an enemy 5 levels higher than yours. 1.5x EXP boost. 1500 EXP gained. I didn't waste a second, knowing there is another enemy around, and blasted to the sky again. I didn't take the arrow out of my kidney since the bleeding will be much faster than the arm and thighs one. I haven't been infected with the status of bleeding yet, so I can bear it for now. But fuck. It's painful. My breathing was a little even now. Let's look for the other. Chip dash. Chip dash. Chip dash. Chip dash. Egg. 3 arrows hit me while I barely dodged the last. I felt my forehead go cold as multiple notifications blurred me. You have lost -10 HP. You have lost -10 HP. You have lost -10 HP. Current HP, 300. Good lord, I am dying. Half. Half. You have been infected with the status bleeding. You'd lose -1 HP every 5 minutes. Current HP, 90. Catch. I pulled out the last arrow with a sharp pain. Half, first time being in a life-threatening danger after being reincarnated, is it? I couldn't help taking rough breaths. I was barely alive. Both my HP and stamina bars are low. I can heal by stamina, but I can't heal my HP. At least, I got something. You have acquired the skill, Pain Tolerance. Pain Tolerance has reached level 5. Description: pain is a part of your life, from the start to at this moment, you've endured great pain. It's only fair for your pain tolerance to rise. Effect: getting hurt would be 1% less painful. Heh. I escaped into a cave nearby and is sitting inside against a wall opposite to the entrance, hoping they don't have explosives with them. If they do, and they throw one inside, I would be done for. I am weak. Like a fly. I was this close to death. Yes, I don't think I am in any danger anymore. Because I made a snow avalanche on the whole mountain. I didn't want to go down to the forest yet, so I entered the cave to rest for a while then break out at the end. Sigh, why do I miss my mom suddenly? Damn, I am weak. I want to leave real bad. But. You can't log out without completing the dungeon. Fucking hell, fuck you too. Flutter flutter. Huh. I looked up at the ceiling of the cave. Huh, I am not the only one in the habitat. There are bats. In the 3 previous dungeons, there was only one type of monster. But this has bats too. Do I get EXP from killing bats? Theoretically, I should. I raised my palm and kept it raised for a few minutes. Fuck me. There are at least 50 bats all around me. I heard bats drink blood. So if I can't kill them all in a single shot, which I really can't, I might die if they decide to attack me. Though I believe these aren't the blood-drinking type, since if they were, they would have jumped at me because of the smell of blood. Welp, I am no bat expert. But from what I know, they use their sense of hearing to do most things. Ah, my thoughts are wandering. Well, that's not a bad thing. If I can pass my time leisurely, at least my HP would be regenerated by then without me being too bored. So from what I remember, most bats see using echolocation. Echolocation is basically the outcome that occurs when an animal emits a sound wave that bounces off an object, returning an echo that provides information about the object's distance and size. An interesting pow. Wait. Oh my dash. I am too smart to be kept alive. What if I, using my quirk, release a different kind of shockwave in this place, thus when the shockwaves bounce off all the objects around me and come back to me, I would get the information of each object's distance and size. On the contrary, shockwaves and sound waves are different. Though since shockwaves do release sound too, it's not that far-fetched. Well, it doesn't hurt to try. I faced a rock in front of me, closed my eyes, and opened my mouth. I can release shockwaves from my mouth too after the last quirk growth. I don't want the shockwaves to be too strong, as it would destroy the rock. I don't want it to be too weak either, as it would be absorbed by the rock. So, I need a moderate level of density. I will start with the lowest density. VHOM. It's been 2 hours. VHOM. Releasing the last ring of shockwave from my mouth, I understood I have finally reached a decent enough density. I can finally feel the shockwave bouncing back from the rock and hitting my skin, but I can't see shit. My genius mind forgot something important. The echo that gets released by sound waves emitted by bats is beyond the sound humans can hear that their ear processes and transfers to their brain as a clear image. While my shockwave doesn't produce that much thin sound causing me to still hear the sound, my ears can't process it enough to make an image out of it. I need ears like them, which is impossible. Ding. The skill Observe has risen up to level 50. You can now see more information about a target. You have unlocked the sub-ability, Intuition. At the lowest stage, you can visualize what you hear better. Well, isn't that convenient? Luck plays a role. You've encountered a lucky moment. Heh, broken game. After thanking the bats, I headed out. It took a slight effort to break the snow covering the cave's exit, but I was able to do it without causing another snow avalanche. The next enemies were at the forest side. I could tell by releasing thin enough shockwaves and listening to the sound returning back to me using the help of Observe. The next fight I thought would be easy. But it was anything but easy. Finding the location of the ice elves taking cover by the tree branches was easy using my new way to sense them. But I couldn't fly by the trees and take them down since it was a dense forest. I tried flying and taking some down like that, only for them to shoot thousands of arrows at me. But I was prepared this time. I had worn the solid armor I got from the skeleton dungeon back then. While moving was a bit hard wearing this, at least I wasn't dying. Gradually, as hours passed, and the sun rose in the sky, I was done defeating the boss, but everything wasn't daijobu. Drip. 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 Half. With a slightly disbelieving look in my eyes, I looked down on the stump where my right arm was supposed to be. The chief ice elf was a mage. He used different ice spells to attack me, most I barely evaded, but some did hit me, causing me to bleed all over. There were many injuries around me. But the biggest one was my arm. I lost my arm, my fucking arm. Why did I lose my arm? Am I not supposed to have the gamer body? Wow, to think this would happen. But why the fuck am I chuckling? Fucking idiot I am. Current HP, 2. You've been infected with the status, severe bleeding. You'd lose 1 HP every 30 seconds. Dash 1 HP. I am actually dying. Chapter 19, Know Your Place, 1. Chapter 19, Know Your Place, 1. You've been infected with the status, severe bleeding. You'd lose 1 HP every 30 seconds. Dash 1 HP. HP, 1. So, I have 30 seconds before I die. Awesome. Neji gritted his teeth while blood covered his eyes, dripping from his cracked-up skull. The pain he was experiencing was otherworldly, but still, it was nothing compared to the time when he fought the gods. With uneven breathing, he moved his head all around, looking for anything that might save him. He did have some bandages in his inventory, but his wounds weren't small enough for them to work, nor did he have enough time on his hands to apply them. With a racing mind, he examined the loot that was spread out around him. First, his eyes wandered on the loot dropped by the weakest monsters. He found nothing. Then the loot dropped by the strongest monsters, still nothing. Finally, the loot dropped by the boss monster, nothing. Wait. There were 3 green potions, which are the stamina potions, 3 blue potions, which are mana potions, and finally, there were 2 red potions, something I have never seen before. There was also a shining golden fruit laying beside it, but he didn't seem to care about it. Instead, he moved towards the potions with a limp. His legs felt as if they were noodles, but he pushed on. Standing over the potions, while blood dripped down his arms, he chanted. Observe. A surprising hologram of information appeared in his retina. Health Potion X2. Description: heals HP to 100%, thus healing almost all negative effects. Oh. Goddamn. By the time he could even realize it, the potion was already in his remaining hand. He tried opening the cap, but the cap. It was one of those bronze/steel caps that you can only open with a bottle cap opener. Who the hell made this game? 10 seconds remaining until the HP bar reaches 0. Ugh. Neji brought the small bottle towards his mouth and squeezed on the cap with his teeth. Dash. His teeth were hurting, but he could feel the cap slowly move under his teeth. But. Tech. With a sharp pain, something cracked inside his mouth, his teeth jumped out of his lips along with the bottle cap and 5 seconds left. The world around him slowed down. He could see a single broken tooth plunge ahead with the bottle cap. In a hurry, his hands shook, the red liquid inside the bottle spilt over his hand a little, causing the glass bottle to slip on his hands and start falling towards the ground as well. His body moved automatically, he didn't even know how fast he moved, but at that moment, he felt like he was the fastest man alive. Before the capless bottle could fall and spill all the liquid on the ground, he leaned over, tripping in the process, and caught the bottle's mouth in the middle of his teeth. He turned around and started falling on his back, causing the liquid to barely enter his mouth. You have consumed a health potion. HP would be healed instantly. Thud. -1 HP. It seemed he would have died if the potions took more time to heal. Wow. Stamina, 5 out of 410. HP, 409/410. I am not dead. He spoke in a flabbergasted tone, almost not believing what has just happened. The next time I woke up, I found myself lying on the ground. Being so low in the stamina bar, I had fallen asleep. Luckily all the monsters die after the boss is killed, so I was not in any kind of danger. Realizing I was safe, the first thing I did was look down on my right arm. Damn. I raised my palm in front of my face, squeezing it into a fist, hit the ground and dusted it off. My hand was healed. It was as if I got a new one. No scratch, no nothing. But why was my arm severed? Why didn't my gamer's body function? I asked out loud, not expecting an answer. But the system still answered me. Master does have the gamer's body, it is just different from the one you are familiar with. Continue. You can still lose your body parts, go blind, have scratches on your skin, etc. But as long as you can reach 100% HP, all your bodily injuries would be healed unless it's blocked by magic spells beyond system's reach. Wow. Not on the same level as the original gamer's body, but that doesn't mean this isn't broken. Though, I am curious, why is this system so nerfed? It took me 10 years to advance the observe skill to level 50. I don't assume it's the curse's fault. Master is right, it's not because of the curse. Rather, the first gamer's fault. That guy again. Yes. After some intriguing development, the previous gamer made fun of the creator of the gamer system, causing the creator to chuckle at his fate. To teach him a lesson, the creator changed a few things in the system. He said, after a pause, a different voice came out of the system, "Meh, it's no fun if gamers can enter the power of a true god in less than 50 years, it's just so boring. Hee, let's make some slight adjustments." The voice the system spoke in was a weirdly saturated one that seemed to be uttering thousands of languages at the same time yet still being discernible. Wait, you mean to say, Unknown Gamer 69 caused all this? And now that he's dead, I am here to suffer with his punishment. What the foo dash? Sigh, well, not like I can do anything about it. Moving on, I honestly thought the powers that existed in the roulette were made by either the fate or great will of the omniverse, but this is new. So there is actually a sentient being that created my system. Who is he? Is he stronger than the primordial god? I asked. This time, the system answered in its usual voice. I can't say that for your own good, master. You're too weak to even hear his name and still survive. Though he does have a safe name. Some call him, the one beyond omnipotence. I tilted my head. Interesting. Can anyone even be beyond omnipotence? Sounds like bullshit. Either way, this kinda annoys me. So he is the guy, other than the previous gamer, behind the nerf. Yeah, he made the system and all, to begin with, but that was a shit move. Fucking cunt. Why are gods so cuntish anyway? A sigh escaped my lips, but it stopped midway as multiple messages appeared in front of me. Condition 1, acquire knowledge on the source of the system, has been met. Condition 2, learn about the changes in the system generated by OBOP, has been met. Rewards have been calculated. Reward 1, every skill will level up 2x faster. Reward 2, every ability of the user that isn't included in skill page, in this case, quirks, would level up 2x faster. What? Neji was kind of surprised. So the nerf isn't eternal. It can slowly be taken down by completing conditions. Very interesting. A 2x boost at skill level up would help a lot. About 20 years should be left until the gods will find him, so with double EXP, he would be able to get 40 years worth grinding. The unfortunate part was, the boost only applied to skills and quirks, not general level up. And the even more unfortunate part was, currently he only has 4 skills that can be leveled up. Observe, LVL 50. Physical Endurance, LVL 15. Acupuncture Massage, LVL 30. Pain Tolerance, LVL 15. The active skills can't be leveled up since he can't even use them. While the rest of the skills don't even have the level up system. Maybe the system creator isn't that bad of a dude. The thought crossed his mind while he was fetching the loot spread over the battlefield. That thought soon vanished though. Neji felt the OBOP was just playing a game. Asking him to do what he isn't obliged to, while manipulating his greed. If there was a single thing that Neji hated the most, it was being controlled and forced. Doesn't matter even if the person doing that is someone close to him. That is one of the main reasons why he couldn't outright forgive Kimi. But, towering over the remaining health potion, Neji shrugged. Let's play the game your way for now. I am desperate. Neji needed to get stronger. Previously he merely needed to do so for himself. But now, he's got a family to protect. He crouched down and picked up the remaining red bottle. A health potion. It's rarer than he thought. So he must hold on to this for now. It would be of great help in any emergency. A small grin appeared on Neji's face. For now though, it's time to grind. Chapter 20, Know Your Place, 2. Chapter 20, Know Your Place, 2. Back to the hotel. Kimi waited on the bed, her eyes locked at the endless horizon outside the window. It has been a day since Neji had gone out, more than 24 hours. She hasn't slept a second since last night, so her eyelids were heavy. Her whole body was cold out of nervousness, starting from her forehead. Every night, Neji is supposed to call Gara before sleep, but yesterday since he didn't, Gara called instead. Kimi couldn't help but pick up the call, because if she didn't, Gara would have surely sent people to come here and check. Luckily, she somehow made it seem like the internet was bad, and Neji had already fallen asleep. She somehow managed to lie it out. The only problem was, this excuse won't work a second time. So she prayed that Neji would return before tonight. She had no clue where he went and where he was right now, she hoped nothing bad had happened to him. She was already guilty enough. If anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to contain her guilt. Abruptly, her ears twitched. The sound of constant blasts entered her ears. She turned her head to the window as the figure of a small dazzling silver-haired boy entered her vision. Boom dash. In an instant, the figure blasted through the window, reached and kicked the wall on the opposite side of the room, and landed on the ground swiftly. He barely dusted his chest with a slightly surprised Kimi on the bed. It was rare for 10-year-olds to have such control over their quirks. Ignoring it, Kimi observed his body instead as questions popped up in her head. He wasn't wearing the same clothes he was wearing before. He also seemed slightly taller, though barely noticeable. But what relieved her was the fact that he looked neat, not even a scratch on his body. So he wasn't attacked by anyone. That's good. Meanwhile, seeing her stare, her eyes running by his body, Neji clicked his tongue. TSK. Why are you looking at my body like that? Planning to rape me again? Kimi lowered her head listening to him. She didn't say anything and just stayed silent, waiting for another snarky remark. Bring me food. Surprisingly, he didn't add anything else. I am hungry. She needs to suffer for at least a few months, if not more. I need to bend her mind in the meanwhile. Neji stared at her back while Kimi walked out of the room with her slouched back. Only when that happens, would I give her a chance to redeem herself. He did say if she had a good enough reason, he would forgive her. But he wouldn't let her explain herself anytime soon. She needs to at least suffer some sort of consequences. Tolerating some snarky remarks along with a slightly harsher tone should be pretty tame. Though what he liked was that she didn't try to explain things to him by herself. This proved she had at least some form of guilt inside her. Moving on, other than Kimi, there was another single problem. Neji sat down on the soft bed with his eyes locked on the morning sky outside the window. The trip to Mount Fuji was supposed to last for 10 days. 4 days have already passed. Since there is a 30 days cooldown for each dungeon, wasting 6 days staying here would be pointless. He planned to move out tomorrow night. He needs a day off since he has yet to visit the famous MT Fuji hot spring. Since he is already here, why miss it? It was then he noticed the smartwatch that his mom had given him ringing out loud beside the bed. The smartwatch was made by Aiko's company. It was one of the best of its kind, if not the best. Neji knew it must have some kind of tracker inside it, so he didn't wear it when going out and instead he wore a regular watch he bought from this town instead. He went closer and picked up the watch. Clicking the pickup button, immediately a hologram of Gaara appeared in front of him. My baby. The face of the blue-haired woman with red eyes appeared in front of him. Are you all right? Did you sleep at night? Mommy was so worried not being able to see you last night. Yo, Mom. Neji slowly shook his head while a smile emerged on his face. Next day, early night. Kimi was surprised to hear that Neji wanted to move out from Mount Fuji. He said, since he doesn't have much time on his hands, he should see as many places as he can. Of course, Gaara agreed. Kimi didn't believe there was any request from Neji that Gaara wouldn't agree to. So currently, she was driving the Mercedes again. It was late at night, and light calming music was playing on the radio. The road the car was driving in was, like the first time, empty. In fact, it was the same road with forest trees towering over them from either side of the highway. Kimi looked at the front mirror to look at Neji, who was sitting in the back seat. He seemed to be playing games on his phone. Kimi was quite awkward with him. He didn't talk much with her after that incident had happened. She wanted to apologize, maybe even explain why she jumped at him. But she feared it would just sound like an excuse and he would get angry and disappointed. No, he probably won't be angry. She mused. Neji was strangely calm for a rape victim. She knew he was more disappointed than angry at her. And truthfully, knowing someone is disappointed in her stung more than knowing someone is angry at her. More so, when the source of disappointment is a mere child. Even more so, when the reason for the disappointment is completely justified. Other than wanting to become a hero, Kimi's only dream was to fall in love with a handsome man and lose her first time to him. But, while she did lose her virginity to a future handsome man, there was no love involved. That fact saddened her. Of course, it wouldn't have been a problem if the other party wasn't a child. She might have been able to fall in love if the other party was a bit older. She can't possibly fall in love with a child, right? Sigh, she heaved a breath. She realized how hypocritical it sounded. She also said she wasn't a pedophile, but where did that end up? The problem wasn't his age. The problem was her relationship with him. He was like a little brother to her who she had raised from age 2. How can she feel romantically attracted to him? Yes, she did have sex with him, but that was a spite-of-moment situation. Considering all that, it was highly unlikely that she would ever get to live her dream. But even then, even if she got to fall in love with this kid, would he ever? Suddenly, Kimi blinked. She has been lost in her thoughts, so she didn't notice the road. Her eyes had caught the glimpse of something as she pressed the brake hard. Creech. The brake was sudden, so in the back seat, Neji's phone flew from his hand and hit Kimi in the head. While he was barely staying in the seat. Ouch! Kimi groaned with a barely audible sound. Meanwhile. Oi! An angry yell came from behind her. Watch where you're going. How did you get your hero license if you can't even drive? Sorry, Kimi muttered while her eyes moved from the front mirror to the road. In the road in front of her, there was something. But, there was a black cat on the road. A black cat. Hearing her, Neji composed himself. He stood up in the seat and peeked outside. There was clearly something in the dark road. Really? Kimi looked behind at Neji with an uncertain look on her face. Are you hurt, young master? No, I am fine. Open the door for me. With a timid nod, Kimi pushed a button that undid the lock on the doors. Neji then pushed the door open and walked out. Kimi did the same. Kimi and Neji then walked closer to the cat that was curled up on the ground while its body was shaking heavily. It's really a cat, huh? Neji looked at Kimi. How did you notice it in the darkness? It really blends well with the surroundings. Kimi flinched. Ah, well. I can kind of sense cats. If they are close by, I can sense them easily. Neji stared at her eyes without any particular emotion. His dominant blue eyes caused her timid but similar blue eyes to shake and look away. Meh, okay. With an unimpressed look, that he made only to make Kimi feel bad, he turned his head and looked at the cat instead. In truth, he was quite impressed by Kimi's power. Quirks aren't always just one-pony tricks. They sometimes have a lot of interesting stuff just like this one. Maybe she would even be able to talk to cats after her awakening. An interesting query. Moving on, Neji observed the cat. The cat with jet black fur and closed eyes looked as if it was the personification of night itself. Neji frowned. It's trembling. It's cold, Kimi replied. I can see that. Observe. With a chant in my mind, a page formed in my retina. Status. Nameless wild cat. Race, Bombay cat. Age, 10 days. Tier, 1. State, Sick, cold, starving, close to death. The newly leveled up observe skill showed more than just the name and tier. It was quite handy. It says, the cat's dying, I noted and turned to Kimmy. The cat girl had thin lips as she observed the black cat with her own blue cat-like eyes. She drove her hands closer to it and patted its back. After a second, she looked at me with her eyes hesitating, a little wet. Why, young master? Can we take her with us? Otherwise, she would die. I went silent. Under my gaze, her eyes seemed to wet more. Good, at least she fears me even a little. You want to adopt it, her? I corrected myself. Not really. I just want to save it, then leave it in a hospital, maybe. Kimmy stuttered, her eyes looking at me pleadingly. Under her gaze, I chuckled softly. So she likes cats. Figures. That's kinda cute. I then turned towards the cat. Jet black fur. Kind of saturating with my hair, cool huh? Alright, I'm gonna adopt it. Kimmy, stay away, she's mine, I ordered as Kimmy hurriedly took away her hand from the cat. I crouched down, picked up the cat, exchanged glances with the slightly surprised but happy Kimmy and walked inside the car. After that, I took out a blanket from my inventory before Kimmy could see and wrapped it around the cat. First comes first, let's save you, kitten. I could have used the remaining health potion, but honestly, I didn't want to waste it on a creature I currently have zero connection with. So, we changed our destination and instead went to an animal hospital close by. It was already night, so patients were less and we easily got an appointment with the doctor. The cat was really dying, but luckily the doctor had a quirk related to healing that supposedly worked only on animals. The doctor thanked me for covering it on a blanket beforehand or it might have died on the road. After some more checkups, the doctor gave out some medications. They vaccinated her and cleaned her properly. Kimmy fed the cat her cat food that she always keeps as snacks. Moving on to the present, we were picking up collars for the cat in a shop nearby as I had an idea. Hey, Kimmy. I dragged her attention as she turned to me while wrapping a collar around the black cat. Get yourself a collar too, it should be proof of who you belong to. I was being a bastard just to anger her, also because that's quite hot. Though for the most part, I want to see if she has the guts to refuse me. While she was tying the collar around the black cat, her body froze listening to the words of the child she has been raising from the age of 2. Why, young master? She looked at him pleadingly. She didn't want others to see her crying like this. Luckily they were alone in a corner of the shop. I can't do that, people will have weird ideas. She stilled her face. Please, don't do this. Neji blinked at her while a smile crept upon his face. Now you're making me want it more. You're questioning me? He asked with a raised eyebrow. So all that, I will do anything was a fucking lie. Neji shrugged and raised his hand wearing the smartwatch close to his face. A hologram dial pad appeared in front of him while his fingers moved. Wait. Kimmy grabbed his hand and stared at his eyes with tears trailing down her cheeks. Why are you like this? Neji rolled his eyes. Would you wear it or not? After a short silence, she took a deep breath. I will. Just don't call your parents. Neji chuckled as his hands picked up a white neck collar and tied it on Kimmy's neck swiftly. Now you look perfect, he paused midway. Wait, no, not perfect. I need to make it clear who you belong to, too. Or knowing your mindset, you might run off and start sucking another dude anytime. He smirked at her, causing her to instinctively curl her fist up. That was Finny. What's she gonna do? Nothing. Was Neji going a bit overboard? No, not at all. At least not according to himself. Moving on, Neji, Kimmy and the unnamed cat were back in the car going to Imperial Tokyo. He had a few guesses what type of dungeon there would be, so he was hyped. Maybe he would be able to meet the historical samurai undead there. Would be interesting. Though currently, he wasn't worried about that. Currently, a bigger problem has occupied his mind. What should I name you, little kitten? The unnamed black cat was on his lap while he tickled it under its chin. Meow. The cat moved its skull relaxingly under the touch. You like it? Meow. Look who's a good cat, unlike a certain someone. Neji brought the cat close to his face and rubbed his cheeks with it. How about I call you Kurai? Kurai, sounds good. Neji mused to himself while tickling the cat in its stomach. Meanwhile, Kimmy who was driving the car muttered. Kurai is a male name. Can you shut up, please? She likes the name, look. Neji raised the cat, Kurai, up facing the mirror as it giggled like a normal cat. That's all that matters. Kimmy sighed and shook her head. Moving on, her eyes fell to the white collar on her neck. It didn't look that bad, except for the "belongs to Neji" written on it. She needs to be careful to hide when Gara would video call every night. Have mercy, Cammy. She prayed while the black Mercedes soon vanished in the darkness of the night. Chapter 21, Wow. 1. Chapter 21, Wow. 1. A super intriguing loot was dropped by the final boss of the Ice Elf dungeon. Remember that shining golden fruit that my eyes brushed past? Fruit of the God Tree, lowest rank of fruit ripened in the God Tree worshipped by Ice Elves. Being at the lowest rank, this only has a few aptitudes it can grant. Currently, it can boost the Eater's life essence, expand their mana pool, and heighten their general senses. If used on a beast, along with the previous benefits, there is a high chance for the said beast to evolve and become a divine beast. A very interesting item that can help me tremendously. I have heard about the God Tree of the Elves. They are pretty common in every fantasy novel that includes elves within it. It is said the fruit of this God Tree can give many miraculous powers, which appears to have been true. To start with, if I eat the fruit, by improving my life essence, I can live at least as long as the elves, assuming from the fact that this item did drop from an actual elf. Other than that, the general sense boost is a good power-up too. Overall, this should be a great item. The system even said this is so rare that I might not even find something similar in any of the dungeons in Japan. Sadly, my level was too low at the time of conquering the dungeon, so the fruit is of the lowest ranking. Back to the point. Even with all these benefits, I shouldn't eat this fruit. That would be too much of a waste. Suppose I did get a boost at my lifespan, how would that matter if gods come to hunt me in more or less 20 years? That's a pointless power-up if I get killed by them. Secondly, the other benefit, the item would boost the mana pool of the user dash, is fucking useless for me. I don't actually believe this thing would be able to bypass the curse of that primordial god. The only benefit is the sense boost, but honestly, it's not worth it. The best thing to do would be to give this to someone I trust, instead. The first name that came to my mind was Neji. By having a life essence like elves, which may even give the Eater a body like elves too, Neji would get tremendous help in her quirk. Heck, if she gets her mana pool expanded thus unlocking mana, I might even be able to make her learn magic. But, again, honestly, while that was good, that would still not be the greatest use of the fruit. The greatest use of the fruit would be to use it and get a divine beast through it. So, believe it or not, there is another reason behind the adoption of a stray cat other than Kurai being a complete cutie. I was planning to beg Dad to buy me a lion or a tiger, then use the fruit on it. Maybe I could have gotten a white tiger as my pet. Would have been nice, but after meeting Kurai, I asked the system to confirm my suspicion. Ding. As long as the creature you're using the fruit of belongs to the feline family, even a cat can become a white tiger. That's not an issue. Same goes with the Canidae family. So it doesn't matter which Beastmaster chooses, in the end, if you win the lottery, the beast would get stronger regardless. The idea of having a lion is cool, but a cat isn't bad either. More so, cats are cute. Anyway, the whole point is, I need to grind for a while and increase my luck stat. Since the chance of evolution is purely based on luck. Why, young master, we are here. Hearing Kimmy's call, I turned my head towards the window and knocked on it twice, causing the sheet of bulletproof glass to slowly roll down. As soon as that happened, wind touched my skin as the smell of the sea entered my nostrils. My body felt relaxed while I was almost starting to get used to it. My eyes got to see one of the most beautiful sceneries I have ever experienced in this journey, the Torii Gate floating on the sea of Itsukushima Island. The ominous purple light coming out of it indicated the existence of the dungeon. Yes, today I am here. At the island shrine of Itsukushima. Has it been 6 months since I started this journey? I think it's a little beyond that. So this would be my 75th dungeon if I recall right. I believe the monsters in this dungeon would be Kappa based on the surroundings. Yes, monsters within the dungeons are based on where it's located in the outside world. Following that fact, I might get to meet vampires if I ever go to Rome's Transylvania, a thing to consider. Ah, I am getting distracted. Kimmy, drive to the hotel. Let the night come. The greatest time for a proper hunt is always under the veil of the darkness. Another 6 months later. It's been 1 year since Neji left in his quest to become strong. Things have been going fine lately, with a few minor problems here and there. Most of the dungeons are easy to hunt except for the ones that are below rank 100. Fortunately, among the 140 dungeons Neji has gone to, among them only 13 dungeons were life-threateningly hard. Muaha. Meow. Papa Stope. Currently, Neji was in a penthouse owned by Gara in the city of Osaka. He was in the swimming pool located on the balcony, a foam of soap in his hands that he was using to aggressively wash the black kitten struggling on his hands. The black collar around the cat's neck came off under the constant rubbing as it started meowing like a regular cat. Meow. Meow. Gaia. The cat struggled, feeling water hitting its skin as Neji's hands washed its body swiftly. Kurai, calm down. It's getting hard for me. Neji shook his head while his hands moved. You haven't bathed in a month, you need to bear with it. Meow. The cat, Kurai, meowed just like any regular cat. Suddenly, as Neji's hands rubbed under her chin, her body stilled as she screeched loudly. I am almost done. Calm down. Strength left Kurai's body as she was rendered defenseless against Neji's hands. Meow, Papa is so wicked. Kurai didn't want to bathe yet. Neji shook his head, hearing the black cat talking in her childish voice. He loosened the black collar that he had taken off during the bath around Kurai's neck as she moved her neck to get used to it. Seriously, you used to stink. A bath was a must. Neji said while drying Kurai's tail using a hairdryer. Kurai used to stink. The black cat looked at Neji with her golden eyes filled with disbelief. Are you telling the truth? But mommy used to hug me tight, she wouldn't have done that if Kurai stunk. Because mommy is dirty too, you see. Neji shot her a look. Also, didn't I ask you to not call her mommy? Call her witch instead. He stared at her eyes but she just hesitantly looked the other way. Neji deadpanned and shook his head. Putting the hairdryer away, he picked up Kurai and nudged her cheeks with his. Anyway, do you remember what day it is? Yes. Yes, I know. Kurai rubbed her cheeks with Neji. It's Kurai's birthday. The first time Neji met Kurai, her age was 10 days. So it wasn't that hard to find her actual birth date based on that. Neji laughed, feeling the soft fur against his cheek. I have a gift for you, you know that right? Kurai's golden eyes flickered. Kurai almost forgot. I am looking forward to it. Neji left the balcony and walked inside the penthouse. Reaching the bed, he closed his eyes. Tiny shockwaves came out of his eardrums and went around him in a circular shape, creating barely audible sounds as they went through walls. Kimi is asleep. Neji realized using his version of echolocation. Last night, he forced her to eat some sleeping pills. He needed her to sleep since Kurai might cause a scene after receiving her gift. Papa. Papa. Where is Kurai's guilt? Putting the little kitten on the bed, Neji went down on his knees to the floor. Neji smiled at her question. It's here, it's here. But first, it's the daily magic time. After blinking twice, realizing she is going to see more of her papa's magic, Kurai cheered. Yay. After a soft chuckle, Neji smiled a cheeky grin as he opened his inventory with a mental command. He then drove his hand forward, it vanished as it went inside the inventory. It looked as if his arm was suddenly cut in the middle from Kurai's perspective. Her eyes shined as her ears twitched. Soon, following her gaze, Neji drew his hand backwards, thus his hand slowly growing back, as a golden apple-looking fruit found its place in his hand. Neji winked at her. Tada. A fruit for you to eat. The light in Kurai's eyes visibly vanished. That's Kurai's gift. Hey. It's not just a shining apple, it has more to it. Neji patted her head while rubbing her underchin with his fingers. Try eating it, you'll see. Neji placed the fruit on the bed as Kurai stared at the fruit for a second before nodding dejectedly. Alright, fine. Neji stared at her as she went to consume the fruit while multiple thoughts came to his mind. Telepathic collar, a collar that lets an animal talk to the person who wrapped it around its neck via telepathy. A useful item I got from a yokai dungeon. Not really worth it if I consider the fact that I had to kill multiple fox-girl yokai for this. At least they were mindless beasts. So it doesn't matter in the end. This is what Kurai is using to talk to me. I guess it works. I don't really need her to talk to others, at least not to Kimi. I watched as Kurai took the first bite of the fruit and immediately blinked twice. The next moment, as if the fruit was the most delicious thing in the entire world, she forgot about me and started to devour it completely. I guess God fruit tastes good. Unfortunately, as the system had said, only one person can eat the fruit. Cutting it into half wouldn't work, or I would have done that. Sad. I waited for her to finish eating, so I grabbed a chair, turning it the other way, and sat on it opposite to how a person normally sits. With my hands resting on the top, I observed Kurai. Hope she doesn't die. Nom nom nom. Kurai soon finished eating the fruit with shining eyes, she then turned to me and meowed while a golden trail of light left her gaze. Papa. That was delicious. After narrowing my eyes at the golden trail, I chuckled at her. Right. See, Papa never disappoints. Yesh. I then stood up from the chair and prepared to walk closer to her, while asking. Do you feel any difference? To my question, she tilted her head. Other than the sweet taste in Kurai's mouth, there is nothing noteworthy. My intuition sub-skill rang out loud in my head as I crossed my arms in front of me. Kurai's body glowed red while a red bolt of fire left his open mouth and rushed towards me. Even with my crossed arms, I was hit and thrown back, hitting the wall, feeling a sharp pain. Ouch dash. 50 HP. I fell face first after the initial impact. Papa. I heard her voice and looked up. Kurai was getting up from the bed to reach me. But unexpectedly, she tripped on her paw and fell face first on the floor from the bed. Ah. Kurai moaned and looked up at me, her golden eyes started to release a red light while her body started to wiggle. Her eyelids quivered as she looked at me with her gaze filled with panic. Papa dash, she stopped midway as her eyes turned completely red, her teeth growing as she roared at me. Rawr. A red shockwave was released from her roar, hitting me hard. Fortunately, because of my quirk, I have a strong resistance against shockwaves. So I wasn't knocked out. But looking ahead, at Kurai whose head wiggled and fell on the floor as if it was noodles, I sighed. A success, I guess. Observe. Status. Nameless Wildcat Kurai. Race, Bombay Cat Nurgle. Age, 10 days 1 year. Tier, 1-2. State, brimming with mana. The status that I saw the first time when I met her came along with the status she possessed right now. Immediately after that, as a red aura jumped out of Kurai's unconscious body and vanished the next second, countless notifications started to fill my retina. Ding. The evolution has been a success. Kurai, the Bombay cat, evolves and becomes a Nurgle. Master is warned to prepare his mind for the backlash Kurai would go through. A quick Google search showed me. Well. Nurgle is not a race. Instead, it's an individual's, more precisely, it's the name of a god. The Mesopotamian god of death, pestilence, plague, and sun, who holds the title, Lord of the Underworld. Nurgle is the cat deity. It's a wonder why the system considers Nurgle as a race, I asked with a cheeky smile on my face. Though I have no intention to peek at the gift horse's mouth. I have hit a jackpot. Luck plays a huge role. You have used all your lucky encounters for this year. Worth it. What can possibly happen if I have a god of death as my fucking pet? Unfortunately. At that time, if only I knew what the backlash would be. Chapter 22, Wow. 2. Chapter 22, Wow. 2. After Kurai woke up. Nyahaha. I, Kurai, am so powerful. Neji was busy rubbing his temples. Kurai was bigger than before. Not at the size of a tiger or a lion, but still at least 2x bigger than before. To compare, previously she was a cute fluffy black-furred kitten with round golden eyes. She looked small, her body was soft and she was something anybody would want to protect. Image here. From that, she was now this, her fur was still black, but her body was double the size of before. With a mixture of gold and red pupilless eyes, her gaze was extremely sharp. Her face was masculine for a cat as it looked sharper with her straight ears. There was a red circle on her forehead with a red circle that faded to the top with a three-pronged tree placed on the lower part of the circle. Finally, an orangish ring was floating behind her head like a proper deity. Image here. But her larger body wasn't the problem, far from that. In fact, he liked the way she looked, she was so gorgeous right now. The problem was. Papa, do you see this? Kurai talked using her mouth, her vocal cords. Kurai can throw fire from her mouth. A ball of fire left her mouth and hit the sofa a little far from the bed. Luckily, as soon as the sofa caught fire, the fire sprinkler sprayed water over it. The problem was, she was too enthusiastic and was burning the whole penthouse down. Papa. Pap dash. Kurai, stop. Neji finally snapped. Do that again and see what I do. First, Kurai flinched and jumped back. She was in the bed, from there her frightened figure soon changed as she growled. Gore. I, Kurai, am not scared of you anymore. Things won't go your way anymore, you old man. Neji blinked. Realization soon sunk in him. He then raised an eyebrow as he cracked his knuckles. Oh. A rebellion. Did evolving send you straight to your rebellious phase? Stay away. Stop me if you can. Naya. So, ridiculous. Neji sighed while looking down on the cat whose 4 legs were tied together with a tape covering her mouth. So this is the backlash system was talking about. He expected the backlash to be an illness, not something that would make his cat mentally retarded. She wasn't prideful before, nor was she rebellious, well, except for when I forced her to bathe. There is a slight change in her personality, guess she is a proper beast now. But, she is too haughty, too energetic and too dumb. Neji sighed. At least she isn't completely corrupted. MHHMM. Hearing the cat's muffled moan, he looked down. Below, Kurai was struggling to say something but couldn't do so because of the tape covering her mouth. Neji swiftly unsealed the tape just enough for her to spit out her words. Kurai likes mom more than you. Her mouth was covered before she could finish talking. MHMMPH. Neji deadpanned hearing her. He hoped she would be back to normal soon. He doesn't like her new snarky personality. He prepared to cook some food and then call his parents, tell them that his room has been accidentally burned and he needs a new one ASAP. He got up from the bed, but before he could execute his plan though, the door of the room Kimmy was in cracked open. What's that noise, young dash? Kimmy, who was rubbing her eyes, froze briefly. Her eyes landed on Neji who was covered in countless scratches with a torn shirt. She gasped seeing this. Next, her eyes landed on the huge feline tied on the bed. A panther. She abruptly turned her head towards Neji. Why, young master, what's happening? Neji who had frozen on his spot too heaved a sigh. Kimmy, he said. Remember condition number 1. Don't ask me useless questions. Kimmy looked at him baffled while blinking. Also, I am hungry. Neji turned around and sat back on the bed. Go prepare food, do your job. After a silence, Kimmy merely nodded. She was used to this by now. Yes, of course. Truthfully, I am not dad material. So when she said Papa for the first time, I was frowning. That happened 5 months ago, so I was with her for more than 7 months by then. I didn't mind, of course. She sees me as her father. What's wrong with that? I mean, even if she does see me like that, it's not as if that means I started to see her as my daughter too, considering I don't even want to have children in my life. Children are not my thing. Yet, I did have some double thoughts after that. Double thoughts on what, you may ask? If the divine beast transformation is a success, I would make her my familiar, and then enter dungeons with her. That was the plan. My system doesn't have a party system, so I can't just merely add her to the party and be done with it. As for why that's the case, system said. Like the system has said before, the other people around Master aren't the same as Master himself. They don't have numeric stats. Their existence is different from yours. So turning them into party members is not possible. It's fair, truthfully. But knowing the context of your question, Master can turn Kurai into your party member by making her your familiar. Though you'd need a familiar stone for it. These messages are from almost a year ago. By now, I already have a familiar stone. I got it from the Crimson Wolf dungeon. But I started to have double thoughts back then. I didn't want her to become my familiar if the only reason for it would be to make her fight for me. Though, after her evolution, I guess things need to change. This is necessary, very necessary. As for why it's necessary. I had gone to an undead dungeon before. I thought I would meet zombies and skeletons again, but who I met were spirits, ghosts, and astral enemies. I didn't fucking have any spiritual attacks, thus I got super fucked. Using the only escape dungeon coupon I had, I barely escaped with my life. After that incident, I have come across 17 undead dungeons. I didn't go to any of them, as any person with common sense would have guessed. Currently, at the place in Osaka I am at right now, there are 4 undead dungeons just around my nose. But I am not able to enter those, since I would only get myself killed if there are any ghosts there. But, with Kurai, using her power of a god of death, I should be able to clear them all. Some might say this is not a necessity since there are lots of dungeons other than ghost ones, so I don't need her to endanger her life, but maybe I am repeating myself, but if I am not strong enough, even she would die. This is for the greater good. Fuck my soft side. I need to do this for my and her own welfare. Time to trick her. So. Kurai, wanna hear something fun? I untied her restraints as she glared at me. Her body had returned back to normal. It seems the transformation is temporary. Wanna become strong? She blinked with her glare vanishing and a confusing look appearing on her eyes instead. What do you mean? I am asking, will you go into different magical worlds with me so that we can hunt down bad guys and get stronger? I feel like my description is a bit strange, but as long as it does its job right. Kurai tilted her head. Strong enough to protect you and Mama from any danger. I smiled. I thought you liked Mama more. You want to protect Papa too. Her expression froze as I could sense her blushing under her fur. Wait, is that even possible? That's, of course. Kurai doesn't want you to get hurt no matter how wicked you are. She raised her head pridefully. Nobody shall harm this god's old men and Mama. I chuckled softly and patted her head. Maybe her newts under a personality is better. I will ask for the last time. I brought her to a hug, at which she stiffened. I guess she doesn't like hugs from me anymore, huh? It's dangerous, you might die. Remember you're not a death god just yet. You barely have any divine powers. From the state, brimming with mana, I know she has quite a lot of mana. But currently, the most she can do is a firebolt and a spirit ball. Kurai isn't scared. Throw me at the sun and I will eat it. Oh, confidence. I like. Just hope overconfidence doesn't get her killed like how I almost died last time. Alright then. I patted her. Let's get stronger together. I will protect you. Having a magical pet isn't bad, huh? Oh, before I go into the dungeon, I need to talk to her mama once. It's finally the time, huh? Chapter 23, Redemption, 1. Chapter 23, Redemption, 1. Kurai, you'd stay in this room even if you hear strange noises, okay? Neji instructed Kurai, who was sitting on her paws on the bed. What noises? Kurai asked with a tilt of her head. Like, screaming noises from Kimi. You get the gist of it. You're gonna beat mama. She looked at Neji with a confused but horrified expression. Why, you scum? Neji smiled wryly. Don't get me started. Let's just say whatever would happen, she would enjoy it. Without giving Kurai any chance to talk, Neji moved his hand. His fingers went behind her neck as he pressed a sensitive acupuncture point. Immediately, the self-proclaimed death god lost her senses and fell unconscious. With a shrug, Neji put a blanket over her small body and walked out of the room, locking the door from outside. Meanwhile, Kimi was done making food. Today, it was mostly fruits and veggies, for some reason. Neji said it's better this way. Life has been cruel to her ever since last year. The kid 1/3 of her age has been ordering her around like a bitch, and she was rendered unable to refuse him. Did she have any choice? She has ruined his life, it's only fair that she would do anything he asks for, right? All this time, she has tried her best to reflect on her actions. She did what he asked, she obliged to all of his orders, she didn't even question when he went out and didn't return for a week. She had to somehow manage the calls with Gara, those were the hardest time of her life. At this point in time, ignoring the fact that she has pleasured herself multiple times while remembering that night, she hasn't done anything sexual with him yet either. Neji also seemed to not be interested in it. She recalled, he said his orders include sex as well. But up until now, he hasn't done much. Except for making her lick his foot sometimes and make her go down on her forelimbs while he sat on her back and played video games. He seemed to find more pleasure in humiliating her rather than doing anything sexual. Maybe not pleasure, he was just punishing her for her actions. Truthfully, she was fine with this bit of punishment, as long as he never told Gara about what she did. At first, Kimi barely held herself from crying. The anger she felt wanted to burst out of her eyes in the form of tears, but she didn't, she held still. Now, after a year, she has already gotten used to it. His actions barely affect her emotional state now. In fact, she even finds pleasure in being humiliated by him. Maybe she has become a masochist. Not a bad thing, she thought. Unlike how she has said that one time in the car, she hasn't come to love him, not at all. But, her previous view of him did change a lot. He was a predator, she was his prey. In a relationship between the two, he should be at the top, naturally. Maybe this wouldn't have been the case if things were natural. Just, thinking about being ordered by him, and only him, she felt her inner walls clench themselves. To her, this was no lesser than love. Fortunately for her, this had been Neji's plan, after he reconsidered something. She doesn't need to hold herself back for long. Now, she has reached a state where it's time for her to redeem herself. Oi, Kimi. Kimi, who was serving food on the table, turned her head to the other side after hearing Neji's call. Ah, young master, food is ready. Neji stared at her eyes with an indifferent gaze. Kimi's heart suddenly started beating faster. That look, is he gonna dash, she gulped. Humiliate me again. The bracelet of intimidation worked like a charm, causing Kimi to gulp in fear. Clear the table, he said. Put the food plates on the ground. Strip naked and lay on the table. He ordered, as to which, Kimi's mind went blank. She didn't expect him to ask her to go naked, is it finally time? If a person with a flight quirk floated at the west side of Osaka City, they'd see an interesting scene happening on the highest floor of a tall skyscraper. Though they'd need a pair of binoculars to see it. Clearly. Zooming in, at the penthouse's drawing room, that was visible because of the crystal clear glass wrapping around the whole building, a blonde cat girl was laying on the glass table naked. Her legs were hanging from the table while she was laying straight. Her gaze was fixed on the ceiling while her breathing was uneven. Right now, she was going through the most irritatingly pleasurable thing ever. Slices of tomato, cucumber, orange, and leaves were served on her body. Slices of cheese were covering her forehead. Butter was sprayed over her slightly muscular stomach, and an orb of chocolate was served on her navel. Finally, 2 stripes of leaves were covering her nipples while petals of rose were covering her most private region. Opposite to her, a child with shining mirror-like silver hair was sitting on a couch while biting on a slice of tomato. The cat girl, Kimmy, finally broke the silence. Young master. What's the meaning of this? At her question, the child merely snickered. Never heard of food play. I thought a pervert like you would know. Kimmy breathed out nervously. I am well aware of that, it was a rhetorical question. Neji shrugged, got up from his seat, and walked closer to her, and spanked her thighs hard. Thrash. On dash. You're not allowed to ask me rhetorical questions. He stated in a heavy voice, at Kimmy, who released a sudden moan. Anyway, back to the point, squeezing her ass once, he drew his hands back. Simply put, I am hungry. I am hungry for 3 things: food, information, and sexual pleasure. He simply muttered. This can do all 3 at once. Kimmy looked over the hunger for sex, since she knew he wouldn't go that far if she asked him to stop, and instead asked, what information do you need? He narrowed his eyes. I want to hear your explanation of your actions in that incident that happened a year ago. Kimmy's body stiffened. What's the meaning of this? I have already submitted to you, why are you going back to that subject? Neji licked his finger that had a slice of tomato on top of it. Truthfully, I have had enough humiliating you, I believe this is it. He simply said, making her eyes widen. During our last talk a few months ago, I promised I wouldn't tell my parents, right? I have kept my promise until now. They had already talked before once, but there was no explanation there. It was just Neji promising her that he wouldn't sell her, not that he ever planned to do so anyway. He continued. This time, I am kinda bored of this punishment thingy. If you have a solid explanation, I would surely forgive you. I'd even stop ordering you around. You'd be free. You'd be free dash, that was a blatant lie. Even if Neji did say he would stop ordering her, he knew that Kimmy would never go back to being the same. She is too used to being ordered by him. In fact, from what he believed, Kimmy would ask him herself to keep ordering as if he owns her, in case he does forgive her. That's been the whole reason as to why he didn't ask for an explanation a few months ago and instead delayed this act, to begin with. At first, he wanted to give her a chance to explain herself just a few months after the incident, but he noticed something. She was starting to enjoy his orders. The plan was working. He had fully decided since he started the basis of the master-slave relationship, with that collar on her neck, that he would break her and make her his. It wasn't fully because of what she did, not exactly, it was in fact because she was irresistible. Timid girls are too hot for him. He wanted her to accept him as her owner. The collar saying, belongs to Neji, was the first step towards that, and by now, she really was his. Even naked, she was still wearing that collar as proof of her existence. So now, even if Neji says he would stop ordering her, Kimmy would never be able to question where he is going, why Kurai can now talk, and even why she has become like that. It's not a bad thing, at least he believed it not, since she's enjoying it too. Being ordered by him, and him only, has become a fetish for her. It's like a drug. Neji didn't even try this time, she was just too perverted on her own. So. Neji walked between her legs and leaned forward with his hands behind his back. Kimmy's breathing got more stirring while she felt his breath hit her skin. His nose went from her pussy to her navel slowly. His tongue came out, she could feel the wet machine gun of pleasure touching her skin. She failed to contain her moan. The memories from that day, from the few kisses she shared with him, melted within her. She wanted to jump at him. Right now, devour him again. But, this time, she was able to contain herself. No, Kimmy. Not a second time. She was stronger than last time. Her mind has been strengthened by the little boy in front of her. She could feel Neji's tongue wrapping around her navel as it rolled around the ball of chocolate and took it in his mouth. He raised his head again and licked his lips, leaving a trail of chocolate around his cherry-like lips. Finally, some good fucking food. He chuckled. Meanwhile, Kimmy was barely sane. Her body was getting warm and her breathing was hectic. She was in heat. Seeing this, he grinned at her. So, Kimmy-wani-sama, why not start explaining everything you've got in mind? The best way to test her guilt, her current mindset, and her submissive self, would be to make her explain why she raped a 10-years-old while she is in here. Would she succeed? Neji was deliberately making it hard for her. Meanwhile, Kimmy felt a tight sensation in her heart hearing the word wani-sama. It's been more than a year since she has heard it from his mouth. Ha! Kimmy breathed out. Yes, young master. Chapter 24, Redemption, 2, asterisk. Chapter 24, Redemption, 2. He should have probably done this before, but he was busy with dungeons and stuff. Kimmy was never his main priority, after all. But still, he didn't want to stretch the time too much. It's been a long while since he had forgiven her, though that didn't mean he looked at her favorably. moving on. He focused on Kimmy instead. He was still between her legs with his hands behind his back, trying to create some kind of pressure. From his spot, he was surprised to see the juice dripping down from within her pink flower. He knew she was a pervert, but the reaction she was showing was still a tad bit much. Why was it? Kimmy's naked chest, showing her pale breasts, heaved up and down roughly. Finally, she seemed to open her lips. Kimmy took a big breath, her throat was dry. Have you heard about cats entering a state of heat before? Neji places his hands resting on her thighs, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Most animals have that. My Quirk, super cat, has a drawback. Just like cats, I enter a state of heat the moment I get horny. Oh, Neji mused. He walked away from her legs and went behind her head before leaning forward, giving her cheese-covered forehead a lick. Continue. It was starting to sound like an excuse. So he should see the validity of this himself. Kimmy grabbed the table side with her hands to control herself, as she parted her lips. If the level of heat is high, then my Quirk's aggressive side takes over me. I can barely think straight in that state, with my only goal being to relieve myself ASAP. That's one of the reasons why I quit my job as a hero. Neji listened to her while maintaining eye contact. After she finished, Neji walked to her right side, he leaned down and ate both leaves covering her nipples one by one. Of course, making sure to wrap around her nipples and give them a press with his tongue whilst using a new skill. NGNH. She moaned loudly, her toes curling themselves as she squeezed her thighs together. But she was still in control. In the state of heat, my skin becomes a lot more sensitive. Any touch feels as if I am being touched in my private region. Her breathing was foggy, she truly was in heat right now. That night, when you touched me like that, it was the most pleasurable moment of my life until then. Kimmy was 28 last year. Saying that the massage was the most pleasurable moment of her life was not to be taken lightly. It was sad. Now, Neji was on Kimmy's right, towering over her as his eyes were looking down on her face. Kimmy's eyes were also locked with his gaze, moisture gathering on the corner. I immediately entered the state of heat. It was a heat of highest degree. I couldn't stop myself from forcing myself onto you, young master. Her breathing was hectic and she was sobbing. Sniff, that's all the excuses I had. I don't wish for forgiveness, I don't mind if you keep hating me. I am sure I am long beyond that chance, but I would hope you wouldn't tell Mistress Gara, who sees me like her own sister. Neji stared at her silently, observed her sobs and sniffles with unreadable eyes. State, in heat. Barely in control. According to Observe, she isn't lying. He suddenly felt like a piece of shit, because he was exactly that. So, since I touched her like that, she entered heat and lost control. If so, how did she manage to control herself all these years? Yes, she was a virgin that night. In that case, why did she fail to do so this time? She managed to hold in for years, but couldn't control herself against a child. What was she, a pedo? Something clicked. He blinked. That's not it. It's because of massage hands. Oh shit. She's such a poor girl then. He really felt bad now. He never really hated her, but it might have seemed like that to her, right? Neji suddenly realized that no, he hadn't changed that much from his old self. He's still at it, ruining girl's life. What if she were to kill herself because she couldn't endure all this? Ugh, I am not the type to feel so much guilt. She was innocent, both Observe and his eyes confirmed all her words. She was merely unable to control herself as if she was on drugs. More so, drugs that he fed her himself. Keep acting like a bitch with her would make even him feel bad. But unfortunately, it was too late. She was already his personal little slave. Her heavy breathing and the look in her eyes saying, "Can we talk later? Please stick it in." He sighed under his breath and looked Kimmy in the eye. "Kimmy, let's talk after we fuck, okay?" She said the massage that night was the most pleasurable thing she had experienced up until then. It was safe to say the sex she had after that was more pleasurable than even that. Neji easily deduced this. That night, he barely tried. Today, not only would he give his best, he would go beyond with his Touch of Nirvana, LVL3. The evolution of the skill, acupuncture massage. The user can use ancient Chinese acupuncture like the back of his hand. Using this, he can mold the pain and pleasure hormones of a target directly. The amount of pain or pleasure generated would be based on how much stamina the user utilizes. After evolution, the need for stamina has increased a lot. But it's worth it considering he can do magic with his hands. Not only in something lewd, but in a real-life application too. He can touch a villain and mess with his pain hormone and knock him out cold, in a second. Why, young master? Chapter 26, Redemption, 4. Chapter 26, Redemption, 4. A room service is here. While Kimmy had cooked breakfast, lunch was supposed to be delivered by the room service. I should have cancelled it before starting the session. Shrugging, Neji went to fetch the food, but when he came back, he found Kimmy asleep. It seemed he had driven her a little too far. Her stamina doesn't recharge every minute like him, after all. Ignoring her, first, he ate his own food, then settled some cat food inside the room where Kurai was locked in, then fell asleep beside Kimmy. Since it was already evening when they fell asleep, they effortlessly slept through the whole night. Next day. MHNHM. Kimmy's eyes twitched under the radiant morning sun. She rubbed her eyelids slowly while a yawn escaped her plump lips. Sitting up on the bed, she blinked multiple times. Question mark. She tilted her head and looked around. This was Neji's room. What's she doing here? Abruptly, her eyes widened. She recalled what happened yesterday. For a moment, a look of shock appeared on her face before a pleasant smile broke into her face. He forgave me. She pinched her cheeks with her hands, realizing this wasn't a dream, as she felt a huge weight vanish from over her shoulder. She was forgiven. That child doesn't hate her anymore. What a development. But she never wanted forgiveness. She believed she didn't deserve such a thing. She basically ruined the child's life, the same child who used to call her Wani-chan. How can such a disgusting person like her deserve forgiveness? But he still forgave her. How kind he was. So, even if she didn't deserve this forgiveness, she would accept it. She would accept it to show respect for his kindness. Kami-sama. Kimmy breathed out. But, now there was another problem that she didn't know what to do about. Sighing, Kimmy turned her head around to look for Neji. Her eyes ran over the city outside the glass window before she noticed the bulge under the blanket covering her lower half. She threw the blanket over, revealing a gently sleeping Neji underneath it who was hugging her legs to sleep. MHF. Kimmy giggled as her hands reached out for his head. It stopped midway, a conflicting look overcoming her gentle smile, but she shook that look away and continued driving her hand. Her hand caressed his soft silver hair, the hair that was almost reflecting her face. She had a smile on her face while doing so. This wasn't that bad, was it? It was. She lost herself on the soft feeling of his hair as she barely noticed the sigh that escaped her lips. It's all her fault. It's all her fault that this innocent-looking child became corrupted enough to blackmail others. What will his future look like? What if he becomes a villain with that kind of mindset? So, if he becomes a villain and gets captured by her once fellow heroes, wouldn't she be to blame for his misfortune? Such an innocent child. A shiver of sheer guilt ran over her. He has forgiven her. But that doesn't mean anything. She hasn't forgiven herself. Her hand stopped ruffling his hair, and as she gazed down on his sleeping face. I am not in any position to show him the right path, am I? She mocked herself. He might become a villain, but was she anyone to change that? Was she, a person who raped a child, worthy enough to show that exact child the path towards justice? She would just be a hypocrite if she tried that. So, I would instead be by his side no matter where his life takes him. Kimmy smiled. Will he become a hero? If he does, I will make sure to teach him everything I know. Or will he become a villain? Maybe my pro-hero side wouldn't accept that, but I would still be by his side. No, it's not just about what profession he chooses. It's about his choices too. Even if he makes a morally wrong choice, I, Kimmy, would be by his side even if the world is against him. She suddenly realized what she just thought as a blush appeared on her face. So this is love, huh? How funny, she is in love with an 11-year-old. What a pedophile she was. Bleh. She smiled cheekily. Age is just a number anyway. She went back to pat his head while noticing movement from his side. MHHM, he opened his eyes as he stared at her, blinking. Kimmy? The fuck are you doing? Don't touch my hair. He gently pushed away from her hand from his head and got up with a grumpy look on his face. Look what you did. He looked at the mirror in a corner of the room. My hair is all messed up. Kimmy giggled softly, enjoying his childish side. Today was probably the first time she giggled this year. Life has been so hard this last year. Oh, I am naked. I gotta get some clothes. While she reminisced over the years that passed, Neji got up from his seat, naked, and went towards the almirah to pick up some clothes. With a gentle smile on her face, Kimmy stared at his figure wearing a white shirt and purple short pants. He is kinda cute. Kimmy noted. It was then, as Neji called. By the way. She faced his gaze with a curious look on her face. You're not gonna take that off? He asked, his gaze fixed on the collar on her neck. The writing, belongs to Neji, is written on the silver plate attached to it. Kimmy's face suddenly darkened. She felt a slight itch in her heart as the beating sound increased. Why? She asked in a dry voice. Do I not belong to you anymore? At her question, Neji simply shrugged. She couldn't read him at all. I did say you'd be free and I would stop ordering you after I forgive you. Neji buttoned up his shirt. I can't say I forgave you if I still make you wear that collar, now can I? She froze briefly in shock. He was right. He did say that. So she's free now. She doesn't need to wear the collar that's been shaming her for the past year. Kimmy breathed in and frowned. What if I don't want to? She asked in a firm voice, to which he raised an eyebrow. Excuse me, what? I mean, what if I don't want to be freed? Her voice was persuasive. What if I still want to belong to Neji? Neji stared at her with a baffled look on his face. Oi, the fuck? Am I seeing Stockholm Syndrome? Do you know, you just evolved to an S-grade masochist at this moment. A blush appeared on her face. I don't care. She lightly glared at him with red teary eyes. Are you going to abandon me after how you trained me to be like this? He opened his lips, but Kimmy cut him down short. Don't act innocent, I know you did this intentionally. Stockholm Syndrome. She didn't fucking care. She wanted him to keep manhandling her like that, without that, her life would become so bland. A silence fell in the room. Kimmy waited for an answer while Neji decided on an answer. Oi, listen. Neji shot her a serious look. There is no going back. You can't just say later, I was just horny, I want to end this relationship dash, you get that, right? He gave her a chance. She didn't take it. You'd be mine, and mine alone. You'd barely have any freedom, you'd never get to leave me as long as I don't want to. He grabbed a smartwatch and played with its alarm. I won't ask for your word right now. If you still want to be my property, wear that collar for 24 hours. After that, he raised his head and added, there is no going back. Kimmy thinned her lips and curled her fist up. She would do it. 24 hours is it? That would pass in a jiffy. And it did pass in a jiffy. Exactly 24 hours later, after the alarm had rung, Kimmy was officially his bitch again. But this time, she was open-minded, she accepted her feelings for him, for his harsh treatments. This time, she would enjoy everything to its fullest. He wouldn't be a bitch about being raped, she wouldn't be guilty about raping, they would lose themselves in the game of pleasure only. Yes, Neji didn't like ordering people against their wills, but now that Kimmy said she liked being ordered around, this was the start of a perfect master-slave relationship. Heh, the plan was a success. On the night of the same day, Neji was busy slamming his hips on a certain girl. Nyang M. Mastwa. The rest of the night was extremely long for the young maid. Chapter 27, We're Out, 1. Chapter 27, We're Out, 1. Grandmama. Grandpapa. Auntie. Neji sat on the chair, smiling at the computer screen awkwardly while Kurai kept chattering from his arms. The couple and the child on the other side of the screen stared at Kurai with a stunned look on their faces. The aunt, Nejire, seemed overly cheerful like always though. Nejire glanced at Aiko and Gara's faces, her eyes shining. Whoa. Mommy, Daddy, look. Kurai can talk. She can actually talk. Fascinating, isn't it, isn't it? Gara patted Nejire's head with an awkward laugh. Haha. I see it, baby. I see it. She glared at Neji with a questioning look on her face, mouthing, what's happening here? It's been a day since Kimmy accepted her new position, and today, Gara had called in the morning. The past 2 days, Neji only sent them a short video of himself, so Gara was dying to talk with Neji. But who would have thought something like this would happen? Neji shot a look towards Kimmy, who was in a corner of the room, outside the webcam's view. Shoo, come here. Kimmy came, Neji handed Kurai to her, who struggled, but Kimmy swiftly scratched her lower chin, causing her body to twist and relax. Good morning, Lord and Lady Hado. She bowed respectfully and moved out of the camera again. Gara glanced at the vanishing Kimmy. Am I the only one, or does Kimmy look very happy today? She also seemed more beautiful than before, am I seeing things? Neji kept his face straight. Oh, she is probably happy since her daughter can talk. I don't know about the beautifying effect though. It was Aiko's turn, who narrowed his eyes at him first, though he shook his head the next second. Anyway son, care to explain what's up with Kurai? I am curious. Oh. Me too. Nejire seemed curious as well. Neji exchanged glances with them for a while, as a sigh escaped his nostrils. His parents knew about Kurai the day he took him from the road, they also knew Kurai couldn't talk. Well, not before today. Though, of course, he already has millions of excuses prepared under his palm. Her change is the reason why I couldn't talk for the last 2 days. I was afraid how to explain all this. He sighed. So basically, Neji started, looking at the attentive look of the audience. Kurai. You mean to say, Gaara exchanged glances with Aiko. Kurai is like Nizu, the principal of U.A. You mean she has unlocked a quirk? Gaara was confused since animals can't have quirks, well not naturally at least. There are cases of experimented animals who get a quirk, but the success rate is less than 1%. That's why experimenting on animals to give them quirks is illegal in most countries in the world. Though countries like North Korea and the regions ruled by Nawab allow them to happen. Yes, Mom, Neji added. From what Nizu said in a press conference once, he didn't receive his quirk from an experiment, quite the opposite actually. He was actually experimented, to begin with, because he was naturally born with a quirk. He stared at their eyes with an intense look on his face. Also, I hope you wouldn't tell anyone about Kurai. Or something like Nizu might happen to her. Of course, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. But it's still better to keep Kurai's secret among themselves. Aiko and Gaara exchanged glances again. They were rich and had great influence, but that doesn't mean they are completely safe from villains. Neji had a point. Gaara looked at him. Though have you shown her to a doctor? She needs a checkup since we don't know what her quirk is. It might be dangerous if she suddenly unleashes her power onto you or Kimi. Neji shook his head. He was busy fucking Kimi, how would he have checked her up? Well, Aiko rubbed his head. Don't worry, Kishimoto and Jasmine live in Osaka, so you can get them to check Kurai. I am sure you understand that they are trustworthy enough. Yeah, I get it. Neji nodded, to which Gaara sighed. My little boy, what's happening with your life all of a sudden? Be careful, any moment I learn something bad has happened, I would bring you back. I would also. While Gaara kept talking, Neji looked down on Neji, who was sitting between Aiko and Gaara. Oi, Neji. Come back soon. I want to meet my niece. Make sure to keep her safe, okay? Neji smiled. She was already playing the perfect auntie role. She was so cute, he almost missed her. Growl. Neji's stomach growled, causing Gaara's eyes to widen. Neji, you haven't eaten yet? She asked with a horrified expression. Neji rubbed the back of his head. You called before I could have breakfast, your fault. Gaara almost had a heart attack hearing your fault, causing her body to tremble and her eyes to water. She stared at him in disbelief. Fine, I am at fault. So go and eat right now, I will call tomorrow night again. She humphed and threw her nose in the air. Goodbye. Beep. Beep. Neji deadpanned. Okay. Later. Kimi, I am heading out. Kimi was taking out the clothes for a washing when she heard his call. She peeked from the room to see Neji standing beside the window. He had a backpack hanging from his chest. Kurai was inside the bag, her head peeking outside. You are taking Kurai with you, young master? Kimi asked, curious. Make sure she is safe, then. I will, no need to worry. Kimi went back to fetch the clothes, while asking, can I ask when you will come back? So that I can make some tempura and sushi since they're your favorite. Neji's short answer came flying, I don't know, but it's surely not today. Since Mom said she would call tomorrow night, I have some time. Oh well, bye, we will talk later. The sound of small blasts entered her ears, hearing that Kimi sighed. He still won't tell me where he goes, She shook her head and prayed, let's just hope nothing happens to him. Alright, eat this. Neji had a bean-sized gem in his hand. The blue gem was slowly turning red after Neji had dripped a drop of his blood on the top of it. What's this? Candy. Kurai narrowed her eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Neji shrugged. It's a familiar stone. You'd become my familiar if you eat this. What's a familiar? Kurai tilted her head. It's. Neji's voice turned grim. Family. After laughing to himself, Neji tried to explain in the easiest way. Basically, by eating this, your soul would be bound with me and you'd get stronger with me. Familiar stone. A gem created from the condensed life force of hundreds of crimson wolves. By dropping a drop of blood on it, the user can make any animal his familiar. Many benefits will be unlocked once a familiar is chosen. If the gamer uses the stone, the familiar would be able to add to the gamer's party. Well, that's the basic description, but according to the system, many more useful abilities would be unlocked. Aren't I already your dash? Shut up and eat this. Neji interrupted her and pushed the stone down the confused Kurai's throat suddenly, as she instinctively gulped. He didn't want her to change her mind midway, he has already asked for her consent once, there is no more need for that anymore. Yo. Kurai stuck her tongue out. It tastes so bad. like blood blow. She spat on the ground, but fortunately, the stone had already been digested by her body and soul. Neji observed her antics with sharp eyes, waiting for any reactions. Suddenly Kurai and Neji's body started glowing. Papa, something is. Kurai, who had called Neji Papa by accident, shut her mouth as a spiritual body came out of her body, same with Neji. The two spirits flew towards each other, as if they were magnets, and clashed with each other. The surrounding area became lit in blinding light as silence fell. After a few seconds, the light vanished, as Neji found himself blinking. He looked down on his hands, to find no changes, fortunately. He then observed Kurai, who was also fine. Multiple messages soon blinded him. Ding. The Nurgle, Kurai, has become Master's familiar. Kurai's existence has come to share some properties of the gamer. Kurai can be added to the party. Familiar benefits. 1. Kurai has been soul-bound with Master. If the Master dies, Kurai would also die, but the opposite isn't true. 2. As a familiar, Kurai is also obliged to listen to all the commands of the Master, no matter what. 3. Master can feel Kurai's presence anywhere, unless they are on separate dimensions. 4. Master can switch places with Kurai as long as he can feel her presence. The opposite is also true, but Kurai would need to ask the Master's permission for that. 5. After the synergy between Master and Kurai reaches a certain threshold, they would be able to enter a state of fusion. Neji blinked while his eyes brushed past the series of texts. Goddamn, this is awesome. Not only the fact of having a future death god under his complete control, but the fact that he can fuse with her and use mana. He felt sheer fascination run through his body. Neji and Kurai had been talking under an old, creepy-looking mansion that is famous for its ghostly activities. Both of them were finally calm now. Kurai had many questions, but she wanted to see things for herself. Meanwhile, before going inside the mansion, which is actually a dungeon, Neji had made sure of something. So. System, Kurai now has stats, right? Neji asked. After waiting for 10 seconds, as no answer came, Neji sighed. Busy working dash. A monotonous robotic voice came interrupting him. Indeed. But she can't gain EXP without joining the party. Oh, you're here. Anyway, add her to the party. Neji muttered. Done. Another series of messages appeared in front of him. But to be clear, Kurai can only be considered a mini-gamer. Mini because, while she can earn EXP by doing certain actions and achieve level-ups, like any normal gamer, many of the gamer's abilities aren't available for her. Such as, the system AI. She also can't gain skills by doing certain actions, she can level up her current skills only. There are some more nerfs, but they aren't mention-worthy. Well, good enough, Neji admitted. Just her being able to level up is enough for him. He patted Kurai's head while noticing her gaze in the air. She must be checking the stats for herself. System, show me her stats. Immediately, a page of status appeared in front of him. 1/2. Stats. Name, Kurai. Age, 1. Level, 6. Race, Nurgle. HP, 250/250. SP 250/250. MP, 2500/2500. STR, 25. End, 25. Dex, 25. Int, 25. Wis, 25. Cha, 69. LUC, same as its owner. HP Reg, 125 per minute. SP Reg, 125 per minute. MP Reg, 500 per minute. Stat points, 30. Neji raised an eyebrow checking the stats. Damn, her MP is 100x than her INT. So this is how you scale a divine beast, huh? And 2500 MP. I don't know how much that's supposed to be in practical use, but that's clearly a big number for a level 6 cat. He also noticed she was missing the class and title stat and understood why she was called a mini. The first thing he did was to move 20 of her stat points in INT as her mana reached a hopping 4500, while he put the rest 10 in END to make her chance of survival high. As her owner, he can mess with her stats freely. Then, now, show her skills. 2 halves. Skills. Firebolt, LVL1, fires a bolt of fire, dealing, INT x 1.5, DMG. Spiritual Fire, LVL1, fires a bolt of fire that deals, INT x5, DMG to spiritual enemies. Looking at the skill, especially the Spiritual Fire skill, he grinned. Good, good. He noticed Kurai had stopped looking at the air, so he picked her up. Alright, cutie, let's go. Kurai seemed a little caught off guard hearing the sudden compliment, but Neji nonetheless walked inside effortlessly, his figure vanishing in an ominous purple light after he pushed the mansion's door. To compare, this is his status right now. 1/3. Stats. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 11. Class, the gamer. Title, fearless. Level, 60. Race, human. HP, 1100/1100. SP, 1200/1200. MP, #/#. STR, 110. End, 110. Dex, 120. Int, 85. Wis, 78. Cha, 69. Luke, 150. HP Reg, 550 per minute. SP Reg, 600 per minute. Stat points, 0. Other than this base stat, he also has some proficiencies. It seems after reaching 100 in any stat earns him a perk. This was pretty dope, he had to say. Strength of Hercules, you're blessed with strength. You can exert 10% more strength than your actual STR. Life of a cockroach, you're blessed with life essence. After taking damage, HP will be lost 10% less. Heart of a cheetah, you're blessed with stamina. Stamina-consuming acts would cost 10% less SP. Lady Luck's boy toy, Lady Luck is nearly in love with you, causing lucky incidents to happen every now and then. Lady Luck tends to look at you in a more favorable light. The last one was, well, interesting, to say the least, but he didn't want to think much of it. As the blinding purple light vanished, he found himself inside an old mansion. Spiderwebs were all over the house while the sound of multiple doors creaking sounded out. In an instant, the figure of a tall female ghosty creature appeared from the corner of the room. Kurai. Time to speedrun dungeons. Pew. Chapter 28, We're Out, 2. Chapter 28, We're Out, 2. Night. Sip. He sipped coffee from the cup while his gaze was fixed on the television. So, All Might. Why did you and Sir Night separate? A reporter asked All Might, who seemed very uncomfortable with the question. Please, just say something. You've been avoiding this topic for almost 2 years. An unintentional sigh left Night's nostrils as he watched All Might turn down the reporter. Just recently, Sir Night stopped being All Might's sidekick. The news shook the entirety of Japan. What might have happened between these two famous partners for them to go their separate ways? Not many people knew, but the reason was the aftermath of All Might's fight with All for One. Sir Night, with his future sight, had seen All Might's ending. He had tried convincing All Might to quit heroism, but of course, All Might didn't listen. He, in the end, was the symbol of peace. But we don't talk about that, do we? Everyone already knows about this. There is another reason for this sudden mention. Sir Night has seen something else. Destruction. Devastation. Cataclysm. Slaughter. He saw all these horrors in his visions of the future. Someone was screaming, someone was crying, someone was giving up with their bodies under the debris of buildings. There was death and destruction everywhere, nothing made sense, reality itself was distorting. Amongst all this, within a sea of flames, a silver-haired man was on his knees with a fiery blade coming out of his chest. Beside him, a bunch of women were lying, some of them had their limbs cut off while some were dead. The last thing he saw before the vision ended was a black cat the size of a skyscraper starting to rampage around the destroyed world. The vision ended here. After this, he wasn't confident enough to look too far in the future again, just like in canon, albeit this time the trauma was a lot more stronger. So he didn't get any chance to research this future a bit more. Ignoring the trauma, many questions popped up in his mind. Who was that silver-haired man? The vision had focused on his dying figure, things were shown from his perspective, so he was clearly not just any normal guy caught in the middle of the destruction. More so, Night was looking into All Might's future, so the things he was supposed to see should be related to All Might. The vision of destruction came after he saw All Might's death, so it means he wasn't seeing All Might's future anymore. His Quirk never acted this way, so why now? Unsurprisingly, for a smart person like Night, he easily deduced the reason. It was one for all. His future sight wasn't looking into All Might's future, but rather into that man's Quirk, one for all's future. Was the silver-haired man the next holder of the one for all? He could deduct some other possibilities, but this one still seemed most likely since All Might is already looking for a successor. Unfortunately, silver-haired man is a very vague description. He can't find that person who should be a teenager right now with that much info. The farther into the future Sir Night goes, the more blurry and fractured the future becomes, so he wasn't even sure of his facial structure. He wanted to meet that guy right now and try to stop that future from taking place. This was not an all-for-one level threat, this was beyond it. But that seems impossible with his trauma that is stopping him from seeing too far into the future. So he would try to make some changes, for real. This is not a city-level danger, nor is it a mere country-level danger, this is a world-level danger. He was hopeless for the last 2 years, convincing himself that changing the future is impossible. But things are different now. He has finally decided it is time to start moving. Since the silver-haired individual is supposed to lose, what if he changes the future and makes another person get one for all instead? Sounds impossible from his previous use of his quirk. The future he sees is unchangeable, but that's what he would try to prove wrong. The first thing. He needs to stop being a bitch about All Might. He needs to talk to All Might and explain this vision of his. The future must change. And thus. In this timeline, that was how the butterfly flapped its wings. She was panting as she ran through the crowd, avoiding rubbing shoulders with others, especially the males. She kept walking hurriedly while her eyes brushed past the faces around her. Where did he go? For God's sake, they are supposed to return to the mansion before midnight. It's already night, and now she can't find him. He even took Kurai with him. What the hell? Did he go on one of his mysterious adventures? That's both probable and improbable knowing his personality. They were in the middle of the road. He wasn't supposed to move for his adventures right now. Her eyes brushed past a roadside ramen shop. Moving to the right, she stopped. She turned her gaze back to the ramen shop as she saw a familiar back. She rubbed her temples and walked closer to him. Touring over a teen-looking figure, she crossed her arms with a frown on her face. Young master. Hearing her, all the customers eating ramen looked at her. Some immediately had lit up eyes. Whoa. Is that a cat girl? Some people gasped, but Kimmy ignored them all. She instead glared at the white head that turned back to her slowly. He was wearing a white cheongsam top and a pair of round sunglasses, which he dropped down to his nose bridge by lowering his head. Light came from the ramen shop and lit his face and eyes. His shining blue eyes met her own light blue eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Oh, Kimmy. You're hungry for some ramen too? Hearing him asking that nonchalantly, going back to eating his ramen while maintaining eye contact, Kimmy almost cried. But his smile managed to keep her sane. Young master, pho. She sighed. You know, you could have asked me and I would have made you some ramen before starting the journey. This is better than your cooking, though. Neji shrugged. Kimmy frowned. Then you could have waited in the car. I would have brought a bowl from this shop. Neji smiled cheekily. You wouldn't understand the satisfaction of eating out in the public. Kimmy's lips quivered. Can you stop bullying me in the public at least? Neji made an apologetic face. Ah, I didn't mean to. Here, he raised the chopstick filled with noodles to her face that she instinctively took the food in. Good girl. Do you feel better? He watched as she nodded with teary eyes. Neji then put the bowl down after the ramen was finished. Kimmy then looked for another person. By the way, I don't see Kurai dash. As her eyes widened immediately. Is that Kurai? She stared at the table where a black cat was almost stealthily eating ramen while holding chopsticks with her paws. Kimmy turned to Neji. Young master. Human food is bad for cats. How many times have I said that? More so, such a heavy food like ramen, eep. Pa. A spank fell on her butt as she yelped. Sheesh, stop talking. Neji deadpanned at her. The doctor said she's fine with human food, remember? But. Kimmy tried to protest. Shoo, he gave her ass a light squeeze. Quiet down. Kimmy froze briefly before mumbling, young master. Everyone is looking this way. Upon shooting a glance, he proved her right. Every middle-aged office worker who had come here to relieve stress after a hard day of work was looking at them with a blush on their faces. Neji chuckled softly and went to the shop owner. Old man, you take cards? Why, yes, we do that. The old man awkwardly smiled. This kid must be super rich if he has a submissive maid like that. All right, here. While Neji gave the payment, Kimmy sighed and focused on Kurai who was busy eating, fortunately. She would have been super embarrassed if Kurai saw Neji squeezing her. After Neji gave the payment, they waited for Kurai to finish eating. After that, they returned to the car as they soon reached the mansion that they hadn't seen for the last 2 years. Mama. Is that our home? Kurai asked from the back seat, sitting there alone since Neji now sits on the front seat beside Kimmy. It is, Kurai, though not really my home, but I think you're allowed to call it that, Kimmy answered while driving, causing Kurai to nod. It's fine, even if you don't have a home I am sure Pops will take care of you. The black cat muttered, humming to herself. Hearing her, Kimmy giggled and glanced at Neji. Will you? Neji took a thinking position. Depends. He struck out his tongue. In most cases, yes. Kimmy suppressed a smile while focusing on the road. Most cases was enough for her, more than enough. Neji just shrugged. He didn't want to brag, not now. When the time comes he'd show her how far he is willing to go for her. She has already experienced many things in her life, Neji heard it all from her in the past year. This wasn't him from his past life, so he wouldn't just leave someone who he claimed as his. She just didn't want to say it out loud here. We're almost here, she muttered, noticing the mansion in the far. Young master, may I ask how you're feeling right now, getting to meet your parents and sister again? Neji smiled a genuine smile at this. Excited. He was indeed excited. He wasn't a baby who would cry not being able to meet his parents for a few years, but he still was a teenager at heart. While light music was being played, the car finally reached the mansion. Kimmy parked the car and they went inside the mansion. After Neji pressed the doorbell, the first thing that happened as the door cracked open was the burst of a blue-haired MILF crashing into him before she hugged him tight, his face buried inside her chest. My baby, you're finally home. Her grip tightened around the hug while Neji hugged her back. What's up, Mom? Gaara giggled while he could feel her tears falling down on his shoulder. My baby boy is almost as tall as me now, to think I missed 2 years of your life. Her hug tightened even further. Mom. Yes, baby. Gaara asked patiently. You're suffocating me. And thus, the separated family were once again reunited. Chapter 29, Something is Wrong, 1. Chapter 29, Something is Wrong, 1. Gaara was sitting on the couch with a piece of cloth in her hand where multiple needles were dancing, weaving a beautiful texture. Meanwhile. Tick-tack, tick-tack, tick-tack. The sound of a console being tapped on was filling the room as Neji kept playing this world's version of CSGO, sitting on the floor. Neji wore a casual black t-shirt and purple pants, with a bracelet fastened around his wrist and a blue earring in his left ear. His parents thought their son suddenly had a knack for jewelry, but only Neji knew how useful these items were. Game. Doing the last kill, he tossed the controller in the air and clapped his hands. Catching the controller again, he released a relieved breath while falling on his back. Thud. All FPS game proficiency, 96%. A gamer system should have such a cheat, right? Maybe. Doing a mental command to swipe the notification away from his retina, Neji heaved another sigh. It was fun being so good at games that even a hacker would hide from you. This was true stress-relieving material. Neji closed his eyes, resting for a while. A minute later, Aiko appeared at the door of the room. He has seen Neji playing games just a while ago, so he asked. Son, are you in dash? He stopped midway, blinking at the monitor attached on the wall. Wait, you already won. Good, good. You remind me of your mother in her early days. Neji, who was lying on his back, opened his eyes and turned his head towards him. Mom. Aiko smirked. You don't know. Your mom was a game addict before our marriage dash. Gaara, who was sitting on the couch behind Neji, snapped. Honey. Nonetheless, Aiko continued. In fact, she gamed all day when she was pregnant with Neji, saying how she was bored since I didn't allow her to work. Neji raised an eyebrow. Really? Wow. I know, right? Here, see this. Aiko, then you took out his phone, scribbled on it for a second, and threw it at Neji, who caught it. Honey. Gaara got up from her seat, running towards the phone, but Neji's eyes were already locked on the screen. Image here. Oh, nice pose. Her hair is straight too. Gaara straightens her hair every now and then, though it goes back to Neji's style by itself after a while. Both his parents' hair seems to have some special property to them. Neji didn't get a chance to observe the picture a little more before Gaara snatched the phone from his hands with a red face. Honey. She glared at Aiko. Come to our room, right now. Hey, wait dash. Aiko was unable to defend against Gaara as she yanked his hand and brought him to their bedroom. Neji stared at their backs with a small smile on his face. They have been married for 15 years, yet they act like a young couple. He couldn't be more appreciative of this fact. After daydreaming for another minute, he picked up the controller and went back to gaming. He wanted to have 100% proficiency in FPS games before going to middle school, which will start in a week. Though it seemed almost impossible. It's been a week since he's been back home, and in another week, he'd be attending the same middle school Neji goes to. Though she would be in the third year while he would attend first-year classes. Sad, he thought. Tick-tack, tick-tack, tick-tack. I started another game, but the moment I started to play, footsteps entered my ears. I at first ignored it, but seeing Neji come inside the room, I glanced back at her. Neji, she called, waving at me while I blinked twice, staring at her. The fuck? Neji was wearing a royal blue skin-tight bodysuit with a high black collar. On her feet, she wore a pair of knee-high boots with turquoise swirls around her ankles, matching the thicker ones above her green gauntlets and wrist guards. It was basically her hero costume but matching her current, more or less, lowly body. Image here. Hey, Neji. Look here. She called again. Mom made this costume for me. Neji smiled smugly, showing off her curves. Oh, I blinked. My eyes wandered around her curves as I instinctively licked my lips. It's good. It is? It is? Do you like it? She looked at me expectantly. With a shake of my head, I turned my head back to the screen and kept playing. Maybe. Hey. Give me a proper answer. She demanded with puffed up cheeks. I looked back at her with a tilt of my head. What? You want a proper answer? All right, fine. Putting down the controller, I slowly approached her. Do you want me to say? I leaned towards her ear and softly murmured, Yo, sis, you look smoking hot in your costume, wanna bang? I breathed out in her ear while one of my hands rested on her waist, squeezing her. As I drew my face back, I met with her agape mouth and pair of still eyes. She seemed shell-shocked. Looking at her shocked face, I chuckled, see, that's not what siblings say to each other. I caressed her plump bottom lip and left her in a daze. Anyway, you look good. I drew my hand back from her waist. So Mom made it for you. Seems like you're set on stone on becoming a hero, huh? I talked, but I could see all my words were entering her one ear and leaving the other. With a light blush on her face, she glared at me. She didn't say anything else and turned around, walking away with a sway of her hips. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Teasing Kimmy seems to have a bad effect on me. I should be more careful who I am around before acting like this. Hope she doesn't tell Mom or Dad, that would be fucking bad. I scratched my head. It would be fine, probably. She ran through the hallway, blurring past some maids. Neji was 14 this year. She was young and curious, so of course, she knew what banging means. Why did he say that? Neji leapt in, closed the door of her room and jumped in the bed. Grabbing a body pillow, she hugged it tightly. Even as a joke, he shouldn't say something like that to his older sister. She pouted and buried her face in the body pillow. Why is my body getting warmer? It almost feels like those times. By those times, she meant when she watched porn on her computer. She was just curious, okay. After she heard some boys talking about sex, porn, and other lewd stuff, she had looked into the internet about them. Recalling those videos, her breathing got hectic, mostly because of the run she just did. Some strange thoughts started to appear in her head. She was really curious at what was happening to her. After laying on the bed for a while, she got up and walked towards her computer desk. She sat on the chair, still in her costume, and started typing on the keyboard. My body started feeling hot after my brother touched me and said I looked smoking hot. Is this normal? As the search happened, zillions of articles greeted her site. She clicked the first link with the title, Why Incest is Wincest. Soon, a whole new world was introduced in front of her. Okay, so, something is wrong. Neji is acting weird. I am sure she hasn't said anything to my parents about that little incident, but something else is happening. She is usually a curious girl, so why is she acting shy, almost as if she's hiding something? Baby, why are not eating? Hearing Mom's call, I turned my head towards her. Is the food bad? Want me to order something online for you? It seems I have been ignoring the food. All of my family members are eating at the same table, including Kurai. Meanwhile, Kimmy was serving food. Poor maid. I shook my head. Nah. I was just thinking of something. Since I'd be going to school for the first time tomorrow. Surprisingly, Gara smiled smugly. That's a rare expression. Is my baby boy nervous? It's good to see that you're still a kid at heart. She giggled. After you returned from your Japan tour, I almost thought you turned into an adult. Anyhow, don't be nervous, okay? Mom has been there before, it's a nice school. Nervous. Me. Woman, I was the god of my past life's middle school. A god wouldn't be nervous of his own domain. Ahem. I can at least play along. Well, yeah, a little. Though I am sure I would be fine. I glanced at Neji. And besides, since my Wani-sama would be there, I don't think I would face any problem. Neji flinched at this. Oh, of course. She fidgeted around, ignoring making any eye contact. I would be there watching over my Otudo. After staring dead in her eyes for a millisecond, I smiled at her. From the corner of my eyes, I could see Kimmy narrowing her eyes at Neji's stutter, a smile soon appearing on her face too. So Kimmy noticed it too, huh? There is something wrong. I can feel it. Chapter 30, Something is Wrong, too. If you want to read 20 plus more chapters in advance, check out my Patreon. Link, patreon.com/master4thwall. Chapter 30, Something is Wrong, too. Son. Mom's hands rested on my shoulder as she stared into my eyes with a serious look on her face. If someone annoys you, doesn't matter what their gender is, just bash their head in the concrete wall, get me? Don't worry about the principal or anything, I will manage that old piece of shit. Just do whatever you want in school, okay? Phew. Gara, Dad facepalmed and rubbed his temples. You shouldn't tell the kids that. You should instead tell him to hold back. With his quirk, he might accidentally kill someone if he follows your advice. Gara humphed. Shut up. My son is the most precious thing in the world. If some kid dares to antagonize him, they should get sense beaten in their head. This woman. Why is she so lovely? Hiya. I hugged her abruptly and kissed her cheeks. I would be okay, Mom, don't worry. The hug lasted a minute before I drew my face back. Anyhow, it's getting late. Since it's the first day, I shouldn't be late. Seeing her smile, I turned around and ran towards the car. Before entering, I turned around and gave her a wave before entering the back of the car where Neji was sitting. Seeing me come, Neji avoided eye contact and moved to the corner of the seat, but I can't let her be like this, can I? I closed the door and jumped towards her, hugging her softly while she yelped. Ne-chan. I rubbed my cheeks with her, as her body stiffened. I heard the driver, Kimmy's, try to suppress her laugh as the car started moving. Ignoring Kimmy, I threw my hands around Neji's shoulder and hugged her side. I've noticed, you've been acting weird, any problem you're facing? I leaned my head towards her ear and muttered, is it that time of the month dash? Smack. Interrupting me, a slap fell on my head, causing me to chuckle. Shut up. It's not that. She glared at me and threw my hands away from her shoulder. Well, the mood is lightened now. I leaned back on the seat and put my hands behind my head. Anyway, if it's not that, don't act shy. It doesn't suit you. Humph. Turning towards her, I stared at her eyes. Then let's catch up to what happened these past 2 years. We didn't get time to talk one-on-one properly. She turned her head towards me, pouting. You start first. I smiled. Well, where to start? Thus, we spent our time in the car chatting. The time we spent felt like days even though the school is only an hour away from here. She's very excited, at the same time, nervous. Today was the first day of her middle school, after all. Until now, she's been studying in a high-class school that taught from elementary to high school. She was supposed to study there until she applied for Udata High. But now, after the government had asked her parents to send her to a specific school, based on Sir Nitai's words, she had to change her last middle school. But honestly, this wasn't a bad change. She didn't have any friends in her previous school, in fact, kids avoided her for whatever reason. She wasn't that confident since this was a high-class school too, but she still had her hopes up. So she was looking forward to her time in this school. She sat in the third last seat of the class, close to the window. She was looking forward to meeting her seatmates, though the start was looking bad already. The girl sitting in front of her has been ignoring her ever since, that's definitely not a good sign. She was looking outside the window, at the sakura trees surrounding each side of the road leading inside the school, when she heard the commotion in the classroom. Upon turning her head around, her eyes went slightly wide. Wow. A boy, no, an art had just entered the room. His crystal-like blue eyes wandered around the classroom, under the mutter of the other students. As his eyes landed on her, meeting her eyes, he blinked, a light of recognition flashed by his gaze. He walked closer to her, stopping in front of her seat and revealing a smile. Hi, this is Neji Hado. Nice to meet you. She flinched at his casual greetings and gulped her saliva, her dry throat wetting. Nice to meet you too. She smiled. I am Momo Yaoyorozu. He offered his hand for a handshake. I have heard about you before, the princess of Yaoyorozu Corporation. She, Momo Yaoyorozu, stiffened. Did he know her identity? That's rare. Kids didn't usually recognize her. Something clicked in her. Wait, did he say Hado? This caused the kids around to start muttering. First, it was about the name Yaoyorozu, then the topic drove to the name Hado. Two of Japan's biggest companies, and these two were the children of those giant corporations. Some smart kids, including the girl sitting in front of Momo, sharpened their eyes at them. They were all from high-class families here, but these two were at the top of the food chain. Meaning, they would either be enemies, or allies. Can I sit here? The boy who looked perfect from all sides, smiled and asked her, pointing at the seat behind her, bringing her back from her daze. Sure. She stuttered in nervousness. Go ahead. Hearing her, the art, put his bag down and sat down beside her, acting as if all the gazes around him never existed. 102. Apparently, 102 CHA can daze 12-year-olds. Good lord, they're looking at me as if I own a candy factory. The thing is, I never put a single point in this stat. It became 102 just from leveling up in my own genes, fucking Ico. Anyway, this was the third period and I was bored beyond saving. And the fact that I had read all this before, when I didn't have anything else to do before leaving for my journey, doesn't make this any better. Everyone, since you're here right now, you can already tell that all of you are future heroes, right? Everyone nodded. The government has appointed some of the middle schools spread throughout the entirety of Japan, such as this one, to prepare its students for hero high schools so that they don't need to learn the basics after going to prestigious schools like U.A or Shiketsu. Osaki Mikoto, a purple-haired 32-years-old MILF teacher, explained. Apparently, she likes flowers, spices, doggy style, and deep throat. As for why show her sexual preference, apparently, Obop is a degenerate. Speaking of the things she just said, recently Naite has rejoined All Might, and for some reason, he's been pressing the government using All Might's influence to focus on training the heroes and Hero Corps students. Meanwhile, he is also working to increase the quantity of the Hero Corps students by training their quirks starting from middle school, thus making them more confident and prepared to chase after their dreams. I know the government wouldn't have agreed to these no matter how much influence All Might had, unless they were presented with a good enough reason behind all this. A good enough reason. Now, my INT is at 107 and my WIS is at 100. This doesn't make me the smartest man, nor does it make me the wisest. In fact, this barely affects my actual intelligence and just lets me be a bit quick-witted and do maths faster. But, my base intelligence is decent enough for me to connect all these dots and reach the conclusion. Naite might have seen the future where the gods attack and destroy everything. It's just a suspicion. The actual reason might just be this world is an AU to begin with too. But going on with my suspicion, that means one thing. This time, most kids attending U.A would be a lot stronger than canon. Ha! I am getting excited. I wonder who won for all will. Ring 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 ring. Suddenly, the bell rang. Ah, and that's all for now. Enjoy your lunch break, kids. And finally, she glanced at us, her eyes stopping at me for a second. If you get injured, consult the nurse immediately. She bowed and turned around, walking away with a sway of her hips. Well. I guess it's time to eat. Every kid scattered around, finding groups for themselves. Some girls and guys tried to talk to me which I compiled with, though I ended it quickly. Kids these days. So selfish. Constantly trying to make friends with benefits, hiya. You're not going to eat. I heard the girl in front of me calling me as I turned to her. Our eyes met, but this time she didn't avoid eye contact. Momo Yaoyorozu. Didn't think I'd meet her here. Two things relating to her interest me: she is very beautiful. She has a useful quirk. I looked in front of her. There, a super elegant-looking bento was served. Ah, no. Someone will come to pick me up. I flashed a smile. Just as I finished talking, a blue-haired girl who was taller than the kids in the classroom stood in front of the door. Neji. Neji. Where are you? I am here. Seeing Neji, who was in third year, I stood up and waved my hand, a smile appearing on her face seeing me. Good to see she isn't acting shy anymore. I leaned towards Momo. All right, then I will go dash. I stopped. Something appeared in my retina. A new quest has been generated. Objective: ask Momo Yaoyorozu to join you for a meal in the cafeteria. Reward: the honor of becoming Momo's first friend. Failure: Momo would feel lonely. A quest. The first relevant enough quest after I returned home. The failure doesn't concern me. But the reward does. Having Miss Creati as my friend would be of help, and if I come to like her as a person, not only as an anime character, the friendship might even go beyond. That's just an if though. I stopped thinking with my dick. All right. On a second thought, I offered my hand. Want to join for a meal? Her eyes widened. After a minute of hesitation, she glanced at her bento before smiling and putting it away, accepting my hand. I will be in your care, then. It's my pleasure. As Neji and Momo walked out of the room, a frowning Neji greeting them, someone was staring at them, especially Neji and Neji, with bloodshot eyes. At the last seat on the row beside the window, behind Neji's seat, a black-haired boy stared at them. What's his relationship with Neji-senpai? He would have known if he didn't sleep when Neji first entered the classroom. Chapter 31, Something is Wrong, 3. Chapter 31, Something is Wrong, 3. Thud. The moment I backhanded the kid, he fell on his face. One of his teeth slipped out of his lips, must have hurt. Good morning. I smiled at him while slipping my hands in my pockets. The black-haired kid, wearing the same uniform as me, glared at me from the floor. He had normal black eyes and an above-average face. I think he's the guy sitting behind me. I am not sure. Doesn't matter who he is, but he is strange. First day at school. Guy is injured and wrapped in bandages already. I don't want to hurt an already hurt guy, and I also don't want to be a douchebag on the first day. Image here. I sighed. You know, you shouldn't just charge at people like that. I don't believe we have ever met before. Upon my inquiry, the kid kept glaring. Abruptly, a part of his black hair turned ash gray, almost as if he just became an old man. Suddenly, an ice spike came out of his hand, flying towards my face. I tilted my head to the left and evaded it swiftly. Oh, ice quirk. Interesting. I didn't wear the bracelet of intimidation, or this guy might have wet himself by now. Upon commanding an observe, his information appeared in my retina. Ito Mahi. Weird name, but he does have an ice quirk. Though he's just another regular tier 1. I looked at my smartwatch and confirmed that there is only 3 minutes left till the lunch break ends. Guess I gotta end this before then. Crouching down, I stared at him. Tell me, Mahi-kun dash, I stopped. Kun sounds weird. Mahi. What is it that you need from me? You don't seem like a bully, they usually have lackeys, in fact, you look the opposite. In this version of MHA, people rarely use honorifics. A cultural change I guess, though there are occasions where people do use them. After a slight surprise, probably since I know his name, the kid glared at me but still parted his lips nonetheless. What is your relationship with Neji-senpai? Sigh. I flashed a smile. Very interesting question. I made a thinking pose. Well, we eat together, we shower together, we sleep together, we food dash. A punch flew towards me which I evaded by taking a step back. You bastard. Damn, my sis sure is popular. Little boys have a crush on her. The kid, Mahi, got up again and rushed towards me, this time all of his hair, along with his eyes, turned blue, glowing blue. Not ash gray, like some old men. Ice came out of his feet as he skated, almost like a professional, nice control, and leapt towards me, his knuckles covered in spiky ice. His fist rushed towards my face, I didn't move though. The red, rectangular, earring in my left ear vibrated slightly, at the same time, the kid stopped in his tracks, unable to move. The ice quirk user froze, isn't that ironic? I crackled up, observing the kid glaring at me with a confused look on his face. He couldn't move. Why? Well. Earring of authority, epic. While wearing this earring, the user can command telekinetic energy at will. The user doesn't need to use mana for it, as the entire earring is a mana crystal in itself, that is being used as the source for the power. Because of the property of the crystal, it wouldn't run out of mana and would always absorb mana from the atmosphere. Note, this is a growth type item. The stronger the user becomes, the higher rank the earring evolves to. Because of this. My luckiest drop after the fruit of the god tree. I got this from a dungeon I went to just after my run-out luck returned a few weeks ago. To compare, this is just an artifact version of Sung Jin with skill, ruler's authority. I recall, it didn't need mana as well and instead used the mana present in the atmosphere. A really interesting and useful item for me, though I need to make sure it doesn't get damaged, I am no grid after all. Cough, free me. The growling of the kid brought me back to the present, as I released the pressure around him, causing him to drop down on the ground. He glared at me while coughing, it seemed like I accidentally pressed down on his throat. Oops. You're Quirk. He coughed. Kind of. I then shook my head. You know, if you had just focused on our names, you'd have realized the relationship between me and Neji. What is your name? I blinked. What? The fuck? You mean? I deadpanned. You attacked me without knowing my fucking name. Is this joke? I stared at his glaring face. He isn't joking. Hiya. I shook my head. Listen, kid, don't disturb me after this. And here I thought this was serious. I was about to turn around and leave, but a familiar voice entered my ears. Neji. A bit of surprise in the said voice caused me to turn my head to the left where Neji was standing. Her slightly surprised expression soon changed to a frowning one. She humped towards me and her hand flew to my right ear as she yanked it hard. Dash 1 HP. Whoa dash. You brat, you're fighting on the first day of school. She glared at me. Is this what our parents taught us? Hey, Mom said Dash. I don't want to hear any excuses. Apologize. Now. She looked at me strictly, her hands resting on her waist. Fucking hell. I am older than you, mental. Can't you hear me? Fuck. Fine. I looked at the kid on the floor and deadpanned for a second before flashing a smile. Sorry for bothering you. Neji narrowed her eyes. Good. She glanced at the boy and smiled apologetically. Really sorry for my brother. Please go to the nurse's chamber, she'll help you get healed. While the kid mumbled, brother, Neji turned to me and glared at me again. All right, the bell's about to ring, let's go. She yanked my arm and pulled me inside of the school since we were outside right now. While walking and rubbing my ear, I asked her, hey, do you know that kid? He seemed to know you. Neji tilted her head and shook her head, no, I don't think so, anyway, the bell is just about to ring. We continued walking just as the bell rang. Meanwhile, turning my head backwards, I could see the sheer shock of the kid as he heard Neji doesn't know him, poor guy. To make things clear, I would not be giving my big sister to a wimp like him. Actually, I wouldn't be fine with seeing her with anyone else. The world around me went silent all of a sudden. My heartbeat suddenly increased. When did I start viewing my sister in a romantic light? Maybe it was from the point I started my relationship with my cousin. A thought crossed my mind. Do I make Neji fall for me? It would be easy, she's just a teenager. Her feelings are everywhere, it wouldn't be that hard. After a short silence of being pulled by Neji, I breathed out. No. In case she hates my approach, she would start loathing me. I know she never saw me in a romantic light before, the closest she went was avoiding eye contact with that cute and shy look on her face, but that was just having been weirded out by my sudden compliment. That was just her teenager heart tricking her mind. But, she was back to normal now after our talk in the car this morning. Neji is family, I don't mind deepening that bond even more. But the only problem is, would she be fine with it? Because if she isn't, she, mom and dad, everyone would hate me. -6 months later. Momo has a backstory, apparently. And it's quite unique, I must say. I was curious why people avoided her even though she has a great quirk and a beautiful personality. I finally got an answer. It seems in her past school, she was avoided because of how she uses her quirk. At first, when she started school, many kids approached her. Being her usual self, she talked to them and acquaintanced them, but being intelligent, she could see that none of them saw her as a friend. They saw her as someone superior, instead. Like that, at the end of the first week of her first time in school, a guy who sat beside her and talked to her every now and then, thus gaining a little comfort around her, was beaten badly by some bullies. She panicked seeing the blood. Before others could take the kid to the nurse, she decided to at least bandage his broken and severely bleeding nose. So she tried to create some bandages and some cotton. But since she was still young and her quirk was weak, she needed a large space of her body to create things. So, she unbuttoned her shirt and created the things needed from her chest while every other classmate of hers stared at her in disbelief. And unlike how people would think her helping an injured person will get her friends, since all her classmates were well-educated rich young masters, they found her act of stripping naked as something vulgar, instead, except one guy. The guy who she saved was a pervert who got the best shot from his point of view. He was incited to do something to Momo by tricking her. Luckily, since Momo is always secretly watched by her bodyguards, the said guards, realizing what the boy intended to do, took him out and forced him to change his school, while keeping Momo in the dark. They also did something that wasn't needed. They came to the school and warned everyone to not mess with Momo again while she was absent because of sickness. Since the students already found her vulgar, this caused them to avoid Momo entirely. In fact, some even came loathing her. It's human nature to step on a person superior to them if given the chance. After that, Momo's self-esteem became low and she became a little introverted. So, seeing her sitting in the back of the seat alone, the kids of the new school ignored her too, like some kind of endless cycle. Honestly speaking, this seems like a third-class movie plot. And all of this is more funny than sad to me. I have known Momo for 6 months in this life, but I also knew her as an anime character even before that. To think, the super genius Momo Yaoyorozu actually lacks common sense, ironic, isn't it? As for why I know her backstory in such detail, well, it's all thanks to the girl who sits in front of her in school. You see what I mean? Currently, the same girl was sitting in the chair opposite to me, across the table. We met when I came to buy some snacks in a store nearby. It seems, she lives in the same neighborhood as me. She hummed. Her parents might be rich, but they forgot to teach her manners. How can a girl be so vulgar? EW. Pink hair in a ponytail, wearing a revealing dress, she smiled at me while clasping her hands together. Image here. Sitting in the cafe, currently, she's trying to con me into believing Momo is trash. No, the backstory she presented doesn't seem to be a lie from her expression and body language, more so kids are easy to read. But just because the story isn't a lie doesn't mean she is trash. I found this act cute, instead. In fact, what I find trash is what this girl is trying. Observe says her name is Sano Kamiko. Meaning, superior child. Quite the opposite to reality. From what I know, she's from the same school as Momo, but different class, the reason why Momo doesn't know her. Momo is my very close friend. Lacking some common sense isn't enough to ruin that friendship. I don't like how she's trying to make me an enemy of Momo. Fucking kid. Fortunately, I am not interested in 12-year-olds, or this would have turned into a session of hate fuck real quick. I flashed a smile. You do know, Momo's my friend, right? She stiffened. Oh, of course. That's why I am telling you all this. I don't think being friends with such a vulgar person is good for you and your reputation. She forced a smile. I am just worried about you, Neji-kun. What a bitch. I get it, thanks for worrying. I looked at it as a cold light flashed into my eyes. Though if you really are worried, don't you think it's best for you to stay away from me? She frowned after a slight shock. What do you mean? I am talking about you. If Momo is vulgar, you're ostentatious. Trying to spread rumors about your own classmate. Wait, didn't you also humiliate the guy who confessed to you 2 weeks ago? He was forced to change his school. Talk about being a bitch. I stared at her wide eyes that were gathering droplets of tears. Momo's parents forgot to teach her common sense, but it seems your parents taught you wrong, to begin with. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, after all. Why, you? Can you stop talking, please? My face formed a disgusted look. Your face is ugly enough to make me want to vomit, and your stinky breath isn't helping. This was the last straw as tears started to trail down her face. She covered her mouth and stood up, making a run for the door, almost tripping twice. As she exited, I shrugged under the gaze of the people around me. I heard a sigh from far away. Kids these days, falling in love, breaking up. Sigh, I used to play with Legos at their age. Anyway, the whole point of this is, I wouldn't allow anyone to trash talk on the people around me, at least not some random bitchy princess. It's her luck that she didn't talk bad about Neji. Looking at my hand watch, I got up and paid the bill, then left for home. Amongst all this. Where is my mango bar, you old man? I forgot the reason why I went out. Hiya. Chapter 32, Game 1. Chapter 32, Game 1. Year 198, December 25th. It was nighttime in San Diego, California. Neji had come here to spend his winter break. Of course, Kimmy joined too. Is this really okay? Kimmy avoided eye contact while pulling her sleeves up. She was fine being naked around him, but wearing this type of dress is just embarrassing. Wearing a skin-tight suit with 2 bunny ears attached to her head, Kimmy looked at him shyly. Image here. Seeing Neji blinking innocently, smiling, she sighed and shook her head. You're not satisfied with a cat girl. Now you need a bunny girl too. Neji crawled on top of her, leaned down and kissed her nape. Biting her cat ears, he then licked his lips looking at her eyes. What makes you think you alone can satisfy me? You know, that's basically saying you're dissatisfied with me and you'd fuck other girls if needed, Kimmy commented with a straight face. At this, Neji crackled up. And what makes you think I am not doing that already? What? Kimmy blinked and raised an eyebrow. Who is it? Oh, is that a questioning tone I see? Neji looked at her amusedly, she flinched. He still answered, it's the hot homeroom teacher I talked to you about. She's been eyeing me since the first day, so I had to play the role of the gentleman and satisfy her urges just before the winter break started. Neji chuckled at her silence and rubbed 2 of his fingers above her pussy, feeling the wet cloth. My, why are you getting wet? He retracted his finger out and gave it a lick while eyeing her red face. Pervert. Immediately, she covered her face with her hands and released a soft moan. It's not about being a pervert, it's just that hot. No, you're a pervert. An S-grade masochistic pervert. Neji then shoved his hand in the air, it sank in space, taking out a long rope. Kimmy was all used to his magic tricks, but she was still taken off guard seeing the rope. Wait dash. You know what? Neji licked his lips. I am exceptionally horny today. I am in the mood for some BDSM. Now bend over. Why, young master. Neji grabbed her waist and turned her around with his exceptional strength, pushing her waist down while she yelped softly. Oh, how much she liked being handled like this. Neji started to wrap the rope around her, smirking. Hope Santa doesn't peek at us. Unfortunately. Santa was indeed peeking at them. Neji and Kimmy weren't the only ones who came here. Neji Hado, who was supposed to go to Utada starting from April next year, accompanied them too in hope of spending a vacation with her younger brother. Standing outside the door, wearing a Santa Claus dress, Neji breathed heavily while the sound of ass smacking entered her ears. What the fuck? Kimmy and Neji. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This was a dream, right? 30 minutes ago, Neji went to her room to check on her for some reason. She acted as if she was sleeping since she wanted to surprise him with a gift after wearing this Santa Claus outfit made by her mother, but to think she would be surprised, instead. She should have guessed something was wrong when he locked the door from outside. Luckily, she can open most locks by sending swirling waves inside them. That's one of her secret techniques that even Neji didn't know. Maybe she shouldn't have done that, maybe staying in the dark would have been better. Because this made her feel weird. A heavy feeling crushed her heart. Neji, you. She felt butterflies in her stomach, as 2 streams of tears started dripping down from her eyes. She never felt like this before. Heck, she didn't understand what this feeling even was. Betrayal. That's her closest guess. But why would she feel betrayed seeing her brother fucking his maid? Of course, it was bad enough for a 30-year-old woman to fuck a 13-year-old boy, but that should make her feel disgusted, not betrayed. No. Kimmy is not at fault. Neji breathed out. From the flow of their conversation, it was apparent that Neji's the one in control. She didn't peek inside when he took out the rope, but she did see the thrill in Kimmy's eyes as she was being manhandled by her brother. Neji. She forced down the lump in her throat. How could you? A seed that Neji had planted in her heart unknowingly, got crushed down. The small sapling growing from the seed died out, withering away. She shook her head, tears raining on the floor, and ran away with extremely cautious steps. She didn't want to disturb their special act. Though she doubted a little sound would be noticed by them under Kimmy's intense moans. Ha! Kimmy panted with Neji laying on top of her, sucking her nipples. Couldn't you have, been a little less rough? Neji might wake up. At her words, he raised his head and closed his eyes. Visible shockwaves leaving his ears, after a short while, he nodded. Nah, she's still in her bed, sound asleep. I told you she's a heavy sleeper. He shrugged. Other than that, the room is super soundproof. Secondly, I locked the door. It's not gonna cause a problem. Kurai didn't come with them and was spending time with her grandparents instead. So it was even less of a worry. Anyway, he beamed. Time for round 3. Well. Sitting for breakfast, I wasn't expecting this. Observe. Status. Neji Hado. Age, 15. Tier, 2. Quirk, Surge. State, physically healthy, mentally exhausted. Emotions, betrayal, disappointment at a certain duo, depression, confusion, envy. Okay. What happened here? I stared at Neji who was eating her food monotonously. Something was wrong, very wrong. There was no way for her to hear something from the locked room, unless she got out somehow. Shit. Did she tell our parents? Probably not. But she might anytime. What should I do? This is bad. Lady Luck, where are you when I need you? Young master. Why aren't you eating? At Kimmy's call, I turned to her and revealed a stiffened smile. She frowned seeing my smile. She understood something was wrong. I hate being read so easily like this, but this proves her worth as a retired pro hero. Is there anything wrong? Before she could finish her line. I am done eating. Neji interrupted her. She got up and silently walked away without even glancing at us. Fuck. Looking at her back then turning to me, Kimmy thinned her lips. Is this what I think it is? I nodded slowly, seems like it. She facepalmed, sighing. I could see the visible worry in her eyes. If Neji does tell our parents about last night, the only one affected by it would be Kimmy. I know my parents that much. I put my chopsticks down, leaning back on the chair. Thinking hard, I tried to discern why and what betrayal, disappointment at a certain duo, depression, envy, and confusion indicated. So, she did have feelings for me. Wait, no, I need to consider confusion, too. I can't ensure what she was feeling was really love. I am sure she wasn't in any romantic love with me, or at least she was not aware. Or I would have noticed. Confusion and betrayal, huh? It's like seeing your best friend finding a boyfriend and then starting to ignore you. You feel betrayed, and that feeling of betrayal, along with your previous friendly affection, causes you to misunderstand it for actual love. Of course, not everyone would feel betrayed seeing his best friend hanging out more with her boyfriend. There needs to be some kind of feelings even relatively close to love from the former side. I think my act of complimenting her sexually is behind that false sense of love in Neji's case. A frown crept upon my face. The world around me went slow. I could feel Gamer's mind affecting my panicking mind and calming it down, increasing the speed of my thought process. I glanced at Kimmy's face first, then at the closed door of Neji's room. I could hear my heartbeat rapidly rising. Cold sweats of nervousness started to trail down my forehead. I need to make a decision. What do I do with my Wani-sama? I have 2 routes. Explain things and beg her to keep her mouth shut. I am sure she will compile, she is trustable like that. Or, do what I've been wanting to do ever since. Chapter 33, Game 2. Chapter 33, Game 2. I sat on the couch, staring at the ceiling. I need to make a decision, and my answer was simple. As much as I respect her choice of being with anyone she wants, in reality, I wouldn't be able to see her be with anyone else, it hurts just thinking about it. Goddamn, when did I become a third-class version of Era? Anyway, to me, the only drawback in an incest relationship is birth defection. I am sure, if such a thing never existed, most parents would provoke their children to marry each other by themselves. In such a world, incest would have been the norm. Contrary to that, in this day and age, incest is frowned upon more than before since the existence of quirks already increases the chance of birth defection. But honestly, to begin with, I can't see myself having a child, they're just not my thing. Yet, even if things go south, with Gamer's body, everything should be fine. Right, system. System. I exhaled. Must be busy blocking the curse. I am here, sorry for the late response. Answering your question, yes, master. Although your Gamer's body is very different from the OG, it still prevents you from experiencing any illness, and stuff related to that. In-style birth is safe, I can guarantee. Good. Okay, then the answer is simple. I want Neji. I want her to be with me, forever. Sounds so twisted, hi-ya. But there is no helping it, unfortunately. When did I become a creep? A part of me answered, from the start. It was then as a notification flashed by my eyes. A new quest has been generated. Quest description, Neji Hado, your older sister, is disappointed in you because of what you did with your maid. Currently, she is in a state of betrayal, disbelief, and shock. This is the perfect opportunity to strike her, in case you want her to be with you. Objective. Make Neji accept her feelings for you. Earn her forgiveness for betraying her. Time limit, before your first day at UA. Reward, Harem Lord, title, tier level up potion 2x. Penalty, Green Hat, title, 50 points loss in CHA. Do you want to accept? Y/N. How does failing in getting a girl earn me the Green Hat title? Anyway, that's not the point. I am confident that I wouldn't fail. The point is the reward. Harem Lord. Decent. Tier level up potion. WTF. These are some great rewards. More so, the time limit is more than 2 years, I don't see any reason to reject this quest. I clicked yes, nodding to myself. This is good. Though, system, I wonder why I never got a quest for wanting to kill gods. I usually get a quest when I decide to do something difficult. So why didn't I get one when I first talked with Unknown Gamer 69? 1. System. A long puff escaped my lips causing me to shake my head. Well, I can ask this some other day. This is not important for now, the important thing right now is to come up with a plan on how to seduce my Wani-sama. I need to consider this carefully. If this was any other girl, the seduction would have been easy since I would have most likely done it for pussy, but this is not about sex. After that, Neji insisted on returning to Japan. Neji and Kimi had to compile since she was acting stubborn, out of character even. So they took a plane and left. The only good thing about this journey was this. Neji had to fly above some countries to reach Japan from the US. When the plane did fly above them, all of the regions were unlocked in his map. Now, he could see the dungeons in those countries. Now one of his previous suspicions were clear. The dungeons aren't only in Japan. This would help him a lot. Apparently, each time he clears dungeons, the rarity of the loot to be dropped decreases on that particular dungeon. So, while he can redo the dungeon after the 30 days cooldown, by doing the same dungeon constantly, at one point it would only drop food and stuff. This removed that problem. He was in no rush for items, so he would keep doing the dungeons in Japan and gain EXP for now. In fact, that's what he's been doing. After getting into middle school, he has gained some freedom that lets him play arcade, hang out with friends, and sleep over at night, which in fact are just excuses that he uses to clear the dungeon around the city he lives in. Things were going fine, truthfully. But now he has an annoying seduction to do. Hey, Neji. Suddenly, a mature voice whispered in his ears, causing him to raise his head from the book he was reading. Sup, Mom? He asked, looking at his mother sitting beside him on the couch, her lips curled up. Did you and Neji fight again? She asked casually. Well, I guess you can say that. Neji shrugged. Last time the fight lasted for a week, how long do you think it will last this time? Back when Neji had complimented Neji and she kept avoiding him, their parents thought they had fought. They were wrong. And they're wrong even now. But of course, Neji didn't have a reason to correct them. This was better, in fact. Neji made a thoughtful expression. I don't know, maybe a few months. What dash? His mother raised an eyebrow and narrowed her eyes. What did you do, exactly? Neji laid down on her lap and went back to reading his book. It's nothing. Let us get it over with ourselves. Don't intervene. Gaara humphed. Fine. Just make sure to not hurt her, mentally or physically. I will be mad, then. Neji laid silent for a second before nodding. Going to school was awkward for Neji. She didn't like being in the same car that Neji and Kimi occupied, but she had no choice. She noticed that her brother was trying to break her ice. She wondered, why? She knew both of them realized that she had seen them do their act. So did he think she'd tell their parents about it? Stupid. Snitching on him is the last thing she'd do, even if he kills someone. She was disappointed yet again that her younger brother didn't realize this. Neji. Neji interrupted Neji, who was sitting beside her and trying to talk to her. No need to convince me into anything. Your secret is safe, I won't tell our parents. Neji froze and stared at her as she turned away, looking outside the window. She heard Kimi sigh while the car finally reached the school. Kimi opened the door for her as she prepared to step out, but the boy jumped at her and hugged her tight. Thanks. She frowned and looked away. Idiot. Pushing him away, she walked away with fast steps. As she left, Neji leaned back on the seat with Kimi looking at him from the front seat. You are seriously going after your sister? Shut up. Neji realized something funny. So she thinks I was trying to convince her about not snitching. Heh. He wondered how she'd react when she realizes her younger brother is actually trying to make her fall for him. I guess it's time to approach more openly. Kimi, Neji called, staring at her. I need assistance. Nighttime. What the? Sitting on the bed while pulling her hair, Neji was freaking out. She had no idea how things turned this way. It's been a few months since that incident. She still acts cold outside, but inside she was starting to get comfortable around Neji. Yet, just then, this happened. It was nighttime, and Kimi was helping Neji with his homework. Today, both their parents were out, so Neji got suspicious that Kimi and Neji might start fucking again. She said she wouldn't snitch, but that doesn't mean she likes knowing they're fucking under the same roof. So she started eavesdropping on their door, and she was surprised to find they were just doing homework, and nothing more. She was about to return with a clean mind when she heard this. Do you really like Neji? It was Kimi's voice. Don't ask stupid questions. She's my older sister. Of course, I like her. Neji's voice answered. No, I mean, like, as in, do you love her? Romantically, I mean. Maybe. I don't know. She's a good wife material, I like her smile, I like the way she talks without caring about anyone's feelings. I like the curious side of her personality. Oh, that's more like admiring her than having romantic emotions. I've been with her ever since I was born, I have enough affection for her, mind you. So I honestly don't mind her as a lover. The only problem is, she doesn't see me the same way. After a short silence, he continued. Well, if she is fine, I don't mind furthering our relationship. Though, she's been acting cold lately. I think she hates me, more than you. At this stage, the only way to make her see me in a romantic light is to seduce her dash. She had run away after hearing this. She only had one thing to say on all this. That scum. More so, seducing her, he said. He already has Kimi, yet he wants her too. What does he think of himself, a harem king from some ecchi manga? Delusional. She wanted to teach that fucker a lesson for thinking of her like that. They were siblings, for God's sake. How can he even think of her as a wife material? His image in her mind was already low after she learned he's fucking Kimi and his teacher, the same teacher, she recalled, to be a calm and strict one from her first year. And now, he was. Perverted bastard. She slammed her fist on the bed. She recalled what she read in that thread, why incest is wincest. It was the gathering of a bunch of people with a distorted mindset who sexualized even their own family. Was Neji the same? No. She thought back to his words again. He liked her as a whole, not just her body. He never mentioned anything about sex, either. Does he really? Neji was suddenly confused. She recalled her emotions from a few months ago, how she felt betrayed after seeing Neji's and Kimi's act. It was a false emotion that was impersonating as love, she realized that after talking to a very close friend of hers. He must be the same as me from back then. It seems letting him travel alone wasn't a good idea, I even assisted him, arg. No matter how many girls he's fucking at once, he's just a kid. Of course, he has false emotions. He must be mistaking his brotherly emotions as love. If that's the case, he was still savable, she believed. She didn't want her brother to be like those creeps from that thread, sexualizing family. I need to crush his hope, make him realize I am not interested in him at all. She exhaled. That should do the trick. It seems Neji's plan backfired. Chapter 34, Game 3. Chapter 34, Game 3. A few days later, on February 26th. We are really sorry, dear. Even though today is your UA entrance exam, we aren't able to wish you good luck in person. On the computer screen, Gara and Aiko apologized to Neji, who just waved her hand. It's fine, work comes first anyway. Her parents smiled at this as Neji looked at her mother with shining eyes. But Mom. Did you make the changes I wanted in my costume? 'Cause I really need that after school starts. Gara giggled to soothe her mind. This time, Aiko replied. It's ready, sweetheart. I personally helped her make the costume more appealing to the eyes, ouch. Gara smacked his head, causing Aiko to chuckle. Shoo, spoilers. The talk continued for a while before Neji cut the call. She got up from the computer chair and walked downstairs. She was wearing a purple tracksuit that hugged her proportions tightly. She needed to be in easy clothes to move better for the exam. She recently hit her growth spurt, so her proportions were bigger than the first time she wore her hero costume, so she hoped her mother had made the adjustments. Walking down, the first thing she encountered was Neji playing games on the console with Kurai on his lap. Neji had gone out last night, she noticed. She didn't know where, but she knew he was out until dawn. Now that she thought about it, Haroturo goes out for a few hours every now and then. Though Kimi does go with him most of the time, and he says he's just going out with friends, she, for some reason, felt he was lying. Either way, the door was past Neji. She needs to go past him, she didn't like it at all, meeting him face to face is just so awkward. She breathed in and stilled her heart, walking towards the door without giving him a look. She has yet to come up with an idea to crush his weird ideas, it's just hard for her to think of something that'd hurt him. At one point, she considered playing boyfriend with some guy, but that idea was dismissed immediately, she for one could tell that if she did such a thing. Neji might stop his weird thoughts, but something else between them would change too. She didn't like the feeling of that. He, in the end, was a person she deeply cared about, even if he was weird. Now, she was doing a cold play. It's basically acting cold and indifferent at him. She read an article that if you act cold towards someone interested in you, that interest would fade very soon. She didn't like this, as well. Acting like she didn't care about him while he showed deep concern for her on something just didn't feel right, her sisterly side couldn't bear with him just flashing her weakest smile after she ignored him. No. It's for his own good. With this, she took a breath in and started walking to the door, but before she could exit the house. Hey, sis. Are you going out? Neji called, to which she stilled. Isn't today your entrance exam? Good luck. A frown crept on her face at this. What unsettled her was the fact that he was still playing with his console while talking to her. The tic-tac sound annoyed her. Why? Did she not even deserve a glance from him? Was his game more important? With a sharp frown, she opened the door. Then without even replying, she walked out where Kimi was waiting in the car. Humph, not like I care. She mumbled and walked in, grumpily sitting down on the seat. Maybe this was at least proof that her cold and hard front is working. U.A is far from Chiba City, the city where Neji lives. So it took around an hour for Kimi to reach there. Just a few minutes after she reached the school and Neji entered the vicinity, Kimi called Neji. Oi, you smartass. Why didn't you greet her properly? She was grumpy the whole ride. Neji shrugged. Hey, I was playing. Her entrance exam is more important than your game. You could have at least looked at her face and show a smile. You do know she's been acting colder than before after she accidentally heard our conversation, right? I didn't notice. I am tired from last night's adventure. I almost died, you know. Excuses wouldn't work when she spreads her legs for another man. Take this seriously if you really want her. I know you're not an amateur, or I wouldn't be who I am right now. Neji sighed, shaking his head. Fine. My bad. I will do something to make her feel better. You better. The call was cut after this, causing Neji to stare at the mirror in the corner of the room with a deadpan look on his face. Hiya, nobody comforts me even though I almost died, lost one of my legs and got bitten by piranhas. He was not joking. He healed after taking a health potion, leaving only 3x more, but that didn't change the pain and mental exhaustion. This made him feel a little sad. But what could he do? It's not like he can tell others that he goes to dangerous dungeons almost regularly for them to take his words seriously. He shrugged. Well, it's my great Wani-sama. I can comfort her even in this situation. At this, he couldn't help but hum. Now, this wasn't something he planned, but he can work around with it. Neji has been playing hard for a while, getting to talk to her alone was hard enough. But this time, his indifferent act causing her to feel down at least proved she was still in a state where she was expecting a good luck from him. Now, this might as well be just her sisterly side, but he can work around with even this. This would at least give him a chance to break the ice, most likely. Deciding to himself, he got up and went to the kitchen. Time to cook her favorite. Pops, want me to help? He blinked. Kurai was peeking at him from the couch he was sitting on until now. Smiling, he shook his head. It's fine. She was fucking annoying in the kitchen. Still, at least somebody wanted to help him. Evening. Neji was happy. She didn't know how well she did, but at the very least made a friend. She was supposed to take the recommendation letter her parents wanted to get her. But she changed her mind at the last moment, saying this is more fun. And it was fun. She got a lot of points, from what she could count. But what counted the most was that she made a friend. He was a little gloomy, but it's fine. We are here, young Mississippi. Hearing Kimmy's words, she zapped out of her mind. Oh we are here. She smiled. Good work, Kimmy. She laughed and walked out, skipping to the door. Kimmy realized how happy Neji was. She hoped Neji prepared something to make her feel better, or her good mood might get ruined. Reaching the door, Neji raised her hand to push it open but stopped. Should she smile like this in front of Neji? Or should she act cold like usual? In the end, she shrugged. It didn't matter. He was her brother, he deserved to see her smile. She pushed the door open and walked in. The first thing she saw was Neji on the dining table, serving food while wearing an apron. Did he cook for her? And that apron? Ah. Seeing her, her younger brother smiled. Oh, you're back. And I was getting worried that the food would get cold. He came and locked his arms around her neck, causing her to freeze. How did it go? I assume you aced it. Though, did anything special happen? She looked at his arms around her neck with unreadable eyes. Touching each other like this was pretty normal for them before all the shenanigans with Kimmy happened. Is it still okay for him to touch her like this even now? Not like he has any perverted thoughts. Neji shrugged and smiled, wrapping her own hands around him. Oh, something special did happen. There was this guy named Takari, wait, no. It was Tamaki. I think. Anyway, he was about to get heavily injured by a .0 robot. Wait, you don't know what .0 robots are, right? Let me explain. Neji kept nodding to her as Neji explained things to him. Meanwhile, Kimmy entered the room and smiled seeing the two siblings acting normal. Soon, Neji sat down at the table to eat her food while Neji sat on a chair opposite to her. Whoa! She exclaimed with wide eyes with food in her mouth. When did you learn to cook such yummy yakitori? Neji ate her favorite, yakitori, made by her younger brother with shining eyes while Neji stared at her with his chin resting on his hand. She ate her food triumphantly, sometimes glancing at Neji's dazed face as he stared at her with an idiotic smile on his face. Midway eating, she frowned. Stop staring at me like that. It's super creepy. Neji shrugged at it. Let me enjoy the view, miss. It's not every day I see an angel enjoying my cooked food this much. Neji blushed slightly at this and pouted. Stop with those sweet words. What's your goal? Her blush disappeared, she put down the bowl of food and stared at Neji with a serious look on her face. Neji, tell me for real, do you like me? Hey, Neji chuckled. Do you even have to ask? What type of brother wouldn't like her older sister? More so, when she emits this much queen energy like you. She had to admit this felt good. But she wasn't to be fooled. Today he needs to answer her. She was holding back from asking this, since it might mean that she eavesdropped on him, but she didn't care about that right now. The air around her went serious as she decided to end all this at once. I didn't mean that, you know it, she glared. Tell me the truth, do you like me as a woman? Do you like me romantically? Neji didn't expect this turn of events. Neji has been acting shy and hideous for a while, so he forgot her actual personality. She has always been a straightforward person, after all. What should he say? He first checked her state with observe. State, dead serious, demanding, judging. Damn. She really was serious. Neji went through a series of outcomes in his head while Neji got impatient. In the end, he went for the best possible answer. I do. He stared at her eyes with equal seriousness. Neji, I am in love with you, romantically. Seeing her blush, he almost thought he succeeded before sighing as her face went red in anger. She curled her fist and glared at him. His face was so punchable right now, but she has to bear with it, he was still her lovely younger brother. She heaved a sigh. Neji, she stared at his eyes softly. I love you too. But, only as your sister. She shook her head. Please stop this. You're mixing up your emotions. You're a good kid, even with your slightly perverted side. I am sure a guy as handsome and responsible as you, talking from the fact that cooked for me, you'd find someone who would like you back, not for your dick, but for who you are. Neji stared as Neji got up with the bowl of food. I will be taking this, if you don't mind. It's real tasty. She then turned around and walked away. Wow. Neji leaned back on the chair and stared at her bouncing ass while she climbed the stairs. That's why he liked this girl. Straightforward as fuck. She wasn't arrogant, she was confident. She was a queen. From the corner of the room, Kimmy rubbed her temple while sighing. This would only make him try harder to get her. Though not like she minded it, incest was so hot. Days later. Neji and her parents were eating lunch while Neji was on the couch far from here. He had already eaten so he didn't sit with them. While eating rice, Neji narrowed her eyes on Neji. A small smile was on his face as he typed on his phone. He sometimes giggled to himself and sent selfies. He looked like those classmates of hers. He got a girlfriend. What a development. She didn't consider Kimmy or the teacher he said he fucked to be anything even close to his girlfriend, the most they were, at least in her eyes, were sex friends. She pouted with rice in her mouth. Good that he listened to me. Now he was acting naturally around her again. He didn't stare at her in a daze and compliment her every now and then anymore. Maybe he got over it. Good. She felt a little strange at this. But it's whatever. This feeling of strangeness would surely vanish soon, right? She went back to eating her food, while her parents exchanged glances with a worried look on their faces. It was then. Mom. Neji got up. I am going to a friend's house tonight. I will sleep there. This caused both Neji and Gara to immediately turn towards him with wide eyes, though both for different reasons. Evening. HM. Neji walked inside the room while hearing the humming coming from the bathroom. This was Neji's room. He was showering. Meaning, his phone was alone. Being as quiet as possible, Neji looked around the room. Her eyes caught the sight of his phone on the table as she walked closer and picked it up. It wasn't locked. Lucky. She smiled softly and started searching for Line, the most used messenger app in Japan. After finding the app, as she went inside, she was baffled seeing Momo's chat on the top. He was talking to Momo. Maybe it wasn't what she was thinking. She's known Momo for a year now, and she knows Momo only sees Neji as a handsome friend, nothing more. Either way, she clicked the chat, while her eyes went terribly wide. This kid. Neji, Yamamo, I was thinking. Momo, Just say it, Dumbo. N, what do you think of me coming to your house for a sleepover? M, what? You finally want to come to my home? N, yeah. Well, you see, I have been recently heartbroken, so I was thinking of spending some time with my close friends. This caused Neji to feel something strange in her heart, but she continued reading. Fr. I can't imagine someone having enough courage to break your heart. I would just assume you're joking for now. Anyway, just come here. Doesn't matter if you're heartbroken or happy, I would always be there to keep you sane, hee. N, hee, fine. I have many plans for tonight, we're gonna have a lot of fun. M, why the quotation mark? Anyway, come soon, I will be waiting. N, I am gonna come in a few hours. First, I gotta shower. See ya. M, bye. Why the quotation mark? Neji had a clear idea of why. Is he planning to? No. It doesn't matter. She doesn't have the permission to mess with her brother's love life. She put the phone down and walked away by the door, slowly. Just as she went out, from the bathroom, Neji's silver head peeked with a small smirk on his face. La la la. Neji wondered why his sister, who said she wasn't interested in him at all, was so eager to check his message history. Just as planned. Chapter 35, Game 4. Chapter 35, Game 4. Kimmy was driving the car, taking Neji to Momo's house. Did you really give up on her? She asked, a little disappointment was present in her voice. That's a bummer. Incest was so hot, but he instead chose to go after that Yayarosa girl. Of course, she didn't mind that. That girl was hot too. Just the idea of seeing Neji and Momo fucking each other while she enjoys the view from a corner of the room was heated. But, the truth is, incest is wincest. Incest is always above any voyeurism fantasy she has. More so, Neji has hit her growth spurt, her body would appreciate some helping hands. Yet. Neji was now focusing on Momo. Such a disappointment. Kimmy, you're funny sometimes. Neji laughed from the back of the seat while playing with his phone. I waited for a whole year to win over you. To think you believe I'd give up after just 4 months, TSK. Kimmy shrugged at this. Yeah, but you're not doing anything with Neji. Maybe you're too soft because she's your sister. Humph, I never received such treatment. Neji again chuckled. And what makes you think you'd receive the same treatment Neji does? Kimmy stilled briefly before giggling. Well, that's true. After sighing under her breath, she concentrated on the road and soon, they reached the magnificent mansion. After getting out of the car, I looked at Kimmy. Go back quickly, you'd need to return again. She looked confused at my words but I just ignored her and walked to the massive door of the mansion where Momo's maid, Lilia, who I met before, greeted me. Welcome, young master. She bowed respectfully. Please follow me, lady is waiting. She wanted to come by herself, but I decided to greet you myself. I hope you don't mind. I just waved my hand and followed her. Walking through the grand mansion, I realized there was no one other than some maids. Her parents aren't home. At my question, the maid shook her head. No, they are out for work. I wanted to meet them. While I was busy thinking, the maid stopped in front of a door. Please, go in. She respectfully showed the door. I nodded, walked in, and stood there sighing. Oi, what are you doing? I asked, looking at Momo who was laying on her stomach with her eyes locked on the book in front of her while wearing nothing but a pair of high socks, a red shirt and red panties. Image here. Momo turned to me, her indifferent face forming a huge smile. You're here. I rubbed my temple while she walked to me. She is only 13, those proportions aren't right for her age. Even Neji looked like a loli when she was 14. Maybe Momo's quirk is at work. She came closer to me and grabbed my hands. You should have come on a day when mommy and daddy were here. They always wanted to meet you. I smiled wryly. I thought the same, it would have been better, but why are you in your panties? She tilted her head at this. Isn't it fine though? Aren't you here for sleepover? I usually sleep naked, but Lilia said I should at least wear my panties since, even if it's you, a male friend is coming. Wait, do I go naked? Do I need to explain what a sleepover is? But I am really liking the view. I scratched the back of my head. Well, since you're already like this, I have something fun in mind. At my suggestion, she just stared at me innocently. Meanwhile, Neji was in her room, sitting on her bed with a large frown on her face. She kept biting her nail while muttering nonsense. Why did she feel this burning sensation in her heart? It wasn't jealousy, she was sure, actually, no, she wasn't sure. But yes, it wasn't jealousy. Maybe she was just irritated. Yes, that must be it. She was irritated that this albino bastard moved on from her so quickly. Kind of pathetic for her to feel irritation at such a thing, but it couldn't be helped. After he acted he was in so much in love with her, he suddenly forgot about her and started focusing on another girl. Though. Momo. He chose Momo to replace her. Momo is a cute girl. They'd get along if she becomes Neji's girlfriend, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. She frowned. But I need to stop him. She got up. They are still 13 years old. Neji is a bastard, he doesn't count, but I can't let Momo lose her purity right now. Yes. It's for Momo, nothing else. She must go there and stop Neji from taking advantage of Momo. If they really want to go that far, they should at least date for a few years. Neji breathed in and walked out of her room. She reached the entrance door of the mansion as she pushed the door, just in time for Kimmy, who was about to push open the door from the other side, to jump back. Neji stared at her. Kimmy. She didn't have a grudge with Kimmy, so she acted relatively fine around her. Take me to Momo's house, I suddenly feel I should do a sleepover too. Kimmy blinked. She finally realized why Neji wanted her to return here quickly. In the Yayarosa compound. In the bed, Neji crawled up and pushed Momo down. Yamamoto, he stared at her with a frown. We are gonna play a game, if you lose, you'd have to suck on something I want you to. Okay. Momo stared at him with a blushing face, now she was regretting wearing any clothes at all. Momo's maid, Lilia, was surprised to see Neji come here too. She didn't know Neji that much, but she did know how she looked, so she allowed her to enter the house and led her to Momo's room. She left after that, and now Neji was outside Momo's room, eavesdropping with wide eyes. Asterisk slurp asterisk. Slow down a little. It's hard for me to keep up. Slurp. She froze. That bastard is actually making the innocent Momo dash. Neji had heard enough. She grabbed the door handle and swung it open, glaring inside. Hey, that's cheating. Inside, she saw Neji and Momo sitting on the bed with their hands on console controllers as Momo was sucking an ice popsicle while Neji was focusing on the game. Neji stared at the scene with an agape mouth and disbelief filling her eyes. The slurp was from her sucking on the popsicle. And a racing game was playing on the monitor. Neji felt blood rush in her cheeks as she glared at both of their concentrating faces. Neji. Both of them turned to her, Neji's eyes flashing with a message as he smirked. You did this intentionally, didn't you? She dashed inside the room and jumped forward, pushing him down on the bed while glaring at him. Looking at her, Neji couldn't help but smile. Annoyance, extreme relief, love. The question mark proved she was still in doubt and hadn't accepted her feelings, but at least he is doing some progress. Neji was pushing him down, pouting, while Momo looked at the scene from the side with an anxious look on her face. Yo, sis, what a surprise. He grinned at her. Don't play games. She hissed. Don't try anything funny with Momo, not yet. Unfortunately, he already tried something funny with her. Nothing extreme though. Neji tilted his head. Why should I listen to you? My life, my choice. Neji was caught off guard with the statement, but she didn't fall back. Instead, no. Your life, my choice. You know, you are not making any sense right now. Shut up. From the side, Momo glanced at their faces with an awkward smile on her face. They seemed a bit too close for siblings. Well, she was a bit too close for a friend, too. So not like she gets anything to say. Chapter 36, Changes, 1. Chapter 36, Changes, 1. Neji's second year of middle school started a few weeks later. Things were getting a lot more interesting at this point. But today, the most interesting development was happening in a city located a few cities away from Chiba City. In Aldera Junior High, a certain green-haired boy was going through the hardest time of his life. Boom boom. You dare, Deku. A bleeding Katsuki Bakugo had grabbed a relatively unharmed Izuku Midoriya by his collar while his other hand was close to the latter's face, creating small explosions. His face was red and his eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Deku, the most annoying thing in his life, as he controlled himself from blasting him to bits. This motherfucker. How dare he do that again? Kaken. Izuku's horrified face finally made a sound, gulping. Why, you were hurt. I couldn't just sit back and watch those kids beat you. Boom. Nobody asked for your help. Katsuki interrupted him, blasting on his chest, getting a groan from him. You are fucking quirkless. What gave you the idea that I would need your help? But dash. Blast. He released Izuku from his hold and blasted on his stomach, causing the latter to spit out saliva and drop to the ground. Kaken, it hurts. Izuku whimpered, staring at him pleadingly. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. Blast. A blast fell on his face, causing Izuku to cry out loud. Shut up, you damn nerd. He stood above him with trembling hands while glaring. You think you can look down on me, huh? Izuku stared at him, huffing while droplets of tears gathered around his eyes. So this is what he gets for trying to help. Recently, a school close to their Aldera Junior High was chosen to be upgraded and become one of those hero middle schools that is becoming popular after Nightai's speech at a conference where he explained how future heroes should be trained from an early age. Baguko got in a fight with a group of boys from that school. No, he didn't lose, but from the looks of it, he was about to. That's when Izuku intervened. If he didn't intervene, he knew how much the defeat would affect his friend's mind. Yet, after helping him out, he is treating him like this. Where is the gratitude, where is the appreciation that he is supposed to get? Is it because he is quirkless? Izuku clenched his fist and stared at Katsuki with betrayed eyes. Kaken. He moved his trembling jaws. I just couldn't bear seeing other people beating you like that. What? Bakugo froze. But the next second, his glare intensified. This damn nerd. You're making fun of me again. Bakugo threw his punch at Izuku, causing the latter to cover his head with his hands, all to vain. Boom. 10 months later, February, year 200. The room was so impossibly silent that even his heartbeat could be heard. To diminish a bit of the silence, he played his favorite video on the computer. Izuku had no idea what he was doing right now. Sitting silently in the dark room, he was going through a series of emotions. So this is the end, huh? He was holding a bottle of transparent liquid in his left hand and a bottle filled with green liquid in his right. He was sitting on his old chair while All Might's ever-so-familiar video played on the computer screen. Ha ha ha. Fear not, citizens, hope has arrived. Why? Because I am here. Izuku Midoriya glanced at All Might's smiling face silently as he fell in a daze. The buzzing of the old video almost annoyed him. The room filled with the scent of rotten fast food didn't help at all. Life at school has been harsher than ever. For a while, Bakugo has been more aggressive. 2 years ago, when different middle schools were assigned to handle the soon-to-be hero course students, Izuku's school wasn't one of them. While that was fine for Izuku, Katsuki Bakugo didn't like it. He tried to move to a nearby school that was chosen, but unfortunately due to unforeseen circumstances, he wasn't able to. This caused him to start acting more aggressive since then, and now, after almost 2 years of school, the bullying has reached its peak. Frankly, Izuku couldn't bear it anymore. So, here he was, letting some liquid decide on his fate. On his left hand, he had a bottle of poison, and on his right, he had a miracle Quirk unlocker that he got from a shady website on the dark web. He had to choose one of these two would decide his future. But, from the looks of it, the poison might be the final answer. From the reviews of Miracle Quirk Unlocker, people were claiming it to be fake. While some people did give it a 5-star, almost 99% of the reviews were calling it a fake, causing Izuku to believe the 5 stars as paid reviews. But he promised himself to only drink one of these potions. If the Quirk Unlocker didn't work, he would not touch the poison. This was a one-shot chance, he wasn't sure what he'd do. Izuku Midoriya only has one supporter in his life, his mother. But even she isn't confident in him becoming a hero. Does he really want to live like this? Everyone looking down on him while he keeps walking forward. Maybe the poison would indeed relieve him from all this, but if the Quirk Unlocker worked, then all of these problems would vanish too. He'd be able to become a hero, his mother wouldn't be uncertain at him, and maybe Kaken would even befriend him. The last thought was inciting. Kaken's friendship alone was enough to match the idea of eternal relief. Why? Because I am here. Midoriya assumed having a quirk would not only stop Kaken from bullying him, but others would also accept him as a person. He'd even get to be the hero he always wanted. Maybe, his suicidal thoughts would vanish too. As All Might's clip played for the umpteenth time, he thinned his lips and gulped. Putting down the bottle filled with a transparent liquid on the table, he stared at the other bottle for a while. From the reviews, drinking this might cause some mental backlash. Yet, he wasn't scared to take the risk. He took a breath in and opened the bottle cap, devouring the liquid in one go. Cough. First, it stung. He coughed and fell to the floor. Why was it burning his insides? No reviews mentioned this. Did he drink the poison instead? His mind wasn't clear enough to give thought to that. He started coughing unbearably. Oh no. Mom will hear. He didn't know how she'd react to seeing poison in her son's room. Why? Because I am here. All Might's voice gave him the sudden strength he needed. But... Izuku? Are you okay inside? Knocks started to fall on the door, causing Izuku to feel the sudden urge to hide the bottle kept on the table. He barely stood up on his knees while his hands grabbed the poison on the table. He smiled, thinking it was it. He opened the drawer to hide the potion, but just then. The world around him went slow as he felt a twist in his brain. His vision distorted, he felt his consciousness fading, causing him to lose balance from his knee. He started falling on his back, the bottle on his hands got tossed in the air and started to fall with him. His head hit the tiled floor with his eyes vacant. The bottle of poison that was made of cheap glass fell right in his teeth, resulting in it shattering into pieces, causing both the shattered piece of glasses and the liquid poison to enter his throat. At the same time, the door handle twisted with a click sound as Inko, Izuku's mother, walked with a key in her hand. Izuku? Japan New Year. Hey, have you heard? That quirkless Izuku tried to kill himself. Wait, really? That's some courage. I myself would never be able to do such a thing. Same. Though he failed. He is currently in hospital from what I heard. It would have been a lot better if he died though, the poor guy gets bullied every day. Shoo, watch out. Bakugo might hear. Annoying. This was so annoying. He was used to the sound of large explosions, but this murmuring still got on his nerves. At least, this time it conveyed some useful information. So that nerd tried to kill himself. He thought with a solemn look on his face. A smirk formed on his face. Must have been half-assed if he failed. Pathetic. To think he almost felt bad for that nerd while he was just trying to gain pitying looks from others. I would teach him a lesson the next time he comes to school. He muttered to himself while he leaned back and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the chattering in the room stopped. Curious, he peeked open his eyes as they went slightly wider. Is that Izuku? It seems he wasn't the only one shocked. Green curly hair, and freckles, that did look like Izuku. But what was with the changes? Dark circles around his eyes, a part of his hair covering his left eye, a straightened back and a creepy smile on his face. Katsuki stared at him in slight shock while Izuku's eyes flashed by everyone, finally stopping at Katsuki. Izuku revealed a toothy smile and walked closer to Katsuki. Kaken. Katsuki frowned. I unlocked my quirk. In India, the royal palace of Nawab. A man with clear Indian features wrapped in a pair of white kurta and pajama was kneeling in the hall of a grand palace. India has come far from its state in the 21st century, they don't dress like this anymore, but to meet Nawab, dressing traditionally is a must. In front of him, going past a white net-like curtain, on an imperial throne, a person with a slim, short build sat. Most people didn't know their gender, including the kneeling men, but since most people know that the title Nawab is masculine, they assume them as a he. So the men wearing white kurta was doing the same. Nawab Bahadur, the men started. We have finally gotten real success at the Miracle Quirk Unlocker. It's a boy from the country of the rising sun, Japan. Nawab stayed silent and just nodded his head, allowing him to continue. Since he's the first success, our scientists were demanding we bring him here. I tried to contact Ujer, but Ujer is too busy with the recent appearance of the Atlanteans. So. I am here to ask for your permission, Nawab Bahadur. The man then lowered his head and waited for an answer. An ethereal voice belonging to a young female entered his ears, causing him to raise his head and look at Nawab's covered face with disbelief. He shall be left alone, for the foreseeable future. Mine sixth sense is telling me that this is better. Besides, a sweet laugh left the female's lips. I desire to see how this one would interact with that silver-haired child. The exotic voice of the female was like a melody, whose lyrics went over the man's head, as he stared ahead with sheer wonder. Author's note. For those who don't know already, I have multiple images for characters, specifically harem members, in my Discord. Ahem, as you know from my previous pictures, they are quite steamy, so join if you want to. Discord link, https://discord.gg/packagevci.bj. Chapter 37, Changes, 2. Chapter 37, Changes, 2. Izuku Midoriya had a stupid smile on his face as he walked a few steps behind the three boys walking in front of him. It was Kaken's group. School just ended and they were returning to their homes. Izuku was happily following Kaken. Kaken hated him because he didn't have a quirk, but now that he got one, he would be fine, right? Obviously. While Izuku was daydreaming, the guy leading the group, Katsuki Bakugo, stopped. A deeply frowning Bakugo turned back to him, glaring. What do you think you're doing, Deku? Stop following me. He said in a deep, apathetic voice. You are getting on my nerves. Deku's smile stiffened at this. But Kaken, I now have a quirk. Shut it. Bakugo made his palms explode. It doesn't matter. You're weak and pathetic. I don't know how you got that quirk, or if you've been hiding it for all these years, but it's clear that my quirk is superior to yours. So, stay away from me. Izuku flinched. Oh, of course, yours is superior, Kaken, that's why I am following you instead of walking by your side. Bakugo's lips twitched as he turned around. TCH, annoying bastard. Stay as far away from me as possible. He then walked away while his group gave Izuku a pitying look. Izuku sighed and lowered his head. I just wanted to be friends. After making sure that Kaken was out of his sight, Izuku Midoriya started to move again. At least I made some progress, hee. At least Kaken didn't say, stop following me, and instead said, stay as far away from me as possible. This meant he still had a chance to gain Kaken's true friendship. Ting. While laughing to himself as he was about to enter a tunnel, he heard something moving behind him. Turning his head, his eyes went wide, a villain. A slime-like creature came out of the gap in the manhole behind him. Rushing towards him, the villain wrapped his slime-like body around Izuku. Ugh. NGH. Izuku struggled as he felt the slime entering his throat, nostrils, ears, and the other open holes in his body. His desperate struggle caused the villain to growl and chuckle. Don't worry. I am just hijacking your body. Calm down. Tears gathered around Izuku's eyes as he desperately tried to struggle. He tried to use his newly found quirk, but he couldn't even think properly amongst the pain for him to use it. Calm now. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. Then, it'll all be over. Hee. You're a real hero, you know. I would have died without you. Izuku struggled for a breath, barely holding it. He scratched the man's arms, but his fingers just went through his jelly-like body. No point in trying that. I am fluid, you see. No. Izuku moved his legs to kick him. I can't breathe. Izuku cried, helplessness sweeping under his skin. I am dying. I am dying. Someone. Kaken. Help me. His vision finally started to darken as he started to lose his strength entirely. No. Just then, the cap covering the manhole went flying, as a muscular man wearing a white t-shirt jumped up. Fear not, kid. With a mixture of grin and grit, the man swung his fist back. I am here. He positioned his punch at the right spot and punched forward. Texas smash. The punch didn't connect with the villain, but the sheer shockwave it released caused the villain's fluid body to scatter around in a matter of seconds. Izuku fell on his butt as he stared at the living legend with wide eyes. All Might. Ha ha ha. All Might took a pose by placing his hand on his head. Thank goodness. You don't seem that injured and you are fine enough to recognize me. Izuku coughed out some of the slimy fluid from inside him and smiled. I am fine. I think. Ha. That's good. All Might then displayed him a bottle filled with mud-like green fluid. Because of you, I have got the villain. You have my thanks, young man. Izuku was surprised. When did he capture the villain? Cough. Anyway, All Might coughed on his hand, a frown appearing on his face that disappeared the next second, which wasn't missed by Izuku, the biggest All Might stalker. I am very busy, so I have to go. He crouched down, his legs bulging. Take care. Kicking the ground, he disappeared into the sky. Boom. Izuku stared at his vanishing with a small smile on his face. Should I have asked him that question? This time, Izuku Midoriya didn't grab his legs. This time, Izuku Midoriya didn't ask if he can be a hero without a quirk. Because this time, Izuku Midoriya had a quirk. Probably not, hee. Cough. Toshinori Yagi, aka All Might, flew by the sky while coughing. Ha. So my current limit is only 2.5 hours. He has been overexerting himself for a while now, after Naite introduced that boy to him. All Might has already chosen a successor, so there was no need for him to hold back anymore. That's why he's saving as many people as he can. Cough. With another cough, All Might lost his balance and tripped in the air. Smoke came out of his body, as his Chad form became skinny. Holy shit. All Might started to fall down from the sky, but still managed to transform back and kick the air. Ah, I should be more careful. Sighing, and feeling depressed at his weakness, All Might moved from his spot and vanished into the sky again. Maybe it's fate, or just the timeline doing its best to keep things straight, because, from All Might's pocket, the bottle sealing the slug villain had dropped to the ground. Luckily, All Might realized this soon enough. He looked down on the city from the top of a building that he landed on with wide and horrified eyes. Shit. Smoke and fire were soaring in the middle of the street, the sound of loud explosions was being heard from even here. All Might felt he could still hold on for 5 more minutes, so he quickly kicked the rooftop and flew towards that exact street. The villain has to pay for what he did. In the street. His code name is Baijok, he's a man from North Korea who was lucky enough to escape from the shithole of a country. He was currently hiding amongst the crowd, a struggling look on his face. But people didn't notice it since they were more focused on the kid and the sludge villain in front of them. Though that's because they didn't know that this man was in fact the partner of the exact sludge villain. Looking at his partner, Baijok could only grit his teeth. Why was that stupid bastard trying to hijack a middle schooler's body in broad daylight? That fool. He probably shouldn't have even teamed up with him. Now they're surrounded by heroes already. Luckily for that fool, he has me by his side. Baijok's struggling face distorted more. He was using his quirk, mind control. But unlike its cool and badass name, it can merely convince a person into doing what they wouldn't usually do. He can't even do a specific command. A pretty weak quirk, according to him. But in situations like this quirk is best to have. By focusing his quirk on the heroes around him, convincing them to believe that they don't have suitable quirks to fight the sludge villain and is waiting for a hero with a proper quirk to appear. Though he wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. It's all his partner's fault, again. His partner usually needs only 45 seconds, but the prey he targeted this time is an annoying one, so he's been delaying it for 3 whole minutes. Boom boom. MGHNN. MGHNN. There was a blonde kid in his grasp, who was creating explosions all in vain. Baijok released a relieved sigh. He's familiar with his partner's pattern, and from the looks of it, it seemed the blonde kid's body was just about to being hijacked. But, just then, all to Baijok's annoyance, his gaze followed a green-haired boy who leapt from the crowd. Under everyone's shock, the kid ran towards the villain with shaky legs. Why you? Let Kaken go. The kid, Izuku Midoriya, reached for the sludge villain and curled his fist up, punching him, but the villain's fluid body only spread out from his punch. Arg. It's you, the annoying kid. The sludge villain couldn't stop the greenhead since he was almost about to devour the blonde, causing Bijak to facepalm. Just then, Izuku raised his palm facing the villain. Repulsion. Izuku used his quirk. Immediately, an invisible force left his palm, creating a hole in the villain's chest. The sludge villain's eyes went wide, but he wasn't injured because of his body's property. His chest slowly filled up on its own, all to Izuku's horror. The sludge villain prepared to devour the kid too, in anger. But just then, Bijak's eyes went wide as a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. A tall and muscular figure towered over his partner with his fist swung backwards. United, Bijak felt his blood run cold. Smash. Thursday, tut-tut-tut. The slug villain's fluid splattered all around the street like rain while a tornado of wind left the impact point of the punch. Bijak gulped. Maybe he really shouldn't have teamed up with this guy. Everyone started cheering All Might's name, just as. Hey, isn't that Bijak? The wanted criminal. Some heroes yelled towards him. Bijak gritted his teeth and looked for a way to escape, but by then, MT Lady had grabbed his small figure with her large hands. At that moment, Bijak could only use the quirk enhancer drug he brought from his home country and burst out his quirk at once. All Might felt a slight headache all of a sudden. That's weird. He assumed it to be a side effect of his weakened body and instead focused on the kids he just saved. Kaken, are you okay? Looking at the kid who just talked, All Might recognized him as the same kid that he saved a few minutes ago. The guy he called Kaken didn't reply and stared at the air dazedly. Izuku's face showed worry as he was about to ask something again. Just then some heroes walked towards them. You two did a very impressive job, even though it was a little dangerous for Mr. Greenhead. Kamui Woods, a promising young hero, tried to console them while All Might smiled. All Might, if you don't mind, we should make these two kids see the doctor. All Might nodded as Kamui Woods prepared to take them away. All Might smiled at Izuku's back. He has seen how Izuku leapt in the air while everyone else was standing by the side. What a heroic spirit. His mind suddenly went blank and a thought which would have been normally impossible appeared in his mind. No, that was foolish. All Might stopped Kamui Woods. Young man. I would like to talk to this one for a second if that's fine. All Might couldn't see Kamui's face because of his mask, but he could tell he was a little surprised. Of course. Kamui Woods scratched his head and handed Izuku to him, then walked away with Bakugo. All Might was left alone with Izuku, to which Izuku smiled stiffly, nervous at what All Might had to say. With an unreadable look on his face, All Might placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder and crouched down, staring at his face. Kid, that was very dangerous and foolish. All Might talked, he seemed genuine about it. I noticed the use of your quirk, it's nothing impressive, I must say. If you think you can save people with such a quirk, then you should stop it right now. You'd only get yourself killed. All Might couldn't find anything wrong with what he was saying, but by then, Izuku's eyes had gone wide and blank. I am extremely disappointed in what you did. You could have gotten yourself killed by not knowing your limits, which would have damaged the reputation of other heroes. Izuku's body was still as he stared at All Might's darkened face with a shell-shocked look in his eyes. From next time, make sure you don't do anything stupid like this. Just because you have a quirk doesn't mean you are a hero. All Might stood up and walked away, while Izuku fell on his knees. The world around him shattered into pieces. What is the meaning of this life? 2 months after that incident, Katsuki Bakugo returned home from school and walked inside. Oh, you're back. His mom, who was in the kitchen, noticed him and walked towards him. She handed him a bag and some money. Go and buy some veggies, quickly. Bakugo's lips twitched. Can't you get it yourself, you old hag? Smack. A blow fell on his head as Bakugo growled. Who are you calling old, you dumbass? Grr. Bakugo growled as his body trembled. His mom humphed. Now go. I don't want to see your face before you bring the veggies. Bakugo nodded with a red face and trembling body and walked away. Suddenly stopping at the door, he looked back at his mom, Mitsuki Bakugo. Hey, Mom. Mitsuki turned her face to him while blinking. Did he just call her mom? You are friends with Deku's mom, right? Mitsuki nodded. Yeah, we were pretty close. Bakugo looked at the ground before sighing. Do you know where Deku is? He hasn't been coming to school for the past 2 months. Mitsuki blinked at this. You don't know. Something happened to Izuku, so Inko had to move from the city, sadly. I thought you'd know since you're friends. Bakugo blinked. So he's gone. What happened to him? His thought then moved on to his mother's other words. Friends. Bakugo was surprised. Did his mother think Deku was his friend? What the hell? Chapter 38, Second Confession, 1. Chapter 38, Second Confession, 1. It's been a year and 3 months since the day when Neji took over Neji's decision-making capability. According to her, since he was her younger brother, his life's decisions should be made by her. Neji found all this very kinky. So his sister was this possessive. Though it seems she herself didn't realize what exactly her words meant. Neji has always been the confident type, he recalled. In the school festival, when she was participating in the beauty tournament, her way with her words was proof of that. Neji imagined that as nothing but pure confidence rather than a show of pride or arrogance, since Neji never showed any of those before, but it seems he was slightly wrong. Neji is a pretty prideful girl if she believes he needs to abide by her words. Well, luckily she's his sister and not some other girl, because that would have ended badly. Knowing what to do in a situation like this, Neji has been playing his chess pieces very carefully. Obeying all of her commands would give her the feeling of superiority, but disobeying all of this outright would cause her to back off entirely. So he has to find a middle point and maintain that point for a while before striking her directly. Now, after more than a year of preservation, Neji believed it was time for a direct confrontation. So here he was. Neji, I am going to go to our clothes shop in the middle of the city, you come with me. Neji said, walking above the stairs. Neji peeked from his book, tilting his head at her. Is this a date? He asked teasingly. Since he has proved Neji feels jealousy when he ignores her once already, there was no need to keep acting like that. Maybe, or maybe not. She giggled. Just don't overvalue yourself, and judge it with your brain. After staring at her fleeting figure, Neji shrugged. Getting up from the couch, he walked towards his room to get ready. A few minutes later, Neji walked down the stairs meeting Neji, who was wearing a purple t-shirt and black short pants. He didn't want to wear anything too much for a short shopping trip. You sure it's not a date? Neji raised an eyebrow. You look prepared. Neji wore an off-shoulder pink top and a black miniskirt with blue stripes on it, along with black stockings reaching her upper thighs. Image here. Neji curled her lips. As I said, you should judge it yourself. Neji blinked, a little surprised that she wasn't outright declining him. Just then, Neji just walked towards him and yanked his arm, walking away with him. Outside, Kimmy was waiting in the car. You know, there are other drivers. Kimmy should do her job as a maid too. Neji eyed Kimmy, who deadpanned. Ignoring him, Neji walked inside the car, while talking, sure, but don't forget her main job is supposed to be our bodyguard, not a maid. Neji hummed at this while sitting beside Neji and locking the door. Oh, I thought that was supposed to be a secret between mom and dad. Well. I overheard them once. Impressive, Ms. Eavesdropper. Neji froze briefly, staring at him, paranoid that he found out that she eavesdropped on him that day. Though seeing no reaction from him, she heaved a sigh. Neji and Neji had small talks like this while Kimmy drove her car and reached the highest skyscraper in the middle of Chiba City. The title, The Hado Fabrics, was hung at the top of the building. Why are we here again? Neji walked out of the car behind Neji while eyeing them all. I want some new clothes. You have time to worry about fashion even though your internship just started. Normally, the U.A internship starts from the second year. Izuku's generation in the canon was an exception. Though, in this timeline, because of Naite, even Neji had to start her internship in her first year. Neji turned to him, finally, an annoyed look surfaced on her face. Stop nitpicking my every decision. Neji smirked. Why not? Since you are the person who is supposed to decide for me too, I should at least judge some of your decisions. Neji frowned and narrowed her eyes at him. Can't he tell why I said those lines? Seeing Neji staring at her innocently, she sighed. Dense bastard. While she thought all this, Neji then turned to Kimmy. You wait here, we will be back soon. Kimmy nodded, okay dash. Wait. Neji interrupted with a frown on her face. Why can't she come? Neji froze briefly while Kimmy made a surprising face. Because. Well, I just wanted some alone time with you. Neji. Gradually, the frown lessened as Neji sighed. I don't know the actual relationship between you two, but I heard what she said once, Kimmy belongs to Neji. If that's true, don't you think you should take care of her a little better? Or do you treat everything that belongs to you like this? Neji stared at his eyes with a disappointed look on her face. You're pushing her away a lot, you know that. Neji fell silent. And here I was considering her feelings. I sighed. Considering this is a date, even if she refuses to spell it out, I thought she'd be happy to be alone with me. Does this mean she accepts Kimmy and my relationship? I looked towards Kimmy, who was barely holding her smile. She seems to have liked being defended like this. She's been acting a little bratty for a while. TSK. I rubbed my temple looking at her. All right, Kimmy, come with us. The queen has spoken. Kimmy nodded swiftly and walked out of the car. We then walked away with Neji leading us. This building is the headquarters of Mom's company, the Hado Fabrics. The first 10 floors are just shopping malls, while beyond that is the office of Mom and her employees. Bye, Mama. Bye, Pops. Bye, Auntie. Kurai waved her paws as Mom walked away with her. Mom had greeted us as soon as we entered, though she is going away right now because of work. Kurai was with Mom today since she wanted to spend time with her grandma. Kurai has gotten pretty close to the family in the past 2 years. At first, Mom and Dad were a little weirded out by having a cat as their granddaughter, but it didn't last long. The thing that did last long though was the fact that Kurai refers to me as Pops and Kimmy as Mama. They joke a lot about that. Though I wonder if they'd still joke if they found out about our actual relationship. Anyway. Hey, Neji, come here, quickly, look at this. Neji called me from a corner of the shop. We were on the highest floor of the mall. Here, there were very few people, so she didn't hold back her excitement. I walked to her and stood by her. How's this? She put a dress above her chest. What do you think, would it suit me? Neji has a knack for fashion. It's Mom's fault, of course. Though Neji's is more like a hobby than a passion like Mom's. I guess it's time to use my hidden jutsu, choosing female clothing technique. The shopping took 3 hours. But I still haven't undone a mystery. Why can't girls just choose their dress quickly? I eyed Neji, who was skipping while humming. The clothes were set for home delivery, so we didn't have to carry anything. Are you sure this is not a date? I asked with a hint of tease in my voice. Maybe. Then why are we going to a coffee shop? I am thirsty. You don't drink coffee when you're thirsty. She turned to me annoyingly. Will you stop? No. I like being annoying to you. Neji's face turned more annoyed as she looked away from my eyes. Well, it's indeed a date, but you know, siblings can go on dates too. I tilted my head innocently. That's what I was saying. What else do you think I am implying while talking about dates? Wait dash, I gasped. Were you having some lewd thoughts? Stop. I chuckled. You know, the older sister is usually the one teasing. She rolled her eyes and turned around, starting to walk. Dash. I want to be teased by her. But it's just been a dream until now. Kimmy seems to be mildly enjoying all this from my side. Neji walked a few steps ahead of us as I slowed down and leaned towards Kimmy. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Miss Third Wheel. She covered her mouth with her hand and gave me a smug look. But of course. It's rare to see the prideful Neji-sama doing exactly as a girl says. I shrugged. She's special. She smirked. Simp. She's indeed acting like a brat. I guess it's pretty normal for people like her to act like this to provoke their master. Well, you get what you want. Ignoring all the distracting things that happened today, Neji decided to make the day a little more productive. Let's confront her. Just below, the Hado Fabrics, there is a small coffee shop. That's where Neji led them. It seems she frequents here every time she comes to visit Gara. The owner is an Wani-sama with short brown hair. She had a look of pleasant surprise when she looked at Neji bringing a boy with her, though she was disappointed to learn the boy was her brother. Here. The shop owner Wani-sama poured coffee on the 3 glasses served in front of Neji, then to Neji and Kimmy, who was sitting opposite her. After serving the glasses, she smiled at them. All right then. Enjoy your time. Just call me if you need anything. She walked away with her heels thumping on the ground while Neji stared at her rear. Hey. A smack fell on his hand. Neji glared at him. Eyes here. Neji smiled at her. Perfect. Of course, he wouldn't look at another girl's ass on a date. That's just dumb. He did this to attract Neji's attention. Why, I wonder. Neji rested his chin on his hand. I quite like the way she looks, especially that ass. It looked delicious. Watch out, she has super hearing. He could hear the girls giggling from afar. He almost felt awkward. He shook his head and slipped his hands in the pocket, while in reality he opened his inventory and took out a black orb. He didn't take it out of his pockets and just clicked that button on top. Immediately, an invisible sphere covered the table. Orb of Silence. A one-time use item that creates a small space separated from the sound dimension of the outside. This was a perfect item for a situation like this. We can talk now. Neji tilted her head. She looked at the owner, who was blinking while looking at them. Don't mind the small details, Neji said. I just had some things to say. Neji frowned. What? I love you. He stopped. A lot. After an initial shock, Neji almost smiled, maybe she was expecting to hear this. But, surprisingly, her smile stopped midway. She wanted to see how passionate he was. She curled her fist at this. I recall we have gone through this once. Hear me out, for the last time. He looked at her slightly surprised face. I want to confess my feelings. She was speechless. I love the way you dress. He added. I love how you don't care about others' opinions. He stared at his eyes. I love the way you smile. I love the way you get jealous when I stare at others. He rested his chin on his hand. I am in love with the way you talk, the tune you use. I definitely love how easy it is to tease you. I love when you forcefully use my bathroom even though I ask you not to. Seeing him stop, Neji added, it's one-sided. Oh. His face went serious. Then why do you care so much about me looking at other girls? At first, it was Momo, who I understand, she's too young, Neji said. But at this point, it's every other girl. Wasn't it you who wanted me to find a girlfriend? Why be a thorn to my path now? Neji stared at her frown and anxious eyes with a hint of seriousness. Tell me the truth. Do you love me? The frown on her face deepened. Meanwhile, Kimi sat beside Neji with an awkward look on her face. Does she love him, her younger brother? Of course. She muttered. The answer was simple, hearing which Neji almost smiled. What kind of sister wouldn't love her brother? But Neji's face became more serious at this. You know what I am talking about. Stop using my own card against me. At this, Neji stiffened. After an entire minute, she parted her lips, but before she could say something, Neji stopped her. Before saying anything. He leaned from the seat, his face closing distance from her, and maintaining eye contact. Consider this, would you be fine being with a man who's not me, for the rest of your life? Neji thinned her lips as she also maintained eye contact. Why was he being like this? She clenched her fist and glared at him. Did he not notice how she wanted him to choose her clothing? Did he not notice how she brings him anywhere she goes that doesn't concern her school and hero life? Did he not notice the hidden smile on her face every time he compliments her? Did he not notice how much she enjoys his company? Did he not realize why she stops him from looking at other girls? I thought you were smart. She muttered under her breath. Did you say something, Dash? No, she stared at him. You asked if I love you. Would I be fine with spending my whole life with another man? Yes. Answer me truthfully. I'd stop my approach depending on your answer. What a bastard. Do I have to spell out everything? She muttered in a barely audible voice. HN. He could hear everything, of course. What was it? Neji glared at him, heat rushing to her face. It's not her style to not be straightforward. It's just that Neji was special to her, she couldn't even think straight while with him, sometimes. I can't live with another man. She clenched her skirt that was resting on her thighs. You love the way I talk. I love the way you talk too, I love the way you compliment me, I love the way you tease me. I love the way you've been listening to me for over a year, even though you didn't have to. She stared at him with a red face. I love you too, you dense bastard. A smile formed on Neji's face as he looked at her cheekily, she also heard Kimi sighing from the side. Sorry for being a dense protagonist. Neji huffed, while a message flashed by her brother's eyes. Ding. Condition 1 of the quest, make Neji accept her feelings for you, has been completed. But before Neji could celebrate, Neji took another breath in. But we can't be together. Incest is bad. Ding. Condition 2, make Neji forgive you for betraying her, is yet to be fulfilled. Neji almost sighed. She hasn't forgiven me, huh? She was using excuses that incest is bad, instead. Let's see. However, Neji wanted to finish this right in this coffee shop. Chapter 39, Second Confession, 2. Chapter 39, Second Confession, 2. Ding. Condition 2, make Neji forgive you for betraying her, is yet to be fulfilled. Looking at her face as she yells incest is bad, Neji found himself thinning his lips. She hasn't forgiven him. I got the weird idea that she did, based on how she defended Kimi. Neji was huffing, her eyes were red and her lips were quivering. Did he push her too far? Maybe he should have waited for a few more months. Neji stared at her eyes apologetically. Sis. Huh? Do you hate me? Neji stopped briefly, a state of shock appearing on her face. I would never. I just yelled a second ago that I love you, you idiot. Neji blinked. Of course, she doesn't. He knew. Je just wanted to hear it from her. Ah, my choice of bad words. I meant to ask, do you hate something I did? Neji frowned as her breathing started to calm down. There are many things you did that I hate. Do you hate me for having a weird relationship with Kimmy? This was time for Kimmy to fall silent. She felt her throat die seeing the direction the talk was going. What if he says he wouldn't mind leaving her behind for Neji? No. Or maybe, I am not gonna tell you. At first, Neji wanted to say, no, I don't hate you. I just don't want to have an incestuous relationship, but she felt like being straightforward, being truthful. That's a yes. Neji fell back on his seat. Is there any way for me to redeem myself? Mind you, I am a really dense kid. She had an idea as she narrowed her eyes on him. Will you be able to leave Kimmy for me? Neji stilled. Sorry to break it to you, but this is not a haremeki manga. Her breathing was even at this point as she stared at Neji with an unreadable look on her face. And you're not a harem protagonist. Neji stayed silent. Because of the space created by the orb of silence, a creepy silence fell over the table. Will he be able to leave Kimmy for her, his big sister, who he loves so dearly? To begin with, Kimmy was his rapist. Yes, he has indeed forgiven her and even entered a master-slave relationship, but he's not obliged to follow it, at all. He is the master, he can break the chains and stop owning her anytime. She can still work as a maid. Neji supposed Neji would be fine with that. So. Neji turned to Kimmy with an indifferent look on his face. Kimmy was visibly shaking. Sweat was covering her forehead as she stared at Neji with a hopeful look on her face. But, even her hopeful eyes started shaking as Neji looked at her with an apologetic look on his face. Sweat trailed down her cheeks as her eyes went red and teary. She was regretting ever coming with them at all. Ignoring her, Neji turned to Neji and looked at her. He sighed. I guess I still have a few more months. I can't. He clenched his fist. The start of Kimmy and my relationship was quite bad. She made a mistake after I provoked her. But in response to that, I ended up corrupting her mind and making her see me as the only person valuable in her life. He looked at Kimmy's surprised face. If I leave her, I can only imagine what she'll do. And, frankly, I don't want that. He turned to Neji who stared at him with an impossibly unreadable look on her face. I am sorry, I can't leave Kimmy, even for you. Kimmy covered her mouth with her hands as tears trailed down her face while Neji stared at her. Neji got up from her seat, causing Neji to sigh. Today wasn't the day, and it was seeming like that day might never come. He wasn't willing to push Neji that far, his weak heart wouldn't allow that. Incest was fine for him, but it doesn't seem to be fine for Neji. She was but a normal girl, after all. What type of normal girl would think about fucking her own brother? Such bullshit. But unlike how he thought that she'd turn around and leave, she turned her face back to confirm that the shop owner was busy, and walked to him and suddenly, sat on his lap. Looks like you are not as much of a bastard as I thought you were. Her face formed a smile. Glad to know the man I am in love with would not neglect me. Neji placed her head on his chest, all to Neji's surprise. Don't look so dry, I forgive you. Ding. Both conditions have been met. Quest complete. Neji sighed to himself. Thanks, observed. Luckily he had a plan. They were back in the car. The ride was silent, Kimmy noted. Neji was avoiding eye contact, contrary to her initial approach. While Neji was just awkward after saying all those cringy lines, even if it was the best possible move according to Neji's state. Meanwhile, Kimmy was driving the car with a huge smile on her face. She felt happy. So he does care about me. She was so sure that he'd go along with Neji's flow and say he would leave her for his older sister. She expected him to say that. But he, instead. He's softer than he acts, heh. Son. She has said last time, she was in love with a kid. While her feelings did increase over time, there was an emptiness within her. She was giving her everything, but the other party only seemed to be taking her for a sex doll. Of course, she didn't mind at all, he was the best thing she could hope for in bed. That was all she needed. Yes, that was good enough. With that only, she was fine, but now, she was feeling finer. No, she was feeling the finest. She didn't know when was the last time she felt this much happy emotion rushing through her body. Was it when she saved the first person as a hero? No, that was not it. She could not remember. She sighed to herself. Looking into her head, she found more sorrowful moments than happy ones in her life. Her mother died while giving birth to her. Her father died in a fight between villains and heroes when she was 8 years old. She only had her older sister to rely on after that. But even she. After Kimmy became a hero and captured her first criminal, that criminal's friends had attacked her sister and taken her hostage. They planned to make Kimi release their brother using her, even though a pro hero can't do that. So in the end, they molested her older sister and killed her. She still held on to it. It was fine, she told herself. She could still move along, she believed. Amongst all this, she got to meet some really good people. Her heart warmed up to anyone who treated her well. At that moment, when a new graduate Udata student became her sidekick, she thought maybe she has found another person to rely on. Alas, even he was killed by that man, no, that literal evil god. She hoped none of her close people would ever have to meet that man. Especially, the person she cares about the most. She didn't know what she'd do if that happens. Chapter 40, WTF, 1. Sitting in the back seat of the car, I was looking at the messages in my retina. Quest completed. Quest, Neji Hado, your older sister, is disappointed in you because of what you did with your maid. Currently, she is in a state of betrayal, disbelief, and shock. This is the perfect opportunity to strike her, in case you want her to be with you. Objective. Make Neji accept her feelings for you. Earn her forgiveness for betraying her. Time limit, before your first day at UA. Reward, Harem Lord, title, tier level up potion 2x. Penalty, green hat, title, 50 points loss in CHA. Reward is being distributed. Tier level up potion 2x, obtained. Tier level up potion. Only the gamer can level up. This potion was created only to thwart that belief by the director of the last act. By drinking this potion, a person who isn't a gamer can get a certain amount of something similar to EXP, which allows them to level up their tiers. HM. Director of the last act. I think I have heard this name before, just can't put my finger in it. Anyway, this thing is too good to waste. Moving on. Harem Lord, title, obtained. Title, Harem Lord. Increased affinity with the opposite sex, causing them to feel slight attraction towards you without any particular reason. Your partners would have less aversion towards sharing you among themselves. This honestly presented me with a weird idea. Do I make a harem, or rather, do I expand my harem? I mean, I already have one, but I didn't plan to have them from the get-go. I am not seeking a harem, to be clear. But do I, after getting such a title, start seeking a harem? If this was the previous me, the answer would have been a simple yes, but this is not simple. For the old me, having a harem was the same as having a bunch of cum dumpsters. But to the current me, I consider girls as actual people with personalities. By expanding my current harem, I am binding the fate of actual people I care about with mine. They'd have to fight the gods with me. Am I okay with that? Mostly not, but if the girl is strong herself, then maybe. For example, Momo. Her quirk is super versatile and valuable. If I give her a few tier level up potions, she would become, in one word, dangerous. To add on top of it, just imagine how strong she'd be if she had mana too. She'd be a literal goddess of creation. But I don't want to waste the tier potions on my friend. Only my lovers deserve this, since I need to ensure their safety with it. So, do I add Momo to the harem? Decisions. Momo is interested in me, I am aware. But our relationship is just touching here and there and joking it off. We are just intimate friends, but still friends, nothing more. Well, if I am really planning to fight gods, I guess a goddess of creation in my party would help a lot. I heaved a breath. I said a moment ago that I stopped taking girls as nothing more than mere cum dumps, yet I'm thinking of using Momo as a tool. Is it any better? On second thought, I do like her too. Maybe not as much as Neji or even Kimi, but she is still my closest female friend. Okay. It's decided then. I guess I can build a harem. Just need to make sure I don't start thinking with my dick, and use my brain instead. Then, the system's voice rang in my head. For reference, master, less aversion doesn't necessarily mean the title would make them completely okay with the idea of harem, you need to work around that yourself. That applies to your potential new girls too. Please, take care of your girls better, master. Okay. How am I supposed to feel when an AI tells me to manage my harem better? Anyway, now that I have 2 titles, I plan to equip the Harem Lord title always and only switch to the Fearless title in a fight. I did as I thought as I quickly equipped the Harem Lord title just as something happened. I don't know what it was, but I do know something changed in the multiverse. More accurately, something within the 2 girls sitting beside me. After reaching home, I first called both of them to my room. Here, drink these. I handed both Kimi and Neji the tier level up potions as they accepted it. Ah, what's this? Kimi asked, observing the bottle. Neji had a small and cute frown on her head. You're acting sus, Neji. I just shrugged casually while sitting in the bed. Neji and Kimi were sitting on the couch in front of me. I first looked at their tiers. Neji Hado, tier 3. Kimi Sugihara, tier 4. Kimi is the same as before, while Neji is stronger than her canon self, who I assume was tier 2 by the start of UA. This has various reasons behind it. 1. She was trained by Shifu. 2. She accompanied me on training when I trained my Quirk. 3. The Hero Middle School. Seeing me just observing them, waiting for them to start, they opened the bottle regardless and poured down the contents in one go. Good to see the trust. Immediately, a red aura surrounded them while they both blinked continuously. What's this? Both of them questioned, while I observed the situation with an attentive look. Both of their bodies started to levitate in the air while they looked around, surprised. Next, something I clearly wasn't expecting happened. A black greasy and oily substance, yes, those things from cultivation novels, came out of their bodies while their expression turned horrified. Soon, the aura disappeared as both of them landed back on the couch, releasing a stink. I looked at their tears again, smiling softly. Neji Hado, Tier 4. Kimi Sugihara, Tier 5. Luckily the potions had enough EXP to level up their tears. Though my smile stiffened the next moment, hearing my older sister's words. Neji, you've got a lot of explaining to do. Contrary to her cheerful tune, Neji glared at me as I shrugged while having my nostrils shut by my fingers. First take a shower, you stink. So, Neji, what was that? A beauty product I bought from the dark web. I smiled looking at Neji who came back from showering. Neji stared at me funny while Kimi observed her body from behind her. They were both wrapping themselves in nothing but towels, so I was getting a good view. They were beautiful before. But now they were stunning. The most apparent change in their skin, no, it's not a change in their skin tone, it didn't become jade white. Whiter skin doesn't mean more beautiful, at least not in my book. The true description would be their skin is more high resolution ed. It's almost as if they were redrawn in a new style. Well, it certainly isn't a beauty product. Kimi flexed her arm muscles. I feel much stronger than before. Young Miss might not realize it since hers isn't a bodily type quirk, but I can feel the changes. Neji turned to her. No, I can feel some changes in my body's strength too. It's not that much, but I do feel stronger than before. Oh, and you should stop calling me young miss. Ah. Kimi thinned her lips. Sighing, Neji went closer to Kimi and hugged her tightly. Oh, Kimi. Stop acting so nervous. I said I accepted your relationship, didn't I? Sorry for saying that one line back in the coffee shop, it was necessary. Just call me Neji, or Neji-chan if you are so reluctant. Okay. Kimi nodded with a new smile on her face. I see that Kimi was still a bit nervous around her. After all, Neji is the person who said, would you leave her for me, to me, the person she loves the most, probably. Nice to see my sis opening up in front of her. Though I don't believe this is the harem lord titles effect. My family members are just too nice. First, my mom, who let Kimi come with us on the anniversary, and now Neji who is accepting Kimi so easily. Anyway, I have to bullshit my way through. Anyway, Neji, where did you get this? Neji finally turned to me with a serious look on her face. Tell the truth. Well, fine. I shrugged. It's my second quirk. Both of them frowned. Ignoring them, I started my explanation. Sometimes different items spawn in my personal dimension, that's where I got these items. Oh, Kimi, you always wanted to know where I vanished off to. Sometimes, the gate to my personal dimension spawns outside my reach, so I need to go there to fetch my items. I didn't tell them that I needed to fight strong monsters with my life on the line because that would just make them worry pointlessly. While humming, Neji narrowed her eyes. You're capping, right? No, it's facts, for real. Kimi didn't talk since she has already seen my magical capabilities before. She seemed to have somehow believed me. Show proof. But Neji wasn't the same. Well. I slipped my hands inside the air, causing Neji eyes to pop out. I took out a fancy-looking red-colored carpet with strange encryptions on it. Neji wanted to say something, but I interrupted her. First let me demonstrate this to you. I threw the carpet to the ground as it landed perfectly on the floor without any sound. Kimi, I called. Sit on top of it, please. Kimi nodded reluctantly as she walked atop the carpet then sat down. Then, with a motion of my hand, the carpet started floating. Kia. I flew the carpet around a little before putting it down. Kimi looked at the carpet horrifyingly as I talked. Ever heard of that very old movie, Aladdin? This is a magic carpet based on that. Neji stared at me with a shocked look on her face. Whoa, you weren't lying. Does magic exist? Wait, so is Kurai actually a magical cat? Ignoring her, I then took off my earring. We can talk about that later, but I was lying when I said I can replicate something similar to telekinesis because of my quirk's growth. I tossed the earring that she caught. It's this earring's magic. Neji blinked. So that's why you never let me touch it even though I wanted to. At my nod, she quickly wore the earring as she felt an invisible force under her mind's control. Blinking, she raised her hand at the monitor hung in the wall. Wait dash. She clutched her palm as a crushing force shattered the monitor into pieces. Okay, I believe you now. She got up and smiled at me cheekily, oh no. But this is mine, from now on, thank you very much. She turned around and made a run for it. Hey stop. I tried to move but tripped and fell face first on the floor, though luckily the carpet caught me midway. The carpet moved according to me and followed Neji. Unsurprisingly, the other maids were sent for a mental check after that day. A few days later. I was in the car, going somewhere. Precisely, Takoba Municipal Beach Park. The same beach park where Izuku Midoriya was trained by All Might in the canon timeline. Considering that the sludge villain incident happened in this timeline as well, based on the T.V news, I feel like I should visit Izuku and All Might to change some important things. I would have preferred to interfere in the sludge villain incident, but it was practically impossible for me to be present there on the right day, right time, without my luck helping me, which it didn't. So I think it's time to do things manually. The smooth sound of the car engine caused me to crackle up, all to Kimmy's sudden shock. One for all, here I come. Chapter 41, WTF, 2. Chapter 41, WTF, 2. Young master, why do you want to go to that dirty beach? You could have gone to Hawaii anytime. Kimmy asked while focusing on the road. She's acting a bit more caring than usual. Did she perhaps like how I refused to leave her for Neji? Heh. I tilted my head, causing my earring to slap down to my face. As I said, I am not exactly going there for a vacation. She tilted her head too. Oh, wait, perhaps your personal dimension, gate spawn there. Speaking of which, what's inside your dimension anyway? Can other people enter there too? There are many different things within that dimension. I then shook my head. As for the second question, no. Nobody other than me and Kurai can enter that place. That's the reason why I didn't explain things to Mom. Since she would never let me go to a place that she isn't sure is safe. I love my mom, I really do. She's the best. But she's too overprotective. Some things are better kept a secret from her. Kimmy turned to her left, where I was sitting. Then, is it really safe? Perhaps. I didn't need to lie to her, but I also didn't have any reason to be obvious. I don't want her to worry needlessly. Kimmy stared at my eyes for a bit, trying to read me as I shrugged. She was good at reading me before, but not anymore. My CHA stat blocks people from reading my body language. Maybe they become too busy admiring me, instead. Blah. Anyway, telling Kimmy to focus on the road instead of asking nonsense questions, I focused on why I am going there. Takoba Municipal Beach Park is the place where Midoriya was trained by All Might. I am going there to meet All Might and change his mind about giving Izuku one for all. No, I don't hate Izuku. Izuku hate is overrated, he's a shitty protagonist though. The actual reason why he shouldn't get OFA is that I want it. On second thought, saying I need it would be more appropriate. One for all is the strongest quirk I know besides Aries and all for one's quirk. I would talk about those latter two on another day, but what I need immediately is OFA. The main reason why I want this is that one for all is a stockpiling quirk. It is stockpiling strength and energy for 7 generations. As for what exactly this energy is, nobody knows. For all you know, this energy may just be metaphysical, like when people say, "Gah, I am completely out of energy," when they are tired. This might be mana or something similar. I highly doubt it's mana, since the energy within it does come from the other 7 wielders, who I don't think had mana, but that's the point. If it is mana, then it's useless since I wouldn't be able to use it at all. I just hope it's some energy like chakra, which is essentially life force, and as far as I know, the curse doesn't block life force, or I would have been dead already. So, one for all is essential for my survival. Other than that, it's a great quirk overall. It's basically a nerfed version of Issei's boosted gear. I can only imagine the destruction my surge would be able to cause if I used 100% one for all on it. Oof. Now, one for all also has sole drawbacks, specifically 2. The first is that it would use up the user's lifespan, and the second one is there are 7 consciousnesses within it. For the first problem, there are many ways I can get life force. And secondly, I am not sure if my version of Gamer's Mind would be able to eradicate those consciousness, but I am sure it'd make sure those consciousness don't affect me negatively. The rest, I will handle myself. Young master, we're here. Bringing me from my thoughts, Kimmy's voice rang within the car. I turned to the beach and my eyes widened. Sofas, fridges, cars, broken parts of houses, and finally, thousands of bottles floating on the shore. Yes, this was indeed the Takoba Municipal Beach. But something was wrong. Except for some crabs, the beach was void of any life. Midoriya and All Might aren't here, I can't find them at all. I also don't think they took a break since, from the looks of it, none of the garbage has been moved from their spots in a long time. The reflection of my blue eyes was shaking slightly on the glass window as I bit my lips. Something changed, and I have a bad feeling about it. Young master. The timeline is fucked. With the slight help of my gamer's mind and some more relief, I got over it soon. So Izuku didn't get one for all. I think it's mostly Nitei's fault, from my knowledge. Speaking of Nitei, I can think of only one dude who can get this quirk instead of Izuku. Nijire. I called Nijire, who was combing her hair while sitting in front of the mirror. Does her hair even need combing? It's beautiful as it is. Anyway. She turned to me as I talked. Do you know a guy named Mirio Togata? She tilted her head. Oh yeah, I know him. How do you know his name, though? I heard one of my friends, who lives in the same neighborhood as Mirio, mentioning him. Apparently he has a really cool quirk. Nijire's eyes shone. No, not at all. It's not a cool quirk, it's two cool quirks. He has permeation and super strength. So, while you can't hit him, he can hit you really hard. People are already comparing him with All Might. Nijire started blabbering about him while I licked my dry lips. Super strength. Bullshit. This placed me in a royally fucked situation. Now, not only is it impossible to get OFA, but Mirio would also be a thorn in my future plans. Because certainly, this Mirio Togata is no different than a god. December, year 200. Winter break. All this development caused Neji to raid dungeons rapidly, so he gained a bunch of levels. Currently, he was in the city Momo lives in. Since the loot rate of the dungeons in his city has dropped too low, he has started doing the dungeons in Momo's city too, coming here with the excuse of meeting his friend. Gaara has called Momo on multiple occasions, but she hasn't sold him yet. Though she was getting very curious about where exactly her friend goes. Currently, Neji was inside a museum. The Hanoji Museum. In the pre-Quirk era, this was known as the Fukuoka City Museum. After Quirks appeared, that museum was relocated here, on top of the Hanoji Temple where Oda Nobunaga died. Neji stared ahead, at the spear displayed behind a glass box. People were surrounding it. Their focus was not on him. Niganho, a spear wielded by the Emperor Ojimichi and Oda Nobunaga. This was what Observe told him. But that's not what attracted Neji here, not at all. He looked at a corner of the room. A purple portal was there with ominous floating texts above it. Dungeon 11, Nobunaga's Spirit. Just as Neji read the title, a message flashed in front of him. Ding. The completion of this dungeon is a must if Master wants access to the dungeons below the rank 10. Nodding while standing beside Kimi with Kurai in his arms, Neji checked his status. Status page. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 15. Class, the Gamer. Title, Harem Lord. Level, 93. Race, Human. HP, 1680/1680. SP, 1960/1960. MP, #/ STR, 183. End, 168. Dex, 196. Int, 118. Wis, 111. Cha, 115. Luke, 211. HP Reg, 840 per minute. SP Reg, 980 per minute. Stat points, 0. All his stats were above 100 with luck being above 200 and DEX almost there, too. Next. Skill page. Gamer's Body, Max, Gamer's Mind, Max. Observe, Passive, LVL 98, Physical Endurance, Passive, LVL 73. Pain Tolerance, Passive, LVL 70, Fire Resistance, Passive, LVL 33. Cold Resistance, Passive, LVL 23, Magic Resistance, Passive, LVL 52. Shockwave Resistance, Passive, LVL 77, Bloodlust, Passive, LVL 23. Touch of Nirvana, Active, LVL 69, Fast Crawl, Active, LVL 1. Fast Walk, Active, LVL 1, Fast Run, Active, LVL 1. Strong Punch, Active, LVL 1, Cooking, Active, LVL 1. Swimming, Active, LVL 1, Bloodlust, Active, LVL 1. First of all, the system had a small update, which changed its appearance and made things more organized. The curse and the blessing were now on another page. Secondly, there were two Bloodlust skills, one passive and one active. But it was quite understandable, bloodlust can be both active and passive. An example would be Conqueror's Hockey, which is basically bloodlust on crack, being both passive and active. He also got the answer to a question, why he couldn't use physical skills, upon inquiring the system. While the skills like Strong Punch sounds physical, in the root, it really isn't. In fact, the skill uses mana to strengthen the punch. You didn't get the description where it says the need of mana since the system thought it was obvious. Neji shrugged his shoulders when he heard this, not his fault nor is the system's. Anyway, moving on to the next page. Quirk page. Surge, LVL9, the ability to convert your own vitality into energy and release it in the form of exceptionally powerful shockwaves. Note, the higher the level, the stronger the shockwave and the less SP cost. Perk page. The great will of the Omniverse blessing, you, a mortal soul, have survived the fight against gods and primordial gods, even escaping from them at last. Surely, this feat is enough for the will of the Omniverse to take an interest in you. The great Omniverse has taken an interest in you because of your luck and courage, and she has blessed you with a skill. Effect, you are immune to all the debuff and all kinds of negative effects. Curse of the Primordial, a curse planted by a primordial god by sacrificing a part of his divine soul. The victim of his curse would lose access to mana, divinity, and ether. He will also lose everything and die instantly. Effect, makes you a shackled being, only to die the next second. Strength of Hercules, you're blessed with strength. You can exert 10% more strength than your actual STR. Life of a cockroach, you're blessed with life essence. After taking damage, HP will be lost 10% less. Heart of a cheetah, you're blessed with stamina. Stamina-consuming acts would cost 10% less SP. Blessing of mana, 25% less mana cost for magic spells cast by you. The one who never fails in tests, well, aren't you a wise one? Silver tongue, you're a veteran in the ways of persuasion. You'd rarely be bested. Lady Luck's boy toy, Lady Luck is nearly in love with you, causing lucky incidents to happen every now and then. Lady Luck tends to look at you in a more favorable light. Proficiency page. Overall martial art proficiency, you are a martial art prodigy, you learn all types of martial arts faster and quicker. 20% boost in attack when attacking someone using a martial art technique. Swimming proficiency, you were born for the sea. Water loves you, and so does the sea. 5% less need for air when underwater. Kung Fu proficiency, 15% boost in attack when attacking someone using a Kung Fu art technique. Taekwondo proficiency, 15% boost in attack when attacking someone using a Taekwondo technique. Cooking proficiency, you can cook like a professional chef, even if they don't taste 5-star, your cooking can at least please a hungry child. This was the end of all 5 pages. This is enough, he thought. With a level 56 Kurai as support, I can do this. He then looked at Kimi. Okay, I am going. Kimi nodded. Be safe. Giving her a peck, Neji then patted Kurai's head. Start. With a nod, she moved her paws as transparent mana covered them both. Kimi blinked, she almost thought those two had become invisible, but by focusing a little, she could see them. This was Stealth, a magic spell. Kurai is built like a mage since that's the only thing Neji lacks. Stealth, a magic spell. Under this spell, people wouldn't notice you unless you create a commotion or if someone has been watching you before the spell had been activated. Under the spell, that Kurai could barely keep up because of her shit mana control, Neji walked to the corner and stepped inside the ominous purple portal with ease. Chill. Chapter 42, Power Up, 1. Chapter 42, Power Up, 1. After the blinding light receded, I moved my hands from my eyes. A sense of surprise spread through my body just as I moved my gaze in front of me. Holy shit. It was a war terrain. A muddy, smoky, and ruined terrain. But that was not the cause of my reaction, it was instead the figure of a single man double my height, standing a few hundred meters away from here. Upon further observation, he wore blood-red samurai armor while his hand was holding a spear. I could see his wide back from here until he turned around and his eyes, under the samurai helmet, met mine. As if amused by my presence, his eyes shone red and an overwhelming pressure washed over me. The sudden bloodlust caused Kurai to flinch, but for me, this was one of those times when I had to thank my gamer's mind. This skill of mine grants rational thinking only in lethal situations. Though truth be told, I don't consider it as a drawback. I am not really a rational person, I like fucking around, a lot. So, to me, being rational 24/7 is the same as becoming emotionless like some gamer MCS. With random thoughts brushing past my mind, I stood calm under the sheer pressure that this historical presence emitted. Ding. Gamer's mind has blocked, Bloodlust, LVL 40. Apparently, dungeon monsters can also use skills. Well, they're just NPCs, so I guess it makes sense. I can also feel my own bloodlust building up within me. Looking ahead, above the tall man, a text box was floating, saying, Oda Nobunaga, the Great Spirit, LVL 123. Upon commanding an observe, more of his details appeared in front of me. Name, Oda Nobunaga. Level, 123. Race, Great Spirit. HP, 9685/9685. MP, 3060/3060. Description, being locked here for hundreds of years, Oda Nobunaga only had his memories to accompany him. Being chained by his memories, his personality has been heavily affected by some of his close companions, especially Emperor Ojimichi, whose characteristics are noticeable when Nobunaga gets enraged. A spirit, huh? This would be hard to battle since I wouldn't be able to hurt him. No, master, it's fine. The system suddenly said. Some spirits are different from normal ones, such as the guy in front of you, a great spirit. He can do physical damage, and you can too. Though if he chooses, he can stop being tangible. But being a prideful samurai, I doubt he'd do that. Oh, good. Then I won't need to depend on the black kitten too much on this. Oda Nobunaga stood in his spot. It seems the platform he's standing on is keeping him from dashing towards me. Meaning, his danger level is high enough for the game to restrict his movement inside that platform. Now that I look at him again, he kinda looks like Magu Kenki from Genshin Impact, but with red armor instead of blue and a spear instead of a katana. There also doesn't seem to be any mobs around, so do I only need to fight the boss to get the reward? Normally, dungeon bosses who were at most 10 levels higher than my level, but he is exactly 30 levels higher. This can be dangerous. Shrugging, I walked forward and stopped just before the platform, putting Kurai down. Stay here and start casting buffs. Kurai tried to protest but I stopped her with a strict glare. Then I got on the platform, not before equipping, fearless, as I watched the so-called Nobunaga tighten the grip around his spear. Is this really Oda Nobunaga? From the history books, I know he was only as tall as an average Japanese person. Why is he this tall? Master, this certain Nobunaga was created after evaluating many factors, so the existence of some questionable things is inevitable. I nodded my head and ignored the spirit of Nobunaga for now. Going to my inventory, I equipped a certain item I've been dying to try. Immediately, an extraordinary armor made of black and silver metal smoothly visualized on my torso and lower body. Dark Holy Armor, unique. Asterisk plus 10% attack power. Asterisk plus 25% dark elements resistance. Asterisk plus 25% light elements resistance. Asterisk plus 40% end. Asterisk plus 10% magic power. Asterisk plus 0.2% movement speed. Asterisk plus 20% MP recovery per second. Asterisk unique skill, dodge, is embedded in this item. This was the best armor I have on me, and this doesn't itch when I wear it too. So yeah, this is pretty good. 1% ATK buff received from party member Kurai. Looking back where the kitten was buffing me, I decided it was time. Turning to Nobunaga who hadn't attacked me yet, most likely because of samurai pride, I blasted my feet on the ground with my shockwave and blurred towards him. A red dagger formed on my hand, that I took out. From my inventory, as I slashed towards the samurai armor's opening, his neck. Ting. But of course, my enemy easily blocked the dagger with his spear. Next second, he slashed at me and I dodged by drawing my head back. Then catching me off guard, a purple light shone on the spear. He thrust it at my throat but I barely managed to dodge again, it lightly brushed past my ear as I felt a sting there. While I felt a drop of blood dripping from my ear, blasting away from there with my hands, causing the dagger to drop, I took position on the other side of the platform. Seeing how fast the shining spear was, it seems to be a skill. I have to watch out. This time Nobunaga didn't give me a chance to think in peace. Since I have made the first attack, that means the match has started. From around 100 meters away, he rushed towards me, reaching in front of me, and slashed his spear at me. His unnatural speed almost surprised me, but I was again able to dodge it. I think all of this was because of my armor's dodge skill since I was never a good dodger. Again, I prepared to blast away, but this time, instead of randomly escaping, I raised my feet towards his chest and blasted away in style, the shockwaves hitting the guy. 100 DMG. Despite my attack landing perfectly, Nobunaga was fine, not hurt at all. I decided to come up with a strategy in the air, but before I could do so Nobunaga pulled his arm holding the spear back, targeting me, almost as if he was about to throw his weapon at me. He really wants to throw his weapon away dash. Interrupting my thoughts, in the matter of a second, he did the motion of throwing his spear forward in my direction, but it didn't leave his hand. Instead, a purple afterimage left his hands and rushed at me. This time dodge didn't work since the dodge rate isn't 100%, as the spear made of energy went past my right shoulder, causing me to cry out. Dark Holy Armor failed to block a spiritual attack. 500 HP. You've been inflicted with the status, bleeding. -1 HP every 5 minutes. Shit. What was that? It's spear key. Causing me to almost trip in the air, the spirit of Nobunaga talked. I never knew dungeon monsters could talk. The system's voice almost started to explain things to me, but I stopped it for now. I am not in a position to hear an explanation. Come down and face me like a real samurai. It's shameful to run away from a battle. The incredibly deep voice of the spirit talked again while he took the previous pose that he used to throw the spear. I immediately checked my HP. HP, 1180/1680. This was bad. 3 more shots and I am dead. I first focused on the second spear key that rushed at me. I dodged it by tilting my head. Nobunaga prepared to fire another spear, but I immediately blasted my way back to the ground. Okay, stop. I raised my hand forward. No more long-range attacks. We can do this in the samurai way. He seemed to have smirked at me, but I couldn't be sure because of the mask. Very well, then. With a nod of his head, he again dashed at me while raising his spear in the air, preparing to spike me. This would probably one-shot me if he hits me at a lethal spot. With a hap, he jabbed downwards at my skull. But just at that moment, with a momentary opening, I blasted my right feet and kicked his massive legs. 20 DMG. I kicked behind his knees, every human's weak point, as he fell down on his knees. I used my taekwondo and twisted my waist, kicking his hand and throwing the spear far out of the platform. A relieved sigh escaped my lips seeing him weaponless. But suddenly, he swiftly raised his head while a spear made of energy manifested on his hand. Oh shit. He can make these spears without holding an actual weapon, too, haha. Wicked. Trickster. Seems like in my days in this place, the samurai spirit of my fellow Japanese has died. The men double my size, yelled, as he jabbed at me again. With clenched jaws, I moved my head from the trajectory of the attack, but it still went by my shoulder. Awk. Because of my clenched jaws, my cough caused blood to burst out of my nose. I was in pain, but Gamer's mind helped me think rationally. Then, reaching a rational conclusion, I raised both my palms in front of me and released everything I had. Output 100, go to hell. Boom. Zillions of rings made of shockwaves left my palms, clashing with the great samurai. 50 DMG. 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 Critical hit. 150 DMG. Total of 5,730 DMG. Oda Nobunaga, HP, 3935/9685. Neji Hado, SP, 20/1960. Master, another use of your quirk would render you unconscious. Ha. He was flung far from me, bleeding, yet he didn't even scream at all. I didn't question why a spirit was bleeding and instead jumped far. Knowing he wouldn't be able to hurt me right now, I started consuming the SP potion I had in inventory. This was my simplest attack. Here, I just released my raw power without any technique. I would have been able to deal more damage if I had the chance to use any of my special attacks. But it doesn't matter. SP, 1500/1960. Wiping my lips, I looked in front where Nobunaga stood up from the ground. A cheeky one, but a strong one. He commented while cracking his neck. Would he use his spear key or whatever again? Proving me wrong, he raised his feet high and thumped down as cracks appeared in the platform. Lava was being seen under the cracks. Right then, multiple human-sized samurais started to climb up from the cracks as I got surrounded. I clenched my fist and started to make a plan just when. Kurai has sent a 1% ATK buff. But she's not really that good at buffs, yet. Though, well, at least I am not alone. If things do go haywire, she would jump here. Observing the other samurais, looking like zombies, I stayed on guard. Nobunaga is pretty dangerous, though I can play it safely. 3 of the zombie-like samurais moved towards me, betraying their zombie-like look as they dashed at me swiftly. Cling. They unsheathed their swords with a stoic look under the mask just as they reached me and slashed at me. Focusing on dodging, I bent my waist backwards as their swords went above my face. Without wasting even a second, I used shockwaves from my feet to stabilize myself and aim my dagger, that I again took out from my inventory, at their necks. With multiple swift slashes, as their rotten flesh dropped down, I prepared myself for the other samurais, just as a plan surfaced in my mind. Why fight the mobs when I can take down the boss? From the looks of it, he was trying to heal his HP, I can't let that happen. Though it's quite opposite to his previous samurai pride. Ah, maybe this was what the description said about his characteristics. Gore. Nobunaga grunted, at which the other zombies ran at me. Avoiding them entirely, I turned to the big boss, took a running position, and blasted my feet, roaring forward while flipping in the air. I targeted my leg at his neck as I reached his face at a breakneck speed and hit his neck. The sound of the neck cracking resounded as I was assured that I broke his neck. 500 DMG done. This was the combined DMG of my STR and Quirk, but this wasn't the end. With a small grunt, Nobunaga grabbed my leg, blood dripping down from his mouth. He raised his hand to a chop as a key surrounded his arm. I could feel my leg bones starting to crack under the pressure of his grip as an inevitable groan left my lips. In the hope to free myself and end all this, with my feet on his neck, I started blasting shockwaves nonstop. Oak. Again, with a series of deafening sounds, a series of messages that blinded me, I stared at the red HP bar on Nobunaga's head that was receding nonstop, and finally reached 0. Ah. From under the mask, Nobunaga's eyes stared at me, his wide eyes filled with shock, as a small smile formed on his face. Ah. Leaving me confused, the other samurais he had summoned disappeared while his body started to dust away, slowly falling on his back. You have eliminated Oda Nobunaga. You have killed an enemy 30 levels higher than you. XP would be 5 times increased. 504,030,201 XP gained. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You're now eligible to enter the dungeon below rank 10. A hint of where the 10 dungeons are has been sent into your inventory. I kinda miss those days where leveling up was easy. Now, even with 500 million EXP, I barely got 2 levels. Anyway. I had to rest for a while to get my HP filed so that my wounds healed. Kurai was resting on my shoulder while I was done gathering the loot in one place. Unfortunately, there was only one enemy this time, so the loot was less. Kurai mumbled, meowing. But these are good drops. No, these are great drops. HP potions X2. SP potions X5. Mana potions X3. Leather armor, rare, X1. Bread X3. Wheat X9. Apple X5. Niganho, Nobunaga's spear. Skill evolution coupon X1. The spear and the skill evolution card are the most interesting items. I used observe. Niganho, Nobunaga's spear, unique. A spear once used by Emperor Ojimichi, then Oda Nobunaga the Great. Asterisk plus 30% attack power. Asterisk plus 20% movement speed. Asterisk plus 10% magic power. Asterisk plus 10% stamina. Asterisk plus 0.5% MP recovery per second. Asterisk unique skill, spear key, is embedded in this item. Oh. Spear key. It's embedded in this. I immediately picked up the spear and gave it a shot. I could use it. I could release those spear projections, mine were golden in color. It was good. Very good. Though, no, unfortunately, what you're expecting didn't happen. Some miracle didn't happen and I didn't get spear key added to my system. Next, I checked the coupon. Skill evolution coupon. A coupon that upon tearing apart, a randomly picked skill would evolve. In case the skill picked is over LVL 90, then there is a very low chance for the skill to go through a supreme evolution. Note, this item will expire in a month if not used. I would have started yelling if the last line didn't exist. I could have saved this item for emergency use, but, yeah, fuck me. Well, I guess I will use it right now. I grabbed the coupon and tore it apart without batting an eye. I have quite a few skills, I wonder which one will get picked. I hope it's Touch of Nirvana, LVL 69. Then I might be able to do some more fun things, hey. Luck plays a role. Oh. Observe, LVL 98, has been picked. Welp, bummer. Since the skill is beyond level 90, according to the item's rule, it would go through a supreme evolution. Calculating hashtag %%. Calculating hashtag %%. Calculating hashtag %%. Success. Observe has evolved to Eyes of the Lord. Eyes of the Lord. As a man designed to be a copy of a god, Adam was gifted with the ability to perfectly emulate any move he saw regardless of its speed and power. This ability was so strong that Adam was able to seriously harm the king of the gods, Zeus. You are a son of Adam, you are also a person who wants to kill the gods. With such similarities, it's only fair that the universe would give you the skill to help you in your journey. Effect, upon activation, the Eyes of the Lord would enable the user to see through his opponent's techniques and provide him with the means to dodge their attacks even if they're gods. To be unlocked seeing through his opponent's techniques, the user can perfectly copy and even return it right back at them. The great will of the universe smiles at you. Chapter 43, Power Up, 2, *. Chapter 43, Power Up, 2, Asterisk. I was certainly surprised at this development, but the surprise was pleasant. This was not only a skill, this was a weapon. Probably my greatest weapon. Actually, calling it a skill would be wrong at this point since the Eyes of the Lord isn't a learnable skill as it is an ability exclusive to Adam, basically a genetic power. But rewriting reality is child's play for the gamer system if the right item is present, such as the skill evolution card. The system sounded almost prideful when saying this. Though, to keep true to the multiverse, Master's genes have been altered, a little, which changes nothing since you were already an Adam son before. Though because of this, the Eyes of the Lord would be found on the Quirk page, as it is a genetic power, which is exactly what quirks are. So, it's basically my second quirk. I don't feel any kind of weird feeling in my body though. So it seems even my version of gamer's body can keep me safe from turning into a Nomu because of multiple quirks. Quirk page. Surge, LVL9, the ability to convert your own vitality into energy and release it in the form of exceptionally powerful shockwaves. Note, the higher the level, the stronger the shockwave and the less SP cost. Eyes of the Lord, LVL1, upon activation, the Eyes of the Lord would enable the user to see through his opponent's techniques and provide him with the means to dodge their attacks even if they're gods. All the abilities of the skill, observe, are still accessible. Note, if used for too long, just like Adam, this can harm the user's body so much that he might die. If higher level, the chance of that happening lessens. There is no doubt, this is the Eyes of the Lord from the record of Ragnarok. Phoo, I don't know what to say about this. This is broken, no, beyond broken. Even at level 1, it allows me to see through my opponent's techniques and even provides me with the means to dodge the attacks. It's not a mystery that I am waiting for it to unlock its main power, ability copying. Though. It's true, your eyes are gorgeous, more than before. Kimmy spoke while observing my eyes, her breath falling on my nose. We were in the car again. Kimmy was leaning towards me from the driver's seat while Kurai was sleeping in the back seat, apparently buffing tires her out. What happened there? She tilted her head. Your eyes look almost supernatural. I looked at the mirror in front of me, and yes, apparently I am a complete Gojo now. Stubborn, silver hair, magical blue eye, I even have curse energy inside me, kek. Turning to Kimmy, I stuck my tongue out and licked her cheeks, surprising her. Eep. I shrugged and leaned back in the seat. Don't come so close, you're making it hard for me. Oh, After placing a hand on her cheeks, she nodded and went back to her seat. Anyway. I want to test out my eyes ASAP, I need a punching bag. And a punching bag I got. Today was Christmas night, I was sitting in the living room and chatted with some of my friends over the phone. Most of my friends were with their whole family, while Ito Mahi, yes, that same wimpy guy, was celebrating Christmas with his mother. On the other hand, Yamamo was alone. After talking to Mahi for a while, I messaged Momo. Momo, yeah, many influential figures were invited to America for a gathering held by the billionaire, Mr. Noir. Didn't your parents go there too? Neji, they did, Anyway, since you're alone, why don't you come over? We can have a sleepover. Momo, no, not today. Nijire-senpai asked me not to. She seems to have prepared a gift for you. Momo deleted a message. Momo, wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. Be by Neji. Weird girl. Though, a gift by Nijire. This caused me to suddenly realize something. Looking around, then using my quirk's echolocation, my suspicion was proven right. Besides me, there is only Kimmy, Kurai and Nijire in the whole mansion. Where did the other maids go? Shit, Kimmy and Nijire are planning something behind my back. Also, Kimmy is in the same room as Kurai, most likely trying to make sure the little kitten doesn't come here. My senses are tingling, something is very wrong, I can feel it. On second thought, calling it wrong would be wrong, instead. I picked up the soda can in front of me to hydrate my dry throat. Just right then, a certain someone walked inside the room, causing me to almost choke on my Coke. Cough, cough. A naked periwinkle-haired girl wrapped in nothing but a red gift ribbon that was wrapping around her nipples and lower lips, walked inside with a teasing smile on her face. With her whole body naked, she wore red sleeves with a bell on top of it on both her arms that rang as she towards me, deliberately stepping heavily on the ground as her ass and breast jiggled. Goddamn. Is this my gift? State, super nervous, might lose consciousness if pushed. Ah shit. Well, Lady Luck is jealous it seems. I leaned back for one last time and kissed her on the lips softly. Isn't tomorrow your internship with Ryukyu? Go to sleep, tomorrow's gonna be one long day. At my words, she looked genuinely embarrassed. Yes, you should feel bad, you're blueballing me, fuck. Well, my sister gets special privileges. I moved from above her as she made a run for her room, causing me to sigh in disappointment. Above the stars, she turned to me one last time. Neji. Tomorrow, I will take you with me on the internship. I will go ask Ryuko's permission right now. Oh, okay. Not the best possible compensation, but I would take anything. Dragon hero Ryukyu, huh? Neji likes her a lot, I recall. Wait, in case they go out patrolling, I might come across a punching bag that I talked about. I was right. But unfortunately, the enemy wasn't a punching bag, no, he was far from that. Neji shut the door behind her and jumped on the bed, burying her face on a pillow. You. After she had built the courage to give him her first kiss, after she had made her mind on crossing the line today, such a distraction happened. Unbelievable. She was discussing with Kimmy on what type of gift she should give Neji on Christmas when the cat girl proposed this idea. She was certainly not a fan of it, but she was curious to see how Neji would react, so she complied with it. On her way wearing that dress, if it can even be called that, she had decided to finally do it, too. She decided to finally break the shackles of siblings and acknowledge each other as lovers. She was super nervous, of course, but that's a given considering she has never taken the initiative before. Also, Neji was different than a few days ago, he was, a lot more inciting with those supernatural-like eyes of his. He should have continued regardless. She mumbled to herself without actually knowing that she would have lost her consciousness because of all the blood traveling to her face at once. Ugh, but why did I wear such a thing? That was not a dress, that ribbon. Kimmy, that pervert. She said he'd like it, and it was not a lie, Neji could assure that much. But that dress was more of the reason for her anxiety. Clutching the bed sheet, she moved her legs up and down rapidly, sobbing to herself. Right then, at last, a thought crossed her mind. What would he do now that I am back in the room? She soon realized the answer and she wasn't happy, at all. She punched the bed and humphed. That horny dog. He'd probably go to Kimmy and do things. She was jealous. Chapter 44, Test 1. Chapter 44, Test 1. Oh heyo. Good morning. The woman in front of me smiled while sitting on the opposite side of the desk. Nice to finally meet you, Neji-kun. Her smile went soft as she greeted me. The pleasure is mine, and just Neji is fine. I mused. I have heard about you a lot from Neji, thanks for taking care of her. I know what a pain she can be sometimes. Hey. Neji yelled, which I ignored. The dragon hero, Ryukyu, giggled softly. It's my duty as her superior, you don't have to thank me for that. Though I've actually been wanting to meet you for a while now, myself. So you have actually done me a favor by coming here. After Neji got Ryukyu's approval to let me come to her agency for a day, we left for the Dragon's Den, her hero agency's name. Coming here, I found that she was already interested in me since apparently, Neji talked about my strength. Ryukyu was impressed since I have yet to go to a hero high school. On a side note, Neji actually doesn't know my actual strength. I do downplay things and just act as if I am at the same level as her in our small sparring sessions. She is certainly stronger than her canon, third-year UA, self, that's why I like hiding the truth to not make her feel inferior to me. But yes, knowing that I am as strong as Neji, I can understand the dragon hero's interest in me. Smiling at her, I looked above her head where a box of text was floating. Observe S passive still works even though Eyes of the Lord is essentially an active ability. Ryuko Tatsuma, Dragon Human, Tier 5. I smiled at her while brainstorming some information. Tier 5 is a lot. Not all top 10 heroes are Tier 5, for example, the mana rank ahead of Ryukyu, Yoroi Musha, the number 8 hero. I have met him once before, he is Tier 4. So this is something big, for sure. Speaking of which, the chances for a Japanese hero to be beyond Tier 5 are low, even for Endeavor. Prime All Might was Tier 8, 1, so he is 3 tiers above this dragon. This again proves what a monster Prime All Might was. That's why I don't like the fact that Mirio Togata is on hold of OFA, because I can assure Mirio would be much stronger than All Might in his prime, soon enough. Anyway. I ignored these distracting thoughts and focused on the woman in front of me. It hasn't even been 3 seconds while I have thought all this, so nobody was giving me weird looks. The hero costume wearing Neji was on the chair beside me, pouting for some reason. Ryukyu took a sip of her tea. In case you aren't aware, heroes go patrolling almost every day. But since you're here, we wouldn't be going there as bringing civilians with us would be illegal. Oh no, sad. My main reason to come here was to go patrolling with them. What the fuck am I gonna do here then? You can look around the agency, I'd call someone to guide you. Ah, well. That's a smart thing to do since she seemingly wants me in her agency after my internship starts. Ryukyu, it's fine. I will do it myself. Neji stood up with her lips curled. I am sure he'd appreciate it instead of someone else. After a contemplating look, Ryukyu smiled and nodded. Fine. Not that you're busy, anyway. And so, my tour around the dragon's den started. Which? Lasted 5 minutes. I am sorry, but there is an emergency. Ryukyu looked a little embarrassed since she had just said they wouldn't go out because of me. A strong villain has appeared in the vicinity, the other heroes aren't able to hold him back. In a city where a top 10 hero is present, the other heroes are usually low ranked to keep balance all over the country. So if a really strong villain appears, those other heroes let the top hero know ASAP. This seems to be that type of situation. Neji sighed and turned to me. Stay here, Neji, we will return soon. Ryukyu stood up from her seat as I asked a stupid question. Can't I come too? No. Ryukyu rejected me the moment the words left my words. I am sorry. I understand that you want to see a real pro at work, but civilians should stay as far as possible from the villain, so taking a civilian there by myself would be unethical. I stood there as Ryukyu walked away with Neji who apologized to me for the last time. Huh, I like you, Miss Ryuko Tatsuma. Though I have to be a bad boy, miss. Waiting 2 minutes for them to go far, I turned to the window of the office and rushed there. I jumped out and blasting away. This time I used weak shockwaves to not create much sound. Though it would be a little hard to find the villain without any lead. Following Ryukyu might have alerted her, so I had to choose the hard way. Boom. Goto Imasuji punched the pro hero, Water Hose, in the face which threw him into the building in the distance. Heh, not so strong now, are ya? Ha ha ha, he laughed with his arms spread. Water Hose is a water-type hero, he didn't have a body that can handle the man's throw, that's why he wasn't moving from his spot, proving his unconscious state. But this didn't mean the villain could celebrate yet, as he was surrounded by a bunch of pro heroes right here. Stop, Muscular. You're surrounded. A pro, who's the hero sharing the same hero name as Water Hose, yelled. The villain, Muscular, rushed towards her and took her down too. Today has been a bad day for him. He didn't expect to come across heroes who would actually recognize him when he came to buy milk. Now, this is happening. Shouldn't have been so careless. Luckily these few pros are a bunch of nobodies, a bunch of side characters who would be his stepping stone. Unfortunately, even some side characters can be annoying if they are grouped together, that's why he hadn't been able to escape yet. If only there was someone to take hostage of, this would have been easier. The civilians were evacuated, this city's people are more organized than the ones he's used to. But of course. Oh. Nothing is perfect, there are bound to be some variables. Ha, lucky me. A grin formed on his face as the figure of a brown-haired teen reflected on his pupils. The kid was taking cover behind a building, the same building where he threw Water Hose. Huh. The kid was shooting with his phone. Keck, kids these days, doing so much just for some views on the internet. It seems the heroes had also noticed the boy. A hero seemingly with a speed-type Quirk dashed towards the kid to keep him safe, but Goto Imasuji, aka Muscular, jumped forward first, stepping on the hero's head and crushing it to the ground as he made a run for the kid, who he easily grabbed by the neck and threatened to crack at any moment. Awk. Free me. Ha ha ha. Ignoring the boy's plea, he turned to the heroes, laughing as the speed-type hero slowly got up from the street. Ah, don't try anything funny, heroes. Unless you want to see some innocent blood, ahaha. The heroes stopped in their tracks, but just as Muscular had thought that he'd won, the voice of a female came by. Put him down. Turning around, seeing the woman, no, the hero, wearing a dark red traditional chipao, he cursed out loud. Damn it. It was the dragon hero, Ryukyu. He wouldn't have come to this city if not for the Meta Liberation Army. He recently joined this little group after some series of incidents. He didn't regret it though. They taught him how to use his quirk better. He can proudly say he's a lot stronger than before. Oh. Realizing this, his fear suddenly turned into joy. Maybe today he'd get to kill a top hero. Killing has always been fun, more so the pro heroes. But he never killed a top hero, maybe all this isn't that bad. Hee hee. He suddenly released the boy from his grip and pushed him forward. Here, take him. He doesn't hold much value, anyway. The more time passed, the more excited he was getting. Maybe if he killed Ryukyu, he'd be promoted within the MLA. Then maybe he'd be able to get more of those short-term quirk-enhancing drugs. The boy he released quickly ran towards Ryukyu, who walked from between the other heroes with sharp eyes. The boy went past her as she ordered Neji-chan, take him to the nearby hospital please, he looks traumatized. Yes. Neji firmly nodded and took him away. Ryukyu then glanced at the other heroes. I'd appreciate a little space. They nodded quickly and jumped back. It was when Ryukyu's body started to become bigger. A pair of gray wings popped up from behind her back while ash-gray scales covered her body from below her neck. Roar. She roared loudly while Muscular's body also started to grow up in size too. Red muscle fibers started to pop out of his whole body as they covered his body like armor. This was something he learned in MLA. How to become a tank. Because of the materials the tank is made of, his muscles, he gains more speed instead of losing it. As Ryukyu prepared to dash forward and stomp on Muscular, the villain instead kicked the ground and found himself in front of her face in an instant. His fist curled up, he punched her face very hard, causing a loud bam to sound out in the area just as a large tooth jumped out of Ryukyu's dragon-like mouth. Ha ha ha. Muscular laughed. And here I was scared. This bitch is weak as fuck. Muscular stepped on Ryukyu's head and then jumped up, going above. He then plunged downwards to her head while preparing to smack her head with both his hands. It seemed it'd be a lethal blow too, but just then, a huge tail came flying towards him and hit him in the back, causing him to come crashing to the street. Ryukyu spit out blood and looked down from her high ground. You're a dangerous one. She was right, and so she realized she shouldn't take any risk. Ha. The villain stood up from the ground, seemingly unharmed. You're dead, bitch. He rushed towards her at a speed that should be illegal to belong to such a giant man. He again curled his fist as it bulked up more than the other parts of his body. His punch connected just above Ryukyu's stomach, protected by her hard skin, but she could feel the impact force shattering some of her ribs inside her. Cook. With a groan, Ryukyu scurried back while Muscular continued his assault. Bam. Bam. The intensity of the punches grew as she was rendered unable to attack back. Time passed under the rumbling sound of punches. Ha. Ryukyu huffed. It hurt. It hurt quite badly as he punched all over her body. It's been a while since she's met such a strong opponent. 21 years ago when she first unlocked her quirk, it was very strong, clearly stronger than a certain bunny quirk. But that's what backfired. Since it was so strong already, she rarely trained it. In fact, she stopped training entirely after she could freely control her transformation. Yes, she neglected training so much that even her bunny girlfriend, whose quirk is from a lower food chain, was able to catch up to her. Even then, her quirk was very strong. The times when she used her quirk at its full potential can be counted in one hand. It lessened down more after she became a hero since she didn't want to do too much collateral damage. But this was a different situation. She has realized that she can't physically win against her opponent. While she knew she could still overpower him even being covered in that armor of muscle, he was too fast for her large body for her attacks to land on him. Then be it. She groaned. No matter what, she can't lose here. She didn't care about ranking, but she did care about the people's view. If people learned that the number 9 hero had lost to a villain, they'd start losing faith in the top 10 heroes. She couldn't let that happen, so she started to look around to confirm the presence of any civilians. Luckily there were none. And so she prepared that attack, her strongest attack. First, she used her tail again to slam the villain to the ground to get a proper target. Then, as the villain again stood up, she parted her large jaws as a fiery light flashed within her throat. I hope this doesn't kill him. She prayed one last time before she fired a large beam of heat from her mouth to the villain while he jumped to confront it head-on. Zzzzhhh. But as he felt the great heat that the attack executed, his eyes widened in pure shock. The beam hit Muscular's whole body as he was pressed against the street. He groaned and cried aloud as smoke started to rise because of his burned muscles. Huff, huff. Ryukyu panted uncontrollably. Quirks aren't magical. Every move will cost something in exchange. In this case, to use her heat breath, a large portion of her stamina is needed. She can barely stand right now. But at least the enemy is down, right? She was wrong. The man stood up with charred skin, his muscles burned to a crisp and hanging from his body grossly. Gore. I will enjoy my time playing with you. He groaned as he took out an injection from his pockets, then pressed it on his thighs. After I beat you like noodles, you lizard bitch. His body twisted under the effect of the drug, the quirk-enhancing drug, as his body started to change. Muscles popped out of his body uncontrollably while he cried. Ryukyu kept panting as she observed the enemy slowly transforming into a much intimidating version of himself. She didn't know how much stronger he got since she didn't have something handy like observe. But if she did have it, she'd see something dangerous. Chapter 45, Test 2. That part of the city was burning, the reason she didn't like using that fiery attack. The sound of people screaming from outside the fire surrounding this area was riddling her heart to pump faster and faster. This can't be real. She lost to a villain. A criminal. Huff. Down on her 4 limbs, she looked behind her, still panting. The other heroes had tried to intervene but the villain took them down in a matter of seconds. It was kind of a good thing they didn't have to see her fall, but it hasn't even been 50 seconds since he took that medicine, yet everyone was down. She couldn't be the one to complain as her transformation had come off too, now she was back to her human form. But this was a bit disappointing too. So Japan's heroes are this weak. Ha 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 ha. The villain abruptly stomped on her head, causing her to hit the asphalt road. Number 9 hero, seriously? This easy? Ha ha ha. I can even take All Might like this. Heh, wishful thinking. Ryukyu scoffed. The villain's whole body except for the head was covered in a much bigger and sturdier armor of muscles than before, but to match All Might he'd need to go beyond this. Huh? What's up with that gaze, ya bitch? His other leg hit her in the stomach. Even after losing, you dare look down on me? He raised his feet and thumped on her wrist, causing Ryukyu to cry out along with the sound of bones breaking. Yes, scream, show me that desperate face. He laughed and laughed while her face rested on her own blood. Her breathing started to slow as her eyes started to close by themselves. Just then, in the pool of blood spattered on the street, she saw the reflection of a teen as her eyelids sprung up. She turned her head under the foot of the villain and yelled, "What are you doing here? Run!" She started to yell, the world slowing down for her while the boy simply walked to her and crouched down just beside the villain, who stared at the scene with doubt-filled eyes. Sleep. The boy's hand simply pressed her neck as she felt her vision distorting and going dark. The last thing she saw was the villain throwing a punch at her sidekick's little brother. It took him 10 minutes to reach here, so he wasn't expecting the fight to even begin by now, let alone end. But apparently, Ryukyu is weaker than he had expected. Neji watched Ryukyu close her eyes just as he felt a punch coming towards him. His eyes drifted to his left, the attack suddenly slowed down as he stared at the fist silently, multiple choices appearing in his head. Move your head 2.5 centimeters to the right. Move your shoulder 4 centimeters to the left. Kick the ground and jump back 2 meters. 2 bright red octagram signs had appeared on both his blue eyes. Just looking at the punch, multiple ways to dodge the attack popped in his head. His body also knew exactly where to move if he wanted to dodge the punch. He could also calculate the distance of the punch from his face. He felt the moment he'd move the time would return to normal. So he immediately kicked the ground and jumped back exactly 2 meters back. The punch then hit the ground just beside Ryukyu's head, causing her body to leap up in the air. Neji raised his hand as a telekinetic force surrounded it, his earrings power, using which he yanked his fingers backwards as Ryukyu's body flew at him, who he directed towards the other knocked-out heroes. GHHRH. The villain groaned and turned to him. A dodgy brat. I'd have fun with you too. But Neji simply stared at him with unmoving eyes. Go to Imasuji, Tier 6. It took him some time to recognize Muscular because of his armor as he released a relieved sigh. And here I was brainstorming how Armored Titan came to the MHA verse, phew. Neji crackled to himself. Though Muscular was this strong. Tier 6 should be a bit too much, no. Is this another butterfly effect? Either way, Tier 6 wasn't someone he should take lightly. He came here to test his eyes beyond the small tests he did with Kimi, who refused to use her full power, but this might be dangerous to do so. Testing an ability he lacks knowledge on might be dangerous. Suddenly his enemy moved at him fast, faster than he should be able to see, but for some reason, he could not only follow his path, he could even see each of his muscles down to their micromovements. So while he didn't want to test his eyes here, he didn't have any choice, since otherwise he wouldn't even be able to follow his attack. Die. The huge Muscular punched at his face with his fist that was double the size of Neji's head. But Neji seemed completely calm. Why won't he be? Besides his gamer's mind, he could see all the ways he could dodge the attack. It was just taking a step to the right for him. He stepped to the left as the punch simply went past him. Muscular growled at this and swung his fist again, the only move he was using, which caused Neji to be disappointed. Why wasn't he using his legs? As if Muscular could hear his thoughts, just as Neji dodged his other punch too, he bent his waist and kicked at Neji's head. The world in Neji's eyes went slow again while multiple possible ways to dodge the attack appeared in his head. Obviously, just because there were ways to dodge didn't mean he would be able to dodge. In Roar, Adam was able to dodge all of Zeus' attacks because he could copy Zeus' strength and speed, too. But this wasn't the case for Neji's LVL1 skill. So he had to rely solely on his own stats. Can he dodge a Tier 6 strength speed type of guy's attacks? Yeah. The answer is yes. Seeing Neji dodge his attack by taking a step back, Muscular yelled in anger. Why was this slimy bastard dodging all his attacks? No, how was he doing that? Die. 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 His eyes were red in anger while he kept attacking, non-stop. Neji was getting in the mood for fun, a smile was slowly creeping on his face. A punch at his head. Dodged. A kick at his waist. Dodged. A karate chop at his shoulder. Dodged. Hee hee. This was a mini ultra instinct. He didn't even have to attack a guy like the current muscular. Not that he really wouldn't. He should start attacking right now, he got a general idea of his ability by this already. Just as he prepared to channel his quirk. PCCHT-300 HP. A string of blood jumped up from his nostrils. Wah. Muscular stopped momentarily to see what the hell just happened. His attacks clearly didn't connect with the kid, so why was he bleeding? Overuse of Eyes of the Lord is causing the master to bleed. What the fuck? It's only been a couple of minutes. Neji growled and sighed. God damn it. The time when he tested with Kimmy, he could go on for around 30 minutes, but it seems that's only because she held back. Meaning, the stronger and faster the attack, the harder it is for the attack to see through, thus the more pressure falls on his eyes. Neji had blood vessels popped up around his eyes like Byakugan, but it looked much uglier. Knowing what happened to Adam when he forced his way through, Neji turned off his quirk as the octogram vanished from his eyes. Muscular didn't know why, but he knew this was the end for the kid. Muscular punched again, this time, it was discharging wind pressure as it came just at Neji's face. Neji was caught off guard since the world didn't slow down for him. The punch simply hit him in the face and threw him crashing into a burning car. 800 HP. Along with the nosebleed, 1100 of his HP just depleted. He groaned and got up from the ground just as he found Muscular's titan-like feet in front of his face. Neji froze. Oh fuck. He didn't necessarily underestimate him, nor did he overestimate himself, rather he was just taking this a little too easily. He should have experimented with his quirk against someone weaker. Just then Gamer's mind stopped him from freaking out any longer, giving Neji the time to think rationally. He then stopped caring about the bleeding effect and immediately activated Eyes of the Lord again. Multiple choices came to his mind. Move your head to the right. Move your legs to the left. Duck down. He ducked down as the leg went above his head, but he didn't stop there. Neji saw an opportunity, so he swiftly raised both his hands and grabbed Muscular's legs. Taekwondo. He twisted his body, feeling the weight of all the muscle Muscular was wearing, and slammed him on the asphalt with his full power, causing a loud thud to sound out in the area and a crater to form in the street. Cook. Muscular spat out blood as his body simply slumped down on the street. Neji frowned. Did he one-shot him? Proving him wrong, he saw a yellow piss-like liquid dripping down from Muscular's mouth that seemed to be a temporary quirk enhancement drug, according to Observe. The effect seemed to have worn off, which caused Muscular's body to betray himself and lose consciousness just by such a weak attack. Neji watched Muscular's tear coming down to 5. He was still a little surprised by how high it was. He fewed while releasing one thing. He could have died. It was very reckless of him to start experimenting with EL in front of such a strong enemy. Tier 6 is too much for me. At least the strength type ones are, I don't know about others. The thing is, he did have ways to damage Muscular severely if he went full power on his quirk. Just that, he wasn't getting any chance to attack because of his speed. It was then. Sudden quest has been completed. Reward, 5 billion EXP. Oh yeah, he got a quest notification just when Muscular first attacked him. It seems sudden quests don't give anything other than XP. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have reached level 99. Neji chucked. Or should I say tier 6 was too much for me. The rich get richer. A few hours later. Ryukyu's eyelids jumped up as she groaned at the sudden headache. Where is this? She mumbled while sitting up and looked around the room just as her eyes landed on Nejire's eyes, who was cutting an apple on the chair beside her hospital bed. Nejire froze. Ah, Ryukyu. Then she threw the knife away and hugged Ryukyu. Oh, I was so worried. Ryukyu blinked with a surprised face before she sighed and hugged her back. I am fine, sweetie. The doctor said your quirk helps you heal faster. Nejire sobbed in her hug while she sighed again. Why was his girl so attached to her? She was nothing but a mentor. Ha. Not that she disliked it. Where is your brother, Nejire? Nejire raised her head and looked at her with teary eyes. Neji. He's out to buy milkshake. Why do you need him? She pouted. Is one Hado not enough for you? Ha ha. Just as she said, I am back, Neji opened the door and walked in while sipping a milkshake from a straw. Oh, Miss Ryukyu is up. Ryukyu is fine, it's just a hero name anyway. Ryukyu simply nodded. Glad to see you're okay, but I must say it was reckless of you to fight him. Muscular was a strong opponent. Nejire abruptly froze and looked at Neji with a frown. Wait, I am missing something. Neji got up. What is Ryukyu talking about? You fought that villain. She jumped at him and shook his shoulders with a cute frown on her face. But you said Ryukyu defeated that villain and she was simply tired. That's why she was knocked out, so you actually fought a villain who even Ryukyu could not take down. You dumbass. Chill out dash. I can't. Neji glared at him with a sweaty face, causing him to shut his mouth. You could have died. It's fine, Neji. Ryukyu sighed from the side. He is stronger than you think, I can guarantee. From what I can see, it seems even you didn't know his true power, huh? Neji blinked this time. Despite her airhead personality, she was a fairly smart girl. This world is weird since even a girl like Momo can lack common sense, so it wasn't that weird that Neji reached new conclusions without hearing much explanation. She easily understood that her little bro must have handled Muscular's case very well for such a serious pro like Ryukyu to be this calm. She narrowed her eyes at Neji and took her hands off his shoulder. She trusted Ryukyu enough. But she would need to have a long talk with this brat about his hidden strength. How dare he hold back in their spars? Neji shrugged while looking at Ryukyu. Good evening, it's only been a few hours since the fight. I contacted the police and they took Muscular away, though I had to lie that you were the one who defeated him since I didn't want to get involved in Quirk laws and stuff. Hope you don't mind me borrowing your name. Ryukyu shook her head. Not at all. While I don't deserve the credit, I don't mind it if it's to keep you away from legal problems. I don't want to cause trouble for your future career, after all. Neji thanked her and then asked a question he was interested in. Though how do you know about me fighting Muscular? I thought you were unconscious. I gained my consciousness mid-battle. You are quite a good dodger, I must say. Ryukyu acknowledged him. On a serious note, it might not be enough to acknowledge how you risked your life, but I would like to thank you on behalf of the whole hero community. You have just saved millions of people's belief in heroes. Though on a personal note, you have saved my life back there along with my reputation, so you have my thanks there too. Neji simply brushed it off. It's fine, I didn't do much. Just happened to be at the right place at the right time. In fact, I violated your words by going out to the villain instead of staying in the agency. Ryukyu laughed it off. It's fine, I believe I shouldn't be so keen on those things against my savior. What do you think about meeting up next Sunday? I heard you're going to the U.A and become a hero. I believe I'd be able to teach you quite a few things beforehand. We can also have dinner at the end, of course, considering you'd be fine with it. Neji stilled briefly before looking at Neji, who simply turned her head around while mumbling, do whatever you want. Sighing, Neji shook his head at Ryukyu. It's fine, I am a bit busy next Sunday. Neji suppressed a smile. But, then how about the Sunday after that? Ryukyu pressed. If not, maybe the Sunday after that Sunday. Neji was not expecting someone like Ryukyu to press on this so much. Was she perhaps interested in him? Is this one of those kids' fairy tale stories where the Prince Charming saves the day and gets the girl? No way, she's a grown-up woman. She wouldn't think like that. Probably. Chapter 46, Entrance Exam, 1. Chapter 46, Entrance Exam, 1. Neji had to accept Ryukyu's offer since she was pressing too much, and rejecting would be disrespectful. Though when he asked Neji about it, she seemed to be shrugging it off. Well. If it's Ryukyu, then I approve. That's what she said. Neji was kind of stunned seeing Neji being barely concerned with the idea of him having a harem. He first thought was the harem lord title, but according to its description, your partners would have less aversion towards sharing you among themselves. Here the keyword is themselves, meaning they wouldn't share him with random girls. That meant only one thing, Ryukyu was special to Neji. From the anime, it was clear Neji was very close to Ryukyu from the constant neck-locking scenes here and there. It was so close that Neji recalled there being assumptions saying Neji is into girls. Though even if that statement was true in the canon timeline, it's clearly wrong in this one. But he could tell Neji was very close with Ryukyu even in this timeline. She did talk a lot about her with him. Ah, well, I don't plan to add girls randomly. I want strong and beautiful girls, that's the main criteria. Neji mumbled to himself. Doesn't Ryuko Tatsuma match that description, though? Kimi mumbled while lying beside him and wearing a pair of glasses, a t-shirt and a short tight skirt, basically, dressed like a teacher. Kimi was back to her previous meek personality after her brat side was taught a lesson. Now, she was in Neji's room with the excuse of teaching Neji things for the upcoming final exam. They were done studying, so now they were resting on the bed. Kimi added with a thoughtful pose, she's both beautiful and she's strong. More importantly, she's an actual dragon girl, don't you want a dragon girl in your harem? Neji sighed seeing Kimi smiling hopefully. She recently started reading manga for some reason, so she was getting familiar with some interesting terms. Knowing Kimi was a closet pervert, a weird one who gets off seeing her men fucking others. Neji doubted there were fetishes that she wasn't into. She is probably into bestiality too, but knowing that he would never do something like that, she can only be satisfied with seeing him fuck demi-human girls. So, when are you going to catch her? Kimmy asked with hopeful eyes. What do you mean, catch? You think women are Pokemons? Yes. Neji facepalmed. Sighing, he asked, though, do you know anything about her? You were a high-ranking hero too, after all. Ah, no. Kimmy shook her head and started explaining. It was a short story. After graduating from Shiketsu at the age of 18, she became an independent hero who climbed the rank of number 13 in less than 2 years. But because of an incident, she had to quit her career at the age of 20. Back then Ryukyu was only 12 years old. Whoa, you're 33 years old this year. Damn, Granny, when are you gonna get married? Kimmy's lips trembled. As she softly smacked his chest and hugged him tightly. Don't joke with that, it's not funny. Neji looked at her timid figure and laughed. Oh, well, I guess I have to take care of you for eternity. Not really eternity since I am going to die before you because of old age though. She raised her head and looked at him. That's considering you won't leave me by the time I am 45, people like MILFs but not grannies, after all. Neji shrugged. That is considering you ever turn 45. Huh. Nothing. Anyway, I would go to this date and see what Ryukyu really wants. It's in the next Sunday. Kimmy's eyes sparkled. Oh okay, then I will do all the arrangements. She tried to stand up but Neji dragged her down. Don't go yet. She fell on top of him. Stay with me. He stared at her. I am feeling lonely all of a sudden. After a short silence, Kimmy giggled with a blush and started cuddling with him. Neji was out to school and their parents hadn't returned from the trip to America, so they had some time to enjoy themselves. They only hoped Kurai wouldn't wake up and start looking for them. Later. Nothing much happened, honestly. Ryukyu isn't romantically interested in me. Though I can ascertain she was attracted to me at least, it isn't necessarily romantic. Based on the talk we had this Sunday, she basically wants me to become a proper hero. She's teaching me morals and stuff, we mostly talked about that topic. Though I did flirt a little at dinner. I don't mind if someone is trying to teach me morals, I'd only mind if they try to force me into it, which Ryukyu didn't do. She's a nice woman, a person who cares about the other party's thoughts. She asked me each time if I was comfortable or not. It was honestly an interesting conversation. At first, I planned to just listen to her words with my right ear and let them flow out from my left, but I was surprisingly engrossed in the talk. Our argument was fun when I started to protest her ideas, her ways to defend her beliefs were honestly respectable. I have said before, I am not hero material, I am a pretty selfish dude, not enough to be called evil, but enough to commit villainous acts in case it's necessary. Then. Why am I going to UA right now? Why am I studying to become a hero? Yes, it's been 2 months since my fight with Muscular. I was in the car that Kimmy was driving. I am going to give the entrance exam at UDATA right now. HNN. Kimmy was surprisingly happy for some reason. From her state, I can see she's happy that I didn't turn out to be a villain. Why did she even assume I would become a villain? Anyway, I am going to UA for 3 reasons. Looking at my minimap, I can see 5 uncleared dungeons within the UA quarters. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that all the 5 dungeons are top 10. So, the number 1 reason is, I need to complete those dungeons. I can't do that without becoming a UA student since the security there is a bit too much. Number 2 reason is Momo. Since I have already decided to make Momo my lover, I'd need to be with her in U.A to ensure that. Or if something like canon happens where she becomes interested in Todoroki, everything would be in vain. Number 3 reason is to simply keep up with the plot. Keeping up with the plot is essential for me and my plan for those 2 quirks, OFA and AFO. I will talk about it later. As a bonus reason, UA is targeted by villains every Tuesday, so by only being there, I'd keep getting EXP. I currently have 2 plans, a short one and a long one. The short-term plan is to complete the 5 dungeons in U.A and make Momo mine, officially. The long-term plan is to take one for all from Mirio Togata. First of all, let's speed run the entrance exam. What? People were chattering all around the place where Neji stood in front of a table, ahead of everyone else on the line behind him, as he listened to the men sitting in front of him. Neji Hado, please read this form and choose a single test. You'd have to give that chosen exam after you finish the writing exam. He slowly accepted the paper from the men and started reading it. He frowned. Okay, I didn't choose the recommendation letter for the cracks and giggles, but what's this? Brushing past the test names, he thought, so they changed the entrance exam this year? Sir Naite is really doing his best to produce the best heroes, huh? After a short silence, he chuckled a little as he read the form on his hand. It was a paper showing 4 choices with an empty box beside them waiting to be checked. Rescue civilians from a city hit by a disaster. Rescue civilians from villains who took them hostage. Battle, fight villain groups and combat bots. Rescue plus battle, save a group of civilians from a villain attack within a disaster-stricken city. Not recommended. The tests are in easy, medium, hard, hell mode if put in game terms. Sir Naite knew how the entrance exams of famous hero schools are biased towards the destructive type quirks. He himself had experienced it when he went to UA. So he took this matter in his hands and changed it. Nizu is an understanding mouse, so after Naite explained the truth behind his recent activities, Nizu didn't mind changing these things for the betterment of the whole world. Seeing the options, Neji raised his pen to tick the one he wanted to choose just when he heard a call from behind him. He turned to face a short-haired brunette who had two permanent blush on her cheeks, seeing which Neji blinked. Do you mind helping me choose one? I didn't expect there to be so many options, now I am getting nervous. Chapter 47, Entrance Exam, 2. Chapter 47, Entrance Exam, 2. Excuse me. She stuttered. Oh, hi. The boy nodded. You said you wanted help with what test you wanted to choose, right? She nodded hurriedly. She was so nervous, why did she ask him? There were other people around too, but she had to go and ask the most attractive guy she had ever seen. But, he looked so confident. Just from looking at his back, she could tell he knew what he was doing. This is the first time she has ever felt attracted to a person without even talking to them. She genuinely felt if there was someone who'd be able to help her make a choice, he'd be the one. God, I hope he doesn't see me as a creep. She prayed internally while the boy smiled, causing her to almost lose her footing. He then parted his lips. You are. She could feel the blood rushing to her face as she started to feel dizzy. Maybe it really was a bad idea to ask him. It's Ochako Uraraka, and nice to meet you. He simply gave her a charming smile. It's Neji Hado, the pleasure is mine. He then brought her hand close to him and took the paper. It's the same as mine, so I don't see a problem helping you. Uraraka mumbled a thanks while he hummed. Well, I would need to know your quirk first to recommend the best for you. The boy who introduced himself as Neji said. Let me start, my quirk is Surge. I can generate powerful shock waves. Her gut feeling was right. He's not just good looking, he's strong too. Stopping briefly, she took a deep breath to calm down. Stuttering here would portray herself as someone weak, she can't let that happen. My quirk is called Zero Gravity, it does exactly what the name suggests. She made a determined face. I can levitate anything under the weight limit of 3.5 tons. Neji hummed and nodded. A very versatile quirk. Truthfully, the first test, rescue civilians from a city hit by a disaster, seems to be the best for you. But if you ask me, since it's the lowest difficulty level, the points would be less too while competition would be high. He looked at her with a thoughtful look and nodded. Say, why don't you join me in the Rescue Plus Battle, Test 1? I am sure it would allow a lot of points, and if we group together we'd have a higher chance to win compared to others. Uraraka almost flinched as she shook her head left and right. I am not really good at fighting, you have to consider that. Neji nodded. I am asking you to join hands with me precisely because of that. I am sure you realize you'd be great at rescuing people, right? I can take down the villains easily while you save the civilians. How does that sound? Uraraka blinked, his plan slowly sinking in her head as an image of saving the civilians while he beat up the villains surfaced in her head. She nodded triumphantly. That's a good idea. If you look out for me, then I think I should be able to save the civilians. She smiled. It was really a great idea. Since he has a strong quirk, he'd be fine clearing the villains, but it would be hard for him alone to save the civilians too, but by grouping together, both he and she are going to gain benefits. Then I am in your care. She bowed down, smiling slightly. Ochako Uraraka, Tier 2. I didn't think I'd meet the female lead here. Where is the protagonist, then? He didn't get one for all, so would he still come to UA? I believe he'd be able to enter the general studies if luck takes his side. Also, Tier 2. Finally a normal person. I forgot people like her exist too. But I didn't lie about teaming up though. She would be a good help on the test. The test said, Rescue Plus Battle, save a group of civilians from a villain attack within a disaster-stricken city, so I don't mind a helping hand that'd take care of the civilians. I am sure the school has plans to add more points for students who are cooperating since they are doing a hero simulation-like scenario, to begin with. Heroes together are always better. Alright, I am done. Ochako Uraraka came to me with a smile on her face while wearing a pink tracksuit and a watch on her hand that was given to us by the school. It apparently counted our points. She looks cute. Petite body isn't really my type, but she is still pretty. I nodded at her, then follow me. First is the written test, after that, we'd gather in the testing ground B6. Don't worry about getting lost, I think I'd be able to find you. She nodded with curled up lips as I led her to the written exam hall. The written exam was not high school level, such bullshit. I said before that I have studied most high school level books, but college was not my specialty. Now I was regretting not studying properly and playing teacher-student games with Kimmy. Looking around the hall, I could notice quite a few kids crying. Poor kids. I think I can take out the pass marks, so I don't worry, hope I don't fail. With my hands behind my head, I tried to look for any familiar face but it was quite hard to do so. The people in this world don't look like anime characters, after all. They don't look exactly humane either, they're a mix in between, which was a bit creepy for me at first, but I got used to it. I turned my head forward as my eyes met with the teacher assigned to this exam hall. Wearing a skin-tight white costume, she stared at me briefly as I threw a flying kiss at her, for reasons I don't know. She licked her lips seductively at me while slamming her whip on the ground. She's fun. I walked to ground B6 after I finished my written exam. I hope I pass. Ugh, I should have studied more. Anyway, I will try to make up for it in practical. Oh. As I walked inside the ground B6, I was a little surprised by seeing so many people. I thought very few guys will choose this one since it is labeled as not recommended. But I guess they are kids. I ignored this and used my echolocation to find Uraraka as I walked to her. She jumped up feeling my hands on her shoulder. Oh, you're back. She heaved a breath. And here I was getting nervous. I took out a handkerchief from my pocket and wiped her sweaty forehead all to her sudden surprise. She stuttered as I put the handkerchief in her hands. Keep it, you might need it soon. She wasn't in the state to reply because of her steaming face. She's fun to tease. But maybe I should stop, I don't want another girl falling for me. My CHA stat is a pain sometimes, hiya. I then looked around the chattering of the kids. Some of them had their eyes on us, probably because of my small act but most were busy with themselves. Just then, a dry voice rang in the mic. Hi everyone, your exam is going to start soon. That's the only thing the voice said. So we don't get a present mic. We got an Aizawa, but whatever. For starters, this is a 1-hour-long exam. There are 300 examinees, and each of you'd need 50 points to pass. There are 100 villains who are attacking the civilians, each villain is worth 10 points. I could see everyone's chattering slow down as they realized what type of situation this was. So, for 300 examine, a total of 15,000 points is needed for all of them to pass. But, there are only 1,000 points. Meaning, only 20 people can pass this test, that's considering people who would already gain 50 points would stop the hunt for villains. I can guarantee that they wouldn't stop hunting villains just to kill the competition. The mic again buzzed. There are also points for rescuing, but those points would be given by the person who you rescue. They can give you any point from -10 to 10. This caused the chatter to start again. At last, deliberately hurting other examinees is prohibited. But you can team up with others, it's not prohibited, and is in fact encouraged. If your team play is great, you get more points, but if it's not up to the standards, then your points would be depleted. That's all for now, the test would start as 3, 2, 1. Before anyone could process his words entirely, the test was announced to start. I like this style. I am sure people won't team up since they don't have enough trust in each other's quirks to risk having their points depleted. But I know Uraraka, she's trustable. She also said that she got a scholarship into a hero middle school so she should have more control over her quirk than when canon started in the anime. Uraraka seemed a little bothered, I guess she doesn't have full trust in my abilities, well, fair. I suddenly grabbed her by her waist and took her in a princess carry. It's always fun flirting in serious situations. Kia. What are you doing? Uraraka's face turned red while I shrugged. What am I doing? Just speedrunning the test. I kicked the ground, blasting my feet at an extreme speed as I went in the air, out of the blundered crowd. Let's win this, just the two of us. Chapter 48, Entrance Exam, 3. Chapter 48, Entrance Exam, 3. In the observatory room, the teachers were enjoying the test happening in all the easy, medium, hard, and hell difficulty stages. It's no wonder that most of their gazes were focused on the hell difficulty, as it would surely push the students to the edge and show them the elites amongst elites. However, Principal Nizu wasn't the same. Sitting in a chamber within the observation room, he was instead observing the stages other than the hell one. Since he was the one who planned the stages, to begin with, he knew the chances of 300 students coming out winning with enough points. A mere 2.14%, he said to himself while taking a sip of tea. He didn't want to miss out on the others for a minority. The Hell test says, save a group of civilians from a villain attack within a disaster-stricken city, but the city where the test is held wasn't going through a single disaster crisis. The demo city was divided into multiple parts. There was a part where an earthquake had hit and villains were trying to take advantage of it and loot people's houses. A part where a firestorm was raging and a group of zombie-like villains were trying to kill all the civilians. There was a part where a school shooting was happening, commenced by the quiet kid who was secretly the son of a villain. There was a demo C where a ship had drowned and villains with fish-like quirks were trying to harm them. There was a terrorist attack in a hospital that was destroyed because of the earthquake. Other than all these, there were a few more too. Each situation had 4 or 5 villains, so around 20 incidents were happening in the demo city. All of these incidents are a one-time thing, so it was a battle of who gets there first too. Shota Aizawa, who was standing just by Nizu, glanced at him after hearing his words. After 3 seconds, he simply turned his head back to the monitor and started observing the students again. Aizawa-san, do you have anyone in mind? Nizu suddenly asked while watching a crowhead student finishing his third villain in one of the hard stages. No. Aizawa looked at the hell as his sharp eyes narrowed at a pair of students flying in the sky. Not yet. There were 300 students on the very large ground B6. Amongst them, at the eastmost side of the city, the blonde-haired kid who was exploding everything in his way seemed to be at the top. But from the looks of it, the top is going to change soon. Blasting forward, above the tall skyscrapers, I could see Uraraka's frightened face as she hugged me tightly to not fall off. Cuddling in public, I see. I had my eyes off the Lord activated for clearer vision since I suffer a similar problem to Chidori when moving too fast. Yes, I experience tunnel vision which restricts my movement, but with EL, that's not a problem anymore. Anyway, I was at the westmost side of the city and things were looking spicy. Uraraka. I called while the wind brushed past my hair. You see those guys in front? She nodded slowly with one of her eyes open. Far from us, there was a group of villains who had surrounded a group of civilians. From the looks of it they were patients, doctors, nurses and behind them was a destroyed hospital. Some of the victims were under debris and stuff while the villains were standing by casually. It's like a game, like how a situation would only start when the player approaches the place, it's that type of situation. Glancing down at Uraraka, smiling at her, I would drop you on a corner. While I start taking out the villains, you'd get there and start taking the civilians too. I suddenly stopped. Wait, where should the civilians be delivered to? There was no mention of a safe spot like a rescue camp here. Wait, we are taking a detour. Uraraka seemed surprised at my words, but I nonetheless turned my feet around and started to look around the city, for something important. I found it. Since this is a demo city, there was also a demo university within this place. I just had to find a large enough place for the civilians to come and rest, and this was perfect for it. A gymnasium. A place large enough to hold on probably all the civilians in this demo city. If not, I would find another place. But, there is a problem. This place is clogged with junk. Uraraka's statement was right as I moved my eyes around. This place was filled with garbage. Garbage, as in, broken fridge, sofa, TV, and even pieces of broken buildings. So the teachers had already foreseen this. They probably anticipated that when a student would realize that there is no rescue camp, the first thing that had come to their mind would be a large but enclosed place. So they most likely did this to every place similar to a gymnasium, filling it with junk. After a soft laugh, I tilted my head as a plan came to my mind. I looked at Uraraka. Can you float all of this garbage? Uraraka's eyes lit up at this. Yes. I can do that. She probably didn't know what I was planning to do, but she nonetheless ran and started to float everything with a touch of her fingertips. After everything was floating she returned with sweat dripping down her forehead. It's done. She looked proud to say the least as I smiled at her. She then slipped her hands in one of her pockets and took out the handkerchief I gave her and she wiped her forehead. It really did come handy, hee. Hearing her giggle, I smiled. Then nodding at her, I brought her to the end of the large hall. Standing here, I was opposite the main gate of the hall. Using the small gate, it would still take a long time to take out the garbage one by one even though they are now weightless. So, I just have to make the gate a bit bigger, and probably sweep all the garbage out at once. And so I raised my hands forwards as Uraraka stared at me with eyes filled with anticipation. Not to disappoint her, I decided to show off a little. 2 rings of golden waves appeared around my wrist as I started to manipulate them. From perfectly round-shaped, I started to make the side of the circle a little stretched out as I spent 20% of my SP in a single blow. Output 20, AoE. Boom. A widespread wave of shock left my palms and slammed the wall in front of me along with all the garbage. With a loud explosion, the walls shattered, creating a way for the garbage as they were sent flying with a burst of wind. And in less than a second, the gymnasium was cleaned. I looked at Uraraka with a grin, who stared at the destruction with wide eyes. Ah. She gasped and blinked at the scene. She probably realized teaming up with me wasn't a bad idea. After a whole minute, she looked at me and smiled an impressed smile. That was awesome. Hey, it was. Then let's finish our main duty. I picked her up again, but this time she was much more complying as I again blasted out in the sky. On the way, I explained to Uraraka why we would need the place, which she understood easily. You know what? I like her. We went to our previous spot and found that other students had already tried to fight the villains, but unsurprisingly they lost. There was a reason that the villains were Tier 3, after all. But at least they were able to take the civilians out of the debris, crushing them. From the few names that I recognized, these villains are actually pro heroes. Mostly low rankers, but still pros. Some kids won't be able to beat them, not unless they're Todoroki or Bakugo. So I dropped Uraraka on a corner of the building and went to them by myself. Seeing me, they immediately turned to me as a villain frowned and rushed to me. He seemed to have a speed-type quirk since he moved many times faster than normal. He kicked the ground and tried to take me from my back, but I simply activated my Eyes of the Lord and ducked down to dodge the attack. As his leg went above my head, I could see his slightly surprised face. Tier 3 isn't a challenge to me, not at all. I simply grabbed his leg with my left hand and did an uppercut to his jaws with my right. Coo. He groaned while I simply placed my palm on his chest and blasted a few small waves of thin shock, causing his heart to stop momentarily before he went unconscious. As he dropped to the ground, I turned to the others, who gave me a shocked look. Their faces didn't lie that they viewed me as dangerous, but I simply shrugged at them. Kicking the ground, I reached them and used my telekinetic earring to pull them in front of me into a group and blasted a strong wave of shock again. I didn't do a thin wave that would go through their body and hit their heart like before, and instead used a bit of a solid wave that just crushed their bones from outside. It's not like their injuries are even permanent, since Recovery Girl is there to heal them. All of them dropped down on the ground while groaning. They weren't unconscious, but their ribs were broken, so they won't be able to move. I then turned and looked at the civilians with a smile on my face. Hello beautiful people, mind following this miss here? I pointed at Uraraka, who was running towards me. My silver tongue perk worked like magic, truly, as they nodded slowly, albeit they had a kind of surprised look on their faces. Probably didn't expect a student to take down the pros so easily. These civilians were actors too, so it would take more than one line for my perk to work, but I guess being both strong and beautiful has its own benefits. Anyway, as Uraraka started to guide them to the gymnasium, I called her. Hey, you. She turned to me as I tossed her an earpiece. Put that in your ear, it'd help. She was confused seeing where I got this, but as I pointed at the injured villains, to which she made an impressed expression again. The villains naturally had earpieces to communicate among themselves, so using these shouldn't be against the test. Uraraka gave me a nod and walked away with the civilians, taking them to the gymnasium. As she left, I looked down at the watch in my hand that the school had given us before the test. This counts the points we get from defeating villains and saving civilians. Points, 45. For villains, 40 points, and 5 points for saving the civilians. They said more points would be added after calculating all our moves. Later on, these points are just there to make things obvious. Huh, this is easy. Well then, how about I be a dick and steal all the points to piss off the kids? I soon realized I don't need to be a dick, as I already am one. Well then. Hello. Neji-kun. Uraraka's voice coming from the earpiece caused me not to laugh like a madman and focus. Yes. I dropped them at the gymnasium. Oh. That was quick. Okay, good, I am heading towards the next group. Follow my direction. I started to explain the road while slowly flying by the sky. After Uraraka caught up to me, we met civilians on our way who were simply stuck under debris without any villains around, who she helped to take to the rescue spot while I focused on hunting down the villains who we did meet. Right now, a villain who used a hammer as his weapon rushed towards me and slammed his hammer downwards. I moved my waist and dodged the hammer and instead kicked at his face. Though my leg only reached his neck because of his tall figure. He got the chance to grab my legs as he tried to slam me onto the ground, but that was his mistake. I blasted solid shockwaves from my feet as he was thrown back, which I used to get up and started whacking his face with my fist. At last, just as I blew another blast on his face, he simply fell on his back. Points, 110. Uraraka ran to me and started to talk with the civilians, who did not compile at first and even complained as to why we were late. Very realistic. After I used my CHA to get through them, things calmed down. Just before Uraraka was about to take them away, I asked her, Uraraka, how many points did you get? She checked her watch and smiled. I already have 50 points. Oh, good enough. In that case, I would start running around speedrun the villains, okay. You might find random civilians lying around, you should help them for more points. She hesitated. But don't we already have enough points? Ah, well, fuck, time to lie. Look, even if the guy in the mic did say we would pass with 50 points, the classes in Hero Course are most likely divided into multiple batches. We'd want to be in the 1A, so we should do our best to get as many points as possible. On second thought, this is not a lie. If someone just gets 50 points, they'd not be put into 1A because there would surely be people above that number. I guess that's just more of a reason to hunt for more points. Uraraka blinked while processing this information before an understanding look appeared on her face. Sorry for doubting you. She bowed. I will do as you say. I just shrugged it off and blasted away, going to villains and clapping them. The exam is hard, very hard, in fact. I only saw a few other people winning other than me and Uraraka. There were also some familiar faces. This is how a test should be like. Pushing the future heroes to their limits, with no remorse. But to me, this is just child's play. In the observatory, with Aizawa, Nizu was impressed. Oh, it's him, indeed. Neji Hado. Nejire's younger brother, I recall. Didn't think he'd be this strong, smart, and charismatic. He sipped his tea with a smile on his face. The first thing he realized was that there is no rescue vicinity. Students usually wouldn't think about that first. First, they'd try defeating the villain, and in case they win, they'd then be in front of a wall that would make them realize that there is no rescue facility. That would be enough to put pressure on these younglings' minds and make them agitated and mess up. But Neji first thought about the rescue, then about the villains. Aizawa began after this. This might prove two things. 1. He cared more about the civilians' safety. 2. To him the villains had already lost the moment his eyes fell on them, so he was instead looking for his next task. Nizu laughed. Oh, indeed. At first, the number 1 might have seemed true because of how passionately he was trying to clean the gymnasium, but now that he is hunting villains for points that he honestly doesn't need, he doesn't really seem like such a heroic spirit, haha. Aizawa shook his head at this. I wouldn't go as far as saying that. He might be snatching the chance of passing from the other candidates by doing this, but that is just to ensure his own admission in the top class. I honestly see no problem in that. Nizu and Aizawa could hear their conversation because of the earpieces. More so, he was still saving people. It's like the pros. Just because some of the heroes became pro because of money or fame doesn't mean they aren't heroes. As long as they're saving someone's life, they're a hero to me. Nizu turned to Aizawa and smiled. You truly have a different view, Aizawa-san. He then turned to the monitor again. Haha, and on second thought, this child has a much better ideology than the blonde one who's hunting for more points just to make sure only he comes out of the hell difficulty. Quite a villainous mentality, I must say. At these words, Aizawa also turned to the monitor and observed the blonde-haired explosion quirk user. Katsuki Bakugo and Neji Hado. He should give these two a little more focus than the others. Suddenly the mouse, who had gone back to watching Neji, said something confusing. He has silver hair, how interesting. Aizawa turned to him with a frown. Silver hair. Oh, it's nothing. Nizu shook his head, which caused Aizawa's frown to deepen. From his memory, the principal's slip tongues are usually important information. But what's important in having silver hair? Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the mouse before turning forward again. He'd figure it out someday. Chapter 49, Entrance Exam, 4. Chapter 49, Entrance Exam, 4. A loud beep sounded out in the ground B6, causing the students to gasp out loud. An hour has passed since the start of the exam. Each student is instructed to stop trying to gain any more points. I repeat, each student is to stop trying to gain any more points. Your points would instead be depleted, in such a case. The students stilled in their spot while some of them even backed away from the villains and civilians. The villains, on the other hand, simply started to lead the civilians away, bringing them out of the ground B6. Students didn't question it at all since it was quite clear from the beginning that they were just actors. Just then a small margin of students simply fell to their knees. No. They cried. Their quivering voices filled the area. I couldn't gain 50 points. Their hands rested in their head as their trembling eyes stared down at the floor. All their hopes and dreams were crushed right then, right there. They came smiling from their homes, promising their parents how they'd ace the exam, but now, they were on the ground, their faces lowered down with their wide disbelief-filled eyes. Oh, look. I have 155 points. I am sure this is enough for 1A. Hearing the sudden cheery voice of a girl, their gazes shot back towards a petite girl with a permanent blush on her face. Their disbelief-filled eyes slowly turned to a frown as their hands shook. 155 points. She alone took 3 people's points. They looked down on their watches, 30 points, 20 points, 45 points, 40 points. They missed the passing mark by a small margin, yet this bitch. Oi, what are you looking at? Suddenly a sharp and cold voice rang out in their ears. They focused their gazes on the boy beside the petite girl and gulped under his gaze. No, his face didn't look intimidating, he looked kind of girly even. What scared them was that they easily recognized him as the guy who beat the villains like punching bags. Don't be a sissy, she earned the points. If you have anything against higher points, come at me. He raised his watch in the air, 510 points. Enough points for 10 people, I took it all. Come here if you're so angry. Shake. Their bodies shook. Momentarily, they forgot their fear and glared at the kid. This bastard, he took half the points of the people. A guy with a tall figure stood up, his alligator-like jaws widening as he prepared to jump at the white-haired body, but just then. The bored voice rang in the mic again. Students are discouraged from engaging in any kind of violence after the test. If any of you are found doing so, you'd be expelled immediately, regardless of your points. And in case you didn't even pass the test enough to get expelled, you would be unable to join any other high school in Japan. Yes, your whole student career would be destroyed. Please mind what you do. The alligator Quirk boy stopped and groaned while the silver-haired dude raised his middle finger at him. Please leave the exam quarter, right now. In case you pass, you'd receive a letter from UA in a week from now. Some of the students scoffed while some simply sighed and walked away. Meanwhile, just as the silver-haired boy, Neji, walked away, a blonde teen stared at his back with a challenging look on his face. Unbeknownst to the blonde, a green-haired teen was looking at his back, while he was busy. Out of the exam seminar. Don't you think doing that was a bit unnecessary? Uraraka asked Neji slowly. Those people were clearly sad about not being able to pass. Was there any reason to sprinkle salt in their wounds? She understood that Neji hunted for more points since he wanted to go to Class 1A, but she didn't understand why he did this. It's almost as if he just wanted to mock the kids. Should a future hero act like this? It was not. But dash. At Uraraka's words, Neji stopped on his way and turned to her. If I didn't do that, they'd have come after you. Just as Uraraka started to open her mouth, Neji interrupted her again. If you're going to say the teacher in the mic would have stopped it, then sorry to say, I am not omniscient, I didn't know that had happened and simply wanted to keep a friend safe. Ah. A genuinely embarrassed look appeared on Uraraka's face as she bowed down deeply. He said friend, so he saw her as his friend. He was her first friend in UA, scratch that, he's probably the greatest friend in her life until now considering all the help she received from him in such a short time. She bowed deeper at this realization. I am sorry. I am very sorry. Even though you helped me get so many P-points, I tried to judge you. Neji went silent at this. He was honestly joking. He didn't expect her to react too heavily. But if he now said, sorry, it was a joke, it would probably spoil his serious impression of her. So, after staying silent for a while, Neji helped her get up. It's fine. I don't honestly mind as long as you realize it. Uraraka raised her red flustered face and looked at his smiling lips with a grateful look on her face. To lighten the mood, he then tilted his head and looked at her blush. You look cuter with a natural blush. Bye. Ochako Uraraka almost tripped upon hearing this, but as Neji turned and walked away, she slowly found her way back to reality. But by the time she did, she could see Neji entering a sports car and leaving the school parking lot. Oh. Ochako blinked. He's not only strong and good-looking, but he's also rich too. Did you pass? I was free enough to help a friend of mine get 155 points, so what do you expect? Kimi turned her head to the left at Neji with a surprising light on them. She ignored the point part since it was clear from the beginning, and instead asked, a friend. Soon a look of understanding came to her face as she made an noise. Must be a girl then. You're talking as if I don't have male friends. Kimi wanted to say, no, you don't, but just then Neji showed her the chat on his phone. What's this? Kimi narrowed her eyes as her gaze brushed upon the messages with Ito Mahi. Oh, whoa. She looked at his face with a genuinely shocked face. To think you have a normal friend. Neji clicked his tongue. Shut up. I have dozens of male friends, even if the total number of females is more. Even then, all of my friends are normal friends. What did you think? The only one I have a more than a friend relationship with is Momo, you know. After blinking thrice, Kimi hummed and went back to driving, just as she asked, so that Mahi-kid went to Shiketsu. Why not UA? Ito Mahi has a decently strong ice quirk. Maybe as strong as Todoroki. Kimi didn't know this, but according to the chat history, he went to Shiketsu instead of UA where his friend and crush goes. Family problems, Neji replied to her. Kimi lost interest. Though who's this new friend you made? At her question, Neji threw chewing gum in his mouth. Ochako Uraraka, a petite girl with a gravity-type quirk. Oh, gravity types are rare. You like her? She's a friend. Sure, sure. With small talks going around, Neji and Kimi reached their home. At that exact time, in America, within a grand building located underground, a man sat on a comfy black chair with a glass of red wine in his hand. He had long flowing dark red hair and a beard matching that color. There were wrinkles visible around his eyes, which when coupled with his sharp features, accentuated his years of experience and age, but he was still handsome enough to make any girl's heartbeat jump up regardless of their age. He sat in front of a monitor where the figure of a man wearing a black mask coupled with medical equipment supporting him sat, wearing a suit. It's been a while, my friend. The man in monitor talked, to which the red-haired man nodded. It indeed has, Shigaraki. Shigaraki. All for one's last name. The people who knew this could count on one hand. This man was surprisingly one of them. Haha, may I know why you called, Hisashi? The man, Hisashi, smiled. I just wanted to thank you again for what you did for Izuku. I was able to stay out of his life until now, but, after that child tried to kill himself a year ago, I knew I had to do something. Yet, you already know how I am tied here with Star and Stripes. Trying to go to Japan would have instead revealed my location, and possibly my secret, my family. So I didn't have any choice but to ask you for help, my friend. Hisashi continued. I called to let you know that Midoriya got into UA. Sadly, he won't be able to become a true hero like he previously wanted to, but now, at least he has a new goal in his life. All for one chuckled at this. Oh, Hisashi Midoriya, what's with these formalities? We are friends, after all. Your son is like my nephew, it wouldn't serve the bit of conscience left in me right if I ignored him. Chapter 50, Reward and Punishment, 1. Kurai was the first one to jump at Neji's arms when he reached home, and after that, it was his mother, Gaara. How was the entrance exam, my baby boy? Gaara fed Neji grapes while his head rested on her thighs. It was easy. He didn't say, it went well, he said, it was easy, and that alone answered everything Gaara wanted to hear. This did put a smile on her face. The exam was hard from what she heard from her colleagues whose children also attended the exam, but her little son is clearly fine. Even then, being someone who keeps her children's actions on a tab most of the time, she knew Neji was as strong as Nejire. And knowing that Nejire is one of the big three of UA High, she honestly didn't worry much about the entrance exam to begin with. It was like wreaking havoc in the beginner village with a level 100 character. Gaara's smile widened. Good, as expected of my cute little son, she rubbed his cheeks with her palms while giggling. Real question, did anyone bother you? Some kid. Stop it, Mom. He stopped chewing on grapes and stared at her eyes. I am not a kid anymore, you don't have to worry about it too much. Gaara didn't act childishly this time, she simply smiled. I guess you're a big boy now, huh? Did you lose your virginity? Mom. Neji jumped up from her lap and stared at her with a flustered face. If there are people who can make him blush, Gaara was one of them. Don't ask such weird things. See. Not so mature anymore, you'd always be a kid to mommy. Gaara simply laughed it off, ruffled his hair, and stood up. Anyway, I am kinda tired after work today, I will go to sleep. As Gaara left, Neji fell back on the couch and sighed. Hiya. Ring. Just as Neji breathed out heavily, he received a call. It was Momo Yaoyorozu. Beep. He picked the call and greeted Momo. Good evening, madam. Oh, stop this and tell me how your entrance went. A soft giggle flew from the other side just as a sweet talk started between them. Iko Hado, Neji's father, came back from his office and the first thing he saw was Neji laying on the couch and talking to someone, who he found to be a girl. Anyway, Yamamo, I am getting hungry, I will talk later. His son cut the call and yawned just as Iko entered the room chuckling. It's that the little girl from Yaoyorozu compound. She's your girlfriend. Neji grabbed an apple from the table beside him that Gaara left before running. No, not a girlfriend. We are just friends. At this, an left Aiko's lips. Oh shit, is my son making just friends now? Gives me flashbacks. With a chuckle, Aiko sat down on the couch beside Neji. When I was your age dash. Girls used to run after you. Yeah, you told me before. Neji completed his sentence. Though don't let mom hear, she would throw a tantrum again. Aiko smiled wryly at this. This makes me remember another story. Do you know why I am fine with everything your mom does? You see, if not for your mother, I wouldn't even have gotten married. That was sudden. Neji sat straight at this, it seems his dad might say something interesting. You see, I liked girls a lot. Lost my virginity to my teacher when I was 13, and since then dating 4 or 5 girls at the same time was normal for me. Girls were just meatbags, soft and squishy meatbags for me, until I met your mother. Heh, I met your mom around 20 years ago when she was being kidnapped. Don't tell her that I am telling you this, she doesn't like sharing it at all. Neji nodded as Aiko continued. He pointed his finger at the scar on his left eye. You see this scar? She's behind it. That day I took a detour to my office since the main road was jammed in traffic. On that empty road, I saw a car in front of me with a woman slamming on the back glass of the car. I thought, well, since I am here, why not be a hero? Things went haywire from there. I stopped their car and tried to fight the guys who had tied your mom, but after an epic fight, I got my ass beaten. Though I did manage to escape at the end, getting beaten was too much for my pride back then, and more so. I already saw your mom's face there. She had tape covering her mouth, so I didn't recognize that she was the newly born fashion queen of the market, but I did recognize her beauty. He clapped his hands. Then I decided, I want this woman. I want her at all costs. So I called the police and made a plan to save her. A week from then, along with a few heroes, I went to the place where your mom was locked. The heroes were strong, but with just a few bullet shots from the villains, they went down. Luckily, using my quirk, energy, I absorbed the electricity from my electric car and used it to enhance my speed and dodge the bullets. I took down the villain and somehow managed to save your mom. Haha. Neji blinked at his long wall of words. Ah, he is flexing. His father continued. That's not the end. In the process of all this, I almost lost my eye, thus that scar. After that, I then tried to court your mother after a few weeks passed, but then I finally found out that she was the black horse of the fashion industry. I was rich, but she was rich too. I couldn't just make her fall for me using my money, not at all. Then I realized, he stopped momentarily. So all the girls I have had before were only there for my money. I was honestly depressed for a few days. But amongst those days, I just realized maybe it's time to forget my past and live my life anew. So I started to court your mother every week. However, since I was kinda infamous for being a playboy, things didn't work out well. She wasn't harsh, at least since I did save her life, but she still refused me for 2 entire years. But guess what? At my 2nd-year anniversary of courting the beauty, she finally accepted me. Phew, the end. The end. He grinned at me. Oh, well, after that, we got married and here you are. Neji stared at him intriguingly. Certainly a very interesting romance story, but there is no moral of the story. Oh, yeah. He shrugged. I heard you did well in the exam. That's why I decided to give you a life lesson, so the moral of the story is indeed needed. How about this, moral of the story, periwinkle-haired girls are the best. Try looking for a periwinkle-haired girl, not your sister though. He coughed. Anyway, I am tired, I gotta sleep, bye. Aiko got up and ran upstairs screaming, honey, I am back, on top of his lungs. After staring at the air dumbfoundedly, Neji crackled up. Well, I can use this moral of the story in practical use. Periwinkle-haired girls are the best, huh? Unfortunately, I can't follow the sister part. Periwinkle-haired girls are indeed the best. Neji realized that the next week, just after he got the confirmation of his admission to UA. Well, the Christmas gift didn't work out so well. Neji mumbled in his ears. So I want to make up for it by gifting you this body for acing your entrance exam.